I, a lowly soul pushed out by my own mother to take the blame and face the firing squad, finally returned to 1948 with a heart full of blood and hatred. I knew all too well that in just one more night, that widow and her orphan child would perish in a fire, while their missing man. Yet I would become the future division commander who would make waves across the land. Rather than being driven to the brink, I'd rather marry into a wealthy family, stepping over my enemy's blood to rise swiftly to the top. The smell of kerosene drifted faintly in the night breeze as I kicked open the tightly shut courtyard gate, unaware that this kick not only saved their lives but also brought upon myself another earth-shattering disaster. My name is Wan Yang, a dead man who was reborn from 2017 back to 1948. Autumn of 1948, Heilongjiang Province. Wan Yang staggered, bracing himself against the adobe wall. He pinched his thigh, it hurt. Hadn't he been dead for decades? How was he alive again? Back then, his mother had pushed him out to take the blame for his cousin, leading to him being executed by firing squad and left to rot in the wilderness. But in 2017, a bolt of lightning struck, and somehow, he was reborn. All around him was Shillitown, the village he'd grown up in, adobe walls, adobe houses. The faint, choking smell of smoke in the distance made his heart clench. It's Widow Li's house. It's the autumn of 1948. In their previous life, Widow Li and her family of 3 died in their sleep at home and were burned alive in a raging fire. In the spring of 1949, Li Guofu's long-lost husband of 16 years, Division Commander Li Baiquan, liberated the county town with his troops. Wan Yang's mind raced, and an idea took shape. Rather than suffering endlessly at the Lao Wan household, it's better to marry into another family and escape, finding yourself a reliable support. As long as he married into another family, the blame meant for his cousin wouldn't fall on him. He wanted revenge, but first, he needed to establish a connection with Li Baiquan. A handful of ashes wouldn't forge any bonds. Wan Yang looked at the smoking thatch and let out a soft sigh. The heavens had granted him rebirth at this critical moment. It's to save 3 lives. There's a fire, put it out. Wan Yang shouted while frantically pounding on Widow Li's door. He caught a whiff of kerosene. This fire was no accident. Wan Yang's shouts roused the sleeping village. The neighbors all poked their heads out. Oh no, Granny Li's house is on fire. Quick, put it out. The neighbors were fetching water to put out the fire, but there wasn't the slightest movement from Widow Li's house. Wan Yang's heart tightened. They must still be inside. In their past life, the bones of the mother and her 2 children were burned so thoroughly they could be used as drumsticks. Wan Yang gritted his teeth, gathered his strength, and delivered a powerful kick, violently bursting open Granny Li's door. Wan Yang, what the hell are you doing? The Wan boy kicked down a widow's door. The surrounding crowd erupted in uproar. Wan Yang charged ahead, bypassing the screen wall. A gleaming lock hung conspicuously on the main hall's door. Wan Yang grew frantic. The lock was fastened from the outside. Someone was trying to harm them. At first it seemed like an accident, but now there's something suspicious about it. When lives are at stake, one cannot retreat. Wan Yang quickly reached out and pulled open the door latch. As he pushed open the door, he shouted loudly, "Hurry and find buckets and water jars. Putting out the fire is the top priority. I will personally apologize to Aunt Li when she returns." Wan Yang's words reminded everyone, that's right, they had broken in to put out the fire. In the room, the white-haired Granny Li, Aunt Xiaoyu, and the sturdy dark girl, all 3 women, were slumped over the table. They had all passed out. Is it poisoning? Wan Yang checked their breathing and deliberately shouted loudly. The aunties and grannies who followed and slapped their thighs, how could they fall asleep right at the dinner table? Neighbors rushed forward, pinching their philtrums and patting their cheeks. Wan Yang noticed dark girl's thick eyelashes tremble slightly. "Auntie, come look, Hanio's awake." Wan Yang called out, having done his part, then rolled up his sleeves and joined the crowd fetching water to fight the fire. The fire was spotted in time, only burning down the shed by the entrance while leaving the other rooms almost untouched. The mother and her 2 daughters were awakened and, upon learning of the fire, were extremely grateful. After seeing off the neighbors, Granny Li called out to Wan Yang, "Yangzi, wait a moment." Wan Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Liang Xiaoyu's face was full of gratitude. "Aunt Ma said you were the first to discover the fire at our house and called everyone to help put it out. If it weren't for you, me and my 2 kids would have burned to death." Wan Yang scratched his head. "We're all neighbors from the same village, no need to be polite." Hania lifted the curtain and came out, handing him a big black steamed bun. "You've been busy all night, must be hungry? Have something to fill your stomach." Wan Yang gulped and took the steamed bun. Though Blackie was dark-skinned, she had delicate features and bright, expressive eyes. Wan Yang's heart skipped a beat and he choked on the food. Hania passed him a bowl of water. "Eat slower, have some water." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law smiled with affectionate expressions, their gazes at Wan Yang carrying a hint of something unusual. Wan Yang feigned curiosity and asked, "Auntie, how did you manage to latch the lock from the outside while sleeping on the table?" The 3 of them immediately became unsettled. Liang Xiaoyue murmured, "Old Aunt Xiao brought a pot of soup as a thank you gift. After we drank it, we somehow fell asleep." The soup bowl was cleaned by Aunt Xiao. Liang Xiaoyue slapped the table and exclaimed, "Why so diligent? She even cleaned our family's soup bowl." All the evidence has been completely wiped out. Wan Yang continued to speculate. When I came over, I smelled something like kerosene. Someone must have sabotaged us by pouring kerosene on our shack and deliberately setting it on fire. Old Mrs. Li's face darkened. Poisoning and arson, these were clearly attempts to take lives. Who have you offended recently? You came here to burn you and your 2 children to death. Such cruelty must stem from deep hatred or involve major interests, right? Wan Yang asked. Percent Liang Chou said, could it be the Jean family? Are they resentful because we rejected the marriage proposal? Percent the Jean family? What's wrong with the Jean family? Wan Yang was taken by surprise. Liang Chou looked embarrassed. The Jean family brought over 100 acres of land deeds as betrothal gifts yesterday, wanting their son to marry my daughter. Wan Yang's heart stirred. A land deed for 100 acres. It was autumn of 1948, liberation was imminent, and land reform would soon follow. Did the Jean family smell something? In the previous life, the Li family was completely burned out, and that's when the Jean family turned to the Xiao family. Maybe it's because of this 100 mu land deed, Wan Yang murmured. We didn't agree and directly rejected it. The land deed wasn't even received before the Jean family took it back. Liang Qiumei shook her head. Who else was present when the Jean family came to hire people? Wan Yang asked. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair looked at each other in shock and suspicion. Old Aunt Xiao, did Grandma Xiao think your family had taken over the land deed? Wan Yang was almost certain that the Xiao family was behind this matter. Who would fancy that pretty boy anyway? I'm not getting married, I want to take a husband instead. Hanyo clenched her fists until they cracked. Wan Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately volunteered. Then what do you think of me? I'm willing to marry into your family. The dark-skinned girl's face instantly flushed bright red. She pushed Wan Yang aside and dashed into the inner room. Liang Qiuming and Old Lady Li exchanged glances and nodded subtly. Wan Yang was a dignified-looking man, the oppressed second son of the Wan family. If taking in a son-in-law is better than marrying out and suffering hardships, Liang Qiuyu confirmed, our family's girl will take in a son-in-law. Can your family agree to that? Wan Yang patted his chest. I'm the second son, a burden at home. There's not even a place for me to sleep. Hanyo is a good person, and I sincerely wish to marry into her family. He vowed, if I'm accepted into the family, I will treat auntie and grandma as my own flesh and blood. I'll cherish Niu Zi and her sister for a lifetime. If I break this vow, may lightning strike me and I die a horrible death. Old Mrs. Li observed Wan Yang's small gestures with satisfaction, feeling that the young man from the Wan family had both good character and temperament. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a glance and made up their minds. Agreed. Grandma Li, auntie, shall we go to the village head first? Wan Yang suggested. Now that their relationship was established, the Li family's affairs became his own, and he needed to handle the case properly through official channels first. Upon arriving at village head Li Dashan's house, Wan Yang gave an objective account of what he had discovered. The village head pursed his lips, already having a good idea of the situation. Old sister-in-law, I know about this matter, I've got it under control. Just you wait, we won't just let things end in this unclear and unresolved manner. Li Dashan decided to send someone to investigate the Jean family's background to see if the land deed had fallen into the Xiao family's hands. After reporting the incident, Wan Yang saw the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law off to their home and then strolled leisurely back to his own courtyard. Hey, the hero who kicked down the widow's door is back? Sarcasm and ridicule were heaped upon him relentlessly. Wan Yang's mother, Si Yaoqian, swung a broom at him. I'll teach you to misbehave, kicking down a widow's door. If you have to pay for damages, figure it out yourself. I don't have any money for you. Wan Yang's heart turned ice cold in an instant. So the whole big show was just to avoid him asking for money. Decades of pent-up resentment made Wan Yang snatch the broom and demand. Where's the grain I earned from being a farmhand and the money from carrying heavy loads? Did I not eat or drink? It all went to buying grain, not a single cent left. How dare you defy me? Si Yaoqian's face was full of disdain. Wan Yang spoke urgently. The Li family is demanding compensation for their broken door and damaged household items. Mother, can you take out the wages I just handed over 2 days ago to pay them back? No. You were the one who chose to kick the door. It has nothing to do with the family, and the family certainly won't pay for this. If you don't give me the money, I'll have to marry into their family and offer myself as compensation. Wan Yang spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. Percent how dare they? Si Yaoqian scowled furiously. Then go marry into their family. Hurry up and go, with you gone. We'll save a mouthful of food at home. Si Yaoqian didn't care about the money at all. Mother Wan's venting words were exactly what Wan Yang wanted to hear. He raised his sword-like eyebrows. Mother, you're forcing me into a matrilocal marriage. Nonsense, his mother said. Give Lao Er $1 and settle this quickly. Father Wan Manton, tapped his tobacco pipe. $1 isn't enough for compensation, it should be at least 5 silver dollars. Wan Yang looked miserable. Bullshit. No way. No money. Take my life if you want. Si Yaoqian is even more out of the question. Father Wan stood up and fled. Si Yaoqian pointed outside the gate. Just go chop some trees in the woods, get some lumber, and fix Li widow's door, problem solved. Just then, a voice came from outside. Sister Wan, I'm here to bring you happy news. Rounding the screen wall was the matchmaker, Wu Mei. The aunt from Baiquan's family has taken a liking to your Yangzi and wants to arrange a marriage. They want Yangzi to be their live-in son-in-law. Li widow's house? Si Yaoqian slapped his thigh in realization. Exactly. Wu Mei curled her lip. Si Yaoqian's face turned ugly. In an instant, he turned and pointed at Wan Yang, demanding, "Tell me, did you conspire with Widow Li? Pressuring Widow Li to squeeze money out of me?" Chapter 4. Oh, so you're defending him now? To Si Yuqian, it seemed like the second son had just offered compensation to Widow Li, and right after that, she sent someone to propose taking Yangzi as a son-in-law. Anyone would think they were playing mind games, trying to pressure her into accepting the proposal and handing over the money. Ha! Did they think her reputation as a money-grubbing widow was just a bluff? Si Yuqian had made up her mind. No money? Fine. But if they wanted the child, they could take him away. Marry him off? Fine. She had plenty of sons, one more or less made no difference. Wan Yang knew nothing about Aunt Wu Mei coming to act as matchmaker. He hadn't even managed to persuade his family yet, and now Aunt Xiaoyu was already sending people to propose marriage without even waiting overnight. This was truly unexpected. But the outcome turned out better than he'd imagined. Second brother, don't go. Does Blackie want to drag you off to be her mountain bandit's wife? Before Wan Yang could react, his younger sister Wan Jahudi overheard bits and pieces, dashed forward and grabbed his sleeve tightly. I have money. I'll give you money. The little girl only knew that because her mother wouldn't give second brother money, he'd be dragged away as an apology, just like Wan Jie's little flower had been sent off by third brother to make amends. Black Pillar's reputation in the village was terrifying, dark and sinister like a bandit. If second brother was sent away, wouldn't he suffer terribly? Wan Jie's little face hardened as she stuffed the damp copper coins into Wan Yang's hand. But Wan's mother snatched them away and shoved them into her own pocket. Well done, little girl. You dare hide your own money? What's the point of giving it? Your brother can figure things out himself. Xi's rage intensified as he turned to roar at Wan Yang. Aren't you herding sheep for the Jean family? Just compensate Widow Li with a sheep. We'll deduct it from your wages later. Everything in this house belongs to me, not even a needle may leave. A bitter smile tugged at Wan Yang's lips. What else could he hope for? In his past life, his parents hadn't valued him at all. How could they possibly treat him kindly in this one? Ha! The only times they showed him any kindness were when he brought back stolen goods or valuable items. Wan Yang helped his little sister up after she was shoved hard by their mother, pulling her aside. I've got this. You stay out of the way, okay? Even the few copper coins his own daughter had saved up ended up in his mother's pocket. Wan Yang had no words for her. Borrowing a sheep from the Jean family meant I'd have to work for them for a whole year without pay. I'd already handed over my wages, mother, just use it for now. I'll give it back next month when I get paid. Wan Yang now adopted a pleading expression. No way. Next month's wages are mine too. Don't even think about me handing over any cash. Si roared angrily. Wan Yang lowered his head and remained silent for a long while. Since I have no money, I'll do as you say, mother. I'll offer myself to the Li family, I'll just marry into their household. Wan Yang adopted a what's the point attitude. If I marry into them, at least I can use my earnings to repay them. Si Yaqian's sarcastic voice grew louder. Ha! Why don't you take a good look at yourself? If your own brother and sisters can't stand you, why would Black Pillar want you? If she actually did want you, go ahead and marry into her family, I won't stop you. With the family struggling financially, Si Yuqian had long considered marrying off one of the male heirs to bring in some silver. The second son refused, beating the matchmaker twice. After that, Si Yuqian set his sights on the eldest son. Unfortunately, despite Si Yuqian's repeated hints and probes, he couldn't find a family willing to take the eldest son. The matchmaker spat back at him. No family wants someone like that. No family wants someone like that. Why would anyone want a lazy, good-for-nothing son-in-law? You could make money raising pigs. A man like that? You'd have to pay them to take him. With her own husband also opposing the eldest son taking a son-in-law, Si Yuqian had no choice but to drop the matter. Now that the second son was making veiled remarks at her, she wasn't afraid. Si Yaqian didn't believe for a second that Wu Mei had genuinely come to arrange a match for the second son. She was utterly convinced it was Widow Li scheming to get money, colluding with second son and sister Wu to spin this elaborate tale. Wu Mei pursed her lips and smiled as she picked up Si Yaqian's thread. Of course. What else would I be here for? Auntie Baiquan has taken a liking to our Yangzi. Perfect timing. If you agree, I can give my answer today. Wu Mei grew impatient with the mother-son banter. She clearly stated she was here to propose marriage for Yangzi, yet Si Yaqian, this woman wasn't taking her words seriously at all, was she? She kept insisting Wu Mei had colluded with Yangzi to extort money. Was she, Wu Mei, really that low? Wan Yang continued his half-serious, half-joking explanation. Well, mother, if you give me the money to repay them, I won't have to marry into their family to settle the debt. I'd be saving their entire household, so they'd be willing to cut me some slack. Wan Yang made his final appeal to his mother. Ha! Bull! Still trying to squeeze money out of me. Si Yaoqian pointed her finger at Wan Yang and cursed, "Don't embarrass yourself. If that family really wants you, go ahead, I won't stop you. But don't even think about getting a single penny out of me. Not a cent. Fine then. Let's go find the village chief to witness this. The Li family's daughter is marrying Wan Yang. We'll make it official." Wu Mei seized the moment, grabbing Si Yaoqian's sleeve and pulling him toward the village chief's house for the witness. She was exhausted from listening to all this nonsense. Now she finally understood, if Yang hadn't pushed his mother so hard, that money-grubbing woman might never have agreed to let Yang marry into their family. They might even have had to pay a hefty price for the marriage. She'd witnessed quite the spectacle. She'd have plenty to gossip about with Li Baiquan when she got back. Si Yaoqian was hit hard by Wu Mei's words, gritting her teeth. If Yangzi wants to marry into the family, let him. I won't stop him. She spat out the words, confirming her stance. Wan Yang remained gloomy. You should at least share the grain I earned with me. Otherwise, what will I eat after marrying into the family? Once you're married in, how can you demand grain from the Wan family? Si Yaoqian spat venomously at Wan Yang. The Li family must deliver the marriage gifts to the Wan family. Wan Yang could only slowly push back. I still have to compensate their household for their belongings. Even if they send the marriage gift, I have to take it back to pay them. You won't even give me the money I earned. How can I keep the marriage gift? That would just mean I owe them even more. You've lost your mind. Since when did you get to call the shots in this household? I'm the one who decides here. Si Yaoqian, whose usually docile son had defied him multiple times in front of outsiders today, couldn't save face. His rage now surged like a raging fire. Wan Yang pointed to the windowsill. Si Yaoqian didn't understand at first, but when he saw the shaggy bundle hanging there, his heart skipped a beat. There hung the wool Wan Yang had gathered while herding sheep for the Jin family. Si Yaoqian usually saved it up for 2 or 3 months before selling it all at once. It brought in a decent sum. Wan Yang had worked as a farmhand for several years, and the family had earned several silver dollars just from selling wool. Fearing Wan Yang might slip up and let the Jin family reclaim their belongings, Si Yaoqian's face flushed red and then drained white, his frustration mounting. Seeing that Air was determined to argue today, Si Yaoqian reluctantly opened his mouth. At most, I'll give you 200 pounds of corn. I don't want any other grain. Give me another 200 pounds of potatoes. 200 caddies of corn wasn't enough. He also wanted potatoes. The family's refined grains were reserved for paying rent. Whatever remained was reserved for third brother's consumption. Everyone else was fortunate to fill their stomachs with whatever coarse grains they could scrounge. Wan Yang didn't want to make a fool of himself by asking for more. But potatoes and corn were crops he had worked hard to cultivate. He couldn't let them go. Besides, potatoes yield abundantly. Giving him 200 caddies was just 2 sacks worth. I'm not afraid you'll choke on it. No. Since you refuse to leave the dowry behind, the household grain has nothing to do with you either. Just pack your things and leave. Get out now. Si Yaoqian's eyes bulged like copper bells, bloodshot and furious. She couldn't tolerate her second son's insolence now. She decided not to wait for the betrothal negotiations with the bride's family, nor for Wan Yang's wedding. She would drive him out immediately. Otherwise, she'd still have to cook for Wan Yang every afternoon. You won't even let me walk out the door? Wan Yang never imagined his own mother could utter such words. Si Yaoqian gritted her teeth. You think you're so capable, finding someone yourself? Then go wherever you want. Or do you want to be paraded off to Widow Li's house like some young maiden, with all the fanfare? Don't you feel ashamed? The Wan family will never let you walk out that front door. Her anger burned fiercer by the minute. The families who'd previously expressed interest in marrying Yang were all well off. If Wan Yang had agreed sooner, she could have secured several silver dollars. But Widow Li's household wouldn't yield much profit. Hanyu was a force to be reckoned with. Ever since she'd taken charge of the household, anyone who'd ever bullied the Li family had been made to pay. She was practically unbeatable in the entire village. Si Yaoqian didn't think he could get any advantage from Hanyu. If Li Hanyu had married Yangzi, Si Yaoqian might have even been able to flex his authority as the mother-in-law. But now Yangzi was being taken in as a son-in-law. Once married, he'd become part of the Widow Li's household. Si Yaoqian wouldn't be able to lord it over Black Girl. He might even get a good thrashing from her. Si Yaoqian weighed his options for a long while. Since Yangzi was already a son-in-law by marriage, he might as well kick him out quickly and save himself the trouble of feeding him the Wan family's grain. You've married out. You're no longer part of the Wan family. Don't ever come back. Our family's affairs are none of your business. You're a member of the Li family now. If you suffer any wrongs, don't come looking for help from the Wans. Wan Yang's eyes grew cold. So you're following my sister's precedent? Though he'd anticipated his mother's stance, hearing Si Yaoqian state it so bluntly still sent a chill through him. Yes. Follow the precedent set by Danny and Ernie. Whether you marry out or become a son-in-law, it's all the same. Si Yaoqian waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away something unlucky. Fine. I'll leave. Wan Yang took a deep breath. Today. Si Yaoqian pointed toward the door. Every extra day here means wasting more grain. Not worth it. Fine. I'll leave today. Wait, I'll draw up a contract with Sister Wu. Once you're taken in as a son-in-law, your affairs will no longer concern us. Si Yakian took Sister Wu Mei's arm. Must you be so ruthless? They're still your own children. Even if they're adopted out, they're still your flesh and blood. Wu Mei was utterly bewildered by the Wan family's dramatic twists and turns. Wasn't it just a marriage proposal? There are so many potential sons-in-law, yet none are like Si Yaoqian. Why give up the child too? Marriage by adoption, isn't there the saying about 3 generations returning to the original family? By kicking the child out now, are you trying to sever this marriage entirely? Wu Mei began to suspect Si Yaqian might be mentally unstable. Usually, when a son-in-law is taken in, it's because the bride's family is well off. If you don't invest in winning over the child you've taken in and instead push them away, how can you build a good relationship with the bride's family? How will you restore the family line in 3 generations? This is our family business. Sister Wu, if you don't know the situation, perhaps you shouldn't speak up. Si was frustrated that his money hadn't bought him any favors. Since he wasn't counting on Wu Mei to arrange a match for his own children anyway, he stopped mincing words with her. Fine. Do as you please. Wu Mei was angry too. She curled her lips in disdain. The most annoying thing is dealing with stubborn people like this. She didn't bother going to the village chief. Instead, she randomly pulled in a neighbor from outside the village and swiftly drew up a contract with Si Yuqian. Taking the note from Aunt Wu's hand, Wan Yang breathed a silent sigh of relief. Wan Yang knew his mother couldn't handle being provoked, and today he'd pushed her too far, exactly the outcome he'd wanted. Before she could change her mind, Wan Yang planned to slip away immediately. Working as a farmhand for the Lao Jin family meant he'd have a hut to sleep in. The living conditions were even better than sleeping in the woodshed at home, so he didn't mind leaving. But if his mother really went to Aunt Chiu Yu's house to ask for a dowry, he couldn't bear the shame. Wan Yang hastily bundled his only set of clothes, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and headed straight for the Jin household. The commotion in the Wan household drew a crowd. His young friends, having heard the news, waited by the roadside. Wan Yang emerged from the Wan family gate, his meager bundle strapped to his back. Seeing him come out, the children swarmed around him. Yangzi, we heard you're going to be taken in as a son-in-law? To Widow Li's place came the gasps. How could you dare? That black pillar guy, how could you stand him? Even the eldest son of the Wan family can't find a wife. Yangzi's mother is obsessed with money, she'd never arrange a proper marriage for him. Becoming a son-in-law isn't such a bad thing. But it's He Zhuzi. Isn't Yangzi afraid of being beaten to death? I'm just worried Black Pillar will crush Wan Yang to death. A burst of laughter erupted. Mind your own business, you nosy Parker. Wan Yang listened as his friends chattered earnestly around him. He didn't bother explaining, just smacked each of them on the head and laughed as he scolded them. Blackie was indeed tall and sturdy. Truthfully, Wan Yang was nearly as tall as Blackie now, but malnourished and poorly clothed, he looked like a stick, nothing like Blackie's sturdy build. At 23, he was still in his growth spurt. A real man would keep growing later, surely surpassing Blackie in height. So Wan Yang wasn't the least bit worried about ending up too small for the job later on. Haneo had great stamina, and evenly matched fights were the most thrilling. Get lost. From now on, Haneo is your sister-in-law. Dare to disrespect her, and I'll skin you alive. And no more calling him Black Pillar, I can't stand it. Oh, already playing the protector? She's my wife, I cherish her. Show her respect from now on. Though the friends teased, there was little malice. The one with ill will was Wan Yang's older brother, who couldn't stand seeing Wan Yang happy. Wani had just wandered back from the grove when he overheard Wan's mother's half-spoken complaints and grievances. He actually came running out after her. How could you upset our mother like that? Return the Li family's gifts immediately, or you won't be allowed back in the Wan household. Wan Yang showed Wan He no mercy. Before, he'd treated Wan He as an older brother, not bothering to pick fights with him. When Wan Ha cut corners, he'd lend a hand whenever he could. But in his past life, Wan He hadn't treated him like a brother at all. When the uncle's men came to arrest him for taking the fall for that bastard cousin, Wan Yang nearly escaped. It was Wan He who tipped off the uncle for personal gain, preventing his escape. Now, he was doing Wan Ha a favor by not spitting in his face. You're nothing not worth a grain of salt or a drop of vinegar. You eat my food, drink my water, and all the money in this house comes from my hard work. What's with all the whining? No wonder you can't find a wife, you're as useless as a woman. Wan Yang retorted sharply. You're the one who took in a son-in-law, not me. I'm a man who stands tall and proud. Unlike you, who brought a woman into this house. Wan He glared sideways at Wan Yang, feigning deep sorrow. Seeing Wan Yang wouldn't listen, he grabbed Wan Yang's arm. Leave the gifts behind. Rip. Wan He's tug was so forceful it ripped a huge hole in Wan Yang's fragile, patched-up robe. What gifts? Your mother sent Wan Yang out naked, didn't even give him a blanket. Have you gone mad for money? The other kids chimed in to back Wan Yang against Wan He. Wan Ha, you dare call Blackie a sissy in front of her? Watch out, she'll slap you to death. He. A sturdy figure quickly stepped between Wan Yang and Wan He. Blackie grabbed him like catching a little chick. Smack! One slap sent Wan He flying to the side. Wan He really rolled twice. Wan Yang is my man now. If you dare say anything bad about him, you're messing with me even if you're his own brother. Wow. Everyone stood there with their jaws on the floor. Blackie's so badass. The friends glanced at Wan He, who had been flung far away, and gasped repeatedly. Then they glanced at Wan Yang, their eyes unconsciously showing a hint of sympathy. Blackie's got some serious strength. Wan Yang's gonna have a hard time asserting himself as the man of the house now. If he doesn't behave, will Blackie beat him to death? My dear, you're truly wonderful. Wan Yang didn't cower like those weaklings. Instead, he stepped forward, his eyes burning with admiration as he showered Haenyo with non-stop praise. Hearing Wan Yang's blunt praise, Haenyo shifted her right foot nervously, suddenly feeling embarrassed. The friends suddenly sensed something was off. Hey, Blackie, weren't you tough just now? Wan Yang sweet talks you once, and you're already softening up? Everyone felt it was too awkward to watch. Wan Yang, you bastard. You actually flattered Black Girl? And you actually flattered her into losing her head? This was way off script. Actually, when Wan Yang was saying nice things about Black Girl, she was right around the corner and heard everything. She was deeply moved. No outsider had ever praised her like that before, and he even forbade others from using her nickname. That's why when Wan Ha made snide remarks about Wan Yang and ripped his clothes, Haenyo flew into such a rage she stormed out to defend Wan Yang. Wan Yang was a seasoned old ghost. Though he'd never had the chance to say sweet nothings to girls in his past life, he'd heard plenty of them during his years of wandering. Now, using them to charm his little wife was a piece of cake. And just like that, one sweet line had Blackie beaming. Wan Yang, now calm and collected, stopped messing around with his friends. He led Haenyo away with a leisurely stride. Haenyo, Aunt Shoyu, and their mother had survived the deadly ordeal. When Li Baiquan returned with his troops, those who had made snide remarks would regret it bitterly. Oomph. Wan Yang arrived at the Jin family's doorstep with his luggage, intending to stay temporarily. Before he even entered, he saw the landlord, old Jin, waiting at the door. With an air of superiority, he tossed a sack at Wan Yang's feet. Our family has no land left now, and we can't afford hired hands. You'll have to find your own way. Chapter 5. Now I don't even have a place to stay? Hearing the words of the wealthy landlord Jin Wansan, a flash of regret crossed Wan Yang's eyes. Wan Yang suddenly realized his carelessness. His mind had been consumed by the marriage alliance today, completely forgetting about the Jin family's affairs. In his previous life, Jin Wansan had been as cunning as a fox. Before and after giving the land deeds as a dowry to the Xiao family, he had dismissed all the permanent and seasonal laborers from his household. Not only that, but he later committed an even greater act, giving away the majority of his family's assets. All of this was preparation for the land reform team's arrival in the village. Wan Yang felt stifled. The Jin family's deceptive maneuvers had originally little to do with him. But at this critical juncture, he'd been dismissed and now had nowhere to stay. He had planned to temporarily stay with the Jins, who had a hut specifically for their laborers. Though it couldn't compare to the main house or side rooms, it was still better than a thatched hut. Unfortunately, that plan had now fallen through. Today's events had unfolded one after another, but this development was the most unexpected. Sigh. Who would have thought that after staying up all night yesterday fighting fires and rescuing people, he'd now be left without a place to call home? Wan Yang took a deep breath. What about my wages for these past months? Here, your wages. Jin Wansan kicked the sack at his feet with his hands behind his back. From the exposed edge peeking out, Wan Yang could tell the sack was filled with legal tender. Jin Wansan was giving him a sack of legal tender as wages? Wan Yang was nearly laughing in disbelief at Jin Wansan's actions. Not enough. Legal tender was practically worthless now. This sack wouldn't even buy a single egg. Jin Wansan seemed taken aback. The other laborers raised no objections. Some were even overjoyed that old Jin's family had given them a sack of legal tender as severance pay, deeply grateful for Jin Wansan's generosity. How could Wan Yang, the youngest laborer, be so well informed that he knew legal tender was worthless outside the village? Jin Wansan stared at Wan Yang for a long moment, then glanced at the bundle of belongings in his hands. A barely perceptible smile touched his lips. He turned around and tossed 2 more sacks at Wan Yang's feet. Puffy. Don't blame me, my family's broke too. This is your pay. Carry as much as you can, and it's all yours. If you don't want it, you won't even get this. Jin Wansan seemed straightforward, but the second and third sacks he pulled out were still filled with legal tender. These are all legal tender. Who are you trying to fool? Blackie got angry too, snapping her fingers loudly. She'd seen enough of the outside world to know that legal tender was worthless now. Jin Wansan gave Wan Yang 3 sacks of fiat currency, not even worth 2 eggs. At least eggs could fill your belly. Hauling sacks of fiat currency around wore you to death, and it wasn't even good enough to wipe your ass with. This was outrageous. Jin Jichuan, old Jin's son, rushed out of the courtyard. Knowing what his father was about to do, he hurried over to intervene. He yanked his father back forcefully, then pulled Wan Yang aside. Don't hold it against my dad. We're truly broke. This is all I have of value. Consider it your wages for this month. Let's part ways amicably. Among the farmhands, Jin Jichuan was closest to Wan Yang. They were about the same age. Wan Yang was diligent and eager to learn. Jin Jichuan believed this lad would go far in life. This was no ordinary man. Once completely illiterate, he secretly read all the obscure books in the Jin family study using a tattered dictionary. Jin Jichuan dared not underestimate him. Jin Jichuan also knew Wan Yang was the type who could keep secrets. He feared that if he pushed Wan Yang too far and officials came investigating, Wan Yang might suddenly turn on him, and that would spell trouble for the Jin family. For now, the Jin family had to keep a low profile and avoid making enemies. Truthfully, Jin Jichuan had intended to slip Wan Yang a few silver dollars as a parting gift. But his father disagreed. He insisted that only by distributing all the family's legal tender currency to maintain appearances could they convincingly demonstrate that the old Jin household was truly penniless. He told Jin Jichuan that secretly slipping Wan Yang 3 or 5 silver dollars behind everyone else's back would be far better than handing him a sackful of legal tender. Before returning home this time, Jin Jichuan had helped a classmate by lending out all his silver dollars and gold yuan notes. Now, his father hadn't even given him the fare for the journey back, leaving him penniless. So the moment he saw Wan Yang, Jin Jichuan slipped off the watch he was wearing and, using the distraction of tugging at Wan Yang, forced it into his hands. Though not brand new, the watch was worth at least a few dollars. Jin Jichuan could only hope Wan Yang wouldn't hold a grudge against the Jin family. Fine. Wan Yang gave Jin Jichuan a long, hard look. Wan Yang hadn't intended to completely sever ties with Jin Wansan right then and there. He could make amends later. Tucking the watch into his coat pocket, Wan Yang turned and walked away, leaving the Jin family's gate behind. Hainu followed behind him for quite a distance before finally speaking up. Wan Yang, why don't you come to our place? We have an extra room. You'll be coming over anyway, so now. Wan Yang shook his head. The watch Jin Jichuan had given him could be pawned for cash, so Wan Yang wasn't quite at the end of his rope yet. Although he had agreed to marry into Anxiou's family, he couldn't just casually move in before the wedding. It wouldn't reflect well on Hainyo's reputation. Wan Yang had planned to apply to the village chief for a homestead plot or rent a temporary dwelling. But a penny can stump a hero. Now those plans were impossible. A fleeting shadow passed through his eyes. He might as well make do at the village temple for a few days. He hoisted his bundle and headed toward the eastern edge of the village. Serves him right. When he heard Wan Yang had nowhere to go and would end up at the land god temple, he clapped his hands in delight. The second son suddenly turned rebellious, even threatening to withhold the wool shearing work. She was heartbroken at the thought of losing that extra income. Now that old Jin's family had dismissed second brother's hired hand, he wouldn't be able to shear or sell wool himself anymore. Ha! Her heart felt a little better, not quite so fiercely burning anymore. When Wan Yang left, he took only a change of clothes, no bedding, no grain. When Si Yuqian kicked him out, he didn't even give Wan Yang the 200 jin of corn they'd originally agreed upon. Si Yuqian hadn't given a thought to what his son would eat or drink after being fired, with no land and no income. At the land god temple, Wan Yang pushed the three-legged broken altar table into the corner, preparing to go out and find some stones to prop up the damaged leg. He'd rely on it tonight. Hainyo, who had been silently following Wan Yang, stepped forward now and stood in front of him. The two were almost the same height. Why won't you come back with me? This temple's too run down for anyone to live in. Don't tell me you plan to sleep on that broken altar. Hainyo was actually quite generous and straightforward with those she considered her own. She didn't see Wan Yang as an outsider, so she kept urging him to come back with her. Though their shack had burned down, half a room remained barely livable, far better than this dilapidated temple. At least there were no deity statues to frighten her. We're not officially married yet. It wouldn't be right for me to move into your home. Wan Yang shook his head. With one thing after another happening, his interactions with Black Girl weren't as awkward as those of ordinary engaged couples. Hainyo scratched her head. It's fine. My family doesn't mind. Widows' doors attract gossip. Her family hadn't had it easy before. Later, when Hainyo grew up and could hold her own, she stopped taking that nonsense to heart. If anyone bullied her, she'd fight back openly, tearing them down. If someone was sharp-tongued, she'd slap them back, kick them back. Built like a tank with immense strength, one of her slaps packed the punch of 3 of anyone else's. She'd knocked out more teeth than she could count on both hands. Gradually, no one dared to gossip in front of the 3 of them anymore. Hainyo was easygoing. Now that Wan Yang had agreed with her mother to marry into the Li family, he was one of them. Especially now that Wan Yang had been kicked out of the Wan family over the marriage arrangement, she couldn't just abandon him. Wan Yang glanced at Hainyo and spoke earnestly. I care. Once we've crossed the river, moving into your home will be proper. If Hainyo had looked closely at that moment, she would have seen Wan Yang's eyes brimming with laughter. Hearing Hainyo's unhesitating invitation already filled Wan Yang with joy. Seeing Hainyo's innocent expression, Wan Yang suddenly felt an urge to ruffle her hair and pinch her ear. But fearing it might be too forward, he simply clenched his fist and cleared his throat. But Hainyo still wanted to persuade him further. Wan Yang made a gesture to stop her, meeting Hania's gaze directly. Near the land god temple, there's a warehouse, one of the grain storage sites hidden by the Lao Jin family. He decided to share a bit of information with Hania first, to put her mind at ease. Ha? Hania was confused. What did the Lao Jin family's grain warehouse have to do with Wan Yang coming to the land god temple? He owes me wages, and I'll make up for it here. Besides, he never took those 3 sacks of legal tender. Ah. Hania suddenly understood. Should we go get it now? Debt repayment is only fair. Hania saw no issue with it. No, in a couple of days. Now isn't the right time. If we take it now, Wan Yang would be in the wrong, it'd be theft. In a couple of days, when that incident happens, whatever Wan Yang takes will be his. Even if the Lao Jin family finds out, they won't be afraid. Wan Yang didn't elaborate further to Hania. Only the curve of his smile grew wider, and the gleam in his eyes shone so brightly that Hania found it hard to look directly at him. The Jin family was laying off both permanent and seasonal workers. If Jin Wansan gave Wan Yang a stack of gold yuan notes or a few silver dollars, that might be acceptable. The gold yuan notes hadn't yet hit rock bottom in value. With either gold yuan notes or silver dollars, Wan Yang could rent a house, weather these next few days, and even arrange a proper, respectable marriage with Hania. But this time, old Jin still didn't treat him like a human being, handing him a sack of legal tender. No, 3 or 4 sacks of it. What was legal tender? That worthless paper was losing value by the day. Yesterday, a sack of it could buy an egg. Today, 3 sacks barely got him a box of matches. Tomorrow, it might not even be worth using to wipe his ass. Wan Yang wasn't about to put up with this. He'd just used the grain in the Jin family's warehouse to pay him back. Jin Jichuan's affairs had nothing to do with his father. The watch Jin Jichuan slipped him was another matter entirely. If Jin Jichuan ever hit hard times, Wan Yang could always lend him a hand. Besides, Wan Yang's chance to step in would likely come sooner rather than later. Wan Yang knew about this secret warehouse from his past life. Later, when disaster struck, it was this very warehouse that helped him survive the most grueling days. Little did he expect that in the end, he would die at the hands of his own family. Starting over, the memories of his past life would be Wan Yang's most precious asset. For now, Wan Yang refrained from rash action, choosing instead to remain near the land temple to seize the initiative. He was waiting for Jin Wansan to make his move. Once old Jin made his move, he could go gather grain and such without anyone being able to say a thing. Wan Yang's gaze fell once more upon Hania. You go back first. I promise you, in a couple of days I'll come to your place to rent a room. He would need Hania's oxen then. Otherwise, moving all that grain from the cellar by himself alone would take him until the year. Hania gave Wan Yang a long, searching look. She could tell he was set in his ways. Once he made up his mind, there was no changing it. She could only let it go for now. Since Wan Yang promised to visit her home in a couple of days, she would wait those 2 days. After Hania left, Wan Yang thought it over and secretly went to pawn the watch. He was certain he could secure the grain in a couple of days, but obtaining silver dollars might not be so straightforward. With cash in hand, one could face anything. Jin Jichuan's watch was in decent condition, and he managed to get a solid 10 silver dollars for it at the pawnshop. In truth, he'd lost at least 2/3 of its value, but there was no way around it. Pawnshops always took a cut. Selling it on the black market would be too much trouble. He might not find a buyer, and even after waiting all day, it might still go unsold. He didn't have the time to set up a stall on the black market right now. So be it. Wan Yang settled into hiding at the land god temple. Chapter 6, moving half away, counting as a blessing for him. Sure enough, within 2 days, old Jin, the largest landowner in Shirley village, forcefully demanded the village head convene a full assembly. He immediately announced a major event at the assembly. Jin Jichuan was the child of our family's wet nurse. During that earthquake, our own child was buried in the pit along with the wet nurse. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances. What's old Jin the landlord trying to accomplish by saying this? Who cares if his son is dead? Who cares if Jin Jichuan is his son? Everyone was busy preparing winter provisions and New Year goods. If not for leasing Jin's land, who would abandon their own work to come to the threshing floor and listen to Jin Wansan's idle chatter? Jin Wansan ignored whether anyone below agreed with him and blurted out everything he wanted to say. I asked Brother Dashin to convene this meeting here so everyone could bear witness for me. Jin Jichuan isn't my son. He's just the wet nurse's boy. Our hamlet couldn't go without a child. People would have pointed fingers. I figured once I had my own son, I'd take him as a godson or something, so he wouldn't have called me father for nothing. But then my own hen stopped laying eggs, and before I knew it, all these years had passed. So I just raised him as my own son all this time. Not laying eggs before, but now she is, a village loafer chimed in casually. Now, my wife is finally pregnant. I asked the fortune teller, and he said we need to adopt a child first before my own son can come smoothly. Hearing this, everyone's eyes darted around the threshing floor searching for Jin Wansan's wife, only to find no trace of her anywhere. Jin Wansan continued his performance. Therefore, I now ask everyone here to bear witness. From this day forward, Jin Jichuan is no longer my son. Eyes, some open, some hidden, turned toward Jin Jichuan. Jin Jichuan was utterly bewildered. He knew his father had something planned, but he never imagined Jin Wansan would do something this drastic. Was he no longer a child of the Jin family? His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Jin Wansan had completely baffled him. Jin Wansan fixed Jin Jichuan with a piercing stare. All these years, the Jin family treated you like a young master, feeding you, clothing you, educating you. We raised you to adulthood and did our utmost. From now on, we have no ties. I'll walk my broad highway, you cross your narrow bridge. You're the wet nurse's son. I don't know what surname a wet nurse's child takes. Choose whichever you wish. Jin Jichuan felt a lump in his throat. He saw the terrifying depth in Jin Wansan's eyes, and the words of confrontation he'd intended to voice were caught in his throat. Better to wait until after the meeting, back home, to ask. My wife is carrying our child. We must avoid each other like the plague. You've eaten our Jin family's rice for over a decade. If you have any conscience left, show us some respect. My own son matters most. Stay away from the Jin household henceforth. If you frighten my child, you'll owe us dearly. The threshing floor erupted in commotion. Was Jin Wansan serious? The child he once cherished like a precious jewel, now he's willing to cast him aside? Everyone cast sympathetic glances at Jin Jichuan, one after another. The fortune teller said to pray for the child in my wife's womb, we must give and release. I've given up my adopted son, given up our family's koi carp, our livestock. Anything in our home you fancy, take it. We're giving it all away. When Jin Wansan uttered these words, everyone thought they must have misheard. Is this for real? Has the old landlord lost his mind? Would he really sacrifice his fortune just to have a son? But then again, it made sense. Men in the village without sons would do anything to have one. Jin Wansan was rich. This kind of extravagant folly was only to be expected. Would you give up everything for a son? Yes, for a son, I'd give up anything. Then I'll come take things from your house. Go ahead, go ahead. No problem, we'll give it all away. The neighbors scattered in an instant. They raced to Jin Wansan's house, every second counting, afraid they'd arrive too late and miss out. The villagers knew exactly why Jin Wansan was doing such a foolish thing, but that didn't stop them from taking advantage of the situation. Old Xiao Guangshu grabbed Jin Wansan by the front of his jacket. Well, I thought you, old third Jin, were paying a dowry for your son. I won't accept a child as a wet nurse for our daughter. Now, without the village head needing to investigate, the Xiao family had exposed themselves in front of outsiders. Li Dashan hesitated, then clenched his teeth, deciding to listen to both sides first. My apologies, my apologies. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, the marriage is off. Jin Wansan shot Xiao Guangshu a piercing look. Now he was suddenly so agreeable. Jin Jichuan, seeing Xiao Guangshu pestering his father, rushed forward to push him away. Hearing Jin Wansan's conciliatory tone, Xiao Guangshu shoved Jin Jichuan aside, who tried to intervene and tightened his grip on Jin Wansan's clothes. You betrothed your wet nurse's son to my daughter, ruining our Chinese reputation. You must compensate us. Return the betrothal gifts and the land deed. Naturally, tarnishing the child's reputation was our fault. Since the marriage is off, consider the land deed as an apology to the child. Jin Wansan hastily agreed. Xiao Guangshu, overjoyed, finally released his grip on Jin Wansan's jacket and let him go. Father, are you all right? Jin Jichuan hurriedly supported his father. Jin Wansan shoved Jin Jichuan away. You're not our son. We've raised you out of kindness, but from now on, stay far away from our family. Your aunt is pregnant, I need my own son. We've fed and clothed you all these years. You must never come back to trouble us again. Otherwise, you'll be repaying kindness with ingratitude. These words stunned Jin Jichuan. He didn't know where to put his hands or feet, his entire body frozen in disbelief. Village Chief Li Dashan, standing nearby, shot Jin Wansan a piercing look. He then glanced at Xiao Guangshu, who had received compensation from the Jin family and was now skipping away in high spirits. Was the property of a wealthy landlord really that easy to take? As the village chief, Li Dashan was no fool. Today's business with Jin Wansan was suspicious. The land deed transfer was even more peculiar. Land. This was the means of survival passed down through generations. Had the old Jin family finally had enough? Considering Jin Wansan had even given away his own son, this seemed rather suspicious indeed. Li Dashan stroked his beard, saying nothing. Jin Ziyuan, who had been studying in the provincial capital, had rushed back prematurely. Now, with all these strange events unfolding, Li Dashan couldn't help but feel uneasy. Unable to make sense of it, Li Dashan decided to advise the old matriarch and her daughter-in-law to let the matter with the Xiao family go for now. He had a strong feeling something else was about to happen. While others might not know Jin Wansan's true motives for these actions, Wan Yang understood. Seeing old Jin treat Jin Jichuan this way, a flicker of emotion flickered in Wan Yang's eyes. Life would be tough for landlords in the days ahead. Though stingy and greedy, Jin Wansan truly cherished his children. For Jin Jichuan's sake, he'd given away all the family's possessions. To secure a better life for his own child, he even endured the pain of severing ties with Jin Jichuan. The child of a wet nurse belonged to the oppressed masses, far more respectable than the son of a wealthy landlord. Jin Jichuan's future would be secure. The old Jin family had done the same in the previous generation. This lifetime, Jin Wansan did the same without consulting his son. The villagers who had taken the Wan family's possessions would, for the sake of their ill-gotten gains, keep their mouths shut if not speak well of Jin Jichuan. As long as they didn't kick him when he was down or expose Jin Jichuan, Jin Wansan's goal would be achieved. Compared to his parents in the previous life, who sold their very souls for $10 silver, Jin Jichuan's circumstances were somewhat more fortunate. Wan Yang's mood grew even more detached. "Are you okay?" Haenuo sensed the deepening gloom in Wan Yang's aura and turned to ask with concern. The coldness in Wan Yang's eyes softened slightly, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a faint smile. "I'm fine." Liang Qiuyue came running over, panting, and grabbed Wan Yang's arm. Earlier, with the crowd, they hadn't stood together during the meeting. Now that most people had dispersed, Liang Qiuyue could finally come grab this kid. "Yangzi, you must come with us home today. Your grandmother and I thought you were staying at the village chief's house, so we didn't insist. But Ma Juzi said you're living alone in the land god temple, sleeping on straw with no bedding at all. That's absolutely unacceptable. Come home with me." "Home?" Wan Yang turned his head, glancing at Haenuo before meeting Aunt Qiuyu's earnest gaze, her eyes brimming with concern. He exhaled a deep, heavy breath. Faced with his future mother-in-law's warm invitation, he suddenly felt no desire to refuse. What should he do? "Auntie, aren't you going to the Jin family?" Wan Yang could only beat around the bush. All the nearby villagers, except those with poor mobility, had already scattered. Only a few people remained on the threshing floor. "Your grandmother has left. It's more important that I catch you." Liang Qiuyu fixed her gaze on Wan Yang, determined to make him agree to return home with her. Wan Yang's gaze swept from Haenuo to Aunt Qiuyu, then back again. Two pairs of strikingly similar eyes burned into him, awaiting his answer. Warmth surged in Wan Yang's heart, and his nose stung unbearably. Fine. Since they weren't afraid of gossip, he'd grant their wish. After all, once tonight passed, even if he stayed at Black Girl's place, he wouldn't be freeloading. The grain storehouse by the land god temple wasn't very secure. If anyone found out there was so much grain there, he wouldn't get any share. Might as well split it 50-50 and move it all to Black Girl's place. "Do you have a cellar at your place?" Haenuo's eyes, with their distinct black and white irises, gave Wan Yang a curious look. "Of course. Where around here doesn't he have a cellar? How else would we store cabbages and grain for winter? Is it big?" After asking that question, Wan Yang gave himself a light slap on the mouth. What a pointless question. Everyone shared the same thought, the cellar couldn't possibly be small. "Let's go. It's time. Let's get some food." "What time?" Haenuo followed close behind Wan Yang, her voice full of urgency. "Auntie, Haenuo and I will grab our things from the land god temple and head over to your place shortly." Wan Yang ignored Haenuo's question and formally accepted Liang Qiuyu's invitation instead. Haenuo and Liang Qiuyu spoke in unison. "You agreed?" "MHM. We'll be back after grabbing our things." Only then did Liang Qiuyu relax. Yangzi was a man of his word. Since he'd given his promise, she trusted him. Liang Qiuyu also trusted her daughter's strength. Even if Yangzi changed his mind and suddenly said he couldn't come, her daughter could still carry him back. Ha! If Yangzi backs out, that'll be a sight to see. "Alright, I'll go check on your grandmother. You two grab your luggage and hurry back." Only then did Liang Qiuyu remember her mother-in-law had gone to the Jin family alone. She couldn't let anyone offend her. If everyone started scrambling, the little old lady wouldn't stand a chance against the stronger folks. She hurried toward the Jin residence. Wan Yang, meanwhile, led Haenuo in the opposite direction toward the land god temple. "What's the big deal?" Haenuo asked curiously. "You'll see when we get there." Wan Yang walked at a brisk pace. Haenuo was nearly as tall as him, so she could keep up with his stride. "The grain warehouse?" Haenuo recalled Wan Yang's earlier words. "You guessed right." Wan Yang nodded. Right now, all the villagers had rushed to Jin Wansan's house, leaving the streets deserted. The perfect opportunity. "We need to hurry." When Wan Yang opened the concealed door and revealed the scene inside, Haenuo's eyes widened in shock. "This much?" Wan Yang drew a line down the middle of the warehouse. "We'll only take the left half. Leave half for Jin Jichuan." Wan Yang smiled enigmatically. "His family owes me wages. Besides, Jin Wansan said today he'd sacrifice wealth to pray for blessings for his unborn child. Taking half away counts as helping him accumulate merit. The other half? Jin Jichuan will take care of it." Haenuo gave Wan Yang a deep look, gaining new insight into his character. He had his methods, but he also had his principles. "Right. Jin Wansan said it himself." Haenuo nodded firmly. Half the grain in the storehouse wasn't exactly a small amount. "If you take it all out, will the land god temple be safe?" Wan Yang disagreed. He never intended to leave the grain in the temple. "We'll move it to the temple first, then transfer it to your place after dark. Otherwise, it'll be too conspicuous." Haenuo wasn't stupid. Now she understood why Wan Yang had asked about the cellar earlier. He'd already planned to store the grain at the Li residence. Fine. Hania didn't hesitate, agreeing readily. No wonder Wan Yang mentioned 2 days ago that he'd be renting a place at the Li residence soon. Just the grain stored here would easily cover his rent. Since the Earth God Temple was nearby, the two of them worked in silence, making trip after trip to carry the grain there. Before the wind from the Jin family's harvest ended, Hanyu and Wan Yang made one trip to deliver the grain back to the house. The rest they planned to carry home after dark, trip after trip, like ants moving house. The streets gradually filled with people, their voices mingling in the bustle. What are you carrying? Just a kettle. What about you? Got a small cabinet, nice wood, couldn't leave empty-handed. True. If you go early, you get good stuff. If you go late, only the rough, cheap junk is left. Who knows who snatched up all those gold trinkets and jewelry from Mrs. Jean? Hanyo and Wan Yang pushed their empty handcarts toward the Li household. They'd planned to make another trip back, but hearing the village buzzing with activity everywhere, they had to give up. What's wrong with you? Wan Yang spotted Jin Jichuan standing by the roadside, dazed and disoriented. Deeply shaken, Jin Jichuan didn't know how to respond. Do you still have the watch I gave you? Jin Jichuan asked in a low, somewhat embarrassed voice. I'm preparing to return to the provincial capital. It's not appropriate to ask the Jin family for money now. I pawned it off already, it's gone for good. I doubt I'll get it back. Wan Yang thought for a moment, then pulled out the silver dollars from the watch sale. He set aside 2 and handed them to Jin Jichuan. Consider it payment for your family's grain. He patted Jin Jichuan on the shoulder and said no more. He was barefoot himself, how could he meddle in the affairs of those wearing shoes? Looks like father and son didn't coordinate their stories. Jin Jichuan was just playing games with his old man. Grain? What grain? Wan Yang's words left Jin Jichuan utterly confused. After pondering for a while, Jin Jichuan suddenly remembered his family had a hidden storage room near the land god temple. Ah! Jin Jichuan hurried over immediately. He discovered the warehouse had been opened, though the evidence had been skillfully concealed. Many items inside had vanished without a trace. But the perpetrator had been meticulous, taking only the left half and leaving the right half untouched. Combining this with what Wan Yang had said, Jin Jichuan suspected Wan Yang was the one behind it. Jin Jichuan silently cursed himself. Wan Yang had taken his grain, and he was thanking him for leaving half behind? This whole situation. His father had told everyone they'd given away their belongings to pray for a child and bring blessings to the new life. Wan Yang hadn't done anything wrong. But Jin Jichuan knew his father's explanation definitely didn't include the warehouse. Still, his father had deceived Wan Yang with 3 taels worth of paper currency stuffed into a sack. It was no wonder Wan Yang came to haul away grain as payment. Let it be the Jin family was clearly in the wrong. At least Wan Yang gave him 2 silver dollars. One could imagine how the villagers were tearing into the big house, reducing it to what state. At the threshing floor, Jin Wansen kept pushing Jin Jichuan away, both openly and subtly. Jin Jichuan dared not return now. He'd wait until nightfall to sneak back to the Jin residence. Chapter 7, the official demands money. His heart feels like cats scratching it, frustrating as hell. After nightfall, Jin Jichuan slipped back home once more. This time, Jin Wansen flat out refused to let him in. His shouts were loud enough for the neighbors to hear. With no other choice, Jin Jichuan took the 2 silver dollars Wan Yang had given him and headed back to the provincial capital. Meanwhile, the Li household presented a starkly different scene that same night. Where did you get these? Liang Chouyue stared in disbelief. She was utterly shocked by the sheer volume of grain Black Girl and Yangzi had carried back. At least 3 or 4 sacks of rice, 5 or 6 sacks of wheat, 4 or 5 sacks of corn, plus assorted dried vegetables and such. The grains were plump and dry, filling the sacks so tightly that one could barely insert a hand. They were all well sealed, suitable for long-term storage. This was the wages the Jin family paid Yangzi. Well, Jin Wansen had to part with those for the sake of doing good for the child, but we managed to bring them all back. Hanyu and Wan Yang had cross-checked their stories, and both accounts matched. Liang Chouyue studied Hanyu and Wan Yang intently, sensing Hanyu wasn't telling the whole truth. She knew her own daughter well, she could spot the signs when her daughter was skirting the truth. But in front of her future son-in-law, Liang Chouyue couldn't press her daughter for details. Yangzi, your wages, they've all been moved here. Liang Chouyue opened her mouth, but no words came out. This son-in-law hadn't even married yet, and he was already so bold as to move his entire household belongings, even his grain, to his mother-in-law's house? Wan Yang had been kicked out, and Auntie Wan hadn't even given him a single grain. Naturally, whatever rations Wan Yang managed to get now couldn't be taken back to the Wan family. Hania fumed indignantly on Wan Yang's behalf. These past 2 days, Wan Yang had barely scraped by on scraps. Hanyo had secretly brought him meals, and she sensed he was truly at the end of his rope. If not for her food deliveries, he'd have been surviving on water alone. From Wan Yang's perspective, since Aunt Shoyu had invited him to stay at the Li family's place, he naturally had to bring his own food. That was why he'd told Hanyo earlier that he'd be coming to the Li family's rental house in a couple of days. Arriving penniless and without provisions, showing up at a woman's home with nothing but the clothes on his back to eat, drink, and sleep there that simply wouldn't do. Even if he harbored thoughts of becoming a freeloading son-in-law, it still wouldn't do. Where was his dignity? He couldn't let people whisper behind his back, muttering that Aunt Xiaoyu's family had invited a master of the house into their home. Drawing on his past life's experience, he knew Jin Wansen would sacrifice wealth to avoid future reckoning. Since the man owed him wages anyway, helping Jin Wansen carried no moral burden for him. Besides, he'd left Jin Wansen half the grain enough to prevent real starvation. Landlords like him always had multiple hiding places for their hoards. This couldn't be their only stash. Storing large quantities of grain in the land god temple wasn't safe. Let's bring back just this much today, Wan Yang interjected. There are prying eyes out there, we don't want to draw more attention. In truth, they'd only retrieved less than a tenth of the total. Wan Yang wanted to bring more to the Li household in one go, but Hanyo thought it best to let their mother adjust gradually. Bringing too much at once might startle her. They spent a considerable time moving things that night. Even wrapped in rags, the bundles made some noise. Neighbors were starting to peek out along the road. Going back for more cargo would draw too much attention. It would be best to transport the rest in batches over the next few days. At least over at the land god temple, they'd found the secret passage behind the statue. Once they'd covered it up properly, they wouldn't have to worry about anyone seeing them take it away. My aunt took pity on me and wouldn't let me stay in the land god temple. No family had any extra grain, and I had to provide for my own food. Wan Yang knew it. He'd been driven out of the Wan household penniless, and everyone in the entire village knew it. Despite this, the Li family didn't call off the engagement. They even invited him to live and eat at their house. It just goes to show that when my own mother Si Yuqian set her mind to something, she could be utterly ruthless. Determined to sever all ties, she personally pushed her son into the bride's family. Well then, what else could Liang Qiuyu say? The grain had already been moved over. Could she really ask them to find another place to relocate it? Having a son like Wan Yang, who'd been kicked out by his own family, was actually a blessing for them. People are only human. If they treated him well and Wan Yang had any conscience, he wouldn't mistreat their daughter in the future. Can I join your meals from now on? I'm not much of a cook, Wan Yang said, sounding a bit pitiful. We'll be family sooner or later. We'll eat together. No need to be shy. We can certainly afford to feed you a bowl of rice. Liang Qiuyu felt a pang of unease at Wan Yang's tone. That tall guy's as skinny as a stick, not even as sturdy as our own girls. The poor kid really is pitiful. Can't go home, got fired from his job. If it weren't for the grain we have, this winter would be unbearable. You'll stay in the front annex from now on. I'll have someone build a shed. We'll fix everything up together. Truthfully, Liang Qiuyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With these grains, she could at least feed both children until spring. These days, no family in the village had surplus grain. Everyone rationed their meals. Getting 6 or 7 parts full was already considered decent. Her daughter had such a hearty appetite, so Liang Qiuyu always had to set aside enough grain for her. Besides, with the new son-in-law joining the family, they'd have to pool resources for wedding paraphernalia, clothes, bedding, and such. The Wans had kicked the child out of their home without even a sack of grain. Liang Qiuyu was anxious. With an extra mouth to feed, their grain wouldn't last until spring. Fortunately, the new son-in-law was capable. In just a few days, he managed to secure more grain. Looking back now, Yangzi's initial refusal to come home, choosing instead to seek temporary shelter at the land god temple, showed he was a man of principle. He didn't want to eat his wife's family's food for free. For Wan Yang, this was indeed the case. Arriving at the Li household empty-handed was simply not something he could bring himself to do. If he had to rely on others for sustenance, he would do so with dignity. He couldn't rely on the Li family's charity for every meal. He refused to live with his head held low in their house. Thank you, Auntie. Just assign me any work. I'm strong and can handle anything. This time, Wan Yang didn't refuse. Not only did he readily agree, but he also made some requests without hesitation. Auntie, I plan to start setting up a stall at the train station tomorrow. I didn't have time to buy starch. Could I borrow a bowl for now? I'd also like to borrow your utensils and ingredients. To outsiders, it seemed he had no income and must be making earnest efforts to scrape by. At the very least, he needed to show he was working to support his family. Of course you can. We have starch at home, and you can use whatever utensils you need. Liang Qiuyu waved her hand dismissively. With all the grain he'd brought back, what harm could it do for Wan Yang to borrow things from the Li family? Liang Qiuyu heard from Hanyo that Jin Wansen had dismissed all the long-term and short-term laborers from his household. With no income coming in, Wan Yang had to find new ways to make ends meet. The child was dependable, understanding that working hard to earn food meant a brighter future for the girl. Liang Qiuyu silently nodded in agreement. Autumn had already arrived, and the fields yielded little grain now. They could only wait until next year. With Wan Yang joining in, the Li family could lease more farmland. The grain they'd gathered would last until spring. The child's desire for more income showed ambition. Liang Qiuyu couldn't stand in his way. Wan Yang had briefly discussed it with Hanyu. Farming was hard work, and he wanted to earn as much as possible before the year ended. Later, he planned to find a way to become a laborer. Anyway, winter hadn't arrived yet, so there was no need to idle away their resources. Clearing land and farming relied on treating people like beasts of burden. Plowing was done entirely by hand. Though Hanyu was strong, she couldn't endure such relentless toil forever. For the next few decades, factory work would be the best job available. The more basic the job, the better the benefits. After all, liberation meant workers were now masters of their own destiny, the most coveted status. With guaranteed income regardless of drought or flood, it was infinitely more comfortable than scraping a living from the land. He was preparing Hanyu for the future, hinting at what lay ahead. Children from poor families grow up fast. Hanyu held the household together, but since the Li widow's family had been born and raised in the countryside, they lacked such insights. Wan Yang's words opened a whole new world for her. Wan Yang borrowed several bowls of starch from the Li family and made a few pots of cold noodles. Every household here had potato starch or sweet potato starch. Just 1 pound of starch boiled with 5 or 6 pounds of water could produce a whole pot of gelatinous noodles. He also borrowed Hanyu's pots and pans, prepared some seasonings in canning jars, and placed the finished jelly in a large basin. He set the basin in a basket, planning to carry it on a shoulder pole to the train station early the next morning. Once there, he'd slice off a piece, add some seasoning, and it would be a bowl of jelly ready to eat right away. These days, everyone carried dry rations when traveling. Sometimes the dry food was hard to swallow, so adding a flavorful condiment made it easier to eat. The price was affordable, within reach for everyone. And just like that, Wan Yang's business was born. Wan Yang had seen others run this trade in his previous life. It was quite profitable. Now it was autumn, but in summer, 1 pot of jelly wouldn't even be enough to sell. The train station Wan Yang mentioned was just outside their county town, a mere hour's walk away. With its heavy foot traffic, the station was perfect for selling jelly noodles. Factoring in preparation time, a round trip in a single day was entirely feasible. Hanyu steamed a pot of bean flour and wild vegetable buns, placing them in the steamer basket. The two were preparing to set out together. With Wan Yang accompanying her, Liang Choyue didn't stop her daughter from going. After all, with the chaos outside, women in the village were not allowed to leave, for fear of accidents happening. Had it not been for Yangzi, Hanyu would never have been permitted to leave. While other women in the village feared venturing out, Hanyu was unafraid. Seen from behind, she appeared as tall as Wan Yang, even more robust. She tucked her hair under a felt cap, making her look like a young lad from behind. Her mother worried that while she couldn't openly go out before, now that Wan Yang was with her, her mother wouldn't have to fret constantly. Do you think that child can sell all that she's carrying? It looks so heavy. Old Mrs. Li watched her granddaughter and future grandson-in-law leave with their shoulder poles, and uncontrollable worry rose in her heart. Mother, put your mind at ease. Your future son-in-law is a man of plan, he won't run off with the goods. Though Liang Choyue herself harbored quiet worries, she could only offer reassurance to calm her mother-in-law's mind. The truth of the situation wouldn't be known until her daughter and Yangzi returned from their trip. The train station Wan Yang and Hanyu had gone to was small, yet bustling with people. Beyond the newly issued gold yuan notes, the legal tender, northeast notes, and guan gold notes were all a tangled mess. Wan Yang knew the gold yuan notes were still somewhat usable now, but they'd depreciate wildly later. Copper coins and copper coin notes were barely usable, even 50,000 legal tender notes barely covered the cost of a bowl of jelly. Wan Yang simply refused paper currency altogether. For those wanting to eat cold jelly, he accepted only gold, silver coins, or silver certificates. After all, the station had plenty of goods: a towel, a bar of soap, a yard of cotton cloth, anything would do. The goods he traded back could be bartered further for what he needed, it was never a loss. Otherwise, a sack of paper money wouldn't even be as useful as toilet paper. Wan Yang's business was one of a kind. By the end of that day alone, he'd earned 2 large baskets full of sundries. When Wan Yang had sold all his cold noodles and was ready to head back, he was stunned. The baskets were so heavy he could barely lift them. Hanyu, having sold out her steamed buns, insisted on sharing half the weight with Wan Yang. The two trudged back to Shirley village, their baskets even heavier than when they'd left. The benefits were clear. The grain obtained from the Jin family must remain unknown to outsiders. When Wan Yang set up his stall with the carrying pole, everyone in the village saw him. When he returned carrying even heavier goods, the village erupted in excitement. The goods Wan Yang brought back were all scarce items, the common ones had already been traded away at the train station. Upon his return to the village, they were immediately snatched up. It was as if he'd earned double his money today. The goods he'd traded for by selling jelly noodles were now being sold again in the village. Day after day, Wan Yang set up his stall with Hanyu, then returned to the village to trade again. The cotton, grain, household goods, and other items he traded back flowed steadily into Widow Li's home. Liang Choyue had intended to prepare wedding supplies for her 2 children. After just a few market trips, Wan Yang had gathered most of what was needed. The remaining few items she couldn't trade for were much easier for Liang Choyue to find on her own. These few rounds of trading were enough for Wan Yang to silence all the gossip in the village. Even without working as a farmhand for the Jin family, Wan Yang remained the most capable man in the entire village, no contest. After spending more time with Black Girl, Wan Yang discovered a secret. Though Hanyo's face was dark, her wrists appeared fair and clean, forming a stark contrast to her dark red complexion. It seemed she had been wearing a disguise. Once their relationship was formalized, removing the disguise would be no big deal. But Wan Yang wanted to play it safe. He'd wait until they were officially married and he had taken up residence in her family before asking Hania to remove the disguise. Besides, he had business trips planned in the coming days. Concealing his tracks and ensuring safety were paramount. The weather wasn't too cold yet, and cold noodles still had a market. Once the cold weather set in properly, Wan Yang planned to stop selling them. Winter came early in these parts. Who would eat cold noodles in the bitter cold? His friends were utterly impressed by Wan Yang's resourcefulness. That's our Yangzi for you, always thinking ahead. Even after quitting the Jin household, he could find a new income source immediately. At the southern end of the village, the Wan family heard about Wan Yang's feat and were all speechless. My second brother is just amazing. Little Wan Jie's innocent words stung the others. Hearing about the benefits pouring into Widow Li's household, Wan Manton regretted it so much his guts turned green. Did you deliver the grain meant for Yangzi? No. Xiao Qian answered stiffly. Her heart ached with regret, worse than Wan Manton's. She felt restless and irritable, like a cat scratching at her nerves. She thought second son would suffer for a while after losing his job at the Jin household. She wanted him to realize that without the Wans, Yang was nothing. But was money really that easy to come by? It had only been a few days, yet he'd gone out peddling goods and was already raking in a fortune? Siyakian held back for days before finally giving in. He sneaked out to ask around what exactly was Wan Yang selling that made him so rich? Chapter 8, Nothing beats the thrill of watching the spectacle unfold. Wan Yang hadn't specifically told Liang Choyue and her mother-in-law to keep it a secret, so naturally, what he was making gradually became known to the rest of the village. To be honest, making jelly noodles wasn't difficult at all. Within days, several more villagers began carrying baskets to the train station to set up stalls. Not everyone followed Wan Yang's lead and made cold noodles. Some clever ones, like Hanyo, prepared other portable snacks instead. But Wan Yang's eldest son followed his father's example, shouldering his cold noodles to set up his own stall. Truthfully, Wan he didn't want to go. Upon learning that Wan's mother had demanded money, she prepared the jelly noodles at home herself. Only after everything was packed did she force Wan Yi out to set up his stall. Wan Yang went out to set up his stall without eating or drinking. Why should I go? Wan He grumbled bitterly. In previous years, after the harvest, these months were his winter break. He could just play all day gambling, sleeping, and going out to play without having to work so hard or take on extra jobs. Back in the day, Wan Yang worked year-round as a farmhand for the Jin family, never getting a break. Wan He had mocked him more than once for it. Now, during his own rest period, he was being forced to work? Wan He didn't want to do it. Every penny counts. All your friends are going, are you? Siyakian pointed outside the courtyard at the throngs of young people gathering. Siyakian knew her eldest son while he loved joining the crowd. She didn't believe Wanha wouldn't be tempted if he saw his friends all heading to the train station. These youngsters must have all been tricked by Wan Yang. Seeing Wan Yang profit from the goods, the neighbors pushed their idle children out to work. Winter hadn't arrived yet. Though the weather had turned cool, it was still possible to earn another batch of grain rations. No one ever complained about having too much food at home. Seeing his like-minded buddies all heading out with their baskets, Wanha reluctantly set off to join them. Fine then. From then on, these kids followed Wan Yang and Hanyo everywhere. They were neighbors from the same village, and the train station wasn't just for one person. Wan Yang didn't mind their presence. But Hanyo was getting fed up with them. The station was huge. If you wanted to set up a stall, just do it. If you kept your distance, everyone could do business without stepping on each other's toes. But these guys? They insisted on setting up right near where Wan Yang and Hanyo were. Whenever Wan Yang got a customer, they'd sabotage him, bellowing their sales pitches so loud it shook the ground. Black Girl was furious and rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them, but Wan Yang reached out and stopped her. Winter was approaching, and cold noodles wouldn't sell for much longer anyway. Wan Yang couldn't care less. His real purpose was to observe the train station's layout, personnel, and weaponry. Setting up a stall provided the perfect cover for his intentions. He harbored deeper intentions. Whether it was guerrilla forces or larger armies, this train station was a strategic battleground. If possible, Wan Yang intended to offer his assistance proactively. After all, he knew that after liberation, the local guerrilla fighters would be assigned to work in the local government offices. Wan Yang didn't want to miss this golden opportunity to build connections ahead of time. If he got into a dispute with these stall vendors, it would draw the attention of the station personnel. If they grew annoyed and decided to chase them away, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Li Sifu, the ringleader of the group, kicked Wanha. Is your brother stupid or what? He lugged all this junk for over an hour to the station, sells it, then has to carry it all back again. Before Wanyi could answer, Xiaoming chimed in, you just don't get it. He sells another batch back in the village that's double the profit. Nah, just come sell some jelly. Why bother with all that extra hassle? I'm not that tired. As long as I make money, that's all that matters. Li Sifu chewed on a grass stalk, flicking the bills between his fingers twice before setting aside a third. He tucked it into his shirt pocket, saving the rest for his parents. He also thought Wan Yang was foolish, insisting on bartering instead of making money. If they took the goods back and sold them, most of the profits would go to the village, leaving him with nothing. It was better to take cash directly. How much he sold was entirely up to him. After pondering it, the 4 or 5 young vendors decided to adopt this approach. Customers who found bartering troublesome flocked to their stalls to buy food instead. Unaware of Wan Yang's bartering rationale, they collected stacks of paper money. On the way back, they only had to carry empty baskets, a much lighter load. Wan Yang and Hania watched coldly, offering no explanation. They were all from the same village. Even if these young men snatched away some business, Wan Yang would still sell out his jelly noodles. It would just take a little longer. The train station was packed with people. Each time the others sold something, Wan Yang wore a faint, mocking smile. In Wan Yang's view, seeing how smoothly they collected paper money now, the laughter that would come when the currency eventually collapsed would more than make up for their current provocation. Wan Yang even hoped they'd keep at it longer, selling more. Just wait until they've wasted all that material, exhausted themselves hauling goods all this way every day, only to earn paper money that can't even buy a box of matches. Now that would be fun. Seeing Hanyo blaring angrily at those people, Wan Yang whispered the reason for his amusement into her ear. Hanyo's eyes flickered for a moment, and the pent-up anger in her chest finally subsided. Ha! Watching the spectacle was indeed the most satisfying part. That joy carried over into the evening when they packed up shop and headed home, having made another round of profits. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the dead of night. Wan Yang's eyes snapped open. He shot upright, quickly pulled on his clothes, and leaped off the Kong. These were turbulent times. Wars raged everywhere, and deserters and defeated soldiers still roamed the land. If they entered villages or towns, the consequences would be disastrous. The days before liberation in his previous life felt distant now. Wan Yang only remembered that in the winter of 1948, Li Baiquan's troops would liberate the city where Shirley Village was located. But now it was only autumn. With the gunshot ringing out, he had to quickly determine whether it was good or bad. The mud brick house was built quickly. While Wan Yang and Hania set up their stall at the train station during the day, the widow Li and her daughter-in-law had already finished renovating the hut and the side room with help from others. The east wing was actually intended as the newlywed chamber for Hania and her husband in the future, complete with a heated brick bed and all. Since it wasn't directly connected to the main house but stood as a separate dwelling, Wan Yang could stay there for now without issue. As Wan Yang stepped outside, he saw Hania also dressed and emerging from the main house. The 3 women of the Li household shared one room. The gunshot had startled them all awake. You stay here and guard the house. I'll go out and check, Wan Yang instructed, not allowing Hania to follow. Hania worried that if she left, her mother and grandmother would be left alone and vulnerable to danger. She listened to Wan Yang. Staying home and staying alert was the best course. Be careful, then. Okay. Wan Yang quietly opened the door and swiftly vanished into the night. They waited for nearly half a day. The sun hung high in the sky, yet Wan Yang still hadn't returned. Not only Liang Qiuyue and her mother-in-law, but even the usually carefree Hanyo began to fret. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going out to look around and ask about him. Old Mrs. Li grabbed her granddaughter's hand to stop her. Wait a little longer. The door creaked open. Yangzi? I'm back. Where'd you go? For so long? The guerrillas attacked. I just went to guide the troops. What exactly happened? What? Show them the way? Isn't that dangerous? Mother and daughter-in-law spoke at the same time. Old Mrs. Li craned her neck, as if that would help her see Wan Yang clearly. Wan Yang came over and took old Mrs. Li's hand, his face beaming with excitement. The guerrillas have arrived. Our area is liberated. I led them to the train station. They didn't even put up a fight, just surrendered outright. We're truly free now. Is that true? We're truly liberated? It's true. Are you hurt? Hanyuo's gaze darted back and forth over Wan Yang. No, don't worry. He gave Hanyu a reassuring smile before turning to Auntie Li and old Mrs. Li. I also heard news that Uncle Li might still be alive and he's become a big shot in the guerrilla leadership. The news Wan Yang brought back hit the 3 women of the Li family like a thunderclap, stunning them instantly. Really? Mother and daughter-in-law sprang to their feet. Mother and daughter exchanged a glance, clasping hands as they saw the same surge of excitement in each other's eyes. Chapter 9, Living with the Lis means you're one of them. Yangzi, where did you get this news? Is it reliable? Old Mrs. Li was beside herself with excitement. This was the first concrete information they'd received. Wan Yang's tone was firm. Captain Han from the guerrillas said it. He mentioned that our Shirley village produced a major general surnamed Li who joined the revolution over a decade ago. I tentatively asked if the major general was named Li Baiquan. He wasn't entirely sure, only that he was from Shirley village and bore the surname Li. Liang Qiuyue also felt a surge of excitement for a moment, but regained her composure before old Mrs. Li. With so many people surnamed Li in Shirley Village, Captain Han couldn't be certain if it was Baiquan. Overwhelmed by emotion, Liang Qiuyue replayed Wan Yang's words repeatedly in her mind. The fact that Captain Han couldn't confirm whether the man was Baiquan, only that the division commander bore the surname Li, had taken root in her heart. With most villagers in Shirley Village bearing the Li surname, there was no guarantee that man was Baiquan. This left her feeling uneasy and restless. What if they got excited only to find out later it wasn't Baiquan? That would be awkward. It might not be Baiquan, Liang Qiuyue murmured. Wan Yang's tone was firm. Uncle Baiquan is the most likely candidate. After all, over the years, he's the only one in Shirley Village rumored to have joined the Communist Party. Captain Han's response hadn't explicitly stated that the division commander was definitely Li Baiquan. But Wan Yang, drawing on her past life experience, knew this Li division commander had to be Li Baiquan. Wan Yang wanted to give the Li family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law a shot of hope. After all, the three women including old Mother Li had endured 16 grueling years, nearly drained of all strength. Wan Yang wanted to inject a glimmer of hope into them. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law felt a complex mix of emotions, utterly at a loss. They hoped it was Baiquan, yet feared it might not be him. Wan Yang felt no such anxiety, only a sense of wonder and joy for the Li family. That the three of them had escaped death and now had the chance to reunite with relatives lost for 16 years was truly wonderful. Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. His rebirth and entanglement with the Li family thus far had not been in vain. As this thought crossed his mind, Wan Yang found himself looking involuntarily at Hainyo. Her face showed little excitement. She stood there blankly, lost in thought. Wan Yang gently patted Hainyo's shoulder, offering comfort. Hainyo had no real concept of her father's existence. After all, she was essentially a posthumous child. 16 years ago, when Li Baiquan disappeared, Hainyo had only just entered Aunt Qiuyue's body. Likely, Li Baiquan never even knew. This thought sent a chill down Wan Yang's spine, enveloping him in a sense of urgency. He had to pick up the pace. Though he wasn't struggling for food or shelter now, his foundation was still far too weak compared to his seniors. The Wan family couldn't offer him support. By marrying into the family, he had implicitly drawn a line with them. Water and fire never mix. Yet the tradition of the Zhenghua family dictated that if Wan Manton and his wife faced hardship as their son, he couldn't completely disregard the Wan family, especially during the impending 3-year disaster. His original purpose in taking a wife by marriage was to avoid being forced into a situation where he would have to take the fall for someone else's crime, a situation that would surely lead to his death. Taking a wife by marriage didn't mean severing all ties with the Wan family. If Wan Yang succeeded in life, distant and close relatives would naturally flock to him. If he refused to support the elderly Wan couple in their old age, people would likely poke holes in his back with their fingers. The Wan family represented a future burden, and he needed to carefully consider his next steps. With Aunt Qiuyu and Aunt Li having sealed the betrothal, he and Hainyo were now ironclad fiancés. Yet Wan Yang couldn't guarantee a smooth marriage. He believed that marrying Hainyo would lead to a better life for both of them. Yet whether Hainyo's father would consent to give his daughter to him remained an unknown. After all, he was marrying into the family, and Hainyo's father's opinion carried significant weight. Thinking of this, he glanced at Hainyo again. How to put it? Back when he personally asked if he could marry into the family, Hainyo had shown signs of shyness and embarrassment. But so much had happened since then: the struggle to survive, the relentless pursuit of money, the constant hustle and bustle of daily life. In the midst of it all, their relationship had evolved into something more akin to companionship, to close friends. Sometimes, a single glance was enough for them to understand each other's thoughts. Wan Yang didn't know if this was what they called a telepathic connection, but he liked this feeling. Yet Hainyo never showed any trace of shyness around him anymore, leaving Wan Yang with a faint sense of loss. Could this little girl really see him as just a brother now? Liang Qiuyue glanced at her daughter and Yangzi, who were silently interacting, a faint smile touching her eyes. Wan Yang's eyes clearly reflected his daughter's image, yet she remained oblivious. Since their betrothal, she had grown more relaxed around him, treating him as family. Outwardly, they were nearly the same height and seemed well matched, though she was nowhere near as fair-skinned and striking as him. It was time for her, as the mother, to give her daughter a gentle push. "You two have been bustling about these past days," she said. "Yangzi, your mother had the documents drawn up for Aunt Wu back then. Today, we'll finalize your marriage to Nyozi. Your grandmother and I have checked the calendar. The end of this month is an auspicious day for a wedding. We'll marry you two off." While the two children were busy earning money, she and old Mrs. Li hadn't been idle either. They had prepared all the furniture and items needed for the wedding. Since the Li family had already sent their child away, they naturally wouldn't prepare anything for Yangzi's wedding. Since he was marrying into the Li family anyway, Li Laotai and Liang Qiuyue felt perfectly justified in making these preparations. Close neighbors all knew that this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were busy gathering household goods for the wedding. Wan Yang was taken aback when Aunt Qiuyu suddenly brought up the marriage. If that division commander was truly Uncle Baiquan, shouldn't Aunt Shoyu take a moment to consider whether there might be a better match for Haenyo's future? After all, Li Baiquan was a division commander, a high-ranking official. He might have better prospects under his command. Mature people naturally aspire upward, it's human nature. Wan Yang had quietly prepared himself for this possibility. Yet not only had Aunt Shoyu not called off the engagement when Wan Yang was expelled from the Wan household, but now upon learning Li Baiquan might be the division commander, she was actively pushing to solidify his marriage to Haenyo. Wan Yang felt a warmth well up in his eyes. Aunt Shoyu never treated him as an outsider. Ever since he moved into the Li household, she had genuinely regarded him as family. He pawned the watch Jin Jichuan had given him, exchanging it for a dozen silver dollars. Except for the two he later returned to Jin Jichuan under the pretext of buying grain from his family, he handed the rest to Aunt Shoyu as payment for renting the small courtyard. Aunt Shoyu not only refused to accept them but also tapped him on the head a few times with a mugwort pestle. She insisted that the grain Wan Yang and Haenyo had brought back was more than enough to cover the rent for the small courtyard. She forbade him from giving her any more money, saying it would make her feel like he was treating her as an outsider. When Wan Yang left the Wan household, he carried only a single layer of patched upon patched clothing, not even a bedding set. During this time, Aunt Shoyu and Grandma Li had helped him prepare 2 brand new sets of summer and winter clothes. Even back at the Wan household, the clothes he wore were hand-me-downs from Wan. He never a single brand new garment, let alone bedding. A lump formed in Wan Yang's throat, his heart tightening with bitter sorrow. Liang Choyue's reasoning was simple. Wan Yang had moved into the Li household and was now one of them. Haenyo followed Yangzi out every day to set up their stall, and they were practically inseparable. The formal adoption papers from the Wan family were already in place. The only thing left for the two of them was to go through the formalities of marriage and worship heaven and earth. Though everyone in the village knew Yangzi was their daughter-in-law, wasn't there still one formality left unfinished? Therefore, they should formally complete the rites before the new year, pay homage to heaven and earth, enter the bridal chamber to avoid gossip from outsiders. The gunshot in the dead of night had startled everyone awake. Before leaving, Wan Yang had made sure to warn Nyonyo, forbidding her from going out and insisting she stay home to look after her and her mother-in-law. Nyozi, who usually had her own mind, was unusually obedient this time. Seeing Wan Yang and Nyozi discussing things together, Liang Choyue felt the household had found its backbone again. After spending time together, Liang Choyue had discussed it with old lady Li and decided it was about time. Yangzi was a dependable lad, fundamentally a good person who could keep Nyozi in line. This match seemed quite suitable. Now, with news suddenly surfacing about Baiquan, finding him would inevitably require Yangzi's mediation and handling of external affairs. Therefore, it was best to formalize the engagement. As for Wan Yang's supposed motives like favoring wealth over poverty or seeking personal gain through status, Liang Choyue hadn't given them a second thought. She could see that Wan Yang was a grateful soul. He had real talent, and bringing him into the Li family as a son-in-law was a huge advantage for them. During this period, Wan Yang and Haenyo set up their stall outdoors by day, while every other night he secretly transferred the grain hidden in the land god temple back to the Li household bit by bit. Liang Choyue grew more astonished with each discovery. Just how much grain had Yangzi and Haenyo managed to get? Had they raided the Jin family's fine grain storehouse? Nothing but fine grains. Just when she thought this was the last sack, they'd bring back another cartload every few days. Later, when they went to set up their stall at the train station, they stopped carrying the goods on shoulder pulls. Instead, they pushed the carts directly. On their way back, they passed by the land god temple, using the returned goods to cover the grain as they pushed it home. Liang Choyue wanted to split the grain into 2 portions, since half belonged to Wan Yang. But Wan Yang refused to divide it. He still ate alongside the Li family. Wan Yang had moved into the Li household, they were family now. The grain he acquired couldn't be strictly separated from the Li families, it was best to blend it all together. Jin Wansan announced it at the threshing floor. When it came time to distribute the wealth outward, the Wan family was present too, they must have gotten their share. As for the Wan family, Wan Yang wasn't planning to send them any grain right now. He'd already been kicked out. What would it look like for a son-in-law, living off the Li family's grain, to send it to the Wans? Betraying his own family? Save the best for the worst. Wait until the 3 years of disaster hit, when the Wan family truly couldn't make ends meet. Then, if he sent them 10 or so pounds of grain in a half sack, his own parents might finally take notice. There was no need to feed their greed now. Sending it now won't bring him any benefit, why bother? We should keep some of the refined grain. When we get the chance, we should trade it for coarse grain. With the harvest being so poor, who can afford to keep eating refined grain like this? Old age breeds wisdom, and old Mrs. Li offered her advice from the heart. Li Laotai knew about the grain situation because Liang Choyue never hid household matters from her mother-in-law. Grandma Li knew Yangzi was a man of considerable ability. But such a large quantity of fine grains, if word got out, it would attract too much attention. They were tenant farmers, their own lands simply couldn't produce that much. This thought coincided with Wan Yang's own. When it came to grain, one could never hoard too much. Fine grains commanded high prices. Exchanging them for coarse grains meant the same weight of fine grains could fetch 3 to 5 times the quantity of coarse grains, or even more. Fine grains were often in such high demand they were hard to find. He and Hanyo had already begun making arrangements. At the very least, half the refined grain should be exchanged for coarse grain to stockpile. That was the sensible approach. The remainder would be mixed with coarse grains eaten to nourish their bodies and build them up strong. That was the real priority. Wheat bran, buckwheat, sorghum, soybeans, corn kernels. Winter came, and the grain swapping went on and on. By the time the cellar was packed full, the land reform team arrived. The clanging of gongs echoed outside as Wan Yang and Hanya's mother and child were eating and chatting. The gong's clang was the village's standard signal for a mass meeting. Everyone come to the village threshing floor. Did you hear that? Whether you finished eating or not, hurry up. Village Chief Li Dashan's voice boomed urgently through the loudspeaker. What's going on? Old Mrs. Li was startled by the urgent gong, her rice bowl slipping in her hand. Wan Yang silently calculated the timing in his mind. It must be the land reform team entering the village. He gently shared his guess with old lady Li, mindful not to alarm the elderly woman. When we were setting up our stall, we heard talk of land reform. I wonder if it's our turn now. Land reform? How would that work? All three women lifted their heads curiously, staring at Wan Yang. Nyoji followed him to the market every day. Hadn't she heard anything about this? Wan Yang explained. Nyoji probably didn't notice. I overheard it. Since these rumors aren't reliable, I didn't mention it at home. Old Mrs. Li nodded. Let's go. The village head called so urgently. We should head to the threshing floor and see if it's true. These outside matters were usually more of a concern for the menfolk. Even if Nyoji followed Wan Yang to the market, she probably didn't have that string of concern. Let's go. The family followed the crowd heading toward the threshing floor. Just as Wan Yang had expected. The visitors were familiar faces, guerrilla squad leader Han Jiandong. Accompanying Han Jiandong were soldiers under his command, faces that were all too familiar. Hania shot Wan Yang a discreet glance, deeply impressed by his uncanny foresight. Wan Yang had quietly advised her that these guerrilla fighters might one day work for the county government, so it was wise to cultivate good relations with them. Wan Yang had been spot on. The village chief gathered everyone to announce just one thing: the establishment of the Farmers Association, with all authority vested in it. Han Jiandong, who had come from afar, was the head of the land reform work team. He was officially stationed in the county, working diligently village by village, hamlet by hamlet. Land reform, at its core, was about ensuring the impoverished masses had land to cultivate and food to eat. The villagers were all watching closely, wondering how much land each household would receive. Take Wan Yang, for instance. Having previously owned no land of his own, he was allocated 2 mu. Old Mrs. Li's family of 3 had less than 1 acre and 2/10 of a mu. According to the standard of 2 mu per person, they should have received 6 mu. Therefore, the Li family needed to be compensated with an additional 4 mu and 8/10 of a mu. Alongside the land distribution, another crucial agenda item was going door to door to classify people's political status. Chapter 10, just dropping by to ask any news about my uncle Baiquan? Wan Yang was a hired laborer without land of his own. By the standards set by the Farmers Association, he didn't even qualify as a poor peasant. With 3 people in Auntie Li's household, each averaged less than a quarter acre. It was utterly impossible to sustain themselves solely from the land. They had to seek livelihoods elsewhere using other skills. How did Hanyo earn her reputation? It came from hunting for food, getting into disputes with others, and fighting it out with her fists. This shows the Li family was also exploited by others. Households like Wan's, with nearly 2 mu of land per person, were classified as middle peasants. As for the Wan family, excluding Wan Yang, the 5 members owned over 10 mu of land, clearly rich peasants. When the Wan family was classified as wealthy peasants, Wan Yang was utterly dumbfounded. The Wans were rich peasants? Wan Yang had always believed their family owned less than 5 mu of land, supporting 8 people. After his grandparents passed away, things eased slightly, but they still had to feed 6. So when Wan Yang was 13 or 14, Si Yuqian urged him to work as a day laborer to earn money and food rations. The family land was managed by his parents and eldest brother, Wan He. Wan Yang never imagined his family owned over 10 acres of land, much less that his parents would deceive him so thoroughly to send him out to earn money. Not only did they conceal the income from 8 or 7 mu of land, but they also lied about the family not having enough grain to eat. Left with no choice, Wan Yang spent these years eating at the Jin household whenever possible, never returning to the Wan home to consume a single grain. Had he remained with the Wan family, the 11.5 mu of land divided among 6 mouths would have classified them as middle peasants. Si Yuqian's expulsion of Wan Yang made such a commotion that the entire village knew about it. It was customary for children driven out to establish their own households. Everyone in Shirley village acknowledged that Wan Yang was no longer part of the Wan household. Moreover, although Wan Yang had been taken in by the Li family as a son-in-law, it was merely an engagement, not yet a consummated marriage. Thus, Wan Yang now stood alone, classified as a hired laborer. Meanwhile, the Wan family of 5, who owned over 2 mu of land per person, were officially classified as rich peasants. After this incident, the villagers avoided the Wans like the plague. A family that could be so cruel to their own son couldn't be considered respectable. For Wanha, the eldest son of the Wan family, marriage prospects grew increasingly bleak. Matchmakers now deliberately bypassed their doorstep, fearing bad luck. After the former landlord Lao Jin handed over the land deeds to the Xiao family, his own holdings fell short of 2 mu. Jin Wansan's cunning was now obvious to anyone with eyes to see. Jin Wansan must have known about the news ahead of time. He handed over 100 acres to the Xiao family without a second thought, showing no sign of regret. He parted with his household possessions without a second thought. Almost every family in the village had items or grain from the Jin household. The Jin family also sent their children away, though the circumstances differed from the Wans. While the Wans in Wanmanton earned nothing but scorn, Jin Wansan's reputation remained mixed. Regardless of whether Jin Jichuan was the wet nurse's child, the Jin family's move was subtly aimed at securing a better future for their own offspring. Expelling a child is entirely different from expelling a cruel one. But human nature isn't something that can be bought with a few small favors. Take this, though the Jin family had no land left during the land survey, less than 2 mu per person, living in poverty with barely a wall to hang their hats on, and most of their money and grain already distributed, the fact that they were former landlords was still reported to the Farmers Association. The investigation revealed the informant was a former tenant farmer. Even though the land they now farmed belonged to the Xiao family, they still made the accusation behind the scenes. Jin Wansan and his family were part of the landlord class. Reports from the exploited and oppressed class must be accepted by the Farmers Association. Especially since the land deeds had changed hands less than 2 months prior, and the reason for the transfer was hardly plausible. The Jin family could not be classified as poor peasants. They spent most of their lives exploiting as tenant farmers to survive. Just because they no longer own land, they're suddenly not part of the landlord class? Cunning. This is an egregious act of evading class reckoning. Old fox. Too many raised objections. Seeing the futility of his stance, Jin Wansan readily confessed to his past crimes. Our family was landlords before, I admit it. But we have no land now, so we're not landlords anymore. Out of consideration for his prompt confession, Jin's pregnant wife was spared from being dragged out as a landowner's wife. Whether the land deeds were presented as a dowry or as compensation to the Xiao family nonetheless became newly minted landlords. The Farmers Association seized the deed to those 100 acres from the Xiao family. The search for the deed was fraught with drama. All informants swore that Xiao Guangshu had tucked the deed documents into his bosom, refusing to return them to the Jin family. They claimed the deed was compensation from the Jin family, who at the time meekly acquiesced without denial. The Farmers Association searched the Xiao residence thoroughly but found no deed, assuming the matter would be dropped. Someone observant recalled that since the village assembly, Xiao Guangshu had been clutching his stomach wherever he went. They decided to search his person. Ugh! This was a deed with a distinct odor. Xiao Guangshu had sewn a pocket into his loincloth, and the deed was tucked inside that pocket. Even when the village head spoke on the Xiao family's behalf, old Xiao remained stubbornly obstinate. He treasured the deed to 100 acres like a precious jewel, refusing to let anyone take it. The sight of Xiao Guangshu, bare-bottomed, fighting with the Agricultural Association members in a mad scramble for his loincloth would be talked about in the village for half a year. Though Xiao Guangshu never exploited us before, he harbored the desire to do so to live the good life of the landlord class. Yes. His heart was the black heart of the landlord class. Last time he even said that whoever competed to work for his family would get 5 mu of land as a reward next autumn. He was a landlord. No doubt about it. Thus, Xiao Guangshu was also labeled a landlord. Once labeled a landlord, he had to be dragged out for public criticism. Han Jiandong led his team members, dragging both Xiao Guangshu and Jin Wansan to the threshing floor. My land deed. My land deed. After the land association forcibly took his deed, Xiao Guangshu's mind grew increasingly unfocused. Jin Wansan looked utterly wronged, while Xiao Guangshu stared blankly, muttering incessantly. Xiao Guangshu's daughter, Xiao Daniai, came to the threshing floor to protect her father, her face full of resentment. My father's in this state, and you're still criticizing him? Why won't you speak up for justice? Aren't we being wronged? Jin Jichuan, who had just returned from the provincial capital, panted his way over to his father's side, shielding Jin Wansan. What fair words! It wasn't my dad who insisted on giving you the land. It was your dad and your mom who came to us. They begged and pleaded to sell you to us, forcing our land deed from us. They even threatened us, claiming the fire at Hania's house was set by us because we refused the marriage proposal. They made it sound so convincing. Heaven knows, we had no idea what was going on. Your old woman made that fire at Black Girl's place sound so sinister. That fire was clearly set by your family. And you framed us for it. Just because our family used to have more land, you all ostracized us. Now, terrified of more trouble, we agreed to the marriage under your threats. And now you come crying injustice? You make it sound like our family harmed yours, when it was clearly your family threatening us. We're the ones wronged. The neighbors gathered at the threshing floor erupted in an uproar. Many people were suspicious about the fire at Hania's house. Word spread that Liang Qiaoyue and old lady Li had gone to see the village chief, but there was no follow-up. Later, after old Mrs. Li took Wan Yang as her son-in-law, their family busied themselves with making ends meet by setting up stalls. People saw the two children more often. After the Li family's shack was rebuilt, everyone had almost forgotten about the fire incident. Now Jin Jichuan was being threatened by the Xiao family, who were using the Li family's fire as leverage to force him into a deal selling their daughter to the Jin family and seizing their land deeds by force. Jin Jichuan's barrage of revelations was overwhelming, leaving everyone stunned. Earlier, Widow Li had spread a rumor that on the day of the fire, the last person to leave was old Mrs. Xiao. And when old Mrs. Xiao was carrying a bowl of soup to Widow Li's house, several people did indeed see her on the way. When questioned, she claimed she was delivering soup to Widow Li's home. A rumor had circulated that the Jin family had offered the deed as a dowry to marry Hainia, but Widow Li had firmly refused. Recalling that day of the fire, when all three members of Hainu's family were drugged and passed out unconscious at the dinner table, what else could it mean? This was the Xiao family plotting murder for profit. They coveted the Jin family's wealth, coveted their 100-acre deed, and coveted the Li widow's life. First, they poisoned the Li family of three. Had Wan Yang not discovered them in time, the Li family might well have perished in the flames. Then they threatened the Jin family, framing them for the arson and forcibly seizing the deed. Their crimes are utterly heinous. The Xiao family's reputation immediately sank to the same depths as the Wan family's. Xiao Dani, with her thin skin, couldn't bear the strange stares of those around her any longer. Forgetting to defend her elderly father, she slipped away into the crowd in a flash. Xiao Guangshu, his mind muddled, showed no reaction to the pointing and whispering around him. Spotting the documents in Han Zhendong's hands, he mistook them for his own land deed and struggled to reach out. My land deed. Jin Jichuan's defense didn't earn Jin Wansan's gratitude. Instead, he shoved Jin Jichuan, sending him stumbling. What business is the Jin family's affairs to you? You're not my son, and I'm not your father. We've always kept to ourselves. You're the child of the wet nurse we exploited back then. I told you before. Don't call me father. You and my son are like oil and water. If you call me father again, the child in my wife's belly will be in danger. For the sake of the years I raised you, I beg you stay away from me. Jin Jichuan watched his father raging and cursing, his heart twisting with pain. He tried to reach out and support him again, only to be shoved away violently by Jin Wansan. Chaos erupted across the threshing floor, halting the public denunciation. Since all authority now rested with the Farmers Association, matters involving murder for gain demanded their intervention. The association owed the bereaved family justice regarding the Xiao family's murder of Widow Li and her two children. With no other choice, team leader Han ordered his members to take the two landlords back first. The public criticism session would be rescheduled for another day, with the new time to be announced later. The villagers murmured among themselves, dispersing in small groups. The Liang family of four returned home and had just settled onto their Kongwen. Jin Jichuan knocked and entered. Though the Li family didn't particularly care for Jin Jichuan, guests were guests. At the very least, the Jin family was far better than the Xiao family. Jin Jichuan knew his place and offered an awkward smile. Auntie, Grandma Li, I just came to ask if you've heard anything about Uncle Baiquan? Everyone was startled. Who did you say? Old Mrs. Li sat up straight instantly. Ouch. Liang Qiaoyue's needle, which had been sewing the insole, suddenly pricked her finger. Chapter 11, Pack your things, we're going to the provincial capital to find your father. Hei Niu exchanged a glance with Wan Yang before speaking up. Did you see my father in the provincial capital? Wan Yang knew full well that Li Baiquan was still alive. The others, however, were unsure. Everyone still remembered team leader Han's words from last time, but without absolute certainty or knowledge of his whereabouts, they could only speculate in their own minds. Now, Jin Jichuan, who had just returned from the provincial capital, posed the same question, sending their hearts into a whirlwind. Jin Jichuan took a deep breath. I haven't seen him personally. I only heard that a classmate of mine in the provincial capital borrowed a lot of silver dollars from me on short notice last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pawned my watch to Wan Yang for wages. At first, Jin Jichuan rambled on, unable to get to the point. The Li family didn't want to interrupt him, so they let him speak. My classmate's surname is Wu. Her family owns a textile factory, which makes them capitalists by today's standards. According to Wu Lingling, her aunt's cousin had been living with them since childhood. Her father's name was Li Baiquan. My classmate said her aunt and uncle had joined the guerrilla forces back then. Later, when they were wanted, they took in the cousin to raise her, and she stayed with them for over 10 years. When I went to collect repayment from Wu, I overheard her servants chatting. They mentioned that the cousin living with the Wu family had received a letter saying the troops were approaching the provincial capital, and her parents would soon return. I initially dismissed it as mere coincidence, but when bidding farewell to my classmate who mentioned her cousin's hometown was also Shirley Village, I found the coincidence too striking to ignore and pressed for details. Wu Lingling explained that her uncle had suffered a tragic fate. During the mountain flood that ravaged Shirley Village years ago, the floodwaters swept away his entire family. His father, mother, and wife all perished. It was Wu Lingling's aunt who saved him, and the two later married. When I inquired about the timing, it coincided almost exactly with the flood in our village. The same name, the same hometown, and the same timing of the mountain flood. Though the name Li Baiquan is common, for it to be identical like this, there must be some reason. I was born too late to know Li Baiquan personally, but I've heard his name for years. Since I'm back home now, I thought I'd share this information with you. If you're willing, you could go to the provincial capital to inquire. Perhaps having your own family members ask around might actually lead to finding him. It's about the same time as when that Li division commander returned to the county seat in my previous life. Wan Yang's eyes flashed. The troops have already entered the provincial capital? No, they hadn't when I left. My round trip took considerable time, so if you go now, the troops should be arriving soon. Jin Jichuan exhaled a heavy breath. His mission was complete. It was as if he had repaid the karmic debt from years ago when the Shao family had nearly cost 3 lives by seeking marriage alliances with both his family and the widow Li's household. Thank you. Just having this bit of information means you've helped us think things through. Liang Qiuyue expressed her gratitude with a warm smile. Hanyo pondered thoughtfully, could you give us your classmate's address? Oh, sure. Jin Jichuan patted his pockets but found no pen. Hanyo picked up a pencil from the Kong table and handed it over, also giving Jin Jichuan a scrap of old newspaper. This was the scrap she and Wan Yang used for their daily accounting. After writing down the address, Jin Jichuan added a phone number. This is the Wu family's number. I'm not sure if it still works though. When I left, I heard they were planning to return to their hometown. Young Jin, thank you so much, old lady Li said earnestly. You're welcome, Grandma Li. It just happened to work out. I helped because I could. This time, I also owe it to Yangzi's $2 silver. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to collect this debt, and I wouldn't have gotten this information. MHM. The grateful gazes of the Li family mother and daughter also fell upon Wan Yang. As family, there was no need to voice their thanks in front of an outsider. Wan Yang understood that the news Jin Jichuan had brought would be especially hard for the Li family. It seemed their long-lost husband-father had remarried and had children elsewhere. The 3 women surely had private matters to discuss. He intended to give the Li family some space. He proactively invited Jin Jichuan, why don't you come with me to my place? I'm alone anyway. We can squeeze in and make do for one night. Wan Yang had also heard that Jin Jichuan had been kicked out of his home by Jin Wansan. He probably had nowhere to go back in Shirley Village and might not find a place to stay. Though he had once been the Jin family's long-term laborer and Jin Jichuan was the young master, there wasn't much for them to discuss. Now, both of them stuck in this room, it was awkward for the Li family to talk with them present. Better to step aside. That's perfect, I have nowhere to go either. I was thinking I'd have to crash at the land god temple tonight. A flicker of bewilderment passed through Jin Jichuan's eyes. Home? He couldn't go back. His parents no longer recognized him. What kind of mess is this? Jin Jichuan followed Wan Yang dejectedly out the front door of the Li residence. Old Mrs. Li leapt off the Kong. Pack up. Quick. We're heading to the provincial capital to find your father. She ordered Hanyu, but Hanyu didn't move. Instead, she looked at Liang Qiuyue, waiting for her decision. Liang Qiuyue sat motionless, still clutching the needle and thread stained with blood, saying nothing. Only then did old Mrs. Li realize her son had started a family elsewhere. Her spirit deflated instantly. She slumped against the edge of the Kong. What a tragedy. Why did he have to come back then? Why did he have to come back at that moment? The flood came, and now this home is no longer a home, and husband and wife are no longer husband and wife. Show you, my dear, we must look on the bright side. Your mother tells you this home is yours, the daughter is yours, and this old woman is still your mother. This household can do without him, but it cannot do without you. Hanyo crouched beside Liang Qiuyue. Mother, if you're troubled, we won't go. I've grown up just fine without a father. Go to sleep now. Don't dwell on it. Liang Qiuyue returned the needle to the winnowing basket and tucked it onto the bedside table. Why not go? He's your father. He didn't even know I was carrying you. If I don't find him, he'll never know he has a daughter. She stroked her daughter's hair. Don't worry that your mother can't handle it. All these years, what situation haven't I imagined? 16 years is too long. Now that it's come to this, your mother can bear it. Liang Qiuyue spoke, then stepped outside. Following her usual routine, she went to gather firewood to stoke the stove for a while longer, ensuring the 3 of them wouldn't suffer discomfort that night. Hanyu chased after her. She watched Liang Qiuyue stand motionless before the firewood, lost in thought. Having a father or not, it's all the same. We've managed all these years. Now we have our own land. Once Wan Yang and I are married, we'll take good care of you and Grandma. We'll have plenty to eat and drink, we won't need to beg anyone. Hanyu knew that earlier in the room, with Grandma present, Mother could only speak kindly. Liang Qiuyue sighed. Her daughter was soft-hearted, afraid she'd be mistreated. Listen to me carefully. No matter what happens between me and your father, that's between the 2 of us. If you dare say you don't recognize him as your father, then don't even think about acknowledging me as your mother. Why? He's already taken another wife outside, had a child with her. He abandoned his own mother first. Why should I still need him as my father? Having a father and not having one are two different things. You have a father, his name is Li Baiquan. That will never change. Remember that. If you still don't understand, go ask Yangzi tomorrow during the day. Okay. Hanyu obediently agreed. Lately she'd been stubborn at times, and even Liang Choyue couldn't sway her. The only solution was to send her straight to Wan Yang, letting him break it down and teach her thoroughly. It was rather strange. No matter how much her own mother tried to explain things, Liang Choyue just couldn't get it. But when Wan Yang put it to her, she suddenly understood perfectly. This left Liang Choyue both exasperated and amused. Liang Choyue understood things more clearly than anyone imagined. If Wan Yang explained it to her, it would naturally be easy to grasp. Having a father makes all the difference. The difference was that accepting this father would undoubtedly change Hanyu and alter the entire future trajectory of this family. Chapter 12, A Huge Favor Granted. Early the next morning, old lady Li kept her eyes fixed on her daughter-in-law. Wherever Liang Choyue went, Li Laotai's gaze followed. Her gaze was so intense that Liang Choyue slammed the bamboo pot scrubber into the pot. Fine. Pack our bags. We'll leave, won't we? Staring doesn't mean I won't go. Leaving wasn't that simple. Liang Choyue addressed Wan Yang, who had just entered and hadn't even sat down, without any pretense of formality. Yangzi, after you finish eating, could you please take Hainu to inquire about what procedures we need to complete before leaving? Sure, I'll go ask team leader Han about it later. Wan Yang agreed promptly. With the Farmers Association now stationed in the village chief had stepped back into a secondary role. For anything, team leader Han was the go-to person. After all, they'd built up a rapport through their past dealings, getting to know each other precisely for moments like this. Wan Yang was sharing meals with the Li family. He'd been called over for breakfast this morning. I'll go with Wan Yang. Hania took a bite of her black steamed bun and agreed. These days, some places had been liberated, while others hadn't. Setting up a stall at the train station was no big deal. It was close enough to walk there and back in just 2 hours. If they had a bicycle, an hour round trip would probably suffice. The train station was closer than going to the county seat. But if they were to travel far to the provincial capital, dragging their whole family along would require a lot more paperwork. This was different from Jin Jichuan traveling alone. Jin Jichuan clearly looked like an intellectual, refined and scholarly. Going out to attend school or such wouldn't draw attention. But traveling with a family of women and children? Better to leave from areas already liberated. Don't want to be mistaken for counter-revolutionaries and arrested. That would be a huge injustice. Liang Choyue pondered for a moment before carefully speaking again. Yangzi, logically speaking, in 2 days it will be your wedding day with Niuzi. If our family goes to find someone, we might not return for a day or two. You should pack your things and come with us. Should we also inform your parents? Why bring Yangzi? Old lady Li was taken aback. Yangzi is your son-in-law. Of course he should be there. Having one more person along means one more pair of eyes. Aren't you nervous about just the 3 of us women traveling so far? Leaving Yangzi at home alone doesn't feel right either. Liang Choyue whispered an explanation to old lady Li. The wedding is actually the day after tomorrow. You can't bear to wait 2 more days before leaving. If we go off on our own, we need to give them an explanation. We can't let Yangzi think we've climbed the social ladder and no longer want him as our son-in-law. If he harbors resentment, it'll only cause trouble. That's unthinkable. Yangzi is family to us Lees. We can't be ungrateful. Old Mrs. Li snapped back to her senses. With the lesson of 16 years ago still fresh, how carelessness had separated them for a full decade, this young couple hadn't even wed yet. They couldn't afford another blunder. Another separation would be unthinkable. She adored this grandson-in-law, truly adored him. If we lose this son-in-law who is perfect in every way, who knows what kind of replacement we find. If Nwozi remains stubborn, we'll face big trouble later. Better to treat the 2 as already married and take them everywhere. After all, the Wan family had already kicked Yangzi out long ago. Even the Farmers Association recognized Yangzi as an independent household. Once they were married, Yangzi would be their family's child. Besides, Yangzi isn't working as a farmhand for the Jin family anymore. Wherever he goes, he'll find a way to make a living. The family fields are right here. They aren't going anywhere. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Wan Yang felt incredibly relieved. His mother-in-law was exceptionally well-read and sensible, sparing him the need to volunteer to accompany them on the journey. It wasn't that he was trying to curry favor with his father-in-law by insisting on going. Rather, in these chaotic times, Hanyo and her 2 children had never ventured far from home. Wan Yang couldn't bear the thought of letting them travel alone. He insisted on accompanying them personally. Whether they found what they sought or not, it was better to be together. As for postponing the wedding ceremony 2 days later, Wan Yang took it in stride. Good things take time. Hanyo was still young, only 16, and hadn't quite come of age yet. There was no need to rush things. Rather than rushing into marriage before Commander Li gave his consent, effectively making a done deal, it was better to wait for his approval before tying the knot. After finishing their meal, the two were just about to leave when they stepped out of the main hall and found Team Leader Han standing at their door, about to knock and enter. Group Leader Han, what brings you here? Were you about to leave? Both spoke at the same time, then both fell silent. Team Leader Han cleared his throat. I have something I'd like to discuss with Wan Yang. That's perfect timing. We also have some questions we'd like to ask you, Team Leader Han. Come on in. Wan Yang nodded with a smile, opening the door to let him in. Team Leader Han thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go to my place instead. It's better to keep this quiet for now. I'm already at the door. It wouldn't be right to borrow someone's space without saying hello. Until things are settled, fewer people knowing is better. Wan Yang and Hainyu exchanged a glance. Seeing the other genuinely needed help, they readily agreed with a nod. All right. They followed him out. The three walked toward the Farmers Association headquarters, chatting along the way. The streets were deserted. As they walked, Team Leader Han spoke up. You two aren't outsiders. Yangzi helped the guerrillas keep watch before, and now you've guided us through dangerous territory. Hainu has fought alongside us against the Japanese. You're just like our own comrades. I'm facing a dilemma and need your input. Go ahead, Team Leader Han. It's about Jin Jichuan. Hainyu and Wan Yang exchanged another glance. What about Jin Jichuan? He stayed at the Li family's place last night, but left before dawn today. Wan Yang doesn't know where he went either. Team Leader Han sighed softly. The Jin family was labeled as landlords. Jin Wansan insisted that Jin Jichuan wasn't his biological son, he was the wet nurse's child. But Jin Jichuan swore up and down that he was the Jin family's son. The Jin family wouldn't let Jin Jichuan in at all. I heard he ended up sharing a room with you last night? The last sentence was directed at Wan Yang. Wan Yang nodded, yes. He originally planned to spend the night at the land god temple, but I let him share my bed instead. Hearing this, Han Jiandong's eyes flashed with relief. Liberation meant the hard-working masses shouldn't be left without a place to stay. That wouldn't do. But what class designation had Jin Jichuan been given? Rumors ran rampant throughout the village. He'd gone to the provincial capital to study and rarely returned. Now that liberation had come, he'd heard Jin Jichuan had completed his studies and insisted on returning to his hometown, Shirley Village. Thinking of this, Han Jiandong felt a headache coming on. It felt like Jin Jichuan was walking straight into a trap by returning. I hear you've had more contact with him than most. I'd like to ask you, what do you think of Jin Jichuan as a person? Wan Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. Whether he's the biological son of the Jin family or an adopted child, he hasn't rushed to sever ties with those who raised him. Team Leader Han, in terms of character, Jin Jichuan is beyond reproach. Whether or not he's Jin Wansan's biological son, he earned his way to university in the provincial capital. By class background, shouldn't he be considered an intellectual? Wan Yang offered a suggestion from another angle. Intellectual? Han Jiandong paused. That perspective had never been raised before. Yes, everyone in the village would agree on that. In the entire Shirley village area, there's no young man more educated than Jin Jichuan. Wan Yang offered another piece of supporting evidence. Han Jiandong nodded in agreement with Wan Yang's interpretation. There was a policy from above to unite all intellectuals who could be united. Therefore, classifying Jin Jichuan as an intellectual was actually quite reasonable. Like Wan Yang, Jin Jichuan had been driven out by his family and had established his own household. Simply classifying him as an intellectual was a perfectly suitable approach. Han Jiandong stared at Wan Yang with some curiosity. I heard you used to be their permanent farmhand. When they kicked you out, they rubbed salt in the wound by firing you too. Don't you hold a grudge against them? Wan Yang answered flawlessly, they had no choice. Everyone has their own hardships. Team Leader Han asked about Jin Jichuan as a person, and my answer doesn't need to be tainted by personal feelings. Besides, we have no personal grudge. Employment is a matter both parties must consider. Even if I'd stayed with the Jin family, I wouldn't have lasted long. Han Jiandong took a deep breath. His regard for this young man, Wan Yang, grew even higher. By the way, what brings you here? Hainyu spoke up. Well, my mom asked me to check with you. Do we need any special documents or certificates for a long trip? You're going on a long trip? Where to? Han Jiandong asked, somewhat surprised. Hainyu took the opportunity to explain their family situation to Captain Han. Wan Yang chimed in. After all these years without any word, now that we've heard news about Uncle Baiquan, whether it's true or not, the three of them just have to go see how old Auntie Li is. She's so anxious she's practically beside herself. The pain of being separated from her family has been tearing her apart. Team Leader Han's eyes widened. He clapped his hands. This must be real. I heard a rumor that General Li was from our county, but I never imagined he was actually from our village. Now that the names match up, it's practically a done deal. By now, the group had reached the village office courtyard, and Han Jiandong ushered them inside. How about this, he suggested. I'll call the train station. Then you can just hop on the train to the provincial capital. It'll only take a moment, no hassle at all. We'd be so grateful. Hainyu exclaimed, overjoyed. We'll pay full price for the tickets, no taking advantage of public funds. Han Jiandong laughed heartily. Good sense. Like father, like daughter. Truly worthy of the Li family. He pulled open a drawer. I'll write you a letter of introduction now. 3 people traveling, right? And him. Hanyu pointed at Wan Yang. We're all going together. Han Jiandong paused, recalling the rumors that Wan Yang was to marry into the Li family. It suddenly clicked. Fine. Having a man along will be helpful for protection on the road. He smiled and looked up at Hanyu. Hanyu, you go back first and help your mom and grandma pack. Once I finish writing and get it stamped, I'll have Yangzi bring it over for you. Han Jiandong discreetly signaled to Wan Yang. Wan Yang understood immediately, gave a slight nod, then turned to pat Hanyu on the shoulder. Go tell your aunt and grandma Li not to worry. Once team leader Han finishes the letter, I'll bring it over right away. Okay. Alright, I'll head back then. Hanyu, suspecting nothing, readily agreed and turned to leave the village office. Only after Hanyu exited the courtyard did Han Jiandong speak up. Looks like you won't be staying in Shirley Village much longer. As he spoke, he pulled out a red-lined letterhead. You're practically one of us. I was planning to transfer you to the Farmers Association so we could work together. But since you have this chance to go to the provincial capital, that's even better. Han Jiandong wrote Wan Yang's name on the paper. Do you know what Nyonyo's name is? Li Xiaotong. Good. Li Xiaotong. Han Jiandong wrote it down carefully, stroke by stroke. The names of Liang Choyue and her daughter-in-law were recorded in the village registry. Han Jiandong copied them directly from the ledger. Since you're going to the provincial capital with Sister Chiyoyu's family, it's unlikely you'll return. You're quite capable, and though we won't be co-workers, I have many comrades in arms who are desperately short of skilled people everywhere. Just recently, when we parted ways, they asked me to recommend some people to them. If you're willing, why not go take a look? Han Jiandong's tone was warm and encouraging. After finishing the letter of introduction for the 4 travelers, he turned to a fresh page and continued writing. My comrade in the provincial capital was slightly wounded on the battlefield but has since recovered. He's been assigned to the security department of the steel rolling mill. This mill was built during the Japanese occupation, later taken over by the Kuomintang. Now that the provincial capital is liberated, our own forces have taken control of it. As for what production will be prepared and how specific tasks will be arranged, there's no concrete information yet. We must await orders from above. We must maintain vigilance. Regardless of the facility, whether it's a steel mill, power plant, or flour mill, we must guard against spies and Japanese saboteurs. Such critical units require constant protection against disruptive elements. Therefore, they are now strengthening security measures. With your skills, you are absolutely up to the task. Though it remains unclear whether the steel mill will ultimately be classified as military or civilian property, it will eventually be nationalized. Going there will definitely be worth your while. Han Jiandong handed over the second document he'd finished. This is the recommendation letter I wrote for you. I'll prepare some additional paperwork too. Take these materials with you when you go, they'll definitely accept you. Thank you so much. Wan Yang was overjoyed. For migrant workers, securing factory jobs has never been easy. He never imagined team leader Han would extend such a generous gift and do him such a huge favor. Wan Yang understood clearly that this was a deliberate gesture of goodwill, made specifically because of Master Li Baiquan. Had he not been Black Girl's man, the other party might not have gone to such lengths to arrange this. Regardless of whose favor it was for, since the offer was made, Wan Yang would graciously accept it. Favors were earned through mutual dealings. Now that the other party had bestowed a generous gift upon him, he would repay the favor when the need arose in the future. With his memories from his previous life, if team leader Han ever made a mistake or got into trouble in the future, it would be a breeze for Wan Yang to pull some strings for him within the bounds of what was allowed. He wasn't worried about repaying this favor. Chapter 13. When one man succeeds, everyone benefits. After retrieving the travel recommendation letter, Wan Yang mentioned the rolling mill referral the other party had given him to Aunt Chiyoyu. Why didn't you give it to me? Blackie wrinkled her nose. Didn't you say I'm practically a guerrilla comrade? Why did you send me away and give Wan Yang extra perks instead? Team leader Han meant well, Wan Yang explained. She didn't give it to you because she thought Uncle Baiquan might have other plans in the provincial capital. He wanted to avoid any misunderstandings about the favor. Hanyu was easygoing. She only asked casually, and once Wan Yang explained, she let it go. Having never worked outside, she didn't grasp the value of that recommendation letter. Liang Choyue, however, was sharp. She understood this was the other party showing favor for Baichuan's sake, discreetly giving her future son-in-law a boost to maintain good relations. Of course, Yangzi had earned this through his own abilities. If he hadn't, the other party wouldn't have had the chance to extend such preferential treatment. Whether their daughter could be placed would be decided later. If the son-in-law still expected his father-in-law to arrange things, that stubborn old man would surely cause major conflicts at home. She knew Baichuan's temperament well. Even after 16 years apart, he wouldn't change much. She'd likely have to find another solution for her daughter's job. Without team leader Han's intervention, Wan Yang would have to find his own way. A son-in-law who marries into the family already starts at a disadvantage. Add unemployment to the mix, living off his father-in-law, relying on his father-in-law's resources. Baiquan might not approve of such a match. If he ruins his daughter's prospects before the wedding. Han Jiandong was truly thoughtful, securing Wan Yang a stable position first. No matter how picky Baiquan was, she couldn't find another son-in-law who could hold down a proper job in the provincial capital. Not bad. All the young men in the village are toiling in the fields. Take the Jin family boy. He passed his exams, but once liberation came, he reverted to his old ways and returned to the village. As for whether the future father-in-law would want to lend a hand, that could be discussed later. Liang Qiuyue tucked away the letter and asked Yanzi, "Should we tell your parents?" "No need." Wan Yang shook his head. "We don't know what the situation is over there. Let's wait until things settle down. I've already been kicked out. I can't keep going back and bothering them." Wan Yang couldn't wait to distance himself from the Wan family pit. The less entanglement, the better. His own parents were still in their prime. With 10 acres of land, they could easily support a family of 5. Why should he return and become a nuisance? Besides, once he was married out, he'd be like his eldest and second sisters. Better to keep his distance from his birth family. Unless some major upheaval happened, everyone should just mind their own business. It would also spare him the trouble of being dragged into any future trouble his maternal uncle's son might get into. Liang Qiuyue was pleased to hear this. That was precisely her point, to make the Jin family understand whose influence had secured Wan Yang's job in the provincial capital. "The child you drove away has become the pillar of our household. This child is mature, steady, and knows how to read the room. You rejected such a fine young man, driving him away, yet you treat those two good-for-nothings like treasures. The more you spoil them, the worse they become. You deserve to be scolded." If Si Yaqian had any sense, the Li family wouldn't have had to pick up Yangzi like a stray. Liang Qiuyue was beaming with delight. Saying she was going on a long journey, Liang Qiuyue wanted to take everything with her. She wished she could carry all their household possessions. But what she couldn't bear to leave behind was the grain stored in the cellar. Wan Yang knew how crucial that cellar of grain would be in the future. He had it all figured out. He and Hanyo had already neatly sorted and transferred the grain into large jars, sealing them with green stone slabs. Mice couldn't get in, and thieves would find it difficult too. After all, Hanyo's strength was undeniable. The slabs she and Wan Yang had jointly placed on top were too heavy for ordinary people to lift. "I've already informed team leader Han. During the night patrols, he'll make sure to cover the area twice over." Yangzi's words finally eased most of Liang Qiuyue's worries. Hanyu also agreed with traveling light. When a family goes out, they can't carry too much baggage. "If we settle down, Wan Yang and I can always come back to retrieve things later. Besides, it's our first trip. Who knows what the situation will be? What if we can't find it?" Grandma Li didn't like hearing that, but her granddaughter was telling the truth. What if we can't find it? The family bustled about, busy with who knows what, until team leader Han finally relayed word a passing train would arrive that afternoon. Only then did they prepare to depart. Team leader Han, having gone above and beyond to help him, even dispatched a horse-drawn carriage to escort the family out of town. This commotion stirred the entire village. Only then did the villagers learn that widow Li wasn't truly a widow. Li Baiquan was alive and well, and had even risen to become a high-ranking official in the Communist Party. The envy was palpable. "My, how clever your second son is. He found such a powerful father-in-law with just a glance. No wonder he was so eager to marry into that family." How bitter those words sounded. Exactly. When one person succeeds, everyone benefits. Look at Sister Qiu, she's even bringing her future son-in-law along. Ah, but they didn't appreciate it. Such a fine young man, and they just kicked him out. Not even a sack of provisions or a bedding set. I hear Sister Qiu prepared everything perfectly for her future son-in-law, a new cotton coat, fresh bedding. When they renovated the hut, they even converted the east wing just for the two of them to get married. Hearing this, Si Yuchen felt a sharp pang of resentment, as if someone had pointed at his very spine to hurl insults. Could it be that Yangzi was taken in by Si Yuchen from outside? One family, 3 different ways of treating their children. Many gossiping aunts and neighbors whispered about it, avoiding the Wan family. But even if he was begged for, Yangzi was the lucky one. Marrying into the Wan family, he wouldn't carry the Wan surname anymore. No need to drag in the poor relatives of the Wan household. Blah blah blah. Not only was Wan's mother, Si Yuchen, troubled, but Wan Yang's father, Wan Manton, was also full of worries. Their family was a minor clan in Shirley village, once having a few friendly neighbors. But ever since Wan Yang was driven out and the Wans were labeled rich peasants, no one came calling anymore. They'd become just like the Xiao family, utterly despised, avoided like rotten dog. Meanwhile, the Jin family, who also kicked their child out, enjoyed much better public opinion. Even though they were similarly labeled as landlords, the Jins lived considerably better than the Xiaos. For families relying on the land for survival, isn't every living soul precious? No matter how troublesome their own child might be, it was still their own flesh and blood. To ensure their child could live a decent life, they would even disown them. That was the parents' foresight, sparing their child from being dragged down. But when the Wan family kicked out their child with no land, it was seen as heartless. They had so much land, yet they exploited their poor relatives and wouldn't even let the child eat their fill. They forced the child to sleep in the land god temple, penniless and destitute. The Wans found themselves at a loss for words. After being cast out, Yangzi never once wiped the Wan's doorstep again. When the Agricultural Association visited last time, everyone noticed how close team leader Han treated Yangzi. As parents, they had no idea when the connection had formed. And what about future favors from Yangzi? Otherwise, how could the Wans have been labeled rich peasants? If only they'd known Yangzi was close to the Agricultural Association leaders, they could have hidden a few more acres of land and been classified as middle peasants. Landlords were those who owned vast tracts of land, hired others to work it, and did not participate in the labor themselves. Rich peasants owned considerable land, hired laborers, but also worked themselves. By today's standards, the wealthy peasants would still be considered part of the exploiting class. The Wan family's days in the village won't be easy. Back when the Wans had more land, if they openly declared the hidden plots to Yangzi and hired him to farm them instead of hiring a few poor relatives for peanuts, and if they hadn't sent their son to work as a hired laborer for the genes to supplement the household income, turning their own son into a hired farmhand. Upon returning to Wan Manton, Wan Man would have beaten Si Yuqian senseless. If not for that woman's rotten scheme, would the Wan family be in this state now? The whole village will laugh their heads off. When old lady Xiao learned that old lady Li's family had gone out searching for relatives, her expression darkened. That Li boy isn't dead? What? Don't say that. Xiaodani quickly glanced left and right, then dashed out to shut her own gate. Hanio's life had improved lately. Her mother had found her a capable son-in-law, and her father was a major general in the PLA. Her face was full of envy. Old Mrs. Zhao's legs gave way, and she plopped down onto the ground. It's over, it's over. Let's go. Pack our things, hurry up. Grandma, what are we packing? Xiaodani was utterly confused, not knowing what had gotten into her grandmother. Old Mrs. Xiao fumbled frantically at her bundle. We must leave. Head south. Why go south? It's chaos everywhere. We've just been liberated here, and other provinces are still in turmoil. Xiaodani had no desire to wander aimlessly. Sure, her father was dragged out for public criticism every other day, but he was so dazed he didn't even know what was going on. Let them criticize him. At least at home they had enough to eat and wear. Out there? Who knew what they'd run into? To visit relatives in the south, Grandma Xiao whispered. You had an aunt back then. Times were hard, weren't they? So your aunt was given to a merchant from the south. Later, when that merchant's first wife died, your aunt became his legitimate wife. Just a couple of years ago, she even sent word back. How come I never knew? Xiaodani stared at her grandmother. You're something else. Why do you keep secrets from everyone? Who's keeping secrets? Grandma Xiao explained, your aunt sent some money back. If your father found out about this money, he'd be furious. Go. Hurry up and go. Once you're over there, life will be easier. But you never mentioned going south before. Xiaodani exclaimed, good heavens, what else are you hiding from me? She suddenly recalled the news she'd just shared upon returning. Did you do something to wrong widow Li's family? It was only after hearing that Li Baiquan from Aunt Xiaoyu's family had become a major that Grandma's face had turned pale. Ah. They said Aunt Xiaoyu's house burned down because you and my dad did it. The Farmers Association never dealt with it, so I thought they were wrong. Now that you know Hanio's dad is back, you're scared? Old Lady Xiao, enraged and humiliated, shoved her granddaughter away. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I have known you wouldn't leave? I'll take my son and go. Xiaodani watched as Xiao Laotai hurriedly packed her things and left, momentarily dumbfounded. She truly didn't know where to go or what to do. Chapter 14, How did you know he was a spy? They boarded the train right after dinner. Before dusk had even fallen, Wan Yang and his group arrived at the provincial capital. It was winter, and night fell early. Had it been summer, the sun would likely still have been high in the sky upon their arrival. Neither old lady Li nor Liang Qiuyue had ever traveled far. After getting off the train, when Wan Yang announced they'd arrived, the two couldn't help but sigh. It didn't seem that far. Truthfully, coming from Shirley Village, how far could it really be? Half a day's walk would suffice. It was just that Han Zhandong knew how to do things properly, helping them all the way. Wan Yang decided to find lodging first. Though the sky wasn't yet very dark, the sun would set in the blink of an eye. Wan Yang circled the area and breathed a silent sigh of relief. Small inns and lodgings dotted the cityscape. It was still early in the liberation period, and many things hadn't been formally taken over yet. It wouldn't be like later on in a few more years, there wouldn't be any room for privately run shops at all. For now, as long as one could afford it, decent lodging was available. During the time he and Hanio had been running their stall, Wan Yang had saved a few silver dollars enough to cover this trip's expenses. Wan Yang scouted the streets and found a small inn that looked clean and offered reasonable rates. He took one room for himself, and the three women shared another. There was no other way. He hadn't married Hanyu yet, and unmarried couples couldn't share a room. They had to be assigned based on gender. The innkeeper warned them as they checked in, the city enforces a strict nighttime curfew. It's best you don't wander about freely. The four nodded in agreement. Old Mrs. Li once again felt fortunate to have brought Yangzi along. They knew nothing about these city rules without him, they'd be completely lost. If it had been just the three of them, they would have rushed out in the dark to search. What if they violated the city's taboos and got arrested? That would bring shame upon their son. With Yangzi in charge, they knew to settle in first, rest overnight, and search for the person in daylight tomorrow, a much-needed buffer. They ate a meager meal and then each retired to rest. Old Mrs. Li tossed and turned in bed. The inn wasn't like home, the room felt cold and empty. At least huddling together kept the three of them somewhat warm. Do you think Baiquan still remembers us? Old Mrs. Li's voice trembled with anxiety. Though she'd rushed out to find her son, now that they were in the provincial capital, she felt utterly uncertain. 16 years. Nearly 17 years without seeing him. Her son was now a major general, but as his mother, she had no idea what he was thinking. He'd taken a new wife. What if she didn't welcome visitors from his hometown? Even if he forgets me, he can't forget you, you're his mother. Rest assured. Liang Choyua couldn't sleep either, staring fixedly at the stark white ceiling. Hearing this, old Mrs. Li sat bolt upright. Moon. We're just here to see him. The years we've relied on each other as mother and daughter are longer than the time we spent with him. If he doesn't recognize you, I won't recognize him either. Liang Choyua remained silent for a long while before finally sighing, Mother, sleep now. We must go out again tomorrow to search for him. Until they actually found him, no one could say whether Baiquan still remembered. Besides sighing, what else could Liang Choyua do? Her own heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat. She had no energy left to comfort her mother-in-law. Just as her mother-in-law feared, after hearing the Jin family boy's words, Liang Choyua knew Baiquan had taken another wife. For men who ventured out into the world, it wasn't uncommon to have one wife back home and a new one elsewhere. Her heart was in turmoil. Wan Yang, however, felt far less uneasy. He knew his father-in-law would eventually be found, and he always kept his family close to his heart. In his previous life, when Li Baiquan returned, Hanyu and her 2 children had already perished in a fire. The first time he returned for the memorial rites, he brought his new wife and children with him. Less than a month later, Li Baiquan returned alone. When asked about his companions, he simply said the division commander had divorced. Later, Wan Yang heard that Li Baiquan had retired from the military and returned to farming, tending to the few desolate graves in Shirley village. He never remarried. In those days, divorce wasn't as simple as it would become later. For a high-ranking official like him to divorce within a month of returning home required organizational approval. If he could have managed to keep up appearances, Li Baiquan certainly wouldn't have divorced. So there might be a story behind his later marriage. Even when Jin Jichuan mentioned that Hainu's father had remarried and had children, Wan Yang felt no concern when his future mother-in-law brought Hainu to meet him. Hanyu was simply carefree. She'd never grasped the concept of a father. Her search stemmed purely from her mother and grandmother's obsession. Thus, that night, only the engaged couple in one of the 2 rooms could sleep soundly. Early the next morning, Wan Yang went out to buy breakfast. He planned to go out alone to ask around, but Hanyu stubbornly insisted on tagging along. Hanyu was used to tagging along with Wan Yang to his stall and saw nothing wrong with it. Even though Liang Choyua was a bit worried about Hanyu being a hindrance in the provincial capital, she couldn't really object once Wan Yang had already agreed. The 2 of them wandered their way to the military camp. Outside the camp gates, several farmers were setting up stalls with baskets of vegetables. One of them was pestering a soldier at the gate. All homegrown, he explained. Thought you'd have plenty of customers here, so I brought it to trade for some cash. If the officers like it, just give whatever you think is fair. You're ridiculous. If you're gonna set up a stall, just set it up. That's not how you draw a crowd. If you wait patiently for customers to come, can you really force them to buy? The vegetable seller at the gate kept shoving cabbages at the guard, completely unfazed by the sarcastic remarks from his fellow vendors. The young soldier at the gate could only frown and shake his head repeatedly. Amid the commotion, Wan Yang noticed a patch of skin exposed on the farmer's wrist. Its color looked off. Having worked with Hanyu for years, he stepped forward and delivered a swift kick, while Hanyu twisted the vendor's arm behind his back. Over the time they'd been setting up stalls outside, Wan Yang and Hanyu had honed this kind of seamless coordination to perfection. With so many competing vendors at the train station, Wan Yang usually avoided trouble. But when he sensed Hanyu's growing impatience, he decided to strike first. Once Wan Yang made his move, Hanyu would instantly step in to turn the tide, securing victory after victory. This time, when Wan Yang made his move at the military camp entrance, Hanyu instinctively grabbed the man. What are you doing here? The young soldier was startled and immediately pointed his rifle at Wan Yang and Hanyu. Can't you tell? He's a spy. Wan Yang swiftly helped Hanyu restrain the struggling man, adding an extra layer of security. The young soldier looked utterly bewildered. How do you know he's a spy? A voice came from inside the gate. Several people emerged from the jeep parked inside the gate. The speaker was the one leading the group. They had intended to drive out of the military compound but were stopped by the gate guard, who reported an incident at the sentry post and demanded they resolve it before leaving. Wan Yang and Black Girl's actions were clearly visible to those inside the vehicle. When Wan Yang mentioned the other was a spy, the leader raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. He was intrigued. How could Wan Yang be so certain that the vegetable vendor was a spy when even the sentry hadn't detected it? Chapter 15. Dad, did you call me? Roll up his sleeve and take a look. The leader stepped forward personally, rolled up the vegetable seller's sleeve, and examined his wrist. His arm was not only paler than his hand, but also bore a distinct ring of marks, the clear imprint of a watch. Grab him, the man ordered over his shoulder. Several soldiers immediately appeared from the guard post, gagged the man, and dragged him away. The leader scanned Wan Yang and Hanyo with keen interest. Thanks for your help. Which unit are you with? The military will send a letter of appreciation to your unit or local government for this matter. No need to thank us. We just happened to be in the area looking for someone. Wan Yang spoke while glancing at Hanyo. Hanyo noticed the man's rank seemed quite high and instantly widened her eyes. You appear to outrank them all. May I ask you about someone? Have you heard of a man named Li Baiquan? The leader paused. The men behind him tensed up, their entire bodies stiffening. More eyes fixed on Wan Yang and Hanyo. Wan Yang's gaze swept over the man before returning to Hanyo's face, his eyes flickering. He took a deep breath, patted Hanyo gently, and motioned for her to continue. The leader controlled his tone as best he could. I've heard of him. Why? Do you know him? Can you tell me where he is? Or where I can find him? Hanyo's eyes widened, her fists clenching with excitement. You seem quite anxious, young lady. But you still haven't told me who are you? How do you know Li Baiquan? And why are you so desperate to find him? Is something wrong? The man waved his hand, signaling for the gun pointed in their direction to be moved away. My surname is Li. They all call me Blackie. Li? The man repeated the surname, knowing it was common. But Ali specifically seeking Li Baiquan? That was interesting. Where are you from? Shirley Village, Anjiang County. Anjiang County? Shirley Village? The leader froze in place. Commander, is this someone from your hometown? Hanyo froze in place. The man before her, was he really the division commander? Her father? Li Baiquan? Li Baiquan's eyes flashed with light as he stepped forward. Which branch of the family are you from? What are your parents' names? Did your father send you here? I'm from the 4th branch of the Li family. My mother's name is Liang Choyue. My father didn't send me, I've never even met him. Hanyo hesitated for a moment, but everyone says my father is Li Baiquan. Hearing this, Li Baiquan's Adam's apple bobbed. His throat suddenly tightened. Before he could respond, Hanyo continued in one breath. My mother, Liang Choyue, and my grandmother, Fengshe, sent me. Our grandmother is old now. She was separated from her son for 16 years. Upon hearing the news, she just wants to see her son. My mother stayed at home for 16 years, waiting for 16 years, serving her mother-in-law and raising her posthumous daughter for 16 years. Tears streamed down Li Baiquan's face. Sobs echoed around them. The military compound and family quarters were connected. Hearing that a spy had been caught at the gate, everyone rushed over to see the commotion only to witness this scene. With the war dragging on for so many years, if you lost contact with someone, reconnecting was nothing short of a miracle from heaven. One by one, the crowd was moved to tears by this unfamiliar dark-skinned girl. Tears streamed down Li Baiquan's face, his gaze fixed blankly on the girl speaking. It took him a long while to process it. His vision blurred and sharpened intermittently, his mind nearly frozen. A gust of wind swept past, jolting him awake. Xing Yuan, you're my Xing Yuan. His entire body trembled. Where's your grandmother? Where's your mother? Li Baiquan clutched the dark-skinned girl's hand tightly with one hand while roughly wiping his face with the other, his voice urgent. Hanyo glanced down at the hand gripping hers, then looked up at Wan Yang, meeting an encouraging gaze. She immediately answered, at the inn. We came here first to scout the place. Li Baiquan shouted, Xiao Zhang. Hurry! The jeep roared to life. Wan Yang took the passenger seat to give directions. Li Baiquan didn't even pause to ask who Wan Yang was, he just pulled Hanyo into the back seat. Li Baiquan's hand clasped his daughter's tightly. His eyes darted between the road ahead and his daughter, urging the driver relentlessly, faster. Faster. When Wan Yang and the others arrived, they didn't know the way and took a long time wandering around. If they'd taken the car, they would have been here in less than 20 minutes. The moment he pushed open the door and stepped out, Li Baiquan rushed into the inn, calling out, Mother! Mother! Where are you? Your son is back. His voice carried a nasal tone, I'm back. Shouting all the way, he stumbled through the inn, flinging open door after door, desperate to find the face haunting his dreams. At the end of the corridor, old Mrs. Li heard the commotion. She shuffled to her feet, opened the door, and saw that face both unfamiliar and familiar. A heart-wrenching cry burst from her throat, My son! That cry made Li Baiquan's nose sting. Snot and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He rushed madly to old Lady Li, collapsing to his knees before her. Mother. Your unfilial son has returned alive, mother. Old Mrs. Li embraced her son, weeping uncontrollably. 16 years had passed since their last meeting. The once frail youth had now become a burly man with a thick beard. Mother and son clung to each other, weeping bitterly for a long while. Finally, the old woman came to her senses. She smacked her son's back. You good for nothing. What are you still kneeling here for? Go see your wife. All these years without a word from you. If it weren't for your mother and Mwozi would have starved to death. Who do you think made it possible for us to see you alive again? You? Li Baiquan stood up, wiped his face, and saw the woman standing a few steps away. He broke into a wide grin, then strode over and lifted her effortlessly. I can carry you now, I can finally carry you. Liang Qiuyue had held back her tears until now, but as the man hoisted her onto his shoulders, they finally spilled down her cheeks. Her head hung against his back as her hands patted his spine rhythmically. Finally, she cried out in a wail, Where the hell have you been all these years? The man stood still, letting her hit him. When he sensed her sobs were turning into sobs, he laughed and cried as he set her down. His rough, calloused hands reached out to wipe her tears, then pulled his sobbing wife into a tight embrace. Through his own tears, he chuckled hoarsely, Moon, I've dreamed of this day. If only I hadn't left that day. After a long embrace, Liang Qiuyue pushed him away abruptly. Trembling, she touched his face, studying it closely again and again. How did you find me? Li Baiquan hurriedly turned to look for his daughter. Where's Xingyuan? Quick, bring her over so daddy can take a good look. He grinned widely at Liang Qiuyue. You're amazing. You really gave me a Xingyuan. Back when they married and Liang Qiuyue became pregnant, she had a vague feeling. The couple had already thought of many names for the child. A girl would be called Xingyuan, a boy would be called Liao Yuan. A spark can set the prairie ablaze. Dad, were you calling me? Behind Hanyu, an unfamiliar girl approached from the main gate. The hallway fell silent. Chapter 16, Alive and Well, Anshao said you were dead. The long-awaited reunion after separation by life and death, and the joy of seeing a loved one return from the dead. The joy that had filled the air moments ago now gave way to a bitter cold. The silence threatened to freeze the entire space solid. Just as Li Baiquan was at a loss for words, heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway once more. Auntie! Old Li! A rough voice accompanied a man in military uniform, roughly Li Baiquan's age, rushing over. Li Baiquan felt as if a spring breeze had melted the ice at the very least. The suffocating tension in the air was broken. Old Su! Li Baiquan wiped his face and explained quietly to old Mrs. Li and Liang Qiuyue, This is Political Commissar Su, my superior. Grandma Li dabbed her tears with a handkerchief, while Liang Qiuyue smoothed her hair. Su Zhengwen approached with a smile. I heard the old lady was here. He looked at old Mrs. Li, then without another word, knelt down and kowtowed, Auntie, you've suffered so much these years. Unable to accept such a formal gesture, old Mrs. Li shifted her body halfway to the side and bent down with Liang Qiuyue to help him up. Hanyu knelt beside them and returned the bow. Li Baiquan beamed with pride. Qiuyu has raised the child well, she knows her manners. Wan Yang helped usher them inside. Stop standing around in the hallway like a bunch of gawkers. After old Mrs. Li and Su Zhengwen were seated, Liang Qiuyue poured tea and served it. This gentleman is. Su Zhengwen looked at Liang Qiuyue. This is my wife. Li Baiquan grabbed Liang Qiuyue's hand, grinning from ear to ear. See? I wasn't bragging. My wife is gorgeous. And her cooking is second to none. Su Zhengwen smiled warmly. Old Li's bragged to me more than once about how his sister-in-law's pot roasted pork and dragon soup are absolutely legendary. I'll have to try them sometime. Why wait until later? Li Baiquan stood up dramatically. Let's go. Head home and gather every old-timer you can find. I'm in a great mood today, let's all raise a glass together. You'll see that old Li here doesn't brag for nothing. Su Zhengwen hadn't decided whether to accept or decline. Liang Qiuyue pulled her arm back. If you want to eat, Comrade Su, I can borrow the inn's kitchen to cook. It'll be just the same. I just worry my skills are nothing special, people might laugh at me. Li Baiquan reached out to pull her. Aren't you coming home? What kind of example is it to have a home and not return? If you don't go, mother won't go, and the child won't go. Without you all, this isn't a proper home. Besides, whatever it is, shouldn't the family gather to talk it through clearly? I'll talk to mother and the child. Liang Qiuyue shook her head. It wouldn't be right for me to go. Her expression was so blank it made Li Baiquan's heart race. Let's talk. Li Baiquan stood up and paced in a circle. This isn't home, it's just an inn. Where are we supposed to find a private place to talk in one room? Wan Yang pointed to the room across from his own. Gratefully, Li Baiquan pulled Liang Qiuyue into Wan Yang's room and closed the door. There were too many people earlier. I couldn't explain properly. Liang Qiuyue sat on the edge of the bed, her expression still impassive. Go ahead. I'm listening. Li Baiquan paced the room twice before removing his military cap and placing it neatly on the table. He looked at Liang Qiuyue as he undid one button, then another. What are you doing? Taking off your clothes? What are you trying to do? Liang Qiuyue glanced out the window, her expression turning pale. Li Baiquan took off his military-style cotton coat, revealing only a white shirt underneath. Li Baiquan knelt down with a thud. What a sight! Liang Qiuyue felt her shoulders relax inexplicably. Li Baiquan spoke, do with me as you will kill me, torture me. But one thing, take me home. Seeing him standing there in just a shirt on such a freezing day, Liang Qiuyue gritted her teeth in anger. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you have something to say, just say it. Why did you take off your coat? I can kneel before my wife, but not in this uniform. Li Baiquan crawled forward on his knees. I've got a belly full of questions. If we don't settle this face to face, I won't be able to rest easy. Come home with me. You're the child's mother, I'm the child's father. We grew up together. Between us, we need to speak plainly. Agreed? I am the child's mother, no doubt. You are the child's father, no doubt. But right now, I am not your wife. This home I cannot go back with you. Liang Qiuyue's eyes flickered with emotion. She only shook her head. Get up. Don't let anyone see us making a spectacle. She couldn't even sigh in front of him, her eyes reddening with suppressed emotion. Li Baiquan's eyes also turned red. You must come back with me. I need to get to the bottom of this. Why did you all seem to be living perfectly fine, yet Auntie Xiao said you were all dead? I went back. The old lady from the Xiao family said she buried you with her own hands. He stood up and pulled a stack of photos from his cotton-padded jacket. They looked a bit creased, but he'd carried them with him for years. This is the well at the east end of our village, right? Liang Qiuyue leaned on Li Baiquan's arm and studied them closely. Yes, it is. She gasped in astonishment. Then what's with these gravestones? There are no graves here, no one's buried. During the land reform, that plot was given to Heir Guzi's family. Really? When they measured the land, every family had to send someone. Nyozi was out running errands, so I went instead. I passed by there every day, but I don't know if there were any graves. That's exactly what I need to figure out. Li Baiquan pointed to the tombstone in the photo. This is mother's tombstone, Li Fengshi. He pointed to others in the photos. This one's for your father, and this one's for you. Someone deliberately fabricated these tombstones to deceive Li Baiquan? Liang Qiuyue was furious. How utterly despicable is that? Who curses someone to death like this? They deliberately tried to tear our family apart? When I went back to find you all, I was ambushed. He lifted his shirt to reveal several bullet scar wounds across his chest and abdomen. 3 bullets. I was bedridden for a full year before barely managing to walk again. I begged Du Rolan, who'd rescued me back then. She'd been detained with me at the police station to help. She said her brothers sent someone to our hometown to check. They brought back Auntie Xiao, who declared, you all died in the flood. It was the villagers who buried you. Get dressed. We need to get to the bottom of this. Liang Qiuyue picked up the quilted jacket and handed it to Li Baiquan. She glanced down once more at Li Baiquan's scarred belly, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. That woman had saved his life, that was undeniable. When they emerged, both were remarkably calm. Du Rolan stood outside the door holding her daughter. Spotting Li Baiquan, she stepped forward, boldly. Then she turned to Liang Qiuyue. You must be the eldest sister? Liang Qiuyue didn't acknowledge her, instead walking over to support old Mrs. Li. Let's go, mother. Old Mrs. Li's hand trembled, her face lighting up with unexpected joy. You. Li Baiquan came over and hoisted the old lady onto his back. Let's go. Son's gonna carry you home. Wan Yang and Hainiu followed behind. Commissioner Su was highly efficient. Several vehicles arrived, all spacious enough to accommodate everyone. In the last vehicle, Du Rolan clutched her daughter's hand, her body trembling slightly as her expression grew increasingly grim. Midway, she shouted for the driver to stop. He slammed on the brakes and halted abruptly. What's the matter? Li Xingyuan rolled his eyes. What now? Go back to your uncle's place and tell your aunt to come to our house immediately. Right now. Du Rolan pushed open the door. Tell your uncle if he doesn't come, he'll find out what happens. Startled by his mother's expression, Li Xingyuan didn't dare delay and ran toward the Du residence. The family entered the house and sat down on the living room sofa. Gradually, more and more people came to visit the old lady. Li Baiquan didn't ask them to leave, but told them to sit. He said there were things that needed to be made clear today. Everyone seated here was a comrade in arms who had shared life and death experiences. There were no secrets between them. Li Baiquan gave a wry smile, nothing to be ashamed of. He took Liang Qiuyue's hand. This is my wife, whom I married through proper channels back then. He then pointed to Du Rolan, who had been standing silently by the door. Comrade Du Rolan is my second wife. I've never concealed this from the organization or anyone else. When I left home, I didn't know my wife was pregnant, so now we have a daughter. Su Zhengwen nodded. Right. That's true. You haven't concealed any of this. But I, Li Baiquan, am not the kind of man who abandons his wife and children in the countryside to marry another. Li Baiquan addressed Du Rolan. Back then, I received a letter from a classmate detailing the protest schedule. I rushed to the provincial capital just in time to join the student rally. But before the gathering fully began, we were arrested. Du Rolan and I entered the police station together, right? Du Rolan nodded, yes. We were detained at the police station for over 20 days before being released. After getting out, I headed straight home. Along the way, news of the flash flood spread. I raced home desperately, but when I reached the village, I couldn't even get close. The floodwaters hadn't receded yet, and muddy sludge covered everything. Liang Qiuyue nodded, yes. We dug a pit shelter on the ridge and hid there for over 2 months. Old Mrs. Li sighed. Only a few strong laborers ventured down to see if anyone could still be saved. Some were rescued alive, but most were like your father. By the time they were dug out, they were already. Li Baiquan rubbed his face. I wanted to go back to find people or tools. I went into the village to look around, but then I got marked. I don't know how I got marked, or what I had on me that was worth marking me for. Before I knew it, I was being hunted down. I got shot 3 times. I was running toward the school. I figured I couldn't die without knowing why. He looked up at Du Rolan. Before I passed out, I knew I'd made it near the school. Then, you saved me. Right. Du Rolan picked up the thread. I'd gone to the school to pick up a book. When I came out, I saw him covered in blood. My family had a driver and a private doctor at the time. I brought him home and hid him in our basement. Li Baiquan looked at the others. You've probably guessed by now there was a traitor among us. That traitor was our teacher at the time. We only found out later. The organization has already reached its conclusion, so I won't elaborate here. I spent a year recuperating at the Du residence, and this is the outcome I received. He pulled a photo from his pocket and passed it around for everyone to see. Du Rolan's brother gave me these photos and brought a witness from our village. All the evidence confirms that my entire family perished. Ah! This is utterly unexpected. Especially since the person is standing right before us, it makes the whole thing feel even more complicated. Du Rolan kept her head bowed. I've already sent Xingyuan to fetch my brother and sister-in-law. I too want answers about this matter. She looked straight at Li Baiquan. I had absolutely no knowledge of this matter. Wan Yang suddenly asked, you said you saved Uncle Baiquan. When you went to the school to retrieve the book, what book was it? The Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Governance, Du Rolan replied. It's an out-of-print edition. It would be a real shame if it got lost. After being detained for over 20 days, the first thing you thought of was retrieving a book? Wan Yang smiled meaningfully. This book must be quite important to you. Where is it? I've never seen a rare edition of the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government. Du Rolan looked at Wan Yang. What exactly are you trying to say, kid? This youth was an unfamiliar face, accompanying the eldest sister. When he spoke now, the Li family accepted his actions without restraint or concern that he was overstepping. Du Rolan didn't understand his identity, but his sharpness stirred a thread of irritation within her. What do I want to say? Wan Yang patted Hainyo's arm reassuringly as she looked worried. Nothing much, really. I just find it strange. Her words grew increasingly understated. After being locked up for over 20 days, if it were me, I'd go home first and figure out whether I was safe. If my family were better off, they'd still be shaken and would never let a young woman go out. Yet here she was, leaving under these circumstances. Not only did her family not stop her, they sent a driver to take her out, all just to retrieve a book? I can't wrap my head around it. So, there must be something being hidden. Du Rolan remained silent for a long while. Slowly closing her eyes, she opened them again to look at Political Commissar Su. Political Commissar Su, there are matters I need to report to you privately. Report to me? Commissioner Su paused, then rose immediately. Very well. Lead the way. Both men rose and entered Li Baiquan's study. I admit I withheld some information back then. Du Rolan took a deep breath, but I can explain these matters clearly and submit a self-criticism to the organization. Commissioner Su frowned. Comrade Rolan. This isn't about making a self-criticism. Whatever issues you have, explain them clearly first. Du Rolan lowered her head and bit her lip. When she looked up again, her lips were slightly bloodied. Actually, back then, I was in a romantic relationship with our teacher and Xueyou. And Xueyou that traitor? Chapter 17, Reclaiming My Wife. I have some confidence. This was truly unexpected. He was my teacher and my mentor on the path to becoming a GM. Du Rolan took a deep breath. Back then, when so many student members were arrested, I started to suspect something was amiss. After leaving the police station, I called him. On the phone, he asked me who I was detained with and what I'd said to others. I told him I was with Old Li, but hadn't said much. After hanging up, I felt I had to confront him in person. So I lied to my brother, saying I was going to the hospital, and slipped out of the house to find him at the school. But I waited outside his office for ages and he never came back. When I finally left, I ran into Old Li, covered in blood. I immediately suspected my phone call had led to Old Li's trouble. Otherwise, why would only he be singled out? I brought Old Li home and called our private doctor to treat him. Later, to atone for my guilt, I cared for Old Li for a year. My brother thought I was deeply in love with him and arranged for us to marry. Old Li never knew I did it to atone. All these years, I never confessed to the organization, not because I feared I couldn't explain it clearly, but mainly because my feelings for him had changed. I was afraid that if Old Li knew he was being hunted down because of me, it would affect our marriage. Honestly, aside from hiding this one thing, I truly haven't concealed anything else from the organization.
Comrade Du Rulan, this is no trivial matter.
Su Zhangwen paced angrily in his study. Old Li has always regarded you as his savior.
What on earth have you done?
I agree to divorce him.
Du Rulan wiped away her tears. We've spent more time apart than together these past years anyway.
Old Li never truly regarded me as his wife.
You're right, he only sees me as his benefactor.
We've lived together all these years with nothing but polite formality.
Why are you crying? Su Zhangwen glared, fuming. Back then, you didn't mean it, you were truly innocent. That much can be clarified. The organization is willing to trust a good comrade.
But the unintended consequences, the harm caused to others that can't be explained away with a simple "I'm sorry" or "I didn't mean it." While they were talking inside, someone knocked on the door, announcing that someone from the Du family had arrived.
Du Russian appeared to be a refined gentleman, wearing gold-rimmed glasses.
He entered with an apologetic expression. I heard about the situation from Xing Yuan.
I'm truly sorry. I trusted the wrong person.
Old who had been my driver for 10 years and was always reliable, so I never suspected anything else. When he returned, he brought photos and a woman.
That woman knew Baiquan and had spoken with him. I didn't verify anything further.
With such tragic news, I only wanted to spare Baiquan more pain.
Who could have imagined they were deceiving us? Every mistake here is my fault.
It was my negligence.
This has nothing to do with Rulan.
Baiquan lay in that hospital bed for a year. Who was by her side caring for her?
It was Rulan. Du Russian hesitated, unable to speak further.
Xing Yuan's true age was far greater than what was publicly acknowledged, a private matter of the Du family that could never be discussed openly.
He could only resort to his usual evasive tactics to placate everyone. You tell me an unmarried young woman who's gone this far. As her elder brother, was I wrong to demand they marry? Otherwise, what about my sister? How could she ever marry?
If this situation happened again, I'd still force you two to marry.
Besides, after a year of living together, isn't marriage the natural outcome?
My stance remains unchanged. Even if I hadn't received news of Baiquan's wife's misfortune back then, if she were still alive, I would still demand Baiquan divorce her to give my sister closure.
Du Rulan stepped forward. Brother, stop. Back then.
Du Russian's face twisted into a genuine sneer. When you brought him back, he was barely clinging to life.
Back then, getting medicine was so difficult. How many ways did we try? How many hardships did we endure just to save him?
You nursed him through every meal, every bathroom trip, turned him over, washed him. Why should you have to do that?
Du Rulan clenched her fists. You really didn't intentionally fake it back then? Du Russian looked utterly incredulous. His survival wasn't even certain back then.
I must have been insane to scheme and marry my sister off to a sickly invalid. He turned to old Mrs. Li, his face flushed with indignation.
And you still suspect us of ill intent? Tell me, old lady, is this how one treats their savior?
Now it seems the problem lies with that old woman from the Xiao family.
Wan Yang spoke up. What about the driver? The driver who investigated the Li family back then?
He passed away 2 years ago due to illness. Then we'll just have to find answers from the old woman of the Xiao family. Wan Yang called village chief Li Dashan and learned that old lady Xiao had fled. Now, whether it was the old woman acting on her own for money or the Du family paying her to speak, there was no way to reach a definitive conclusion. Su Zhangwen called out to Li Baiquan. Old Li, come in for a moment.
In the study, Su Zhangwen recounted everything Du Rulan had said to Li Baiquan.
So that's how it was. The astonishment in Li Baiquan's eyes was genuine. All these years, I never really thought much about it. I just assumed she saved my life.
Back then, when her brother demanded we marry, his words made sense. How could we not give a pure young woman an explanation? Wouldn't that make us monsters? So we married. Later, we had a daughter.
Then the situation suddenly became tense. The organization had a mission, so we placed the child in the care of the Du family.
The rest of the details are all clear to the organization. Su Zhangwen nodded. This whole situation. I don't even know what to say. Comrade Rulan stated that if you want a divorce, she agrees.
Li Baiquan sat there for a long while without speaking. Though he didn't hide things from the organization, certain private matters concerning Du Rulan remained sealed with 3 seals.
That was their agreement back then. For instance, Du Rulan claimed the child was from her deceased ex-boyfriend. To give him an heir, she kindly chose not to terminate the pregnancy. Later, their family doctor confirmed her body was unsuitable for abortion. While nursing Li Baiquan's injuries, she was also nurturing the fetus. Back then, she stayed in the same room with him every day to evade her sister-in-law's inquiries. Her brother was away on business and couldn't return, so even the penicillin they'd struggled to obtain had to be sent back through others. Her sister-in-law handled all household matters, and it was only through this arrangement that they barely managed to conceal the truth from her family. Later, the snowball of lies grew larger and larger. After his family's tragic death, he was left utterly desolate and agreed to her request. They would become a fake married couple, covering for each other. Even the name Liang Xingyuan came from his sleep-talking. She had overheard it and, wanting something to hold on to, named the child she left with her brother and sister-in-law before departing. It wasn't until he returned this time that he realized the name was already set. What else could he do? But later, during the long march, living side by side under harsh conditions, her affections gradually shifted toward him. Eventually, she insisted to others that Xingyuan was his child. Only then did Li Baiquan understand why Du Rulan had claimed the child belonged to her deceased ex-boyfriend. And Shueyo wasn't just a despicable traitor, he was also a spy planted in the country by the Japanese puppet regime. If anyone discovered that Du Rulan's child had such a father, not only would the child never be able to hold their head up again, but all of Du Rulan's years of service and achievements with GM would be reduced to nothing. Du Rulan had saved his life, he couldn't repay kindness with betrayal. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to bury these secrets deep within himself, never to be shared with outsiders. Fortunately, political Commissar Su had clarified things, giving him some confidence in winning back his wife. Old Su, this is eating away at me. Li Baiquan made his feelings clear. He owed the Du family a debt of gratitude for saving his life, but the fact that they had forged documents to separate him from his own flesh and blood for 16 years was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, something he could never swallow. Su Zhangwen patted Li Baiquan's shoulder. At the very least, they raised your daughter. We must preserve appearances. I'll continue investigating. You needn't concern yourself with this for now. He sighed and urged further, Old Li, cheer up. All these years, you've survived bullets and bombs. You're back alive, your family's safe and sound. Now we can meet, sit together, and talk through all this mess. That's good fortune. Be content. Content. I'm more than content. Knowing they're all alive, that's true contentment. Once the outsiders had left, the family members were left staring at each other. Du Rulan decided to stop hiding things and revealed part of what she had concealed all those years. It's true, I saved him. But back then, his injury was likely my fault, whether intentional or not. It was my mistake. Saving him was just my way of atoning for my guilt. Yet, the situation we're in now, it feels like an even greater sin. To be honest, I'm still baffled myself. Du Rulan stood up. Boldly, I know you spared my face in front of everyone and didn't press my brother further. All those comrades spared my face too, not digging deeper into the matter. But I will get to the bottom of this matter. I owe both you and the organization an explanation. My brother's role in this affair is hardly honorable. Anyone with discernment can hear it in the details. I'm going back to the Du residence. I need to speak with my brother alone. Mother, my eldest sister, and the children will stay at home. Li Xingyuan was completely dazed. From the moment her mother dragged her to the inn, to returning home, and then hearing all those past events, it was all a massive shock to her. Hearing her mother mention going to her uncle's house, she immediately stood up. I'll go with Mom to Uncle's place first. Staying here felt unbearably stifling. Mother and daughter left the house with tight-lipped expressions. The others couldn't bring themselves to say anything. Staying felt wrong, speaking felt wrong. Silence was all they could manage. Their footsteps grew heavy as they walked away from the estate. Just as they approached the camp area, Li Xingyuan noticed his mother slowing down, slower and slower. Turning to look, he saw Du Rulan's face had turned completely pale. Mom! Li Xingyuan was terrified. Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Du Rulan forced a weak smile, opening her mouth to speak, but suddenly everything went black before her eyes. She stumbled forward and collapsed. Ah! Li Xingyuan let out a sharp cry of alarm. Fumbling to steady her, he shouted frantically, someone! Help! Help! Chapter 18, let's go! We're going home. This isn't the place for us. Only now did Li Baiquan notice the young man who had been trailing behind his wife and daughter. A look of admiration. With just a few words, he'd coaxed Du Rulan into voicing what she'd kept buried for over a decade. Not bad for a young guy. Li Baiquan turned to Liang Choyue. That young man looked sharp. Whose nephew is he? Did he come to the provincial capital to help you? Li Baiquan shot Li Baiquan a look. He's no stranger. This is Yangzi, the second son of the Laowan family, our future son-in-law. If it weren't for coming to find you, today would have been the wedding day for Nyozi and Yangzi. Oh, future son-in-law? What son-in-law? Li Baiquan glanced at Hainiu and suddenly froze. Groom? Xingyuan's? The wedding day? Only then did Li Baiquan notice how intimately his tall, sturdy daughter was interacting with that simpleton, now whispering secrets together, heads close. Who agreed to this? His eyes widened like copper bells, but under Liang Choyue's gaze, he could only mutter softly, I didn't agree. What's the matter? Got a problem with it? As long as Mom and I agree, that's all that matters. Liang Choyue couldn't care less about his approval. Instead, she looked kindly at the two young people and murmured softly, ever since Yangzi agreed to marry into our family, life has been so much easier. Marry into the family? Li Baiquan grew even more uneasy about this boy. How many good men agree to marry into the family? If it weren't for Yangzi, we wouldn't have been able to scrape together the money for the trip tickets and lodging.
Don't go suggesting wild ideas.
I've set my heart on this one grandson-in-law.
Old Mrs. Li gave her son a light slap, then beamed as she whispered to the two lovely couples before her. You, young man, come here.
I need to have a word with you. Li Baiquan suddenly felt like everything was wrong. He was already feeling resentful.
Now his own wife and mother were both showering admiration on this outsider, making Li Baiquan, who had initially held some regard for the young man, grow increasingly irritated.
What's there to talk about? Don't scare him. He's under my wing.
Black girl might be blunt, but she had a knack for gauging tone and emotion. Seeing Wan Yang intimidated by his newly recognized father, Black girl blurted out a line she often used while hawking goods outside. She had no idea how deeply those words would cut Li Baiquan, who had just been reunited with his precious daughter. Seeing his newly recognized biological daughter defend an outsider like this only made Li Baiquan dislike Wan Yang even more. Before he could say anything, a shrill voice rang out from beyond the gate.
Colonel Li. Come out quickly and see what's become of little Du. What's going on? The commotion outside grew louder. Du Rulan had been carried back.
She had fainted near the barracks and been taken to the military hospital.
The doctor's diagnosis: high blood pressure, low blood sugar, and some asthma.
Li Baiquan watched as Du Rulan was carried in and laid on the bed.
He turned to Li Xingyuan standing nearby and asked, what triggered this?
Li Xingyuan began to cry. My mother has been with you all these years.
You just said you didn't want her anymore.
She was so shocked and overwhelmed, that's why this happened. The women who brought her back were all female cadres who knew Du Rulan well. Most of them were also family members of the leaders in this compound. Oldly, Duer has had it rough these years. After weathering so many storms, she never imagined it would end like this.
Look at the mess this has caused. Talk things out calmly. Resolve issues properly. There's no problem that can't be solved.
You really need to consider Xiaodu's health condition.
You know how hard it is to find medicine for asthma.
One wrong move and it could cost her life. All these years, we've weathered so much together.
We can't let this end in tragedy.
Victory is within reach, you tell her that. Then there were the fiery words, you're out there fighting, but do you have any idea how hard it is for us women on the home front? Living in constant fear. Every time there's fighting, I lie awake night after night. Xiaodu went to the front lines with the medical team. She was afraid you'd get hurt, but she also thought that if you did, at least she could carry you back.
Your husband and wife, but more than that, comrades in arms. Even if there's no marital bond, treating your own comrade like this, isn't that a bit cold? That's exactly what I mean.
A tall woman in uniform, her brows furrowed in anger. Men win battles, then come home wanting to swap wives. They used their first wives to drive away the ones who followed them to war.
And then what? Go back to the first wife? How many of those first wives can even stay in the military?
Once the first wife leaves the hometown, it's the same old story: find a younger, prettier one. Then complain about arranged marriages.
What kind of nonsense is this? Zhang Xiao.
The short, plump woman who'd been silent all along finally spoke up as the conversation grew increasingly outrageous.
What on earth are you saying?
We're mediating another family's dispute here, not giving you a platform to vent your own grievances by exploiting someone else's situation. The short, plump woman turned to the old lady, whose face had turned ashen, and explained, don't get angry, ma'am. Her family's going through some trouble, and she's feeling upset. She's just straightforward and doesn't know how to express herself. Just as old Mrs. Li was about to speak, Liang Chouyue grabbed her arm.
Liang Chouyue stepped forward expressionless. I understand your good intentions. But ultimately, you're just talking to me. I know. I understand you're sticking up for her.
Rest assured, I'll take the child back tomorrow.
As for rumors about causing a divorce? That's nonsense.
Whatever their motives, they saved my child's father's life.
That makes them benefactors. But if you ask me to cut all ties forever, I can't do that. Don't push me. I entered the Lin family at 8. Baiquan grew up on my back.
I held his hand to school, carried him home every day at the same hour.
You say they're not husband and wife, but comrades.
Well, we may not be husband and wife either, but we're still family.
You can't ask too much of people.
As for my mother, if she wishes to stay, I'll let her. But if they can't care for her, or if she doesn't want to stay here, then I'll take her home.
I'm going home with you. Old Mrs. Li gasped for breath, then turned and walked away. Let's go. We're going home. This isn't where we belong. Auntie, sister.
The woman who spoke last hurried to stop her.
That's not what we meant.
Seeing Xiaodu like this breaks our hearts. You care about your own people, but I care about my daughter and my daughter-in-law. Old Mrs. Li shook off the woman's hand.
Wan Yang knelt beside her. Come on, Grandma. I'll carry you. Let's go home.
The circle of women exchanged bewildered glances. None of them had expected this turn of events. They truly felt sorry for Xiaodu. Over a decade of bullets and bombs, how easy do you think that was? And now his supposedly dead first wife shows up out of nowhere. How infuriating is that? And today, he nearly lost his life again.
He didn't die on the battlefield, only to come back and die over this. How unjust. Everything he said today was directed at Li Baiquan, not at the woman, his first wife, or their child. Being separated from my own flesh and blood all these years, it hasn't been easy. Just as things were awkward, Li Baiquan suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, kneeling before the old lady's back. Mother, you're tearing your own son's heart out. Chapter 19. This woman's calculations are truly sharp, a divine assist. Su Zhangwen walked in to witness this scene and was utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Auntie. You're making us feel utterly ashamed. He held several pages of paper in his hand. I just got in touch with the hometown. Auntie and your younger sister are incredible. His face brimmed with admiration. Making military boots for our troops, supporting our guerrillas against the Japanese invaders. Even your daughter wielded a machete on the battlefield, fighting the enemy. On a personal level, you're family to us. On a larger scale, you're the masses who stand with us. This was supposed to be a joyous reunion after so long apart, but look what's happened. As he spoke, he began scolding the short, plump woman. And you? Is this how you manage things? Su Zhangwen forced a smile as he introduced his wife to old Mrs. Li. This is my wife. She's not very articulate and may have upset you. Please don't take offense. Mrs. Su shot a glare at the younger wives before turning back to old Mrs. Li. Please don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. You see, when you left. Before she could finish, Wan Yang interjected, this decision to leave isn't because of any quarrel with you or the other aunts and sisters. Please don't take it personally. My mother and grandmother agree with what you all said earlier. After all, with a patient in the house, the underlying implications of certain remarks only aggravate her condition. Her recovery is paramount. Staying here is indeed inappropriate. She's our hero, her health comes first. From that perspective, moving out will actually benefit her rehabilitation. Wan Yang shouldn't have interjected, but his young wife wasn't one for smooth talk. He had to step in personally to play the supporting role. After all, he was the soon-to-be son-in-law, the one who missed today's wedding date. Had they married today, they'd already be family. So whether he wanted to or not, he had to play the role of divine assistant. Since his wife couldn't speak up, he had to step in and support his mother-in-law. He tugged at Hania, motioning her to catch up with Liang Choyue. Come on, you support our mother. I'll carry grandma for a bit and catch up soon. I'll drive the cart. Hanio nodded and strode out. Mother! Li Baiquan shouted hoarsely, his head thudding against the ground. Blood instantly trickled down his forehead. The old woman never once looked back. Li Baiquan removed his military cap and stripped off his uniform. Mother, your son is coming home with you. Victory is ours, your son has served the nation faithfully. Today, your son returns home with you. It's time for your son to fulfill his filial duty. Nonsense. Su Zhangwen grabbed Li Baiquan by the arm and then pointed at the women, shouting. What do you know? You just stand there talking. What business is it of yours? If my mother, sisters-in-law, or children step outside this courtyard today, you'll all be cursed by the villagers. With that, he bolted for the exit, desperately trying to pull Wan Yang along. Worried about jostling the old lady, he dared not pull too hard. He hurriedly addressed old lady Li, Auntie. I won't call you auntie anymore. I'll just call you mother. Like Baiquan, I left home long ago, always hoping to return someday to see my own mother. But my mother's fate was too short, she never got to see me back. Baiquan, though, is blessed. He has his sisters-in-law to care for you, to support you. Now that you're gone, how is Baiquan supposed to carry on? Turning to Liang Choyue, he continued, sister-in-law, what do you think? Whatever you say goes. We'll follow your lead, okay? Li Baiquan and Du Rulan, if you think they should get divorced, I'll have them file for divorce right now, and I'll approve it immediately. No way. Li Baiquan and Du Rulan, if you think they should divorce, I'll have them file for divorce right now, and I'll approve it immediately. It's my fault for not handling things properly, causing everyone to misunderstand. I only thought about her needing to recuperate, never imagining that her departure would put everyone in such an awkward position. Please don't hold it against us, we're country folk, unaccustomed to the ways of the world. Don't pressure Baiquan like this. As for his marriage to Xiao, they don't need to divorce. Why would they? How could they face her after all these years she's been through thick and thin with him? We really are inconveniencing everyone here. Knowing he's alive, having seen him, knowing he's doing well, isn't that enough? My mother's just used to following me around. I'll take her and the children home to carry on with our lives as before. If Xiaodu feels uneasy, I can handle the divorce proceedings with Baiquan immediately. Really? It's fine. Now that we know he's alive, knowing where he is enough. I'm not saying this out of spite or anger. If you're still uneasy, let me make this clear, our lives will continue as they always have. They live theirs, we live ours. If it feels awkward, just treat me as your sister-in-law. From now on, I'm the child's mother, she's the child's mom. I'll take care of my mother, she'll be with Baiquan. Whenever they have time, they can come visit grandma. Is that all right? Su Zhangwen was nearly moved to tears. He clapped his hands and turned to Sister Su. Listen to what your sister-in-law said, then look at yourselves. Sister-in-law Su flushed crimson. We spoke without thinking and made things worse. Little sister-in-law has such a kind heart I feel ashamed. But old Sue, if we really send mother back with the kids, we might as well give up on being decent people. How about this? Remember that military dependent service center we were planning? Just have them all stay and help out. The service center is in a courtyard on the very edge of the family compound. It's spacious, plenty of room out front, and the back buildings have been renovated. There's a side gate, so mother and my sister-in-law could live there conveniently. That way, old Li could pop in and out to check on mother, and she could sit by the door and watch over her son. That's perfect. Su Zhenwen slapped his thigh. That's settled. I'll personally report this and handle all the paperwork. It's decided. Liang Qiuyue looked hesitant, but Wan Yang chuckled inwardly. His mother-in-law was truly sharp. That tactic of retreating to advance was executed brilliantly. Wasn't moving to the city exactly what she wanted? You don't know the hardship of farming until you've done it. Working your fingers to the bone all year round, yet still unable to feed your own family. Given the chance to move to the city, the chance to give her child a different life, how could she not be scheming in her heart? Now he had a recommendation letter, and Blackie was still in the air. Even if Li Baiquan and Du Rulan really did get divorced, what difference would it make? In these parts, people may not say it aloud, but plenty harbor resentment toward her family. At the end of the day, it all boils down to sympathy for the underdog. Especially in domestic matters like this, where right and wrong are hard to discern. Each person has their own perspective, as many understand, as many fail to grasp. Under such circumstances, putting down roots here would be exceedingly difficult. But now it's different. Everything Du Rulan has, Liang Qiuyue gave up for her. In the future, should Du Rulan ever feel the slightest injustice, no one could blame Liang Qiuyue. It wasn't Liang Qiuyue forcing her, it was Du Rulan's own narrow-mindedness. Wan Yang gently nudged Hanyu, who paused before snapping to attention and handing over the ladder. Mother, since Uncle Su has spoken, let's stay for now. Leaving today would only push father into a corner. Liang Qiuyue felt her daughter was becoming increasingly perceptive under her future son-in-law's guidance. Though her face still bore a look of reluctance, she didn't put up much resistance. Slowly, she nodded, then we'll stay for now. Otherwise, Xiaodu might think we were driven away by her, and that would only make her feel more uneasy. Look! The wife is considering Xiaodu's feelings in every way. The woman who had spoken most sharply earlier stepped forward. Sister, don't take it to heart. Seeing Xiaodu like that just breaks our comrades' hearts. Honestly, you're the one we owe the most to. Just pretend I never said anything. I'm just one person, truly speaking without thinking. Look at how sweet she is. Liang Qiuyue smiled sincerely. How could I possibly take such a small thing to heart? If you truly feel bad, then help me tidy up the house. It's already winter, and having my mother go through all this trouble makes me worry she'll catch a chill back home. It's winter now, stay a while. We'll head back once spring arrives. You said you weren't going back, so why are you talking about going back now? Sister-in-law Su pulled Liang Qiuyue toward the courtyard she'd mentioned. Come on, let's tidy up the room. Make it nice and warm for mother. Liang Qiuyue mumbled a vague response. After taking a few steps, she glanced back at Li Baiquan, still kneeling there with blood trickling from his head. Hurry up and bandage that wound. What were you thinking, acting so stupid? Tonight, bring Xiaodu and the kids back for dinner. Got it? Li Baiquan wiped the blood from his head, gritting his teeth silently. That woman really knows how to play her cards. She must have overheard someone say that even family members might not be allowed to stay now, so she decided to take advantage of the situation. The guard came over to clean and disinfect the wound before bandaging it. Only then did Du Rulan, lying on the bed, speak up. I'm sorry. This wasn't my intention. Li Baiquan sounded weary. Rest. I'll go see how things are being handled over there. Listening to her husband's footsteps fade away, Du Rulan coughed heavily and took 2 sharp breaths. Li Xingyuan brought water and medicine over. That woman seems to know her place. Du Rulan drank the medicine. What self-awareness? She was just spouting nonsense. Don't speak like that anymore. If you see her, don't call her mother, call her aunt. Do you hear me? Li Xingyuan gazed at his mother's pale face, nodded slowly, and reluctantly replied. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, many hands made light work. In less than an hour, everything was neatly organized. Bedding, pots, bowls, and ladles all were accounted for. Firewood and charcoal piled up in the backyard, taking up half the space. Just as they finished settling in, no one stayed for dinner. In the end, only one family remained. Hania wanted to help in the kitchen, but upon reaching the doorway, she overheard Li Baiquan and Liang Qiuyue talking. You scared the life out of me, you know? I thought you were really going to take mom and the kids back to your hometown. Li Baiquan's voice carried a hint of hurt. How could you be so heartless? Liang Qiuyue sliced vegetables, the chopping board thudding with each cut. Then what should we do? Live under the same roof? That's unrealistic. Mom can't live without you. Believe me, if we really went back today, she'd follow the moment we arrived. No matter what we do now, someone will blame you. Whatever decision we make, it'll be wrong. So what can we do? Leave mother with you? I can't bear to leave her, and she can't bear to be apart from the children. She can't be separated from you, nor from the children. As for me, I can't bear to be apart from the children. We're not young anymore. All this talk of love and affection is just sentimental nonsense. All I think about now is how to make our lives better. You have no idea, these past years, I've been terrified of poverty. Terrified of hardship. You're the child's father, and I won't hide it from you. Half the reason I came all this way was joy that you're alive, and half was relief that the child won't have to toil in the fields anymore. So don't worry, I won't make the child reject you. Why would they? That would be foolish. If they didn't, we'd suffer while you'd be spared the trouble. That's why I tell myself, no matter what you've become, I'll make sure the child stays right under your nose. 16 years you never cared. If they don't recognize you now, why should you bother? Wouldn't that just make you happy? I care. I care. How could I not care? Li Baiquan's voice softened. Just tell me what you want. Hear that, Blackie? Goosebumps all over. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Wan Yang shushed her, half covering her mouth with his hand and pulling her aside so they wouldn't interrupt her in-law's private conversation. Chapter 20. For whom do the sparks in a man's eyes burn? Wan Yang breathed a silent sigh of relief. Staying at the inn meant paying for each day, and though the cost wasn't high, it added up over a month. Now that things had settled, having a solid, free place to stay in the provincial capital was a definite improvement. Though not in General Li's mansion, it was still a house in the military family compound. The house was likely originally a shopfront, with the storefront at the front and a courtyard at the back. Built with bricks and tiles, it was far superior to the drafty, leaky mud brick huts back in the village. The front shopfront had 3 large storefronts, with 2 corner rooms flanking the courtyard. Behind were 3 spacious living quarters, plus side wings. For just the 4 of us, there was more than enough room for everyone to have their own space. Rumor had it this place was originally used by a high-ranking KMT collaborator to house his concubines. After the war victory, when collaborators' assets were seized, it was abandoned. With the cold weather setting in, they spared charcoal by preparing only 2 rooms, one for Wan Yang and one for the 3 women, just like back home. When everyone helped tidy the rooms, Liang Qiuyue had explained it this way, partly to avoid any misunderstandings. Li Baiquan came and went here frequently, at least to visit his mother. If they each had their own room, who knows what rumors might start spreading. Living together with his mother-in-law and daughter, even if they had been husband and wife before, it would prevent any gossip about inappropriate behavior. To Wan Yang, this perfect teamwork with his future mother-in-law had achieved results far beyond his expectations. Deep down, he felt a surge of admiration for his future mother-in-law. She had masterfully leveraged the situation to her advantage. Securing housing for the entire family in the military compound was essentially exceeding expectations. With the initial goal achieved, they could now live here peacefully. Who the future father-in-law would choose to live with, or whom he might divorce, was a matter for the elders. As younger generations, they should stand by and observe, not get involved. One was his first wife, the other a comrade who had marched alongside him through the long march. Whichever path Li Baiquan chose in the future, gossip would inevitably spread through the compound. But Wan Yang was confident his family wouldn't lose, given his future mother-in-law's skills. As a man, Wan Yang may not have eaten pork in his past life, but after decades of wandering the mortal world, he had witnessed countless couples both harmonious and bitterly estranged. The spark in a man's eyes for whom it burned could never be concealed. This wasn't something that could be controlled by mere age or looks. No matter how young, beautiful, or distinguished Du Rolan might be, she couldn't compare to the mutual affection between the two. The look Li Baiquan gave Liang Qiuyue versus the one he gave Du Rolan, anyone with eyes could tell one was sticky enough to form threads, while the other was indistinguishable from how he looked at any other comrade. Knowing his mother-in-law well, Wan Yang felt no anxiety about passing his father-in-law's scrutiny. Both Grandma Li and Aunt Qiu were thoroughly pleased with Wan Yang. Even if Li Baiquan wanted to nitpick, he couldn't overrule his mother and daughter-in-law. Let Aunt Qiu talk to your father. We won't disturb them. Wan Yang said this as he pulled Blackie away. Not calling her mom now? Hainu's eyes sparkled. Seeing Wan Yang blush was impossible. Wan Yang bent his index finger and tapped Hainia lightly on the head. Well fed and warmly clothed at the Li household, Wan Yang had grown taller in just a short time, now at least a finger's length taller than Hainiu. Who do you think I'm doing this for? If we hadn't come to the provincial capital, you'd already be my wife today. Calling me mom is only right. Wan Yang teased Hainiu. They worked together at the stall, earning money together, and their banter was always easygoing. Covering Hainia's mouth, he pulled her away from the doorway with surprising ease. Oh, right. Hainiu nodded. She remembered clearly, if not for the news about her father a few days ago, today would have been their wedding day. By all logic, it made perfect sense for Wan Yang to call his own mother mom. Hainu was easygoing. Since Wan Yang had given a reasonable explanation, she naturally let it go. Wan Yang sighed inwardly. Getting Hainiu to blush wasn't easy. Well, she still hadn't caught on. She was his wife after all, what else could he do but spoil her? When are you reporting to the steel mill? That day, when they went to get an introduction letter from team leader Han at the Farmers Association, Han sent Black Girl away and secretly handed Wan Yang a recommendation letter. They'd rush to the provincial capital with all that luggage, leaving Shirley Village with plans to settle there long term. If Wan Yang went to the factory, Hania wouldn't be able to manage the stall alone. Her mind was already spinning, thinking about what she could do next. Wan Yang pondered thoughtfully, if nothing comes up tomorrow morning, I'll go take a look. Though the letter of recommendation was secured through Li Baiquan's connections, it ultimately reached Wan Yang's hands. Relying on the men of the Yu family for everything made him feel weak. Even if marrying into the family was his own choice, he needed to stand tall. Living off someone else's income was a skill in itself. In the village, being protected by your wife was charming. But out here making a living, you couldn't keep relying on her for money. Providing for the family was Wan Yang's responsibility. Oh, then I'll go with you tomorrow. Hanio had grown accustomed to accompanying Wan Yang everywhere lately, so she saw no issue in tagging along for his registration. What if I could get a factory job too? Sure. Perfect. Wan Yang had been wanting to take his wife out for a look around and help her get familiar with the provincial capital. Hanio was practical. If the factory was too far from home, she'd still need to manage household affairs daily. At the dinner table, the family tried their best to steer clear of unpleasant topics. Li Baiquan spoke up. I overheard you talking about a steel mill earlier. Who's going to work at the steel mill? I'm planning to go. Wan Yang pulled out the letter of introduction and recommendation for his future father-in-law to see. Captain Han gave me a recommendation letter. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Li Baiquan examined the letters carefully, returned them to Wan Yang, and nodded approvingly. Very good. He had only just reunited with his long-lost daughter, barely had time to warm to her, when news came that she was being betrothed to another. It made his heart ache. This young man before him was bright and capable. If he could secure a job at the rolling mill, it meant a stable life in the provincial capital. Li Baiquan felt the knot in his chest loosen slightly. His daughter would marry eventually. With a reliable, employed prospective son-in-law, it seemed perfectly acceptable to give her away to him. Moreover, since he was willing to marry into the family, it wasn't truly giving her away, it was gaining another member. Li Baiquan found no reason to object. The steel mill no longer existed. If you walk north from the barracks for about 11 or 12 miles, you'd see a newly erected sign for the 825 factory. That was the place. Li Baiquan knew the location well. All structures near their barracks required official registration. We'll go check it out tomorrow morning, Blackie interjected. Ha? Nosy, you're coming too? Liang Qiuyue caught her daughter's implication. Yeah, I'll take the chance to get familiar with the provincial capital. You mentioned setting up a service station, so you'll need to stock up on essentials like cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, needles, thread, and all that. I'll scout the area ahead of time so you won't be clueless about where to source supplies. Hania was straightforward, and her reasoning made sense. Liang Qiuyue didn't object. Besides, with Yangzi along, they couldn't go wrong. Wan Yang and Hanio exchanged a knowing glance, sealing their understanding. The family was in perfect harmony. Chapter 21, no problem, we'll figure something else out. The next morning, no family member had to wake them. The reveille sounded naturally. Living in the military camp's family quarters, there was no such thing as sleeping in. The reveille was as unyielding as thunder. A heavy snow had fallen overnight, and the gloomy sky made staying in bed the most tempting option. But since they were here, they had to adapt to the local ways. The steady patter of snow continued outside. By the time Li Baiquan arrived carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes, Wan Yang had already risen early and nearly finished clearing the snow from the courtyard. Uncle Baiquan. Everyone up? Almost. Come eat. A child who is quick to catch on and eager to work is welcome anywhere. The hint of disapproval between Li Baiquan's brows softened considerably. After breakfast, Hania followed Wan Yang out the door, heading toward Factory 825. The further they walked, the more remote the surroundings became. The military camp was already quite isolated, but heading north beyond it, there was scarcely a soul in sight. After walking for most of the day, they passed through grassy plains. This entire area was likely allocated to Factory 825, after all, it was a defense industry unit. The snowfall from the previous night had been substantial, and it remained largely untouched along their route. The two had to support each other as they walked, lest they tumble head over heels all the way to their destination. Reaching the edge of the grassy plains, they rounded a bend where the path suddenly widened. A wooden sign stood by the roadside, bearing the characters 4825 beneath an arrow. Following the arrow's direction, several hundred meters away, a few buildings could indeed be seen. Simple factory buildings, cramped single-story structures. Though mentally prepared, Wan Yang still felt a chill. He suspected the machinery here would be limited in quantity. The gatekeeper was a middle-aged man with stiff arms, likely fresh out of the military. His gaze was sharp and filled with a menacing glint. Only after presenting their recommendation letters were they allowed to pass through the gate. By the time they located Han Jiandong's comrade in arms, Min Fuwang, another half hour had passed. Min Fuwang took the letter warmly. Old Han called me the moment you set out. I haven't gone anywhere these past 2 days just waiting for you. Some personal matters delayed me. Wan Yang looked apologetic. With yesterday's snow, I thought you might not make it today. Min Fuwan was genuinely surprised to see them. Once my personal matters were settled, I couldn't delay any longer. That's why we rushed over, sliding and skidding all the way. Hearing these compliant words, the satisfaction in the other man's eyes deepened. Wan Yang and Hanio's shoes, pants, and feet were soaked through. The snow here was deeper than at the camp, and since the road was deserted with few travelers, it hadn't melted much. They'd literally trekked through the snow to get here. Has the factory started operations yet? The surrounding area didn't look like they were in full swing. Min Fuwang shook his head. The factory is still in the preparatory phase. Tell me your situation, fill out a form, and we have dedicated personnel to review it. Leave your address, and we'll telegraph the results to you. After a moment's pause, Min Fuwang added, Old Han already briefed me on your situation. There's definitely no issue. Just head home and await notification. This served as a reassuring assurance for Wan Yang. Since it was a recommendation from one of our own, it naturally placed him in the top tier. Hanio asked curiously, when will the review results be ready? 2 or 3 months, probably after the new year. Just make sure the address is correct. Min Fuwang answered truthfully. Wan Yang nodded repeatedly, carefully registering each document. It was no waste that he'd learned to write from Jin Jichuan during his time as a farmhand at the Jin household. If he hadn't known how to write, he would have made a fool of himself during the registration. Wan Yang glanced at Hanio, who was watching him write with eager eyes beside him, and a thought struck him. If only he and his wife could work at the same factory. Having their workplaces so far apart would be a hassle. Is the factory still hiring? Min Fuwan looked up. He could tell Wan Yang was asking for his companion who had come with him. Min Fuwan couldn't help but look troubled. In the early stages, we need to strengthen our security team and research team. Min Fuwan glanced at the dark-skinned girl again. And we need skilled workers. Though tall and sturdy, Black Girl was still a woman. She probably wouldn't be suited for heavy manual labor in the steel mill. With so many rural folks seeking jobs, who doesn't have relatives or acquaintances? Min Fuwan wasn't familiar with other positions and couldn't make any guarantees. No worries, we'll find another way. Hanyo sensed Wan Yang wanted to help her get an interview, but since they weren't even granting that opportunity, she'd have to explore other avenues. Wan Yang teased, alright, no rush. Once things officially start, you come with me. They'll definitely have arrangements for family members. Let's take a break before the new year. Wan Yang had only asked casually. If all else failed, perhaps something could be arranged through Commander Li. Even if Commander Li was as strict as iron and refused to show any favoritism, there was always his own mother-in-law. Alright. Blackie will listen to Wan Yang. The money they earned from their stall at the train station would last them through the new year. Since the authorities in Bayerwo said the inspection wouldn't happen until after the holidays, they'd return after the festivities. This gave them time to spruce up the house. With no strong laborers in the family, the two of them would have to take the lead. With time on their hands, they could get more familiar with the provincial capital. The question now was, with the notification still 2 or 3 months away, should Wan Yang return to his hometown or not? No way. Liang Qiuyue retorted, why go back? Before the new year, we have to return to tend your grandfather's grave anyway. Wan Yang can come along to see his parents, then follow us back, saving us the travel expenses. Truthfully, Wan Yang hadn't planned to return anyway. Si Yakian had practically kicked him out. What was the point of going back? Hei Nyo and her mother had already left Shirley Village. With no one at home, was Wan Yang supposed to return just to watch the house? Not a chance. Team leader Han was looking after things. He'd made arrangements before they left. But living here still meant staying at his in-laws. With no other income these past 2 or 3 months, Wan Yang didn't want to be a freeloader. So he opened up the side room, borrowed a set of carpentry tools, and started building counters and shelves for the service center. When he couldn't manage alone, he called Hanyo over to lend a hand. There wasn't much they couldn't handle. They didn't fuss over the wood either, gathering scraps from everywhere would be a shame to burn but useless otherwise, and got to work. When Wan Yang didn't need Hanyo's help, she took Liang Qiuyue out for walks, helping her get familiar with the surroundings. Visitors coming and going to see old Mrs. Li took notice, and their impression of the Li family improved. The Lis were hardworking, resourceful, and diligent people. Such individuals were never a bother wherever they went. A few days later, Political Commissar Su paid another visit. Now they needed to establish documentation like household registration books to prove the family of 3 belonged to this division. Since Wan Yang had registered at the 825 facility, he was considered part of that factory's personnel and couldn't register at division headquarters. In reality, only Liang Qiuyue had officially joined the logistics support unit. The elderly and children were considered dependents. Wan Yang couldn't be listed as a dependent. When registering names, they couldn't use nicknames like Little Girl or Blackie. Young lady, what's your full name? Asked Su Zhenwen. The name Xing Yuan had already been given to Du Rulan's child. She couldn't very well take it back. At this point, Li Baiquan's face darkened with frustration. When the military called me up, I had to leave in a hurry. I had no idea Du Rulan had told her brother to name the child Xing Yuan. I only found out when I came to pick her up this time. She heard me call out that name while I was unconscious and decided to use it for the child, saying it was to give me something to hold on to. It's just a name. What difference does it make what it's called? She's been called that for over 10 years now. Can you really make the child give the name back? Liang Qiuyue was bold, discarding the name Xing Yuan outright. All these years, she refused to call her daughter Xing Yuan. Just recalling the scene of them naming their unborn child back then tore at her heart. So she simply called her Nyoer for over a decade. Now that someone else had claimed that name, she accepted it as fate. We'll just pick another one. Xiaotong. Li Xiaotong. Before anyone could speak, Hania blurted out the name. This was the name Wan Yang had registered on the introduction letter. After Wan Yang told her, Hania had him teach her how to write it, so naturally, she called herself by that name. Truth be told, the name held a paradox. It was the very name engraved on the tombstone when General Li had found the desolate graves of his wife and child in his previous life. The thought flashed through Wan Yang's mind. When he'd asked Han Jiandong to copy the letter of introduction, he'd casually mentioned it, never expecting Hania to take such an interest in the name. After all the twists and turns, she ended up with this name. Li Xiaotong? Liang Qiuyue murmured it twice. It sounds nice enough, but who came up with it? You're just a girl who can barely read. Did you come up with it yourself? Hania pointed at Wan Yang. He came up with it. Wan Yang. He blinked innocently, though the name had indeed first come from his lips. He could only nod. I named her. It sounds nice. The Li family has a paulownia tree. Nowadays, it's common for girls who marry out to be given new names by their in-laws. Old Mrs. Li thought it was perfectly normal. Besides, Yangzi's choice had a nice meaning: phoenixes only perch on paulownia trees. The name was truly splendid. We'll use this name. It's lovely. Much prettier than the one your father gave you. With the old lady's approval, Liang Qiuyue could only snort in acknowledgement. Registering the name had one advantage: it meant they could receive their grain ration. Coarse grains were plentiful, but refined grains were scarce. Since Wan Yang's records weren't with the division headquarters, he naturally didn't receive any grain. Though his hometown had plenty, distant water couldn't quench an immediate thirst. They still had to go out and buy it. Wan Yang and Hania know, she should be called Li Xiaotong now. They bought a small amount of expensive refined grains from an outside grain store, claiming it was for Wan Yang. In truth, they mainly wanted the old lady to eat better. While they couldn't afford refined grains every day, they figured they could manage a bowl of white rice porridge, a bowl of noodles, or a steamed bun for her every few days. Carrying half a sack of grain back, they found Du Rulan and Li Xing Yuan at home. Chapter 22. When they lean on us, we can't just let go. More grains sat on the table. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong stood at the doorway, overhearing Du Rulan speak inside. These are the refined grains from home. I brought them for mother and the children, a little treat every now and then. She fished money out of her pocket. This is old Li's allowance. I brought it all over. He's at the base day and night, no use for it there. My own salary covers Xing Yuan and me. But with kids and elders here, it's only right to bring it. Wan Yang felt uncomfortable for his mother-in-law outside the door. She had made a special trip to deliver these things, likely with good intentions. But the way it was done, it felt like Du Rulan had come over to deliberately flaunt it. See? I'm the head of this household. Old Li's food allowance is under my control. As they stood frozen in place, no one moving, a voice called from outside. Is Sister Liang there? Liang Qiuyue called out loudly. I'm here. Inside. It's cold out there, come in quickly. Wan Yang turned to see the sharp-tongued woman named Zhang Xiao. Earlier, he'd heard Su Zhengwei's wife call her by that name. Auntie. Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang called out to the woman and led her inside. What were you doing? Zhang Xiao noticed Wan Yang carrying a bag and asked curiously. Buying some fine grain for my grandmother to eat. Li Xiaotong lifted the curtain without looking inside and said, Mother, I brought back the grain I bought for my grandmother. It should last us about a month. Liang Qiuyue hadn't known they'd gone to buy grain. Had she would have stopped them. But now that it was mentioned, she understood Wan Yang's reasoning. Her son-in-law didn't want to take advantage of his father-in-law's generosity. There was nothing to be unhappy about. A son-in-law with such strong roots meant her daughter wouldn't suffer any disadvantages. And with such a fortuitous timing, it was even better. Liang Qiuyue smiled and greeted Zhang Xiao first, then turned to her daughter, who was sorting the bags. You bought it, so you bought it. What's all the fuss about? So my grandmother could hear me, and she wouldn't have to remind me later. Put. Old Mrs. Li grinned so widely her teeth were barely visible. Am I that greedy? Her granddaughter finally knew how to show affection. She was delighted. I'm greedy, Li Xiaotong chimed in. Wan Yang brought hot water over for Zhang Xiao. Liang Qiuyue nudged it forward. Everyone stay for dinner tonight. We're making dumplings. Zhang Xiao saw Du Rulan there and assumed they were having a big family meal. She waved her hands repeatedly. No, thank you. Things are busy at home. I just came to tell you, sister, that several more truckloads of coal have arrived at our place. I'll go get some more later to keep mother's room nice and warm. Liang Qiuyue thanked her repeatedly. After thanking her, she turned to Du Rulan. Little Du, everyone here takes such good care of us. We really lack nothing. The kids are grown now and know to go out and find work to earn money. With the old lady here, we truly have everything we need to eat and drink. Don't worry about us. As she spoke, Liang Qiuyue pushed aside the money and items on the table, then scooped out a third of the fine grain, about a bowlful. This is Baiquan's fine grain. I'm saving it for mother. I'll divide the money into 6 portions, just set aside one for mother. As her son, it's only right for him to provide for her. The children are independent now, no need for their father to support them. Speaking of money, Baiquan mentioned yesterday that several of his comrades had fallen in battle, and their families might not even know yet. Du Rulan had no choice but to take the money back. Big sister, you're right, I've been too busy to notice. Busy? Liang Qiuyue gave an awkward laugh. Well, if you're busy, I was planning to stay and make dumplings together. But important matters come first, go ahead. Mother will be fine here. If anything comes up, I'll send the child to fetch you. Alright then. Since she'd said that, Du Rulan had no choice but to get up and bid farewell to old Mrs. Li. Mother, shall I come next time with old Li? Old Mrs. Li sat cross-legged on the kong. She'd been chatting just moments ago, but now she'd dozed off. Her head bobbing up and down, Du Rulan called out mother twice, but there was no response. Liang Qiuyue pressed the items and money firmly into Du Rulan's hands. The old lady is getting on in years. Her mind wanders in winter. Her explanation eased Du Rulan's awkwardness as she led the way out. Let me walk you out. She appeared quite courteous. She efficiently dismissed the mother and daughter. When Zhang Xiao returned, she remarked to Liang Qiuyue, Sister Liang, you really have a big heart. If we were in each other's shoes, I'd be so frustrated I'd die. Liang Qiuyue smiled and changed the subject. Zhang Xiao came by this time and shared some news. Apparently the family compound had started a literacy class and asked if anyone was interested in joining. Zhang Xiao, arm in arm with Liang Qiuyue, accompanied Li Xiaotong to the literacy class that evening. Li Xiaotong was pretending to learn what was being taught. Wan Yang had already taught her everything. Skills like using an abacus had been taught to her even earlier by old Mrs. Li. Her learning ability was exceptional. She could almost memorize things at a glance, making her incredibly efficient. Liang Qiuyue, however, was genuinely learning. She kept muttering, back then, your dad insisted on teaching me to read, but I refused to learn. Now look, when I actually need it, I'm completely clueless. So Liang Qiuyue didn't just learn, she studied with intense focus and purpose. Items available at the service cooperative like soy sauce, vinegar, salt, soap, towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes she had to learn about in advance. For bookkeeping, she learned the Chinese numerals zi, san along with Arabic numerals. She meticulously listed all necessary items for income and expenditure, then sought out the instructor for detailed explanations. The instructor was Sister Su, the wife of political commissar Su. Sister Su later remarked to Comrade Su, Qiuyu is truly remarkable, such a bright and quick-witted girl. She takes initiative in everything. It's only been a few days, but go ask around the compound, everyone speaks highly of her. And her daughter, the child, has been so wasted. You wouldn't believe how sharp she is. You could say she has a photographic memory. It's such a pity. She's 16 now, turning 17 after the new year. This war has robbed this generation of children of their youth. Commissioner Su found it intriguing. Old Li was a proud man in his youth. For someone to stay on his mind for over a decade, she couldn't have been just any woman. Little Du was young and pretty, yet she never won his heart all these years. Xiao Du? She just doesn't quite cut it. I heard she took grain and money over to that side? You know about that too? Sister Su waved her hand dismissively. Zhang Zhao's mouth, it's like a sieve. Yes. I heard about it. Xiao Du was spoiled growing up. All these years of fighting and constant travel, she hasn't had to navigate complicated relationships. She never learned how to handle herself. Do you think she should have gone? Her intentions were good, but it just didn't look right. Anyone with even a hint of ulterior motives would stir up trouble. What's this? Did she come to show off? To flaunt her wealth? That's why I say Sister Qiuyue is the real deal. Her heart is as vast as a horse's gallop. The Li family remained oblivious to the gossip swirling around them. Li family residence. Li Baiquan removed his hat and stepped over the threshold. Du Rulan asked, have you eaten? Yes. Li Baiquan headed straight for the study. You two eat. I actually have something to discuss with you. Du Rulan followed him into the study. What is it? Just say it. It's about the child's job. Du Rulan hesitated for a moment. I think you should make the decision. Li Baiquan packed a few pieces of clothing. Whether it's dancing or singing, anything is fine. Noticing Du Rulan watching his movements, Li Baiquan explained, I'll head back to headquarters shortly. Lock up properly tonight. Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed off again. Li Xingyuan slammed his bowl down. Mom, let's get a divorce. Dad's heart isn't in this family at all. He's at work during the day and at the division headquarters or the company headquarters at night. He hasn't divorced, but this is worse than being divorced. Li Xingyuan pouted. Mom, you're barely over 30. If you remarried, I wouldn't oppose it. It just hurts me to see you groveling like this. Why should you have to? Shut up. Du Rulan stood up, her body swaying slightly. Xingyuan, you're grown up now. You should understand. Don't you think your mother doesn't grasp these things? But you see, not everything in this world follows reason. A mother has her own hardships. If this were about love and romance, it would be laughable. It's been over a decade now. If hearts couldn't warm up, they'd surely have grown cold. But we can't just cut ties cleanly. Divorce is easy. Have you considered that if your uncle and aunt hadn't divorced your father, your uncle wouldn't have that military career? Your aunt raised me, and she raised you. They were our support back then. Now that they need us, we can't just walk away. Li Xingyuan pressed his lips together, taking a long moment before speaking. Mom, then find a match for my cousin. She's got talent and looks. Once she's settled, things will probably get better. How did you come up with this idea? Du Rulan looked at her daughter suspiciously. Did your aunt tell you to say that? Li Xingyuan shook her head. It was my cousin. She said if there's a suitable match, she'd be willing to give it a try. Her voice trembled as tears welled up. She even ran away from her wedding before. Why don't we have her move in? She could keep me company and meet people along the way. Maybe she'll find someone suitable. Oh, you. Du Rulan ruffled her daughter's hair. Bring her along when there are dances. Otherwise, it's best not to. It just doesn't look right. Li Xingyuan sprang to her feet. What's inappropriate about it? Isn't it just because people might say this family would rather let their niece from their mother's side stay than their own child from their first marriage? Mom, aren't you tired of living like this? You're nothing like the battle-hardened heroine you used to be. You're not nearly as sharp as that countrywoman. Without waiting for Du Rulan's response, he stormed upstairs and slammed the door shut. Du Rulan stared at the barely touched meal on the table and let out a bitter laugh. The family was falling apart. In the days leading up to the new year, she had thought things would just continue this way, quietly. But who knew that as the 12th lunar month approached, Han Jiandong's arrival shattered that fleeting tranquility. Han Jiandong didn't come alone. He brought several villagers with him, escorting Xiao Guangshu and old lady Xiao. It turned out that this mother and son had slipped away without any letters of introduction and were detained as suspicious individuals. With no other choice, old lady Xiao gave her hometown address. After contacting her hometown and learning about the two, Han Jiandong reported their situation. Earlier, Xiao Danyi had gone to the work team to denounce her grandmother, declaring she wanted to draw a clear line. One of the crimes she accused her grandmother of was plotting against the Li family. Thus, once the connection was made and Han Jiandong spoke, these individuals could not be released. They fell into the category of the guilty, who must be resolutely eliminated. Han Jiandong dispatched men to escort them back. They then came straight to the Li family, needing witnesses to secure a conviction at the public trial. But the moment they met, old lady Xiao threw a tantrum, rolling on the ground and spilling the beans about everything the Du family had done. She only admitted to accepting 10 yuan, but that too was done at the Xiao family's behest. The wooden tombstone plaque was the driver's doing. She took the opportunity to take a jab at Du Rulan. Your driver wrote the characters. Li Baiquan didn't recognize them, but you claim you don't recognize them either? How can I possibly believe that? At this, all eyes turned to Du Rulan. Exactly. Your driver has been with you for over a decade, a deeply familiar figure. There's no way you wouldn't recognize his handwriting. Back then, Li Baiquan might have overlooked these details for various reasons. But when you saw this photo back then, didn't you ever suspect? Wan Yang looked at Li Baiquan. Seeing his calm expression, he understood. Perhaps he genuinely hadn't suspected anything at the time. But as the years passed, as he experienced more, as the pain gradually settled and his rationality returned, he must have noticed something in these small details. When did you learn that the inscription on the tombstone was written by the Du family's driver? Commissioner Su's expression turned serious as he turned to ask Du Rulan. Du Rulan remained silent for a long time before speaking. I knew the moment old Lu took out the photo and handed it to Baiquan. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. What? She knew all along. Du Rulan slowly closed her eyes, explaining with a hint of regret, but at the time, I just thought old Lu was worried Baiquan might not recognize his relatives' graves in the future, so he helped put up the tombstone. Later, Baiquan's condition became unstable, and I was busy taking care of him. I simply forgot about it. After that, the more I thought about it, the harder it became to explain. No matter how I put it, no one would believe I genuinely knew nothing. Whether she knew or not was entirely subjective. You could deny it, but others might not believe you. She couldn't explain it clearly, so she didn't explain. The result of not explaining was this very situation. Commissioner Su stood up. Comrade Li Baiquan. Present. Li Baiquan stood at attention, standing perfectly straight before Political Commissar Su. Come with me. I need to speak with you on behalf of the organization. His tone was very formal.
Liang Qiuyue grabbed Li Xiaotong's hand, her face filled with concern.
Li Xiaotong patted her mother reassuringly. It's okay. The two of them left the group and went to another room.
Only Su Zhengwan and Li Baiquan remained in the room, but Su Zhengwan's expression was extremely stern.
I'm here to speak with you on behalf of the organization. Yes. Li Baiquan nodded. I'm a veteran party member. I understand. I won't withhold anything from the organization's questioning.
Su Zhengwan sighed. All these years, your relationship with Comrade Du Rulan has remained purely professional. He chose his words carefully before continuing. It's certainly admirable for spouses to treat each other with respect, but looking at you two now, there's not a shred of warmth between you.
Why is that?
Even toward your own comrade, this attitude is unacceptable. I need to know everything about your past with Comrade Du Rulan.
You should understand the stakes here. Understood. Li Baiquan took a deep breath. I once harbored doubts. Those doubts were the reason my relationship with Du Rulan never felt quite right.
But after my mother and child appeared, I dismissed those doubts.
Su Zhengwan pulled out a cigarette. Why did you stop doubting? Simple. Li Baiquan whispered. If the Du family truly had some deeper, ulterior motive, they wouldn't be ordinary merchants. And if they weren't ordinary merchants, would it be difficult for them to make this whole affair seamless? It wouldn't be difficult at all.
If they truly intended to exploit Li Baiquan's circumstances or leverage the Du family's hidden status, Liang Qiuyue and old Mrs. Li, along with their child, would never have survived the war-torn era to reach the present day.
Any random person could have wiped out this entire family of women and children. In those times, who would care about a few unexplained deaths? Who would investigate? Just make the fake seem real. Cut off the problem at its root. But that's precisely what didn't happen.
The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, along with their child, never met with any misfortune.
This proves the Du family's troubles weren't nearly as complicated as they seemed. Chapter 23. Not bad. Old Li's a real man.
Commissioner Su let out a long sigh of relief. Whether now or in the past, identity issues were always a major problem. As long as there were no more complicated issues, it would be manageable.
Little Du was a good comrade. You two back then. Li Baiquan drew a deep breath. I owe the Du family my life. I'll remember their kindness forever.
They rescued me, found ways to treat my injuries, and cared for me with meticulous attention to detail. They hid me and helped me search for my parents and family. He paused for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Though the outcome wasn't favorable, after seeing the photos and meeting the witnesses, I felt they had done their utmost.
We can't blame them just because my family is gone. I honestly can't think of any reason they'd want to deceive me. You should understand how dire the environment was back in the 1930s.
Yes, how turbulent society was during those years, how much suffering their people endured.
Never mind those beaten to death or maimed, how many more had their aspirations crushed by their family's blood and tears, forced to flee far away? Indeed.
Du Rulan had a police record back then, and she and that traitor had once been lovers. All these years, I never considered this factor.
If I had, it would explain so many things that puzzled me back then.
Looking back now, the Du residence was under round-the-clock surveillance back then. I had assumed it was because of Du Rulan's police record that they were watching her to follow the trail. But now I suspect it was that traitor who turned her in. He likely sought to use her to uncover our underground organization.
On the other hand, Du Rulan's continued safety probably stemmed from that traitor's favoritism.
Perhaps he never intended to see her killed. As for my marriage to her,
Li Baiquan adjusted his shoulder epaulets. That was my own choice. Even if it was wrong, I accept it.
Li Xingyuan's origins were a secret he'd take to the grave. Otherwise, the child would be ruined.
With a traitor for a father, Xingyuan would never hold his head high.
At the very least, the child had called him father for over a decade. He couldn't be that cruel.
If this scandal erupted, Du Rulan wouldn't fare well either. Decades of her contributions to GM might be erased. He couldn't allow another traitor to drag down and ruin his comrades.
As for Du Rulan's attempts over the years to turn their fake relationship into something real, well, that was another story entirely. Deep down, no one could ever replace Qiu Yu's place in his heart. He had done what he could.
That was enough.
Commissioner Su patted Li Baiquan's shoulder and sighed softly. Shifting all the blame onto a woman in such matters, that's not how a real man acts.
Right. Old Li is a real man.
When the two emerged from inside, Du Rulan immediately stood up.
Old Li, I'd like to speak with you privately. Li Baiquan looked at her for a few seconds before finally nodding. They returned to the room. Du Rulan stared at Li Baiquan for a long time without speaking. After a prolonged silence, she finally asked, Do you hate me? No, I don't. Without love, there can be no hate.
Li Baiquan replied crisply. Without you, I wouldn't have lived this long or seen my family again.
The debt of saving his life was undeniable.
Even if his injuries bore some of the other person's responsibility, he couldn't blame them entirely. At the very least, they had allowed him to live and reunite with his mother, Qiu Yu, and his child. Even if 16 years had passed in between, that was their fate. As the comrade said, some partings last a lifetime. To overcome every hardship and reunite is a blessing from heaven.
He harbors no resentment, nor dares he. He fears heaven might withdraw its mercy. Things were good now. I know you've been carrying that thorn in your heart. Thank you for not laying everything bare in front of so many people. You saved my face. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have been able to hold my head up in our unit from now on. Li Baiquan said nothing, only stood by the window gazing into the distance. Back then, what my brother and sister-in-law said, like threatening to marry me off to the police chief's son, that good-for-nothing who gambled, drank, and womanized it, was all a lie. Du Rulan gave a sorrowful smile. I knew about that deception. My sister-in-law said that if you truly cared for me, you wouldn't stand by and watch me walk into a pit of fire. My body couldn't handle an abortion, it would have killed me. You felt sorry for me, so you agreed to take responsibility for this child. Later, when I asked if you could marry me, if you could take me away, you agreed. Even with a wanted criminal like me in the Du family, the business thrived these past years. Xing Yuan stayed with the Du family and was well protected. So, later, you grew suspicious. You believed this marriage was orchestrated. The Du family back then wasn't nearly as desperate as my brothers claimed. So you dug deeper. You suspected my marriage to you, suspected everything the Du family did, was driven by some deeper purpose. You even suspected they had other identities. That's why, all these years, you never brought important documents home. Your desk drawer was always locked. Even the slightest disturbance to the study's arrangement would make you tense for hours. Sadness flickered in Du Rulan's eyes. After all these years by Li Baiquan's side, how could she not know whether this man truly held her in his heart? His recent actions, his suspicions, his doubts. She had always believed time would heal all wounds. That she might one day replace his wife in his heart. But it was all wishful thinking. Even after they married, he remained chaste for the sake of a dead woman. Her upbringing prevented her from doing anything dishonorable. In truth, all these years she longed to give him another child, but alas. Why did my brother and sister-in-law do what they did back then? I can guess. My sister-in-law said they just wanted me to find someone I loved, to willingly build a proper home. With a family and children, I wouldn't think about going out to do those dangerous things anymore. You guessed right. That year, I saw the organization's signals to contact you many times, but I deliberately hid them. I just wanted to keep you by my side and my child's. I admit, after that person betrayed us, I grew somewhat disillusioned. My faith in so-called ideals began to waver. I longed for the life of an ordinary woman, a husband, children, a home. As she spoke, Du Rulan wiped away a tear. I often analyze myself. Coming from a bourgeois background, I wonder if weakness and compromise are ingrained in my very bones. Actually, Xing Yuan was right. In this marriage, whether intentional or unintentional, kind or malicious, there has been far too much deception. All these years, you suspected me, and I knew it in my heart, but I never thought to explain because there was no way to explain. I didn't know what my brother was doing behind my back, but I admit I've kept certain things from you too. Reaching this point was probably destined from the very beginning. But I still want to ask you, considering the Du family raised Xing Yuan to adulthood, could you please delay the divorce for a little while? Du Rulan's eyes flickered with pleading. For what? For the Du family? Li Baiquan refused to look back. In your eyes, everything the Du family did was for you. You feel grateful, even guilty. But have you ever considered how my elderly mother and my wife endured these past 16 years? Back then, when I asked you to take the child with you, you chose to leave the child behind. Because you knew it wouldn't be easy to raise a child in these times. But did you ever consider how my wife endured her days, carrying another child in her womb? Guilt gnawed at his heart, his fists clenched tight. These past days, he hasn't been able to sleep. Is there affection between us? Yes. But affection isn't meant to be exploited. I agreed to marry you and give Xing Yuan a home, shielding her from the fallout, because by then my entire family had perished. I thought I could help you however I could. But you concealed the most crucial truth: my wife and mother were still alive. They endured 16 lonely years, yearning for my return. You're preoccupied with the Du family's affairs, but my mother and my child's mother are agonizing over how to spare me this torment. If you were in their shoes, facing this situation, what would you do? I don't know what you'd do, but I saw what they did. They acted as if nothing had happened. Why? For me, so I wouldn't be caught in the middle, torn between two sides. So leave. There are plenty of capitalists out there, not every one of them has a brother-in-law who's a teacher. But don't they still live their lives just the same? He knew exactly why Du Rulan still refused to divorce him. A cold smile involuntarily played at the corners of his lips. Even if you don't divorce him, how do you expect me to treat the Du family? Our affair isn't a secret, it's only a matter of time before it spreads. Many people understand exactly how I feel about the Du family. So maintaining the formality of this marriage is truly unnecessary. With that, he rose and walked out. I'll have the guard collect my belongings later. I'm moving back to the division headquarters. Take your time to think it over. When you're ready, we'll file the papers. This is all I can do. The man left decisively. Du Rulan slowly closed her eyes, and tears instantly streamed down her face. Mom! Li Xing Yuan rushed over. He's already made his position crystal clear. What's there to hesitate about? Get divorced immediately. Who needs him anyway? Enough. Du Rulan coughed sharply.
Li Xingyuan hurried to find the medicine, trembling as he poured out 2 tablets.
Du Rulan swallowed them dry. Don't get upset. I won't push you anymore.
Li Xingyuan stroked Du Rulan's back and whispered, back then, you really didn't know Uncle and the others had deceived Dad?
I truly didn't. Du Rulan smiled bitterly. See? That's why your mother didn't tell you last time, even you wouldn't believe it. I believe it.
Li Xingyuan sighed. If you'd known earlier that Dad's wife and children in the countryside weren't dead, you wouldn't have arranged for him to return home for the memorial service.
On the Li family side, no one asked about the aftermath of Li Baiquan's incident. Everyone tacitly avoided the subject.
The new year was just around the corner. We need to find a couple days to go back to the hometown.
Liang Qiuyue made the decision.
Chapter 24. Who cares for him? Wan Yang knows deep down. As the time drew near, Li Baiquan couldn't return after all.
Due to a large-scale troop redeployment, the entire unit was required to remain on duty, ready for action at any moment.
Li Baiquan, who couldn't return now, had considered skipping this year's trip altogether, planning to wait until next year when he had time to return home together to pay respects at the ancestral graves.
But Liang Qiuyue wouldn't hear of it.
She insisted they must return this year. Not only did they have to go, but they also needed to borrow a truck for the trip. Li Baiquan objected to borrowing a military vehicle for personal use, but political commissar Su readily agreed. It was the family's first reunion and ancestral worship trip without a vehicle. The journey would be exhausting, especially with the elderly grandmother in tow.
Why must they drive? And why specifically a truck? Liang Qiuyue wasn't concerned with appearances. It was all about the cellar overflowing with grain. They had to take the grain with them. With nothing of value left at home, they could lock the door and stay away for 3 or 5 years. Just as they were about to board, Du Rulan hurried over with Li Xingyuan, who was lugging a suitcase. Mother, eldest sister, let Xingyuan come with us. I'll just pay my respects to grandfather and then head back.
The military requires all personnel to be on duty, and I doubt father-in-law would be pleased to see me. Old Mrs. Li looked as if her eyes were failing her.
What? What did you say? If you're not going, then don't go. Go back. All of you, go back. Liang Qiuyue called out cheerfully, Nyozi, come help your sister get on the bus.
Li Xiaotong got out of the truck, helped Li Xingyuan still panting with her suitcase, and pulled her into the truck bed.
Du Rulan coughed twice. Thank you, sister. No problem. He might be back tomorrow. If you weren't unwell, you should have come along too. Liang Qiuyue acted as if she had no idea the couple was going through a divorce. Du Rulan gave a bitter smile. Sis, I've been meaning to say I'm sorry.
Before she could finish, someone called from inside the truck, Mom, hurry up.
Are you ready? We're waiting for you.
Liang Qiuyue, who had no desire to hear Du Rulan's words anyway, seized the moment to cut her off. It's freezing out here.
You should go back inside. We'll be back in a day or two.
You're still coughing, get inside quickly before you catch another chill. Seeing this, Du Rulan could only stop talking and watch the family get into the truck.
Once the truck started moving, the family sat inside the cargo bed.
Covered by a canvas tarp, it kept out the wind and rain, though it still felt chilly.
Li Xingyuan sat at the very edge of the truck.
The road was rough, and the constant jolting made her head spin.
She frowned and murmured, why didn't we take the train? No one else responded.
Seeing this, Li Xiaotong, who was around the same age, explained, after getting off the train at Shirley Village, it takes over an hour to walk there.
With so many people, it's hard to find an ox cart.
Taking the bus is faster than the train, will be there in about 2 hours. Li Xingyuan rolled her eyes.
Like you've ever ridden in a bus before.
The spoiled girl didn't know how to speak properly. Li Xiaotong shut her mouth expressionlessly, unwilling to stoop to her level. Following Wan Yang around the market, Li Xiaotong usually avoided engaging with people who seemed as if they had a screw loose. The journey passed in silence. As soon as the bus rolled into the village, neighbors poured out in droves to gawk at the big vehicle. A huge crowd gathered. Mrs. Li's household was finally making a name for itself. Why call her the Widow Li anymore? Her aunt had finally seen better days. After Baiquan vanished for 16 years, he returned and become a big shot. Now she was a government official's wife. Indeed. She even rode back to the village in a big car. Exclamations of admiration, envy, and murmurs of astonishment filled the air. Mrs. Wan, your son is back. Those with keen eyes naturally spotted Wan Yang sitting in the truck bed, still busy tending to Blackie. He looks so much better. Much better than when he was in the village. Siyekian watched his own son, whom he'd driven away, now dressed in new clothes, and felt a strange mix of emotions. He's just been bailed out by his father-in-law. Look at Yangzi now, his clothes used to be patched on top of patches. Now, he's a fine young man. Even more handsome than that top student from the Jean family who went to the provincial capital. Exactly. He's the son-in-law of the Li family now, of course he's dressed to impress. The speaker curled her lip and shot Siyekian a sidelong glance. Sister-in-law Qiuyue knew how to handle things. As soon as Yangzi entered the Li household, he was dressed in new clothes.
The taunts were relentless. Yakian was so embarrassed he could barely stand, yet he couldn't bear to look away from the big truck as it pulled away. Wan Manton craned his neck, watching his second son diligently help the entire family down from the truck bed, breathing unevenly. Who in the village didn't know who? Everyone knew the Wan family's scandal. They'd driven away their most capable son, only for him to quickly win the favor of old Mrs. Li. Even funnier, the Li family's fortunes improved the moment they gained this son-in-law. Even Hanyo could tag along with Wan Yang to the train station to earn goodies, handfuls of them. Now everyone says the Li family has good fortune, Wan Yang is blessed, and whispers spread, wherever Yang Zi goes, fortune follows. Just look at Li Baiquan missing for 16 years. In any other family, they'd be beating their bones in grief. But he returned and became a master craftsman. Earlier, the Wan family kept it under wraps. No one knew about the wealthy peasant. With over 10 acres of land, they lived high off the fat of the land by exploiting poor relatives. Yet they mistreated their own lucky charm, sending him out to work to support the family, not even giving him a place to sleep. That's why the Wan family never prospered. Meanwhile, the Jin family, the landlords who hired Yangzi, were thriving. The moment Wan Yang was driven out by the Wans, the secret they'd hidden for so many years was exposed. During the class struggle campaign, the Wan family was labeled as rich peasants. Now, in the village, the rich peasant class was considered a residual exploiting class. Life in the village was tough for them. Though they weren't dragged to the threshing floor for public criticism sessions, they had to attend daily study sessions at the Farmers Association to undergo re-education. The Jin family, who had dismissed Wan Yang, also faced hardship. Jin Wansan had been paraded around with a sign and subjected to criticism sessions multiple times. The Wan family had heard the talk about this lucky star, and they didn't have the face to go find Yangzi. Never mind that they had taken him in as a son-in-law, the fact that they later forcibly expelled him was something the Wan family couldn't justify. Later, when Wan Yang followed the Li family into the city, the Jins felt like cats scratching at their insides. Now, seeing the Li family return in their big car, the Wans gritted their teeth and came over, licking their wounds, to curry favor. Old Mrs. Li and Liang Qiuyue shot the Wans a half-smile, half-glare, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact. Li Xiaotong straightened Wan Yang's collar and pulled him into the Li residence first. Wan Yang knew the village's tendency to flatter the powerful and trample the weak ran deep. Now that the entire Li family had returned in a big truck, envy burned in many eyes. In rural communities, the mantle of filial piety still carried immense weight. The Li family was now prosperous. Even if Wan Yang had been kicked out by Si Yaoqian and had become a son-in-law by marriage, if he had severed all ties with the Wan family, he would still be subject to criticism. It might even reflect badly on the Li family. Yangzi, go back and put your parents' minds at ease. Liang Qiuyue patted Wan Yang on the shoulder. After living in the village long enough, one learned the ways of the world. Even without his future mother-in-law's prompting, Wan Yang had already devised a plan. He simply followed the Wan family back to their home. Yakian and Wan Manton were overjoyed to see their adopted son giving them such face. His brothers wore eager smiles, and the table held a rare feast: cabbage, radishes, and a plate of scrambled eggs. Wan Yang handed a silver dollar to his brother, stating plainly it was this month's allowance for Si Yuqian to help with household expenses. As the elder brother, Wan Ha immediately gathered firewood, saying he would stoke the stove to make it even hotter. Wan Yang sneered inwardly. In the past, they insisted men took up too much space. 3 people couldn't sleep comfortably on the heated bed, so he was banished to the coalwood shed. Winter in the village was unbearable. Later winters, he simply stayed at the Jin family's house, too lazy to return. If he froze sick, whose fault would that be? They kicked him out, yet now they made room for him on the Kong. Wan Yang hadn't said he'd stay tonight, nor that he wouldn't. He'd just brushed it off. If they wanted to stoke the fire, so be it. What could such a family possibly talk about? Only matters concerning the Li household, or settling in the provincial capital. Of course, the factory's hiring drive remained their greatest concern. Wan Yang casually mentioned what he could, keeping everything else tightly sealed. He was just playing it cool. C's heart twisted like a pretzel, sour and bitter. Everyone could see that the second son had grown distant from his own family, not uttering a single truthful word. But she couldn't lash out. Once he was taken in as a son-in-law, he became part of the Li family. She couldn't just start cursing or raising her hand to hit him. If things hadn't soured so badly before, why would she now be clinging to second son, begging him to help out first son and the little ones? The provincial capital. Besides Jin Jichuan from the wealthy Jin family, how many young people of their generation could even get into the city? They couldn't even hold their own in the county seat, let alone the provincial capital. For a son taken in as a son-in-law to bring this up now would be like slapping himself in the face. Wan Manton dared not utter a single word. Even when the adopted son came back for a meal, they were awkward and uncomfortable. If it weren't for the neighbors' harsh words today, they'd have preferred to avoid the Li family altogether. They spent ages buttering up the old matriarch of the Li family with flattery and groveling, but thankfully, Wan Yang saved their face. After a hasty meal, Wan Yang had no intention of staying. It's inconvenient at Grandma Li's place. I've got a few soldiers to entertain at my place. Si Yaqian flushed crimson at the mention of his own room. How could he possibly keep his son at the Li residence when Yangzi had his own space, yet his own son slept in a cold, unheated wood shed? Now Wanha had specifically cleared out a heated bed for Yangzi, though 3 people were crammed into it. Yet despite Yangzi working the hardest and earning the most, he'd never received such treatment before. It just didn't feel right. Wan Manton could only puff on his pipe, its clatter echoing in the silence, not daring to utter a single word. Si Yaqian rose to escort his son out. His younger sister, Wan Jia, clung to her second brother with wide eyes and followed them to the doorway. Only after stepping out of the main hall did Si Yuqian speak up, "Hurry up and get married. That Li Baiquan doesn't seem like a heartless man. After all, he's your father-in-law. You have no roots or connections in this city. With a powerful ally, no one will dare bully you." Finally, Si Yuqian asked, "Once you're married, how much can you send back each month?" Driven by self-interest, Wan Yang could only accept the arrangement. Had Wan Yang not sought to eliminate future troubles entirely, he would never have returned. At the very least, no one could accuse him of climbing the social ladder and abandoning his own parents. As for Si Yuqian's demands, Wan Yang let them go in one ear and out the other, giving vague, half-hearted responses. By custom, a daughter who marries out and a son who marries in become outsiders. Si shouldn't demand money from them anymore. But Yangzi's father-in-law was formidable, and Yangzi earned well. "Regardless of the amount, I'll send you $1 monthly. If it's insufficient, I simply have no more." Wan Yang's voice was detached. Back at old Jean the landlord's place, his total assets barely amounted to $2 or $3 silver at most. But Si Yaqian didn't see it that way. Back then, he could afford $2 or $3 silver. Now that Yangzi had married into the Li family and prospered, he could only manage $1 silver? Si Yaqian wanted to explode, but realized she had no standing. Yangzi had married into the family as a son-in-law. Logically, he shouldn't have to contribute a single cent toward her retirement. She was suffocating herself with frustration. The tight ache in her chest was the pain of estrangement. She refused to consider that back in the village, money was only for food and warmth. Now in the provincial capital, expenses were everywhere. Wan Yang was about to marry Wen Ti. He need to support a family? Si Yuqian pounded his chest after a long moment of frustration. "Mother isn't asking for your money." Seeing Yangzi wouldn't budge, Si Yuqian had no choice but to lower his voice and placate him. "What I mean is, you need to guard against your father asking you for money. Your father is easily swayed, and your brothers are quick to spend. I'm telling you, once you're out in the world, save every penny you earn. Except for your mother, don't give money, grain, or anything to anyone who asks. If you feel awkward, send Black Girl. Your brothers won't dare refuse her." What could Yangzi say? "We'll talk about it when life gets better. Let's go home." He hooked his little finger around his sister's hand. "Come on, Jer, take me to Nyonyo's place. I'll get you some candy." Without another word to say about money, he strode out of the alleyway, his sister's hand firmly in his. Once they rounded the corner, Si Yaqian's figure vanished from sight. Wan Yang stopped, ruffled his little sister's yellow hair, and exhaled a deep breath. He pulled out $2 silver and a handful of loose copper coins from his pocket and gave them to his little sister. "Hide this somewhere safe. Don't let mother find it." If only the gold certificates hadn't depreciated so badly later on, he would have given her paper money instead. That was easier to hide. He hadn't officially started work yet and had no salary. Once things stabilized and he got new money, it would be easier. Wan Yang knew exactly who cared for him and who had a place for him in their heart. He remembered the kindness his little sister showed him when Si Yaqian chased him away last time. The copper coin she gave him. Even if Wan Yang had money, he wouldn't give Si Yaqian or Wan Manton a single coin. Giving to his own little sister earns lasting gratitude, but giving to other Wan family members? That's like throwing meat buns at dogs. He wasn't that idle. Not giving them anything would be heartless, but he did give no more than $1 silver a month, not a penny more. When he did send money, he did make a big show of it, mailing it through the postal service so everyone in the village knew that even though he married into the family, he hadn't skimped a single penny on their retirement funds. No one could gossip about him. Once he found a suitable channel, he'd send back $1 silver worth of grain each month, no cash at all. Help in emergencies, not in poverty. He wasn't about to keep being the Wan family's bloodsack. Chapter 25, You Brat. Get out here. When he returned, Li Xiaotong was waiting for Wan Yang in this room. "I figured you'd come back. Where else would I go?" Wan Yang sat down as Li Xiaotong served dumplings from the pot. "I made these. Eat up. Delicious." Wan Yang ate heartily, savoring the sweetness. The food at the Wan household never quite sat right with him, always leaving him feeling a bit choked up. "Looks like I can't go anywhere but Factory 825. Otherwise, even eating with you would be a problem." After spending so much time together, Li Xiaotong had finally figured it out. Truthfully, Wan Yang was quite picky about food. Only meals prepared by his mother or himself tasted right to him. Everything else felt like swallowing medicine, just shoveling food down to fill his stomach. Surviving was all that mattered. A pang of heartache suddenly welled up inside her. Li Xiaotong pressed her hand to her chest, feeling a bit at a loss. Where do you think you're going without me? Only the familiar taste of home brought him comfort. Wan Yang laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling brightly as he fixed Li Xiaotong with a fiery gaze. Li Xiaotong met his gaze and felt an inexplicable warmth spread across her cheeks. Just as Wan Yang reached out, Jin Jichuan's voice came from outside the door. Yangzi, I just heard you mention Factory 825? Wan Yang reluctantly withdrew his hand, which had been reaching to pinch Noji's cheek, and rubbed it absent-mindedly a few times. As he spoke, he stepped inside. Jin Jichuan pulled out a letter and handed it to Wan Yang. The young lady who came with you gave me a letter. She said it was for her cousin, my classmate. What's this about? Wan Yang didn't open it, asking first. My classmate said Factory 825 needs technicians and asked if I'm interested. If I am, I can contact my university professor to write a recommendation letter. Is this legit? Will my background work? Wan Yang didn't bother reading it and shoved the letter back into Jin Jichuan's hand. It's legit. We need to move fast on this. You're an intellectual now, so it should be fine. Hurry up, they might stop hiring once they fill the spots. I'm still trying to figure something out for Blackie. Jin Jichuan's eyes lit up. This is truly a blessing from above. You have no idea how unbearable my life has been lately. What with forming mutual aid groups, people pulling plows to break new land, blah, 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 it was like attending some remembering hardship meeting. Just as he finally managed to send the man on his way, Wan Yang opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Liang Qiuyue called out from the courtyard, hurry over and lend a hand. Coming. Wan Yang sighed deeply with regret. It was rare to see even a hint of change in his young wife's gaze toward him. What a pity, not the right time. Ah well, better wait. The grain at home needed to be loaded onto the truck. The large jars couldn't be moved, so the grain had to be bagged. The women bagged the grain while the men carried it out. It was Li Xingyuan's first time in such a place. Seeing the jars filled with wheat, corn, and both whitened corn flour, she was so astonished she couldn't close her mouth. Especially the wheat and corn, she'd never seen them in their raw, unprocessed state before. Li Xiaotong and Li Xingyuan worked as a team. Li Xingyuan held the sack steady while Li Xiaotong filled it. The kid blurted out, are rural areas this rich now? Just look at all this grain stored up. Li Xiaotong ignored the clueless kid, keeping her head down and working hard. Just handling all this grain took them a good while. Finally, Liang Qiuyue called out to Wan Yang. They took everything they could carry: shovels, hoes, brooms, axes, plow heads, dustpans, pots, bowls, ladles, you name it. That night, they didn't even sleep. Instead, they placed 2 pounds of grain at the doorstep of every household in the village, just a token gesture. Upon returning, she went straight to the graveyard to burn paper offerings and kowtow before old Master Li, informing him that his son was still alive. Thus, the most crucial task was completed. Once everything was packed, they could depart in the dead of night. Wan Yang knew his mother-in-law planned to unload the grain from the truck before dawn, when darkness would shield them from prying eyes. They claimed they didn't know if the troops needed the vehicle urgently, so we shouldn't delay them. Before dawn, the military vehicle returned to the fleet. After all that fuss through the night, when Li Baiquan returned, the whole family was still asleep. Oomph. He said he'd be back early, but he didn't have to rush you all like that. If he'd known he'd return in a day, he could have insisted on coming alone. Liang Qiuyue was too sleepy to respond. The household's grain supplies were Li Baiquan's responsibility to manage externally. The inner housekeeper needn't be informed. After the household was fully relocated, both Liang Qiuyue and her mother-in-law could finally relax completely. Wan Yang pondered how to broach the subject of finally holding the postponed wedding, so he could take Hanyuo with him to Factory 825. Before he could speak, the Li family seemed to read his mind and took the initiative. With the bustling pre-New Year market, everyone began busily gathering Li Xiaotong's dowry. After the new year, news would surely come from Factory 825. They should hurry up and finish the wedding arrangements now. Once Yangzi started work, he could just take Nosy with him. Everyone arrived at the same conclusion. The wedding was arranged with unusual haste, mainly because both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were frightened by the earlier incident. It was better for the couple to stay together. Fine. Old Mrs. Li had no objections either. The young man she approved of was entering the Li family. The wedding should proceed. When Li Xiaotong returned to the village last time, she had already decided to follow Wan Yang to the 825 factory. If all the intellectuals from the Jin family could find work there, she refused to believe such a large factory wouldn't have a job for her. If need be, she'd work hard at manual labor. She was strong enough for it. Staying home meant no work and no income. The service center was now running smoothly. Liang Qiuyue could handle it easily on her own, and with old lady Li pitching in, things were steady as a rock. There was simply no need for an extra pair of hands. Be smart about it. Right now, jobs are scarce everywhere. Whether it's good or bad work, just get your foot in the door first. The crucial thing is, you two must stay together, got it? Liang Qiuyue gave her dim-witted daughter a pat. Did you tell the Wan family? Li Xiaotong blinked, suddenly feeling the reality sink in. She was getting married? When the time comes, I'll call the village chief. The Farmers Association has their numbers whether they come or not, you decide. It's a marriage of convenience anyway. The bride's family handles all the arrangements. Bring some gifts for the groom's family if they're particular, but judging by the Wan family's style, it's all a bit of a mystery. No worries. Wan Yang had everything for the wedding ceremony figured out. He'd been preparing bits and pieces here and there. If the Wan family showed up, it would be a nice bonus. If not, no big deal. It wouldn't make a difference. Right now, neither mother-in-law nor daughter-in-law felt any anxiety about the wedding. They were practically itching to wrap things up tomorrow. Wan Yang had already scouted out suitable wood and prepared a new bed. Now he began gathering other furnishings, large chests, small tables, stools, and such. Liang Qiuyue had already taken care of the bright red wedding gown, embroidered shoes, red veil, and the vibrant red quilt cover, sheets, and quilt. The house had many rooms, but they only needed two, one large and one small. Liang Qiuyue and her mother worked diligently to clear out a larger side room. Wan Yang's original room was too small, suitable for one person, but too modest for a bridal chamber. After the wedding, that smaller room could still be put to use and wouldn't go to waste. When Li Baiquan arrived and saw the entire household bustling about, he exclaimed in surprise, "Whose family is celebrating a joyous occasion? Our girl is getting married. What's got you so worked up, Dad? Marry? Why didn't you tell me?" Li Baiquan was stunned. How could this be so sudden? Li Baiquan's expression darkened. He placed his hands on his hips and glared at Wan Yang. "You brat! Get out here!" Chapter 26, The battle horn sounds again and again. Why scare the child like that? Liang Qiuyue pulled Li Baiquan back. "Why are you getting so worked up? He's your son-in-law, not your son. You don't scold a son-in-law like that." Li Baiquan tapped Liang Qiuyue. "You're still defending him? Still defending him?" He lowered his voice. "They live in the same courtyard, a grown man and woman together. Something must have happened, otherwise, why would you be so upset? What nonsense!" Liang Qiuyue shot him a fierce glare. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she slapped him across the face. Her own daughter, how could she let her suffer? The betrothed couple spent more and more time together daily. The girl, unaware of propriety, often ran to Yangzi's room. If they married sooner, she wouldn't have to worry about her daughter doing something foolish. But she couldn't say that out loud. She declared sternly, "What are you thinking? These kids are well behaved. Your future husband's job is almost settled. Hurry up and get married. When it comes to dividing the property later, see if we can prioritize those who've started a family." She shot Li Baiquan another disapproving glance. "I see how you favor married couples here. I was just thinking, what if Bayer and Heir will end up like that too? Besides, a couple should live together. Keeping them apart long-term just won't do." Only then did Li Baiquan understand Qiuyue was projecting her own insecurities onto the situation, desperate to keep the young couple together. His expression softened involuntarily. The A25 factory is still in its preparatory phase, starting from scratch. Conditions will likely be relatively harsh. No matter how tough it gets, I'll go with him. Liang Qiuyue was adamant on this point. "It's not that I don't care about her. I'm doing this for her good. At this critical moment, I can't stand in her way." "All right. That's a commendable mindset." Li Baiquan patted his pockets. Only a few crumpled bills remained and a flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. "Can you marry off your daughter with such meager savings? Wait for me." Leaving those words behind, he dashed out. Li Baiquan began scouring around for items. Water cups, kettles, lunchboxes, wash basins, towels. He even specially procured 2 brand new military blankets. Li Baiquan dumped all these items in front of Li Xiaotong, a hint of apology flitting across his face. "Girl, it was all so rushed, nothing fancy. Later, Dad will get you a proper set." He glanced at Liang Qiuyue. "It's all your mother's fault, rushing to marry you off." "Who should she marry? My daughter was born to be a soldier." Before he could finish, Liang Qiuyue shot him a glare and dashed off to fetch old lady Li. A flurry of cane blows sent Li Baiquan scurrying away, clutching his head. He never dared to shout about Li Xiaotong joining the army again. On the first day of the Lunar New Year in 1949, Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang faced each other and bowed 3 times, thus becoming husband and wife. Weddings in those days, no matter how lively, were just a matter of handing out wedding candies. No banquets were held. Only a few of Li Baiquan's closest old comrades in arms insisted on celebrating with a wedding feast at his home. "You're the youngest of the bunch, yet you're the first to start a family," they teased. Envy, jealousy, resentment. Li Baiquan was only in his 30s now. At this rate, he'd surely become a grandfather before turning 40. Yet in this unit, there are still plenty of men in their 40s who haven't settled down, let alone found a wife. No family, no children. This generation is falling behind. So the only way to vent their discontent was to stay and drink to drain every drop of Li's family's wine. Li Baiquan grinned like a fool. What's there to be happy about? Marrying off a daughter? Forget it. That feeling. Drink. Drink. Though their son was a son-in-law by marriage, Liang Qiuyue still gave him some advice. She didn't say it to his face, just to avoid others looking down on Yangzi. Only then did Li Baiquan recall this detail. His joy deepened, all traces of reluctance vanished, leaving only genuine delight. As Liang Qiuyue would say, genuine heart for genuine heart, whether marrying a daughter-in-law or a son-in-law, it's all the same. Living with the Li family, Yangzi proved himself a conscientious lad. Since his arrival, he'd spared them countless troubles. He'd saved all three of their lives. Even the gossip from the village, whether it was good luck or bad, had drifted into the ears of both mother and daughter-in-law. They understood perfectly well. If taking Yangzi in as a son-in-law could spare him the trouble of facing the Wan family head-on, then so be it. As long as the young couple lived happily together, that was what mattered most. Li Baiquan grew happier and happier the more he thought about it, shouting to Liang Qiuyue, "Hey, you! Get some snacks to go with the wine. Xiao Zhao, go to my office and bring all the liquor from the bottom cabinet." He muttered to the old buddies in front of him, who were egging him on to drink straight through. "Last time I went to the commander's place, I snagged a few bottles of good liquor. Haven't had a chance to drink them yet. Might as well share them now. Hey, kid's mom, call Wan Yang and the little girl over to meet their uncles and uncles." Once everyone arrived, Li Baiquan introduced them one by one, then called the young couple over to toast. "Here's toasting with my good-for-nothing son." The house buzzed with noise, keeping old Mrs. Li grinning from ear to ear all day. How many years had she longed for such a lively day, surrounded by children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren? Liang Qiuyue and Li Xiaotong bustled about in the kitchen. It was the new year after all. They could manage a couple of decent dishes. A plate of fried peanuts, a dish of cold noodles, a plate of scallion fried tofu, and a large bowl of steaming hot cabbage and pork stew with glass noodles. Add a steamer basket of steamed buns made with wheat and corn flour, and it was the finest meal imaginable. When Du Rulan arrived, Liang Qiuyue had just finished serving the last dish and stepped back out. Du Rulan followed straight to the kitchen and called out cautiously, "Sister." Liang Qiuyue's smile was flawless. "Little Du. Come here." She handed over the remaining fried peanuts. "Try some. Crispy, right?" Du Rulan hastily waved her hands. "No, thank you. I'm here to bring something for Nyonyo." She handed over the mesh bag she was holding. "I don't have much to give. These are 2 thermos bottles, a gift for the child. Now that she's married and living on her own, she'll need many things. After much thought, I figured these would be useful. How can I possibly accept this?" Liang Qiuyue repeatedly wiped her hands on her apron. "Sis, you're rejecting me." Du Rulan's hand holding the net bag trembled slightly. Liang Qiuyue saw this and quickly took it. "Alright, you're no stranger here, so I won't stand on ceremony. I'll take this for the child." She gestured inside, Baichuan's drinking with political commissar Su and the others in the house. "Why don't you go in and have a drink too?" "No, thank you. I won't be joining them." Du Rulan hurriedly turned and left the kitchen. "I know you're busy today, so I won't keep you longer. You go ahead, I'll head back first." After she left, Li Xiaotong, who had been squatting by the fire, finally looked up. "Mom, why did you take her stuff? Why wouldn't I accept her gift? Do you think this thermos was cheap to buy?" Liang Qiuyue's flawless smile faded as she gently scolded her daughter. "If you don't accept it, does that mean she owes us nothing? Does that mean she can repay everything she owes us?" Liang Qiuyue understood it all too well. This silenced Li Xiaotong. Yes, her mother had endured years of injustice. What the other party owed their family couldn't be erased with a few words. 16 years of suffering, what could possibly repay that? Liang Qiuyue brushed the straw from her clothes. Getting back even a little is better than nothing. If we refuse, we'll only lose out more. But if we accept, won't everyone in the neighborhood see how magnanimous we are? And we'll still get the benefit. Li Xiaotong nodded in agreement as her mother lectured her. Anyway, she couldn't argue with her mother. If her mother wanted to do it this way, so be it. As long as their family got something tangible out of it. These days, there was no such thing as a wedding night prank. After proper nourishment, Wan Yang's physique gradually surpassed Li Xiaotong's. The faint worry that he might be too small for the task never materialized. Enchanted and bewildered, the dagger revealed at last, evenly matched, courting misery. When spring breeze meets jade dew, it surpasses countless earthly delights. Li Xiaotong was fiercely competitive, refusing to concede defeat. Time and again, the battle cry sounded. Wan Yang had longed for this day, enduring the cycle of suppression and counter-suppression day after day. 2 days after the 15th day of the first lunar month, a telegram arrived. It was from Factory 825. The message was succinct: "Report to our factory on February 16th. Chapter 27, Great. Another grudge to hold. That's it? Liang Qiuyue pricked up her ears, but that was all she heard. After a moment of confusion, she hurriedly asked her daughter, "So there's still a month left, right?" Li Xiaotong didn't know either. She looked at Wan Yang. "It's not calculated that way." Wan Yang shook his head. In the village, people often use the lunar calendar to keep track of time, but government units definitely use the Gregorian calendar. Wan Yang stood up and headed outside. "I'll go to headquarters and find someone to check which day of the lunar calendar the 16th of February actually falls on." Sure enough, the lunar and solar dates didn't match. There wasn't much time left. February 16th on the solar calendar was the 19th day of the first lunar month. Today is already the 18th day of the first lunar month. Only one day left? Alright, let's hurry and pack. As newlyweds, we've got everything we need, but it's unrealistic to bring it all. We still don't know what the situation is over there. Judging by that last trip, it seems like there aren't even dormitories there. All you can see are factory buildings and production areas. Who knows where the workers are staying? Just bring the essentials. Grandma Li grumbled, what kind of factory is this? Why the rush? Li Xiaotong shrugged it off, like we'd get lost? My dad knows that factory. Ask him if you have questions. It's not far. If we need anything, I can run back and get it. Last time Yangzi and I went, we were back in half a day. Your legs? What legs? Liang Xiaoyue tapped her daughter's head with her finger and hurried to help pack. Li Xiaotong didn't have time to bicker with her mother. After packing, she slung the quilt over her shoulder, grabbed her luggage, and carried a net bag. Inside were a thermos, lunchbox, wash basin, towel, toothbrush, toothcup, and all sorts of odds and ends. It looked like she was fleeing a disaster. Wan Yang took the luggage, quilt, and heavier items, letting his wife carry only the mesh bag as they walked out together. Just as they stepped outside, a jeep was parked at the entrance. Li Baiquan waved from inside, calling out, "Hey, we're heading that way today to run some errands. We can give you a ride." Liang Qiuyue's eyes twinkled with amusement, and the old lady's eyes crinkled into a smile too. At least he was acting somewhat like a father. After securing the items on the roof rack, Wan Yang took the front passenger seat while Li Xiaotong and Li Baiquan sat in the back. In the car, Li Baiquan first adopted an official tone with Wan Yang. Security work is crucial. Especially in an organization like yours, security is of utmost importance. Follow your superior's instructions. Don't shy away from hardship or fatigue. After his lengthy admonition, he cleared his throat and turned to his daughter. Now, girl, you're going alone. Once you get there, you'll see for yourself. Conditions might be a bit rough. Getting your ideal job isn't easy for the leadership to arrange. You need to be prepared for that. Of course, if you're willing to work hard and put in the effort, the leadership will definitely take notice. You're your father's daughter, but don't think about pulling strings or seeking favors. Understood. Li Xiaotong had never considered pulling strings anyway. Her father was a man of principle. These past days, she'd simply grown accustomed to striving alongside Wan Yang, so she decided to accompany him to Factory 825 to see if any job opportunities arose. She gazed out the car window. The road they were traveling on was much wider than when they first came last year, wide enough for at least 2 cars to pass side by side. Evidently, others hadn't been idle over the winter. She gave a casual reply, "Don't worry, Yangzi won't starve. There's no river I can't cross." Traffic grew heavier along the way, forcing the jeep to slow down. People occasionally passed the jeep in small groups, looking disheveled yet striding with a defiant air. Many pointed and whispered at the jeep. As the vehicle rounded a bend, the once barren, uneven hollow had been leveled into a vast plaza, now teeming with a dense crowd. Li Baiquan pursed his lips, a hint of reluctance in his expression. "Stop here." He looked at Li Xiaotong, his hand reaching out to touch the child's head. After a few seconds of hesitation, he settled for patting her shoulder instead. "This is as far as I can take you. The rest of the journey is yours to walk." He remained in the car, only instructing driver Xiao Zhan to help Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong unload their luggage. Leaning against the car window, Li Xiaotong called out sincerely, "Dad." Her eyes in Wan Yang's brimmed with laughter as they said in unison, "Thank you. Dad, don't worry. I'll take good care of her." Wan Yang reassured him once more. Li Baiquan nodded with a smile. "Alright, come home during the holidays." Li Xiaotong wasn't stupid. She couldn't tell if her father was just passing by. Li Baiquan had come specifically to see them off. The car didn't need to turn, it could have stopped right where he picked her up, just a few steps away. But her dad insisted on waiting until the car made the turn, driving all the way to a spot where everyone could see them before calling for it to stop. Wasn't the meaning obvious? Anyone who could afford such a car must have some serious connections, right? This would be decisive for Wan Yang standing at work and for Li Xiaotong's search for a suitable job. A man who had always insisted on never using official vehicles for personal matters, who had always refused to show favoritism. This time, he had shown favoritism. As the car pulled away, Li Baiquan, seated in the back, kept glancing back. Watching his daughter standing at the intersection, watching his car disappear, his eyes suddenly grew misty. He took off his military cap and blinked hard. "The gas money will be deducted from my monthly allowance." Only after the car had disappeared into the distance did Wan Yang hoist his luggage and take his wife's hand. "Let's go." Li Xiaotong tucked away the lingering melancholy in her heart, turned with Wan Yang, and headed toward the square. But just as they turned and took a few steps forward, a particularly striking figure caught their eye. A young woman in a wool coat and leather shoes stood timidly by the muddy roadside, suitcase in hand, clearly here to report for duty too. Li Xiaotong froze. "Li Xingyuan?" Li Xingyuan looked at Li Xiaotong, her eyes slowly reddening. Earlier, Li Xingyuan had recognized it. That was Dad's car. He wanted to use the car, but he couldn't get it anywhere. But why the hell did that trashy girl get to use it? Why the double standard for daughters? Li Xingyuan shot Li Xiaotong a cold sneer, grabbed his suitcase, and turned to walk away, ignoring the pain in his foot. Great! Another feud started. Wan Yang thought to himself. Li Xiaotong couldn't care less about Li Xingyuan's thoughts. She and Wan Yang found a slightly cleaner spot, where Wan Yang set down their belongings. Just as he'd imagined at home, there was nothing here but the old factory buildings. Looking at the square, the crowd was thick as a swarm, if not 1,000, then at least 700 or 800. More people kept arriving on the road. Word had spread about the establishment of Plant 825, and everyone who heard the news had come. And it was clear that all sorts of people were present. Some were neatly dressed, wearing glasses, clearly intellectuals. Others wore patched clothes, padded cotton jackets, and baggy pants, likely craftsmen, technicians, or other workers. Others wore military uniforms, while some, like Li Xingyuan, were female students. Judging by their figures and demeanor, they were likely members of the factory's cultural troupe. Beyond the throng of people pushing forward to register, there were also family members like Li Xiaotong waiting on the sidelines. Entire families had made the journey. No one harbored any illusions about getting a government job. They simply knew that coming to the city meant at least having a chance to scrape by, which was far better than toiling away on the land back home. Go sign up. I'll watch the stuff. Li Xiaotong nudged Wan Yang. Alright, don't wander off. I'll come find you when I'm done. Wan Yang squeezed his wife's hand tightly and repeated his reminder. Chapter 28. Well, this is what it means to eat sweet, tender rice. Wan Yang returned quickly. Li Xiaotong pressed him with questions. What's the situation? Wan Yang pointed toward the vast expanse of wild grass and raised an eyebrow. The boss said those with families should figure out their own shelters. Those without families will be grouped into teams of 8 and have to set up their own dorms. It's all over that area. Ha! Wan Yang gestured toward a slightly elevated area. See that? That's the dormitory zone. Let's go. Li Xiaotong looked stunned. So does that mean we have to build the factory and dormitory areas ourselves from scratch? Hard work and self-reliance, that's what. Wan Yang pointed to the massive banners on both sides. Come on, we're starting from scratch. Hurry up, let's try to pick a good spot first. We'll probably be living here for a year or two. We're grabbing land ourselves? Li Xiaotong's eyes widened. Yeah. Wan Yang nearly laughed out loud at his wife's astonished expression. To build houses, we naturally start with the factory buildings. As for living quarters? No need to rush. What's there to fear about a little hardship? Let's roll up our sleeves and build our own livelihood. Ha! Li Xiaotong, still a bit dazed, carried her netbag as she followed Wan Yang up the slope. Her father had mentioned hardship, but she hadn't imagined it would be this harsh. He'd also said he hadn't seen the dormitory anywhere, leading her to believe they'd have to walk a long way to reach the site. Now she realized there simply wasn't one. This week was off from work. The factory gave them a week to settle in and even paid a month's salary in advance as relocation allowance. Wan Yang turned back and pressed 21 yuan and 50 cents into Li Xiaotong's hand. You handle the money. It was an old tradition they'd kept since starting their business together at the train station. Back then, when Wan Yang was too busy selling goods or swapping items to handle payments, he'd have Hey No take care of it. Now that she was his wife, it was only natural for her to handle it. When he was too busy with work to go out, his wife still had to manage things at home. He couldn't let her go without money. How would she handle meals and other necessities? In the past, to avoid drawing attention, Hanyu would tightly bind her body with cloth straps, making her look like a man. That's why the villagers called her Black Pillar. After they married, Wan Yang wouldn't let his wife bind herself anymore. It wasn't good for her development. Besides, now that they were in the provincial capital, she'd made plenty of new, form-fitting, fashionable clothes. Those curves left him lingering in admiration. If he let his wife starve herself thin again, he'd be heartbroken long before his mother-in-law had a chance to complain. Viewed from below, the area seemed vast. Walking through it, one truly felt like a horse running itself to death trying to reach the mountains. The higher ground was a dirt slope, while the lower areas were dotted with waterlogged marshes. Naturally, people chose the higher ground to settle. After finally climbing up, they found quite a few people already there. A kind soul pointed them in the right direction. The two first went to the supply depot to borrow tools, shovels, hoes, machetes, and the like before returning to begin work. But what kind of dwelling should we build? That was the question. Digging a cave dwelling? Not really feasible. During his time as a wandering spirit, Wan Yang had absorbed a great deal of knowledge and traveled to regions dotted with cave dwellings. While he couldn't claim to have roamed every corner of the land, he'd seen most of it. Staying in one place would have been too dull. After all, he wasn't a bound spirit. Wan Yang knew cave dwellings demanded high-quality soil, and this spot wasn't ideal. The northeastern Lus Plateau, however, was perfect for digging earth huts. Though the soil was damp, he had moisture-proof pads tucked into his mattress, so that shouldn't be a major issue. Earth huts, also called earth dens. Dig a rectangular pit 3 or 4 feet deep underground. Erect pillars from the pit, higher in the center and lower at the sides, to form a gabled shelter. half above ground, half below. A raised earthen platform serves as the bed, with a stove built nearby for winter warmth. Given the current conditions, we have nothing to spare. To shield ourselves from wind and rain, we'll have to put in some effort. Wan Yang originally didn't want Li Xiaotong to do heavy labor. Go over there and twist some hemp rope, cut some reeds, and come back to weave a mat to lay on the earthen platform. Just as Li Xiaotong was about to head down the slope to gather hemp rope and reeds, a familiar voice called out. Wan Yang, hey, Blackie? Jin Jichuan and Xiao Danny climbed up from the slope. They plopped down on the ground beside the spot Wan Yang and his wife had chosen, panting heavily. They must have rushed quite a distance to get here, looking far more disheveled than Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong. Both were covered in dust, their faces and hair thick with dirt. It really is you two. Oh my goodness, we finally made it. With so many people, how are we going to stay? How did you two end up together? Li Xiaotong looked from one to the other, surprised, and decided to stay put. Jin Jichuan's expression was awkward. We were betrothed, remember? She insisted on coming. He cleared his throat. Her father gets publicly criticized daily, and her grandmother's in prison. They couldn't stay at home anymore. Life? Just muddling through. They were both in the same boat, so neither had the right to laugh at the other. Xiao Danny, still bitter about her unpleasant experiences with the Li family, merely glanced at Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang before lowering her eyes again. Her appearance was even more wretched than Jin Jichuan's, her clothes patched upon patched, almost matching Wan Yang's shabbiness from the beginning. She ignored others, and others ignored her. Jin Jichuan only spoke to Wan Yang and Blackie. You registered too? Yeah, technical department. Not bad. Thanks to you guys. If it weren't for you. Out here, Jin Jichuan didn't dare say much. You guys should hurry and find a place to settle down too. Once more people arrive, you won't get a good spot. Wan Yang cut him off before he could continue. Great spot you picked. Jin Jichuan watched as Wan Yang used a stick to mark out the area, his face full of admiration. Look at this whole circle around us, we're right at the top of the slope. The other family who'd already started digging was over 10 meters down the slope. This spot was the highest point. Even if they built right next to each other, there wouldn't be any risk of others' water spilling onto their own plot. Keeping some distance from the other earthen dwellings, Wan Yang's layout looked quite complex on the blueprint. He had to consider the size of the rooms, how large an earthen platform to build for the bed, and how to shield against wind and rain without having it face directly outward. Wan Yang had it all figured out. With only one room, a screen-like partition was essential. He'd be sleeping here for a year, maybe even two. No one should walk in and see the bed platform right away. This wolf, who'd only started eating meat a fortnight ago, hadn't had his fill yet. The she-wolf was equally industrious, her appetite for constant combat no less than his. Back at the service station's small courtyard, they'd been afraid their mother-in-law might hear them, so they hadn't dared to go all out. Now that they were out here, with other houses at least 10 meters away, they could finally enjoy themselves comfortably. Privacy was non-negotiable. Jin Jichuan watched for a while. Once rested, he too picked up his luggage and went off to stake his claim. Wan Yang dug the hole while Li Xiaotong shoveled the soil out. When Wan Yang grew tired, Li Xiaotong took over. Li Xiaotong was strong, and she hadn't neglected her farm work either. She dug much faster and deeper than Wan Yang. Wan Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Well, he was living the sweet life now. There was only one set of digging tools. When he tried to grab them back, Li Xiaotong shot him a withering look. Let me handle it. If I wait for you to finish, we'll be delayed by days before we can move in. Fine. What else could Wan Yang say? He'd let Li Xiaotong dig first. When she got tired, they'd switch back. For now, he'd go find some reeds to weave mats. Only after descending the earthen slope did he realize, the mats on the platform could wait. Better to cut some shrubs first. There were no mature trees nearby, only shrubs as thick as a child's arm. With so many people, he had to prepare first. How else could they build the shelters above? The thicker branches would support the shelters over the earthen pits, while the thinner ones could be dried later for firewood. He might as well gather some dry firewood while he was at it. It wasn't even the end of the first lunar month yet. Waiting for warmer weather was still too early. There were still several months to go. If everyone started working full steam ahead, there wouldn't be enough firewood for everyone to grab. Chapter 29. How could my own man be so amazing? In the days that followed, Wan Yang chopped shrubs, cut reeds, twisted hemp rope, and wove mats, while Li Xiaotong wielded tools to dig pits and turn over soil. Their household division of labor was different from others, completely reversed. Labor was demanding, and they'd feared going hungry today. But then a donkey cart appeared, hauling pickles and grain uphill, laden with ready-made steamed buns, corn cakes, and noodles for sale. 3 corn cakes for a penny wasn't expensive, but they only accepted the factory's newly issued wages, no old gold yuan notes, silver yuan notes, or legal tender. Thankfully, we'd been paid in advance. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a bite to eat right now. We were digging pits and didn't have any cooking utensils. Even if we wanted to cook ourselves, there wouldn't be enough time. Wan Yang bought several steamed buns, a handful of noodles, and some pickled vegetables. At mealtime, he placed a small slice of pickle between Li Xiaotong's buns, then toasted them over the fire until they were piping hot with a hint of charred aroma. After a full day of digging, the two had carved out a pit over 2 meters deep and 2 meters wide. Essentially, when Li Xiaotong grew tired, Wan Yang would take over, and when Wan Yang needed a break, Li Xiaotong would resume. Without this rotation, progress would have been even slower. The real bottleneck was the tools with 2 sets. They could have finished half the work today. At this pace, it would take several more days to finish. As dusk fell, another figure appeared on the slope. Only upon closer approach did they recognize it as Li Baiquan, dressed in plain clothes. He approached quietly, unrecognized by anyone. No one knew he'd come looking for Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang. Li Baiquan had brought a shovel and a pickaxe. Wan Yang was still working overtime, telling Li Xiaotong to rest nearby. "Where did you dig?" Li Baiquan's sudden words startled Li Xiaotong. "Dad, why are you here?" Li Baiquan looked at his daughter and son-in-law with satisfaction, pleased they hadn't backed out at the last minute. "I knew you two wouldn't go home. Let's see if we can dig it out tonight by working overtime. Dad, we'll be done in another day or 2. Wan Yang saw the tools in his father-in-law's hands and couldn't help but laugh. "Just lend us the tools, Dad." Cut the chatter. Li Baiquan had already swung his shovel and started digging. With his father-in-law diving straight into work, Wan Yang had no choice but to join in. Seeing another set of tools left, Li Xiaotong, having rested enough, joined in too. Li Baiquan opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, but with outsiders nearby, he held back from telling his daughter to rest. Once Li Xiaotong got to work, her skill was immediately apparent. Only now did Li Baiquan realize his own daughter handled farm work with such deftness. She was clearly no novice. His heart ached even more. Over the past decade, his daughter had endured so much hardship. Had she not frequently helped with the village farm work, she wouldn't have become so proficient with these tools. One could tell the difference in skill between a seasoned hand and a novice. Wan Yang, however, doted on his wife. After a short while, he urged Li Xiaotong to take a break. After all, they had worked all day, and Wan Yang feared his wife might tire herself out. When Li Baiquan arrived, daylight still allowed him to see. He noticed that the earthen shelter his daughter and son-in-law had built looked intricate, yet the amount of earth excavated was surprisingly less than he'd imagined. With Wan Yang guiding the work, he finally understood that his son-in-law was a man with a vision. The 3 of them worked most of the night and managed to get the basic shape done. The remaining detailed work erecting the roof and plastering the mud walls would be much easier for Wan Yang and his wife to tackle slowly during the day. "I'll come back tomorrow with tools to help you finish up," Li Baiquan said, planning to return after work. "Dad, it's fine. Wozi and I can finish the rest slowly. You work all day, and coming back at night would be too much for your body," Wan Yang urged. Li Baiquan neither agreed nor refused, leaving it at that. By the time he was ready to leave, the sky had turned pitch black. Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang accompanied him down the path. Halfway there, Li Baiquan suddenly stopped. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong followed his gaze and saw a girl curled up beside an extinguished fire. It seemed to be Li Xingyuan. Hearing someone approach, she sprang up like a startled rabbit. Once she recognized the figures before her, she froze in place. "Dad?" Li Baiquan spotted the shovel at Li Xingyuan's feet. "Where's your assigned area?" Li Xingyuan hesitated before hastily pointing to the most poorly dug section. "There." Li Baiquan blew on his palms twice, rubbed them together, grabbed the shovel, and got to work. Wan Yang paused, then soon followed suit. With his father-in-law already working, he couldn't very well leave him behind. Besides, this was his sister-in-law, he could handle it. Once he started moving, Li Xiaotong finally joined in. He and Li Xingyuan helped haul the soil out. With 4 people working together, they finished the job in just over an hour. The first hint of dawn was just breaking over the horizon. Li Baiquan stopped working and looked at his 2 daughters and son-in-law, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He patted his waist and told the kids, "All right, head back home. I'll be leaving now." Before leaving, he glanced at Li Xingyuan. "If you can't handle it, go home." Li Xingyuan, who had been feeling touched, suddenly felt a surge of anger at his father's words. "You just look down on me. I'll make something of myself and show you." Li Baiquan really had to go. He still had a long way back. He wanted to ruffle his little daughter's hair but thought better of it, his hands covered in dirt. Turning his back, he waved and started down the slope. Li Xiaotong paid no mind to Li Xingyuan. She was genuinely exhausted now. Wan Yang helped his wife up, and the two headed back up the slope to their own plot. The morning chill lingered, and with nowhere to sleep, they decided to press on. Working closely together, they erected the roof frame. The timber and shrubs Wan Yang had chopped yesterday came in handy. At the earthen platform, they first laid out the mat Wan Yang had woven yesterday. Then, mixing mud, they smeared layer upon layer over it. Finally, they added dried grass, stacking it thick and solid layer by layer until the basic structure took shape. What surprised Li Xiaotong most was that Wan Yang had even incorporated a skylight into the roof design. The skylight featured a movable canopy that could shield them from wind and rain while still allowing light to filter through. The earthen dwelling was shaped like the Chinese character Hui. Entering down the slope led to a dead end, requiring a turn into a passageway. This passageway also ended in a dead end, and only after another turn did the rooms begin. No one could see inside at a glance. Wan Yang exhaled heavily. We'll cut windows in the top walls on both sides, perfect for ventilation. When winter comes, we'll seal them up to keep out the cold. You're so amazing. Li Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with admiration. How could her own man be so brilliant? She never imagined an earthen dwelling could be built like this. A dugout wasn't just a hole in the ground with a makeshift shelter, barely enough space for a stone platform to sleep and rest, was it? In the Northeast, when farmland was far from homesteads, people would sometimes dig earthen shelters to rest in after hard work. But Li Xiaotong had never seen one made so elaborate. In front of the hut, on either side of the sloped entrance, earthen walls formed partitions. One side housed the kitchen, the other the latrine. The stove in the kitchen was no surprise after all. If you were going to live here for a year or two, you'd need to cook. But a toilet? No more running all over the hillside to relieve oneself? Li Xiaodong's eyes lit up with excitement. If they weren't both covered in dust and the door wasn't still unfinished, she would have hugged Wan Yang and given him a kiss. Wan Yang finally added roofs over the kitchen and toilet, making Li Xiaotong even happier. An outhouse was an outhouse as long as it was cleaned regularly. It could actually be kept spotless. Though compact, the layout was truly well planned. Wave after wave of people came to visit, leaving no time for a daytime nap. Wan Yang kept tidying up the nooks and crannies, while Li Xiaotong started weaving mats to assist him. The neighbor next door was Wang Shanzhu, a blacksmith by trade. After seeing how they did it here, he spent a day and night building one even bigger than theirs. His wife, Sister Yufan, laughed loudly, as if competing with someone. I like it big. Big and spacious. Someone teased, Sister-in-law Yufan, it's just for sleeping at night. What do you need all that space for? What's the deal? Getting pretty intense in there at night? Off. Sister Yufang retorted, hands on her hips, not missing a chance to show off. My man can really go at it. Got a problem with that? Jin Jichuan and Xiao Daniai also chose a spot not far from Wan Yang's place. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong had visited his place, a standard old-style earthen dwelling. Less than 6 feet deep, you had to duck to enter and couldn't stand upright once inside. The space in front of the earthen platform was barely enough for a pair of shoes, not even room to turn around. The sleeping platform was barely the size of a single bed, forcing the couple to sleep cramped together. This is too cramped, Li Xiaotong sighed. This is actually pretty good, Jin Jichuan protested, holding out his hands for Wan Yang to see. It hurts like hell. His hands were covered in blisters. When had Jin Jichuan ever done such rough labor? He was the only one in his family, so he had to do it himself. Xiao Dani, who worked with him, even cut corners when weaving mats or gathering hemp rope. There was no way she'd lift a finger for such heavy labor. Wan Yang shot Jin Jichuan a sympathetic glance before heading back with his wife. Well, there was nothing to be done about it. No one had time to help anyone else. Settling down meant there was simply too much work to go around. Wan Yang kept busy in the kitchen, digging out the fireplace below and plastering a makeshift mud chimney. Li Xiaotong was also holed up in the small kitchen, building an earthen stove and setting up a cutting board. Once this was done, there was still that to tackle: bedding, mattresses, bed rails, and all sorts of clutter to organize. They had a week to settle in, but it was a tight schedule indeed. Li Baiquan dropped by every few days to lend a hand. By the time everything was nearly settled, he brought over 3 sheepskin mattresses. I found 2 old sheepskin coats. Your mother and grandmother spent a few days altering them into 3 mattresses to lay beneath you. Though he didn't say it, Li Xiaotong knew one of them was for Li Xingyuan. Since that side was the girls' dormitory, it wasn't very convenient for Li Baiquan to go over. Li Xiaotong waited until nightfall to deliver them to Li Xingyuan. Li Xingyuan shared a dorm with 8 other girls, sleeping in the spot closest to the wall. It was a poor position. Not only was the damp earthen platform beneath her uncomfortable, but the damp wall behind her offered no relief either. Unlike Wan Yang's arrangement, there was no straw mat or other padding to separate her from the floor. Li Xiaotong handed her the mattress, then made another trip back to fetch the military canvas used to wrap the sheepskin mattress. She brought it over to Li Xingyuan. This stuff also keeps moisture out. You can staple it to the wall to make a wall panel. Li Xingyuan took it silently, his expression complex. After Li Xiaotong left, someone in the dorm asked Li Xingyuan, who was that? Do you know her? She gave you a sheepskin mattress and wall panels? She's so nice to you. Is she family? What kind of relative? Li Xingyuan carried the items to tidy his bedding, a faint smile now visible on his lips. That's my sister. Li Xiaotong, listening outside, paused at the mention of my sister and exhaled softly. Fine, she's my sister. After a week of settling in, the staff officially began work. Wan Yang got busy on the very first day, though he didn't have to patrol. He was occupied in the office. Creating security manuals, job specifications, and precautionary notices. These were all clerical tasks for the office staff. Only after joining did he realize that, aside from Min Fuwan, hardly anyone in the security department could read. Even the security manual required a separate illustrated version, otherwise, the illiterate workers wouldn't understand a thing. The factory was vast, with 100 industries thriving. There was simply too much to handle. Chapter 30, Hey! That couple are both working. Wan Yang didn't return to his own earthen dwelling until noon, after the day's work was done. The meal was already laid out by the door, waiting for him to come home and eat 3 dishes, a soup, and a bowl of steaming white rice. Li Xiaotong saw him return and didn't stop moving, busily clearing away the dining utensils. As soon as Wan Yang entered, he noticed 2 newly woven mats on the floor. He immediately urged her, rest more during the day. We have enough mats already. Stop weaving those things. Li Xiaotong's face glowed with excitement. I didn't weave much. I went to the water ditch today and brought back a whole sack of fish. And I got a job. I'm joining the finance department. Ha! Wan Yang was utterly astonished. He knew his wife was capable, otherwise she couldn't have supported the Li family of widows and orphans. But he never imagined she'd land a job in just one morning. Starting from scratch on August 25th, the regulations he was drafting now were essentially the blueprint. The final documents would definitely go to the factory office, a high-profile job that would put him in the spotlight. He had actually planned to make a strong impression with this assignment, hoping to catch the leadership's eye and maybe secure a recommendation slot to get Li Xiaotong hired at the factory. But before he could even get started, his own wife had already found a job, and in the finance department, no less. Seriously, he pressed curiously. What did you do today? How did you land in the finance department? Li Xiaotong had grown accustomed to sharing everything with Wan Yang. When he asked, she recounted the details bit by bit. This morning had been incredibly busy. After Wan Yang left for work, Li Xiaotong tidied up the house and started weaving mats. She finished one and was halfway through the second when her neighbor, Sister Yufang, came calling. Xiaotong, wanna go fish? I saw some fish in the ditch when I was cutting reeds the other day, but I didn't have time then. Everyone's out today, should we go catch some? Sure. Wait for me. Li Xiaotong replied, propping up the half-finished mat with a reed stalk and setting it aside. Now that life was back on track, she couldn't keep buying food forever. Today she planned to go out and buy some vegetables and grain to cook at home. The news about fish in the ditch couldn't have come at a better time, perfect for bringing some home for a special treat. She stood up and walked to the door, but paused, turned back, and grabbed a fine mesh net before heading out. Many people had come fishing, but they were all catching fish by hand, with meager results. On the way, she met several older women standing by the ditch, sighing at the fish. It was still early in the new year, and the weather was too cold. Even though the water only came up to their knees, they couldn't just wade in. Who would take responsibility if they caught a chill? Li Xiaotong immediately deployed her net casting technique. The densely woven net instantly hauled in a full scoop of fish. The older women and sisters-in-law were utterly envious. Li Xiaotong felt she had enough for a meal and was about to pack up and take the fish home. Seeing this, the women hurried over to chat with her. They were all full-time workers at the canteen, having left their tasks to fish and add a bit of meat to the canteen's offerings. Li Xiaotong lent them her fine mesh net for the time being, hoping to make friends. But they couldn't manage it at all. Unlike Li Xiaotong, who could catch plenty with a single cast. The quickest and lightest among them hurriedly caught up with Li Xiaotong, who had already walked a good distance back, calling out to her to ask for fishing tips. Li Xiaotong thought for a moment, then turned back to teach them the technique step by step. She wouldn't stop until she'd helped them cast the net successfully. Sister Yufang took the opportunity to mingle with the others, preparing to queue up to borrow Li Xiaotong's fine mesh net. Even Xiao Danny, who had secretly followed Li Xiaotong and Sister Yufang down the slope, crept over stealthily. Li Xiaotong didn't linger by the ditch for long. She still needed to buy groceries, so after taking the fish home to clean them, she planned to come back down for a stroll. The large square was already densely packed with tents. The office buildings hadn't been constructed yet, so all administrative work was currently being done inside these tents. A large truck loaded with potatoes and cabbages was now surrounded by a crowd. When Li Xiaotong arrived, she recognized quite a few familiar faces among the families. People were no longer satisfied with the goods on the small donkey carts, finding little worth selecting. With time to spare, they'd rather wander around and browse. This was for the canteen. Seeing the crowd blocking the truck from leaving, a staff member standing on the truck shouted, "Family members, please don't crowd here. The goods on the truck aren't for sale. Head to the east side, the supplies for family members have already been unloaded there." Hearing this, Li Xiaotong hurried eastward, hoping to buy more while supplies lasted. When she arrived, there were only a few people there. She picked out 2 cabbages and filled a net bag with potatoes. Carrying them over, she waited to have them weighed and then paid. Before she even reached the counter, she heard the buyer and seller start arguing. The buyer handed the seller a 1,000 yuan bill, but the seller claimed it wasn't enough. The buyer protested, "The person before me bought more than I did, yet you only charged them 12 cents. I gave you 1,000, and you won't give me change," claiming it's not enough. And so the argument began. Li Xiaotong chuckled. Money's such a mess these days. Some families had saved silver dollars and copper coins. During the GMD era, they were ordered to hand them over, but some families secretly hid theirs and didn't surrender them. Now when families leave home, they empty their savings and bring all this money with them. Some people came from the border regions and carried border region notes. Others held newly issued renminbi notes, with denominations ranging from the smallest 1 yuan bill to the largest 50,000 yuan note. People came from all corners of the country, carrying every kind of currency imaginable. There were also factory-issued wages in currencies printed by the liberated areas themselves. Currencies from different places were issued, making conversions incredibly cumbersome. Now they're here to buy vegetables. Good heavens, how on earth do we handle this? Some of these logistics staff had never even seen certain currencies before, but they had no choice but to accept them. Take this person pulling out first edition renminbi notes. What's 1,000 yuan worth? 100 might get you a dime, so 1,000 is just 10 cents. Your cabbage costs 2 fin per 5 jin, but that young wife from the countryside buying vegetables over there treats her 1,000 yuan note like she's rich, only to find no one here will accept it. The two sides just couldn't see eye to eye. Li Xiaotong, bored from waiting, finally speaks up. Hurry up and use the wages our factory issued first. That's the spirit. The young man immediately shouted, bring the money we issued first. Otherwise, we won't accept it. Finally, the front row finished arguing. Many people dashed back to get their money, but the remaining progress wasn't much faster. The vegetable buyers were mostly family members, and most of those who could come were from the countryside. The majority were illiterate. Now, for the vegetables, cabbage was 2 fin for 5 caddies, and potatoes were 5 fin for 2 caddies. But who picks vegetables that way exactly right? Occasionally, a staff member would add a clove of garlic or adjust the scale, but even then, people couldn't figure it out. Then a girl said, one is 2 fin for 5 jin, and the other is 5 fin for 2 jin. So I'll give you 7 fin. Just fill it up to 7 jin, no matter what vegetables you put in. Right? The young vendor paused, taken aback. That sounds reasonable enough. He nodded, and the girl walked off with a sack full of potatoes. Li Xiaotong laughed until her stomach hurt. Hurry up and chase her. You sold 7 pounds of potatoes for 7 cents. How are you going to account for that? The young man slapped his forehead. 1 cent per pound? Oh no. I've been tricked. He quickly dragged her back, and the two started arguing again. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the young man was sweating buckets with anxiety. He hurriedly pulled Li Xiaotong over. Sis, come judge this for me. Is this even fair? Alright, if I don't finish the ones ahead of me today, it'll never be my turn. Li Xiaotong had already learned how to convert these currencies when she followed Wan Yang to set up a stall at the train station, so she wasn't fazed at all. Li Xiaotong sat down and began manipulating the abacus beads. Her late grandfather had been a craftsman, but he was also a merchant at heart. Though old Mrs. Li couldn't read, she'd picked up enough from her husband to manage the abacus beads. As Grandma Li always said, you may not know how to read, but you must know how to do the math. So whether it was Liang Choyue or Hanio, everyone in the family learned to use an abacus from a young age. They might not be fast at it, but they definitely knew how. Li Xiaotong was first trained by old Mrs. Li, then learned the trade from Wan Yang. Now she handles the abacus with consummate skill. With one hand manipulating the beads, she could calculate faster and more accurately than 3 or 5 people combined. She'd sit down, her fingers flying over the beads while her mouth recited the total. Then, expressionless, she'd look at the customer and signal for the young man to take the exact amount she'd calculated. This skill was quite intimidating. Truth be told, those without formal education harbored a certain reverence for the educated and skilled. Once she adopted this authoritative posture, even if she made a mistake, no one dared question her. The arguing voices vanished instantly. People obediently selected their vegetables and had them weighed. Li Xiaotong handled the calculations, while the young man collected payments nearby. The scene became orderly and efficient. Watching the hands flying over the abacus, many shoppers lingered after buying their groceries, fascinated by the spectacle. He's faster than our village accountant. And so accurate. He tossed me an extra clove of garlic. I didn't lose out. The produce on this side sold out in under 2 hours. Li Xiaotong paid for her vegetables, but the young man pulled her back, refusing to let her leave. Miss, please come with me right away. Our section chief just came by and waved me over to escort you there. Seeing the sign for the accounting department hanging outside the tent, a sly gleam flashed in Li Xiaotong's eyes. Now that Factory A25 was essentially starting over, any department would welcome someone with a skill. The accounting department was a relatively technical place. If you could do the math, you could do the math. If you couldn't, you couldn't. There was no room for faking it. Skilled professionals were highly sought after. Section Chief Ma Guanyo personally came out to greet her. Our department has been short-staffed for ages. I've been begging and pleading everywhere to get a few people transferred over. Never imagined we had such an expert right here in our factory. Look, we almost missed you. Please, come right in. The interview followed standard procedure. After Li Xiaotong expressed her willingness, she immediately filled out the forms, which were promptly sent to the factory's personnel department for archiving. Upon joining, her salary turned out to be higher than Wan Yang's. 23 yuan, 52 yuan more than Wan Yang. She was scheduled to start work on time the next day. As she was leaving, that young man named Zhang Qinlao insisted on handing Li Xiaotong a pig's trotter. If it weren't for you, Sister Li, I wouldn't know how I'd have gotten through today. Li Xiaotong understood the gesture. Seeing the young man's flushed face, she accepted it graciously. I'll make something delicious for you tomorrow. Pig's feet weren't particularly expensive, just hard to come by. Back when she lived in the military compound, the canteen sold braised pig's feet for 9 fun apiece. Compared to 8 fun for an egg, the price was really reasonable. Things turned out just right, leaving everyone satisfied. By the end of the trip, she'd bought groceries and found work. Seeing the time was right, Li Xiaotong finished marinating the fish with seasonings, roasting it until golden brown. She stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, braised potato chunks in sauce, and stewed the pig's trotters with soybeans her father had sent. The clay pot rice was ready to serve. She set up the small table and stools Wan Yang had made back in the military family compound in the open space by the door, waiting for him. As soon as Wan Yang returned, the meal was served. 3 dishes and a soup, steaming white rice. Who wouldn't be tempted? People asked, you're already upgrading your meals after just arriving? Li Xiaotong didn't hide anything. She said, just an occasional treat. Tomorrow I start work at the accounting department, and I won't have time for such elaborate meals. Only then did everyone realize, oh. So both of them work. How enviable. That accounting department job must be so prestigious. Chapter 31, You're a genius. Why didn't I think of that? The accounting department pays pretty well, you know. I make 2 yuan more than you each month. Li Xiaotong's voice was bursting with excitement. Wow, my wife is amazing. My money is yours, and I'm yours too. You can support me. Wan Yang teased. Technically, he was the one who married into the family, so he couldn't care less about such things. Compared to security, accounting definitely required higher technical skills, so the starting salary was naturally higher. The money they earned was theirs to share. What was the point of arguing over who made more? Besides, he handed all his pay to his wife anyway. Come on, give us a smile. If you want me to support you, you'd better make sure I'm well taken care of. Li Xiaotong deliberately stroked Wan Yang's chin, acting like a sly fox, utterly spoiled and demanding. Wan Yang blinked innocently. Huh? Didn't I satisfy you last night? You should have said so. Then tonight. Shut up. Li Xiaotong, flustered and embarrassed, covered Wan Yang's mouth with her hand. Wan Yang wrapped his arms around his wife from behind, blowing kisses into her neck. His wife was fiercely competitive, able to spar with anyone, even hold her own, but she couldn't admit it. The moment she did, she blushed like a shrimp, her cheeks turning a startling crimson. Wan Yang was thoroughly enjoying teasing his little wife now. The couple had just finished their meal and were tidying up their little nest while playfully bantering. A sound came from the doorway. Wan Yang. Jin Jichuan's voice. Li Xiaotong quickly shoved Wan Yang aside. Stumbling back, he reluctantly let go, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. They're here? The advantage of the U-shaped earthen dwelling became apparent even upon stepping inside. No one could immediately see what the owner was doing. Jin Jichuan inquired at the doorway, asked Blackie for me. Has she seen Danny? Why isn't she around? And why hasn't she mentioned cooking? He'd come home from work expecting dinner, only to find the house cold and empty, the stove untouched. She seemed to follow me and Sister Yufang to fish. I caught enough for today's meal and came back first. Li Xiaotong also stepped out of the gate. Ah, she and Sister Yufang came later with the canteen auntie. Then I'll go ask Sister Yufang. Jin Jichuan gritted his teeth and headed toward the other side of the Wan family's earthen dwelling. His family lived right next to Wang Shanju's. Both were neighbors of Wan Yang, one on each side. A moment later, he returned sullenly, head bowed low. What's wrong? Wan Yangzi was sorting through the reed scraps his wife had left at the door. Both that woman and Sister Yufan got hired by the canteen. Isn't that good news? Wan Yang was slightly surprised. Had they both been hired today? Good my ass. Temporary work. Only 10 yuan a month. All my money's tied up with her, and now I don't even have enough for food. Jin Jichuan was seething with resentment. He'd been planning to rest at home after lunch, but if he had to rush to the canteen now to get his pay from that woman before eating, he'd never get any rest. All his time would be wasted on the trip. That woman. Nowadays, the factory pays anyone helping with construction. Manual laborers get 90 cents to $1 a day. Even mat weaving pays 2 or 3 cents per mat. Just stay up a bit later at night and you earn that money. You could earn a decent sum just by staying home and weaving mats. Why go do that temporary work? Why aren't you rushing to find her? You still have to work this afternoon. How will you make it without eating? If you're late, the cafeteria might be out of food. Li Xiaotong shot Jin Jichuan a withering glance. By the time she finished complaining, they'd already reached their destination. Women are always chattering. All that pretty face for nothing, always clinging to her man and nagging. That's what really gets on people's nerves. Ah, right. Jin Jichuan snapped to attention. If I'm late, there won't be any food left. He hurried down the slope toward the cafeteria. In the days that followed, aside from the strict work schedule and poor living conditions, everything gradually fell into place. Construction began simultaneously on both the factory and office areas, leaving no idle hands on the entire site. Carrying baskets and shovels, pushing wheelbarrows, everyone pitched in to build our beautiful Factory 825. Li Xiaotong spent her days tracking project expenses against progress reports, far busier than Wan Yang, who was busy organizing regulations. The busyness had its perks. Whenever the canteen procurement team got something special like pork knuckles, pigtails, or free-range chickens, they naturally give her a heads up first, letting her buy some treats for a little feast. When Wan Yang returned home that evening, the aroma wafting from the kitchen greeted him from afar. Braised pork knuckles with soybeans. He washed his hands and sat down to eat. Where on earth did she find these? Blackie really knows her stuff. Look at the life you two have. Jin Jichuan showed up uninvited, carrying cornbread and a bowl. Well, you could at least give me a sip of soup, he said pitifully. Come sit down. Jin Jichuan scrambled over in 3 quick steps, scooped up half a bowl of soup, and started soaking his cornbread in it. Wan Yang scooped him a heaping spoonful of meat. How many days have you been nibbling on cornbread? You bet. Jin Ziyuan sighed. My wife works in the kitchen. Goodness, she sits by the stove all day stoking the fire, coming home covered in soot. I told her to quit. Even weaving mats or cutting reeds would pay better. Sun Chengsai's wife earns more than him just by weaving mats from dawn till dusk. The kitchen has 2 male workers who are regular employees. They usually just deliver water to the construction site. Only those 2 women are temporary workers, and they have to do all the tough, backbreaking jobs. She stokes the fire, while Wang Shanju's wife fetches water. Day in and day out, they even have to eat their meals sitting on the donkey cart. 2 foolish women. What's the point? What else could Wan Yang say? He probably figured that if he did a good job, maybe he could get a permanent position. Jin Ziyuan shook his head, looking utterly hopeless. Wan Yang casually opened the blueprints Jin Jichuan had left nearby. What's this even drawn? These are blueprints someone else used, meant for us to reference. Jin Jichuan leaned in, pointing for Wan Yang to see. This side is for men, that side for women. It's a single dorm. Then he pointed to another diagram. These are the suites prioritized for dual-income families equipped with heating. Each floor has 1 restroom and 1 utility room. Li Xiaotong glanced at it and thought the housing conditions seemed pretty decent. But to Wan Yang, these were nothing more than the earliest generation barrel-style dormitories. Having seen the more comfortable and cost-effective apartment buildings of later generations, Wan Yang wasn't particularly fond of these corridor-style buildings. With only 1 restroom per floor and no gender separation, just partitions inside it was undeniably inconvenient. In the future, such restrooms would only be used by kindergarten children who hadn't yet learned gender distinctions. By the time they entered 1st grade, gender-separated restrooms would be standard. Moreover, the utility sink was placed inside the restroom. Washing your face, brushing your teeth, washing vegetables, or doing dishes all required trips to the utility sink, utterly inconvenient. Wan Yang stared down at the blueprints, pondering for a long while. He asked, our first workshop is in this location, right? Yes. Wan Yang drew a line down the middle with his finger. What's the typical temperature of the water after cold brewing? Around 70 or 80 degrees. Jin Jichuan adjusted his glasses. Why do you ask? If we were to take the water after cold extraction. Wan Yang traced a line with his finger, pointing directly to the boiler room in the dormitory building. Could a single device reuse this hot water? Ha! Jin Jichuan slapped his forehead. If that works, we won't need heating in winter. As long as the workshop keeps running, we'll have heat. He slapped his forehead, his eyes sparkling as he stared at Wan Yang. You're a genius. How did I not think of this? You actually understood those books I left at home. He muttered a few words before returning his gaze to the blueprints. Just think of how much coal we'd save in a year. How much money we'd save. He set down his bowl, not caring if he'd finished his meal, grabbed the blueprints, and dashed off. I'm going to find our director. We can still make the changes in time. Chapter 32, Different People, Different Insights. Jin Jichuan's enthusiastic praise. Jin Jichuan pointed at the blueprints, talking a mile a minute to Hao Huaxian, the head of the technical department. Hao Huaxian looked blankly at him, shielding his lunchbox with one hand while gently pushing Jin Jichuan away with the other. What you're proposing has never been done before. Right now, time is our priority. We're pressed for time and have heavy workloads. Whatever orders come down from above, that's what we do. Don't try to be a hero. Jin Jichuan was flustered and flushed. That's not how it works. If we tweak the blueprints slightly, the coal savings for the factory each year would be substantial. That's creating value for the factory. Jin Jichuan argued passionately. Don't bring that up. I don't understand your complicated theories. Hao Huaxiang stood up and waved Jin Jichuan away. Hurry up and get back to work. Go revise the drawing dimensions and submit them as soon as you're done. I've got more to do after lunch. Let's not waste each other's time, okay? Jin Jichuan grabbed Hao Huaxiang as he tried to leave. Section Chief Hao, hold on a moment. Didn't you even ask whose design this was? You just sent it back without even looking? Whoever designed it doesn't matter. Hao Huaxiang broke free. If the task can't be completed on time with quality and quantity guaranteed, it doesn't matter who designed it. This person, you really can't say it's no good. Jin Jichuan stubbornly held on to Hao Huaxiang, refusing to let him go. You told me yourself that our factory director is a military to civilian transfer cadre, and that he has good connections with many leaders. Just yesterday you mentioned who the director had drinks with. Major General Li. Hao Huaxiang was baffled. What's the matter? To be honest, this thing was designed by the son-in-law of General Li. Jin Jichuan tucked away the blueprints and deliberately put on airs. If we don't like it, that's that. But if they take it home and General Li invites our factory director to see it, things could get awkward. What son-in-law? Hao Huaxiang looked utterly unimpressed. That young lady in the broadcast room isn't even married yet. General Li has 2 daughters. The eldest was born to his first wife, while the broadcast room girl is from his second marriage. Jin Jichuan whispered, the eldest daughter is the accounting department's kid. This Wan Yang is her husband, working in security. Hao Huaxiang eyed Jin Jichuan up and down. Hey, you little money-grubbing guy, why don't you focus on your own job instead of daydreaming all day? Hey, I'm not scheming around, I'm telling you. Jin Jichuan's voice dropped even lower. I'm from the same village as Commander Li. He's off fighting in the revolution, but his wife, kids, and son-in-law are all back home. We're from the same village. You think I wouldn't know? Hao Huaxiang hummed in acknowledgement, then cleared his throat. So, how exactly did you modify that diagram? Let me take another look. Great. Turns out he hadn't heard a single word of what I said earlier. Starving, Jin Jichuan repeated himself. It seemed to make some sense. Hao Huaxiang looked confused, but what exactly is this thing we need to install in between? Do you know? Jin Jichuan shook his head. I don't know, but Wan Yang should know. He wouldn't just make things up out of thin air. Should is a bit vague. That doesn't sound very reliable. Hao Huaxiang was curious. Where did he graduate from? Top student? Jin Jichuan shook his head. He used to be. I was about to say he was my family's farmhand, but I knew saying that would cause trouble, so Jin Jichuan stopped himself in time. He was my childhood friend. He was a farmhand. You see, his family couldn't afford to send him to school. But he was incredibly driven. When I came home from school, I taught him everything I learned. My textbooks, the books I read, he studied them all. There was some exaggeration in that statement. But Wan Yang did learn to read with Jin Jichuan, poring over books alongside him. He probably didn't finish every book in the house, but he'd certainly leafed through them all. People have different levels of insight. Who knows what he truly grasped? Don't be fooled by his quiet, reserved nature. He's deeply intelligent. To be honest, based on what Wan Yang showed, he was far more capable than the others in the department. The couple were decent folks. Back when they were categorizing people's class backgrounds, it was Yangzi who spoke up for him. Otherwise, he'd still be farming back home. Anyone who caught him would make him write ideological reports. Those days were unbearable. Now I'm a factory worker. I get paid monthly, and I can sneak half of it back home to support my parents. That's why Jin Jichuan goes out of his way to praise this man and his abilities. If he came over to show his skills, they wouldn't dare say he was unqualified. At the very least, he was mid to upper tier, definitely qualified for the technical department. Hao Huaxiang didn't know Jin Jichuan was exaggerating, but considering he mentioned the man had a powerful father-in-law, he weighed his options. Alright then, I'll head over to security tomorrow and meet this person myself. If he really has a solution, we should go out of our way to recruit such an expert. Alright. That's settled. Jin Jichuan returned home after dark. The Wans had saved him a meal: his steamed cornbread warmed and soaked in pork knuckle broth, accompanied by pork knuckle and mixed vegetables with soybeans. He ate while whispering to Wan Yang, staying well past midnight before finally heading to his own room. The path up the slope was riddled with potholes. After descending his own incline and entering the gate, he startled at a dark shadow. You come home and don't even say a word. Trying to scare me to death. Jin Jichuan muttered under his breath, shuffling toward the bed, kicking off his shoes to prepare for sleep. Where the hell have you been? Xiao Danny asked, stifling her anger. What were you doing at Black Girl's place? What? Didn't marry her? Didn't become the brigade commander's son-in-law? Regretting it now? Jin Jichuan shot upright. Shut up. Don't you know what your family's been up to? She ignores you because she can't be bothered. You keep your tail between your legs, avoiding her like the plague. She probably thinks you're a fart. If you really piss her off, think about your grandmother and your father. Xiao Daniai's voice suddenly cracked with tears. Don't you know whose fault it is that my family ended up like this? Don't say it was my family. Jin Ziyuan lay back down. Your family was the one rushing to get the land deed. And besides, there's what happened over 10 years ago. Xiao Dani was speechless for a long while. You're saying that about me too? Do you regret marrying me? When I agreed to marry you, I had no idea your family had done such despicable things. Jin Jichuan turned away, feeling irritated. Since I brought you home, I just want us to live a decent life. If you behave yourself, we can make it work. Otherwise, you can go back to where you came from. There are plenty of people without families. I'll send you 10 yuan every month. Go back and take care of my parents. Xiao Danny fell silent, her sobs turning into sniffles. Jin Jichuan listened to her sobs, his impatience growing. He turned his back to Xiao Danny, unwilling to say another word. Outside, a light drizzle began to fall. Their dugout was rough and offered little insulation against the cold. Soon, Xiao Danny instinctively sought warmth and huddled close to Jin Ziyuan. Jin Zhichuan sighed softly, but this time he didn't push her away. A dozen meters away, the Wan family's dwelling presented a different scene. Wan Yang had dug several small holes beneath their earthen bed, into which they dumped the ashes from each evening meal. The bed had long since dried out. With daily heating like this, it retained a bit of warmth by bedtime. Though not as good as a heated stove bed, it was far better than the damp, icy cold they'd endured before. Plus, with 2 sheepskin mattresses providing insulation, the couple could stretch out comfortably as they slept. Outside, the rain had stopped, though no one knew when. Before they were fully awake, a tremendous clamor erupted outside. The constant hubbub and commotion bore no resemblance to the usual sounds of waking and grooming. Chapter 33, that takes real skill. Stepping out of the earthen dwelling, they finally understood why the outside resembled a bustling market. All the surrounding households were up and bustling, plowing and tilling the land. Yesterday's rain had brought a noticeable warmth to the air. Everyone had fenced off a patch of land to plant vegetables or sow seeds. Nearly every household had 2 or 3 plots in front of their door. Cultivated and planted, these would yield enough vegetables for at least 2 people for most of the year. For the thrifty ones, it meant the whole family wouldn't need to buy extra produce. After breakfast, before heading to work, Wan Yang specifically reminded his wife, "Don't rush it. I'll handle it when I get back tonight." Last night, Jin Zhichuan had reported something, and there would likely be follow-up today. Wan Yang couldn't linger at home, he had to keep an eye on that situation. This matter directly affected their future well-being and stability. After all, housing was the biggest expense. Li Xiaotong ignored Wan Yang. With her strength and quick hands, she could till this small plot of land in no time. There was no need to wait for Wan Yang to return. Besides, Li Xiaotong feared that once the sun rose and baked the ground all day, the soil would become difficult to work. Its texture didn't hold moisture well, it turned to powder under the sun. She decided to finish tilling the land before heading to work, arriving at her post before 10 o'clock. The moment she walked in, Section Chief Ma Guanyo called out, "Xiaoli, come with me on an errand. We need to assist a higher level unit." "How long?" Li Xiaotong froze. If she didn't have time to cook, she'd need to let Wan Yang know beforehand. 2 hours should be about right, Ma Guanyo said as he walked out the door. A jeep was parked outside. Just then, a young man from the security department came running over. He was looking for Li Xiaotong to deliver a message to Wan Yang. "Sis, brother Wan said not to wait for him for lunch. He won't be back today. He's got something to do." Li Xiaotong immediately asked, "What's going on?" "The technical department came to request someone, but our section chief wouldn't let them go. The technical department said they'd treat us to a meal." The messenger was excited. "They said the technical department chief is spending over half a month's salary on the meal." Hearing this, Li Xiaotong understood immediately. It seemed that Jin Zhichuan's report from yesterday was starting to bear fruit. The lunch spread would surely be impressive. Perfect timing, it worked for both sides. Even if she couldn't make it back for lunch, it wouldn't interfere with Wan Yang's meal. She got in the car and set off. Unexpectedly, the jeep drove straight to the division headquarters and entered the logistics department. The logistics chief came out to greet them, his surprise evident. "Oh, it's Nyonyo. If I'd known you were the fortune teller they were talking about, I would have sent a car to pick you up right away. Why bother asking someone else?" It turned out the logistics department had some discrepancies in their accounts, and they just couldn't figure out where the problem was. They heard through the grapevine that there was a genius at Factory 825, so they begged and pleaded to borrow her help. Who would have guessed that upon meeting, it turned out to be an old acquaintance. Nyonyo was quite the talent. The title of genius wasn't something anyone could claim. It required real skill. Liang Choyua's service center was under logistics, and Li Xiaotong knew the director and most of the staff there. The director's warm words made Ma Guanyo glance sideways. "What are you waiting for? If you need anything in the future, just give our department a call. I'll be right back." Li Xiaotong's words cut off the logistics director's sentence mid-air, yet still sounded warm and friendly. Ma Guanyo's inner murmurs grew louder. Rumors circulated that both daughters of the division commander worked at Factory 825. While it was common knowledge that the younger daughter had joined the broadcasting station, speculation swirled about the elder. Some even suggested the diviner was the commander's eldest daughter, though no one took it seriously. Judging by Li Xiaotong's usual demeanor, she was worlds apart from that Li Xingyuan. Li was a common surname, and though they both shared it, no one could possibly mistake them for sisters. The logistics department at division headquarters wielded considerable power. Seeing how cordial the logistics chief was toward her now, the rumor that Li Xiaotong's father was the division commander seemed unlikely to be false. Auditing the accounts wasn't too difficult for Li Xiaotong. After a thorough review, she pinpointed exactly where the problem lay. There must be a leak. Really? The chief's expression instantly turned grave. It was just a recent small-scale transfer, so the person responsible shouldn't be hard to track down. Li Xiaotong highlighted the problematic entries in the accounts. The rest was none of her business as an outsider. Having asked for a favor, the logistics department director naturally insisted on keeping her for dinner. Li Xiaotong asked her own section chief to stay. She was already at her doorstep. Of course she'd go home for dinner. Otherwise, if her mother found out she'd passed her house without stopping, she'd be in for a beating. I'll go home to check on my grandmother and mother. When you return to Unit 825 later, just have someone call out to me at the service station entrance. Ma Guanyu smiled in agreement before turning to the person beside him. Is she the daughter of Division Commander Li? The general's family affairs were already well known in certain circles. No need to ask, this was the daughter born to his first wife. As the group sat together, eating and recounting the misfortunes of General Li's household, Li Xiaotong had already returned home. First stop, the service station. Liang Qiuyue sat behind the counter with an auntie, sewing and chatting. Seeing Li Xiaotong return, the woman called out to Liang Qiuyue, "The child's back home for a rare visit, go talk with her." Liang Qiuyue pulled out 50 cents. "Weigh out some honeyed snacks for me." 50 cents wouldn't buy a full pound, but it would be enough for Li Xiaotong and the old lady. When Li Xiaotong offered her some, she shook her head firmly. "Just the crumbs from the box of pastries are enough to satisfy my sweet tooth." These honeyed treats, things like peach cookies, were bought by the crate. Customers could request specific amounts, which were weighed and repackaged. Broken pieces were inevitable, but they were considered an unspoken perk of the job. The old lady couldn't bear to part with them either, insisting only Li Xiaotong eat. "Take any leftovers back with you. I hear it's tough, they're not even as good as our hometown?" "It's just the beginning of the factory. We're starting from scratch, but it's not so bad." Old Mrs. Li didn't believe it, her face full of worry. "What kind of work are you doing over there? Are you on a construction site, working alongside the men?" Her daughter Nyonyo was strong and capable, working as hard as any able-bodied man. Back home, if it weren't for Nyonyo holding up the family, life as a widow would have been even harder. Now she had her father and a man in her life. The thought of her going out to do heavy labor again made the old woman uneasy. When they went to register, only her grandson-in-law had a recommendation letter. Nyonyo tagged along as family. No one knew if she'd even found work. Li Xiaotong boasted proudly, "The abacus skills you taught me came in handy. I'm doing accounting in the finance department. It's so easy." The old lady was both pleased and worried. Accounting demands precision, no mistakes, and certainly no coveting the money. Those who guard wealth must keep a calm heart. No matter how much there is, remember, what isn't ours remains ours not. Not even the most urgent matters should tempt you. Just then, Du Rulan rushed in. "Sis, please help me talk some sense into old Li." "What's wrong with old Li? Take it slow." Liang Qiuyue was a bit baffled. The embezzlement in the logistics department had been uncovered. It was the work of a deputy director named Luan. Luan came from a poor family and still hasn't married. Coincidentally, Du Rulan had previously introduced him to her niece, Du Yanyan. Du Rulan had actually considered several candidates, but few were willing to date Du Yanyan regardless of the Du family background. Currently, Luan was the only one actively pursuing her. Du Rulan introduced them, but while Du Yanyan showed little enthusiasm, Luan was quite eager. Taking time off to go on dates with the young lady, courting such a highborn miss, his meager funds were hardly sufficient. He'd merely intended to borrow some money temporarily, but who could have predicted he'd be caught so quickly? The division headquarters blamed the root of the problem on Du Rulan's matchmaking. This was the capitalist class corrupting and co-opting revolutionary cadres. They'd already contacted his family. His parents said they'd marry them off once the revolution was completely victorious. Only now did he learn that her family had already married her off years ago. Luan never returned, so they never consummated the marriage, and the bride was still waiting for her husband to come home. And now this mess has erupted. Luan didn't shirk responsibility. "It's not anyone else's fault. I simply fell for that girl. I admit my mistake. I deserve to be shot." Embezzlement wasn't a minor offense these days. Over 200 yuan meant execution. How could Li Baiquan not know about such a major incident? Li Baiquan was furious. Not only did he order Luan's military discharge, but he also instructed Du Rulan to prepare the paperwork immediately. The report would be submitted the very next day. Divorce. With no other choice, Du Rulan sought out Liang Qiuyue. "I agree to the divorce. Even without this incident, I was planning to file. But big sis, Luan has earned his stripes on the battlefield. Sending him back to his hometown with a stain on his record is unfair. I can cover whatever funds were misappropriated. At worst, he should receive internal disciplinary action. If that's not possible, couldn't he leave the military under the guise of medical discharge? This is taking it out on him." Liang Qiuyue, unaware of the full depth of the situation, shook her head. "I don't understand these things either. Besides, with so many people watching, Baiquan can't get away with anything major. You'd be better off going to see Political Commissar Su and hearing what he has to say." She efficiently dismissed Du Rulan. As soon as Du Rulan left, Liang Qiuyue turned to her daughter and cautioned, "During Wan Yang's time at home, I've seen he's a man with his own mind. If you understand his affairs outside, speak up. But if you don't be swayed by gossip from outsiders and nag him endlessly. With anyone, you must know your limits. Lunchtime rolled around, and Liang Qiuyue set the table. Just like before, the three of them ate and chatted. Not even 2 hours later, someone called out from outside. Time to head back. Liang Qiuyue handed her another half bag of grain. If you need anything, just have the driver from your procurement team send word, and I'll have it delivered. Li Xiaotong nodded in agreement. Back in the car, I saw dried mushrooms, dried wood ear fungus, and other items piled on the passenger seat. There was quite a lot, at least 10 pounds. Tucked under the seat were 2 hens with their legs tied together, occasionally clucking. Ma Guanyo chuckled, it's all about giving and receiving. From now on, just take whatever you need, no worries. It's all yours by right. Li Xiaotong couldn't help but smile too. Seems like there's extra cash to be made from now on. When you're seconded out to work, people feel awkward about paying wages, but they still have to show some appreciation. These dried goods were their way of showing appreciation. When Wan Yang returned home that evening, he caught the aroma wafting from the kitchen long before he reached the house. Chicken stewed with mushrooms? Chapter 34, counting on this to earn extra cash, support the wife and kids. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Wan Yang entered the door. Where did you scrounge this up? He saw the fence outside had been nailed up in the land tilt. Didn't you say you'd wait for me to handle it? As he spoke, Wan Yang shoved the item in his hand toward Li Xiaotong. It was no big deal. What's the big deal? It wasn't heavy work. I could have done it in a minute. Li Xiaotong didn't seem to care. What's this? She opened the lunchbox to find a braised chicken leg and a pig's tail. Li Xiaotong chuckled. You went out for a meal and came back with leftovers? So, did you finish those blueprints? Li Xiaotong scooped water for Wan Yang to wash his hands, then went inside to serve rice. Goodies like these wouldn't be left over for him to bring home. Either Wan Yang hadn't eaten his portion, or he'd bought it with his own money. Wan Yang replied with a couple of grunts, almost done. I got transferred to the technical department. When I go out for a meal, I always think about bringing something back to satisfy my wife's cravings. But his wife was home. She'd even made chicken stewed with mushrooms. Where had he been wandering off to today? Your section chief was willing to let you go? Li Xiaotong remembered Wan Yang as the backbone of the security section. When it came to paperwork, no one else could handle it like him. Yeah, he agreed. Even if Min Fuwang didn't want to let him go, he had no choice. If Wan Yang kept doing security section work, it would be a waste of Hao Huaqiang's talents as technical section chief. What technical expertise does your security section have? It's mostly paperwork. Anyone who can read and write can handle it. Wan Yang has already handled most of the framework. Tomorrow, the technical department will lend you someone to help wrap things up. Having Wan Yang join our team is crucial for the entire factory's interests. Everything must prioritize the factory's development and public service. Min Fuwang's influence simply couldn't match Hao Huaqiang's. See? Hao Huaqiang spent over half a month's salary on a banquet to save face, so Min Fuwang had no choice but to agree to release him. After returning for dinner, Wan Yang must continue revising the blueprints. The old blueprints featured excessively tall single-story rooms. Wan Yang now aimed to reduce room heights to the minimum comfortable level. Since ceilings weren't being considered for these rooms, some compression could be applied to save materials. He wanted to see how much material he could save and whether it would be enough to afford a balcony. Deep down, Wan Yang hoped to carve out at least a separate bathroom on the balcony. Li Xiaotong didn't seem to mind, but Wan Yang felt the original design was far too uncomfortable. Public restrooms were fine for occasional use, but over time, having your own bathroom was undeniably more convenient. Even earthen dwellings had their own dry toilets. Now that the factory provided housing, they were expected to share public restrooms with so many people? How uncomfortable. Given the current layout, carving out balconies and bathrooms for every room was simply impossible. The only solution was to design the building like a flower petal. One floor might have 3 or 5 rooms with balcony bathrooms, while another floor might only have 2 or 3. Rooms without these extras would need to be smaller to compensate for the space. Additionally, the layout of shared bathrooms on each floor must be practical at minimum, separate facilities for men and women, plus consideration for the number of stalls. Utility rooms must remain separate from bathrooms. Combining dishwashing, laundry, and toilet use? That's simply unacceptable for Wan Yang design. Regarding the stairwell, Wan Yang proposed leaving a brick's width of space on both sides to make it more spacious than the original design. Li Xiaotong frowned and objected, a wider hallway is useless. No matter how wide it is, residents will just clutter it up. It's better to give each unit an extra brick's width of living space. What's the point of public space? People will inevitably claim it if they can. Even in the village, when allocating homestead plots, they claimed every single brick's width. She didn't believe it would be any different out here. She has a point. All right. Wan Yang couldn't resist and reached out to pinch his wife's ear. She grabbed his hand and bit back. Ahem. Taking his wife's advice to heart, he decided not to widen the hallway and instead allocate the space entirely to the rooms. The blueprint is ready. Once the blueprints are finalized, construction can begin immediately.
By the time the vegetable patch in front of the door turned lush and green, factory buildings had already sprung up one after another. The office building, much smaller in scale, was nearing completion. The dormitory will likely be the last to be completed. Wan Yang led his team in repurposing the old machinery from the former factory to build the hot water recycling system. Back in those days, his theoretical knowledge was rich indeed. Now, everything he'd learned and accumulated was being put to use. His memories of the past weren't wasted.
Who at Plant A25 didn't know that Wan, the engineer from the technical department, was a real whiz?
And with his wife from the accounting department also being quite skilled with her hands, the couple makes quite the dynamic duo. Ever since word spread that Factory A25 had this energy-saving device, other factories and units involved in infrastructure projects have been coming over to check it out, eager to learn the secrets.
Would Wan Yang just give away his secrets?
He was counting on this gem to earn extra cash to support his wife and kids.
But Wan Yang was too skilled at deflecting questions. Not only did those visitors fail to extract any useful information, they ended up revealing their own weaknesses instead.
In the end, they all had to go to the factory director. The factory director appointed to A25 was no pushover. He didn't outright refuse to provide the design, but his words implied they'd have to show some appreciation.
What kind of gesture?
Money was out of the question. They were sister units, after all.
That wouldn't be appropriate. But if money was out of the question, what about goods? The food factory doesn't have a system for reusing hot water.
But our technician said we could design a standalone energy-saving device guaranteed to work well.
What? How could we possibly accept that? Why be embarrassed? If you feel awkward, how about giving us some of your factory's sugar as a token gesture? Power plant.
Well, you're saving quite a bit of resources here. Never mind the rest, just make sure to send us extra coal when winter comes.
And so, Wan Yang's daily life entered an era of constant shuttle service. Picked up in the morning, dropped off at night. He never returned empty-handed.
They even gave him internal welfare vouchers. With the vouchers, he could just go and collect the goods. Take the food factory, for instance. If you only took a pound of pastries each trip, it felt a bit pitiful. But if they gave too much, it looked tacky for people to parade around town with such large quantities.
Plus, too much at once would spoil easily. That's where the value of these tickets came in. Whenever he felt like eating, he could come by, present his ticket, and pick up a pound or two. No need to worry about spoilage.
Wan Yang visited the food factory twice and received 25 pounds worth of pastry vouchers.
Even with Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang eating as much as they couldn't finish it all.
Whenever they had free time, they'd head straight home and give the leftovers to Wan Yang's mother-in-law to store.
Chapter 35, Mother-in-law's Growing Approval. Mother, don't be stingy with them. Bring them back for me to eat. Go get a package of pastries every week. No leftovers allowed.
Old Mrs. Li beamed with delight. Even Jean Wansan's father back in the day didn't live as comfortably as I do now. She ate white rice and fine noodles, wishing she could pour half a pound of sesame oil into each bowl. It was so rich and flavorful. Now she had pastries and brown sugar too. This life, not even the gods would trade places. Grandma Li whispered to Li Xiaotong, "Your grandfather never gave me a life like this.
Who knew I'd get to enjoy it through my granddaughter?"
Liang Qiuyue shot her daughter a disapproving glance, disdainful of her daughter's lack of frugality.
Do you think ration tickets just rot away?
When you have children someday, with more mouths to feed, I'd like to see how you'll manage to feed them. Wan Yang grinned, trying to smooth things over. Mom, don't worry. We'll keep getting more vouchers, and even if we have to repair them, as long as we use them, we'll get them fixed at least 2 or 3 times a year.
We're not short on food. Liang Qiuyue slapped her thigh in realization. Ah, right.
She whispered very softly, but don't be too honest. If you fix it too perfectly the first time, they won't need us anymore.
Keep something half broken so they'll come back. What are you talking about?
Li Baiquan had been listening outside as the lively chatter inside grew louder. He hadn't wanted to interrupt, but as the conversation veered off course, he finally lifted the curtain and entered, pointing at Liang Qiuyue.
Can't you teach your child something worthwhile?
Your son-in-law is sharp enough as it is. Why are you pushing him toward the wrong path? Liang Qiuyue paid no mind to what Li Baiquan was saying, her eyes fixed on the item in his hand. Cut the crap.
What kind of meat is this? Doesn't look like pork. Lamb.
Li Baiquan handed her the string of meat. See how to cook it. Now that the young lady and her husband are back, we can have something nice to eat. Liang Qiuyue examined the meat, turning it over in her hands, feeling a bit perplexed.
Pork was easy to prepare because they ate it often. But lamb? That stuff was expensive. Besides the landlord Lao Jin's family who raised sheep, who else in the village had ever eaten lamb? Never had it before. How do you even cook it?
Li Xiaotong reached out and took it. Give it to me.
I'll cook it. I've never cooked it. Have you?
As soon as Liang Qiuyue uttered these words, she glanced at her son-in-law. To her surprise, he showed no trace of unease and even nodded solemnly.
Don't worry, Nyonyo's cooking is delicious.
Wan Yang vouched for his wife.
I taught her. How could it not be good? We've made it and eaten it at home. Liang Choyue didn't know what to say. Well, truth be told, since Nyonyo got married, her life has only gotten better. No doubt she gets to eat this lamb every few days. Thinking this, Liang Choyue's gaze toward Wan Yang grew even more approving.
Earning money was one thing, but being willing to treat his own girl to good food and drink was another. And agreeing to let his wife send money back to her family was yet another. Look at that. How generous he is to this side of the family. This son-in-law was worth every penny. Some men who earn money are stingy with food and drink, hoarding their earnings until their children grow pale and emaciated. But look at Nyonyo, this time her face is rounder, and those cheeks, that bottom. 20 pounds of pastry coupons. If you privately traded these for grain, you could get at least 2 pounds of fine grain for every pound of coupons.
20 pounds would get you 40 pounds of fine grain. That's no small sum.
While helping in the kitchen, Liang Choyue reminded her daughter, don't just focus on this side, think about the hometown too.
Otherwise, Wan Yang might get upset. But when giving, don't be too generous either. Otherwise, people might think you too are loaded. Stretch it out, but don't be stingy. Got it? Got it. Li Xiaotong replied, whether to give more or less, I'll leave it up to Wan Yang.
The post office has been fully reorganized now, so sending things is safe.
Don't worry. Wan Yang wouldn't let them send money back home, only food worth $1 silver.
Later, when he transferred to the technical department, he managed to scrape together $2 silver, still keeping his distance from the Wan family. For a son-in-law taken in by marriage, sending a monthly food allowance showed he had a conscience.
You couldn't ask for more.
Wan Yang was preparing for the future to prevent his maternal uncle from eyeing the money and clinging to him again, or worse, pinning family troubles on him as a scapegoat. As he said before, once you've been adopted out, stop daydreaming about such favors. The grudges from his past life, he would never forget them. Liang Choyue whispered, how much do you two make a month now? This wasn't a secret. The factory had gradually implemented graded wages, and everyone knew roughly how much each person earned.
The currency was now standardized into large denominations. A single note could be exchanged for 100.
Li Xiaotong now earned 235,000 yuan monthly. After Wan Yang transferred to the technical department, his salary jumped to 300,000 yuan. Every household was now a 100,000 yuan household. With the high currency value in numerous denominations 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 50 yuan, 100 yuan, 200 yuan, 500 yuan, 1,000 yuan, 5,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, 50,000 yuan. This inadvertently caused considerable trouble for accountants like Li Xiaotong. Whenever money was involved, the figures were always large. Even buying groceries meant dealing with complicated change. Many people struggle to mentally convert between these two denominations. Every transaction was such a hassle. Liang Choyue also grumbled under her breath, back in the day, we never needed an abacus for accounting. Nowadays, you can't do without one. She murmured, thank goodness for the skills grandma taught us back then, they've really benefited both of us.
That's why they say, a skill is never wasted. If you ever get the chance to learn something new, don't let it slip by. As mother and daughter chatted off and on, the meal was ready.
Li Xiaotong didn't prepare any other side dishes, just simmered a pot of mutton broth. Liang Choyue made 2 large batches of flatbread to serve with the mutton soup. The whole meal revolved around that broth.
Lamb was a rare treat these days.
When she stewed it, the aroma wafted through half the residential compound.
How could she possibly keep it all to herself?
After setting aside enough for their own family, Li Xiaotong carried out a large bucket of mutton broth.
Before she even stepped outside, neighbors drawn by the scent had already appeared. What's cooking? Hurry up and bring some over. Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang held the bucket steady while Liang Choyue carried the pot of tender, stewed lamb. Together, they distributed the meal. Each family got a bowl of soup and could help themselves to meat, just to taste the flavor. But who could bring themselves to grab meat? Just a slice or two per family, that was enough to show some thought. By the time they returned, the soup was gone, but half a bowl of meat remained. Liang Choyue decided to slice the pot lid into small pieces, split them open, and stuff all the remaining meat inside. She made 5 little packets. 2 pieces for your father and grandmother. The remaining 3 you'll take back with you. You and Wan Yang will each have 1 tonight. The last piece, take it over to Xing Yuan. Your father may not say it, but he still cares. Why are you worrying so much about it? Li Xiaotong felt sorry for her mother fretting over nothing. She was born later, yet she still worried about it. The other person didn't even appreciate it. What about your grandmother? To her, you're still her own granddaughter. She might not be as fond of him, but she cares deeply for your father. If he's worried, she's worried too. Li Xiaotong fell silent. Her mother had only given birth to her. Whenever Wan Yang casually mentioned the despicable deeds of his troublesome brother, she developed little affection for the concept of siblings. Your grandmother only thinks of your mother and you. She never mentions it because she fears it would upset us. If I'm being honest, it does bother me. But after turning it over and over in my mind, what else can we do? Things are already this way. Ignoring it and never speaking of it isn't a lasting solution. Li Xiaotong was always dutiful. As long as her mother was at peace with it, she offered no judgment. We'll just eat at home. Take all 3 portions over to her. Let her decide who gets them. With her temper, she couldn't even get along with the girls in her dorm. Liang Qiuyue knew her daughter wasn't going hungry, so she didn't press the matter. After the meal, she packed the meat sandwiches into a lunchbox, wrapping it in a brand new coarse cloth. As she wrapped, she admonished Li Xiaotong, since you work at the same factory, be on good terms with her. It's fine to offer her food and drink, but stay out of her big matters. I'm not stupid. Li Xiaotong nearly rolled her eyes. She's not exactly on our side. We might get notified about big decisions, but they wouldn't bother asking us for advice. Alright, you know what I mean. I'm just saying. Seeing her daughter's impatience, Liang Qiuyue gave her a gentle pat and tidied up the items. Returning to the room with Li Xiaotong, she called out to the old lady, Mother, didn't you finish making Xiaoxing's clothes? Bring them out, have no or take them over while she's at it. Old Mrs. Li paused before retrieving the bundle from the wardrobe. You mean well, but who knows if they'll even wear what we make? They will. Li Baiquan quickly chimed in, they will. They absolutely must. He smiled with a touch of flattery, watching eagerly as Liang Qiuyue handed over the bundle. Liang Qiuyue pulled a long face, snatched it back, and stuffed a small package, clearly a lunchbox, inside. This left Li Baiquan feeling even more uneasy. Damn it! Liang Qiuyue rolled her eyes, finished eating? Then hurry up and get going. Li Baiquan glanced around. I'm seeing you off. Waiting to see the bride and groom off, is that not allowed? Fine. Liang Qiuyue shoved the package into his arms. Go ahead and see them off. And just like that, he was shooed out. The 3 walked toward the gate. As soon as they stepped outside, Wan Yang took the bundle. Li Baiquan spoke to Wan Yang, about that matter you mentioned, I think we can give it a try. I'll talk to your factory director later. If we can give them a little more leeway and they deliver results, then he won't be the director of Factory 825 anymore, he'll be the director of Research Institute 825. If it really works out, he'll be smiling in his sleep. A single character difference, a factory is a basic production unit that merely executes orders, while an institute can be understood as an integrated research and production facility. The distinction is significant. Wan Yang nodded, then turned into the storage room by the entrance and took away a set of unused woodworking tools. Take it, take it. It's just rusting at home anyway, and no one can use it. I'll mention it to your mother later. It's a perfect excuse to visit home again. Chapter 36, When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Time rewound to the days after Li Xiaotong returned to headquarters and helped the logistics department catch mice. Li Xingyuan quietly returned to the small building alone. A flicker of surprise crossed Du Rulan's eyes, followed by a strained smile. You youngster. Why didn't you say you were coming back? It wouldn't have been a bother to call from the factory first. Li Xingyuan glanced at the packed suitcase in the room and suddenly grew anxious. Where are you planning to go? She had only rushed back after hearing rumors that her parents were divorcing. Du Rulan pursed her lips. Mom has dedicated half her life to the revolution. Rest assured, the organization has made arrangements. She pulled her daughter down to sit beside her and reassured her, I've been assigned to the Provincial Women's Federation. They've given us 2 rooms, plenty for the 2 of us. Li Xingyuan immediately stood up, then I'll go pack my things. You silly girl, this is your father's home and of course, it's yours too. Seeing her daughter insist, Du Rulan pulled her upstairs, come take a look. Upstairs was a piano and a rehearsal room with a mirrored wall. Your father prepared this for you. Du Rulan stroked her daughter's head. You're your father's daughter, how could he not cherish you? She looked her daughter up and down, her expression hinting at slight disapproval. Simplicity is in vogue these days, so your outfit stands out a bit. How is it too flashy? Li Xingyuan refused to change his clothes, everyone has a love for beauty. I don't see what's wrong with that. Du Rulan's expression grew complex, people must learn to compromise with others, with reality. You probably haven't visited your uncle's house in a while. Go back and see for yourself, your aunt and cousin have all put away their cheongsams and are wearing those blue and black clothes you always look down on. It's just adapting to the local customs. Didn't they know how to enjoy life better than you before? What? My cousin dresses like a country bumpkin too? Li Xingyuan covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Then she shook her head repeatedly, they're them, I'm me. Anyway, I won't change. I just won't. As she spoke, a wave of hurt welled up inside her for reasons she couldn't fathom. She turned and ran to her room, flung open the wardrobe, only to discover it was completely empty. Every single piece of clothing was gone. Not a single item remained. Mom! Where are my clothes? Mom put them away. Don't ask where, you'll never find out. Don't be angry with me. I did this for your own good. Du Rulan spoke as she walked over, took her daughter's hand, and sighed. You must listen to reason. Stop being so stubborn. I can indulge you, but not everyone will. A few days ago, I asked your aunt and grandmother to make you 2 new outfits. They're based on your sister's clothes, just 2 or 3 sizes smaller. That should be about right. You just love doing things your own way, Li Xingyuan retorted indignantly. First you made decisions for Dad, then for my cousin, and now you're deciding for me. What good has it done? Dad's grown distant from you. My cousin's fiancée went back to farming, and now she's struggling to find someone. What about me? Will following your advice really make things better? Du Rulan's face went pale. She opened her mouth several times but couldn't find the words. That's why they say children are debt collectors. No matter how painful her own daughter's words were, she had to speak her mind. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. You're your father's daughter, but there's also the matter of your uncle and aunt's side of the family. In the past, I could protect you and you could do as you pleased. But now that I'm not by your side, you must learn to keep a low profile. At least your job is stable now and you can support yourself. Mom! Li Xingyuan's heart trembled with every word Du Rulan spoke. Those who like you will still like you even if you're wearing rags. Those who dislike you won't give you a second glance even if you're dressed in the finest robes. Looking good doesn't mean you have to be flashy. If people notice you, why must it be because you're dressed up? Isn't it because you're more capable than others? Don't you think that's the truth? Li Xingyuan remained silent. For the first time, she heard her mother speak to her repeatedly while holding back her emotions, and panic surged within her. I'll listen to you, okay? Good. My Xingyuan has grown up. Du Rulan felt a sudden sting in her nose. Her daughter had always been spoiled, but now that she was moving out, she was scared. But now that she was in this situation, everyone was turning their backs on her. She had to lie low for a while. Du Rulan took a deep breath to steady herself. Come on, let's go see where I'll be living. If you ever want to come home and don't want to stay here, you can come to me. For the first time, Li Xingyuan obediently followed Du Rulan. Learning where Du Rulan's new place was, she surveyed the surroundings. It was decent enough: a living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, balcony, and running water. Everything necessary was present, and Li Xingyuan finally felt at ease, though a lingering emptiness remained in her heart. It's a good place, but it's too small. There's no room for me to stay. Du Rulan smiled. It's not small. Why would you need a living room staying with Mom? You can take the inner room, and I'll take the outer one. Or, when you come back, we can just add another bed. I'll ask the logistics department at the base sometime. They should have those foldable military beds. Why would you go back? Li Xingyuan retorted indignantly. To watch them living their lovey-dovey life? What kind of talk is that? Du Rulan gave her daughter a light slap. Your father and I aren't just husband and wife, we're comrades in arms. Comrades? The army? That's my home too. I've spent more time in the army than I have with the Du family. I miss your aunt just as much as I miss the army and my comrades. It's not like we're enemies. Why wouldn't I go back? Alright, it's getting late. I should head back. Li Xingyuan didn't want to hear another word and cut her off stiffly. Du Rulan could only follow him out. Remember to visit your grandmother. And change your clothes while you're at it. Li Xingyuan didn't turn back, just walked on his own. As he walked, he muttered to himself, might as well go straight back to the factory. Why bother with Grandma? She's not really my grandmother. Even if I want to treat her as such, she might not see me as her granddaughter. Why put up with her attitude? Meanwhile, Li Baiquan quietly slipped back inside after seeing off his daughter and son-in-law. Why are you back? Liang Qiuyue tilted her head and asked the figure slipping into the room. Well, Wan Yang took that spare set of carpentry tools, Li Baiquan replied, sitting down and feigning ignorance. He asked me to tell you. Couldn't you just call out from outside? Why come back to tell me? Liang Qiuyue retorted. Old Mrs. Li quickly interjected, what does he need that for? Yangzi is so busy, when would he have time for carpentry? She forcibly steered the conversation away. Her son had returned home. Could she really let her daughter-in-law shoo him out? Right, what exactly does Wan Yang want with those carpentry tools? Chapter 37, Keeping Things Under Wraps, Preparing for the Future. Seeing Wan Yang carrying the spare set of carpentry tools, Li Xiaotong asked curiously on their way back, planning to make more furniture? There's no room in the earthen house, is there? Truthfully, Wan Yang's earth pit design was already quite practical. The space they occupied wasn't small. Her father had helped dig it out in the dark. But expanding further was impossible now. The interior was packed to the brim, leaving no room for extra furniture. It wasn't furniture. Furniture could wait. Wan Yang deliberately kept her guessing until they got home. When he finally hinted at his plan, I saw how hard it is for you to wash big items outside. I was thinking of trying to make a manual or foot-operated washing machine. He stroked the pencil, pondering where to begin the design. A hand-cranked or foot-operated washing machine? Li Xiaotong was utterly astonished. She knew what laundry was, but a washing machine? And one you crank by hand or pedal with your feet. Not only had she never seen such a thing, she'd never even heard of it. Was this even feasible? Would it even work? If it was too much trouble, why bother? She didn't have many clothes, and they weren't hard to wash. The well water from the area around Factory 825 was quite alkaline, so she just soaked the clothes longer before washing. Plus, she was strong. She really didn't find washing them difficult. Don't you trust your man's skills? Wan Yang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. A man can't just say he can't do it.
Li Xiaotong saw the teasing in Wan Yang's eyes and suddenly froze.
Sometimes Wan Yang loved to tease people, always speaking with double meanings.
One wrong word, and she'd easily fall into his trap.
Paying back the debt at night was especially grueling, leaving her back and legs aching the next day.
These days, she'd learned her lesson. Talking during the day was fine, and it was okay when others were around, but when they chatted at night, she had to be especially careful about the traps hidden in Wan Yang's words. Watching his wife agonize, hesitate, and carefully weigh her response to his question, Wan Yang nearly burst out laughing. He cupped Li Xiaotong's face and planted a smack on her cheek.
How adorable are you?
He released her after the kiss, continuing as he spread out the paper. When will washing by hand ever end?
If tools can make it easier, why not use them?
Your man is quite capable. Trust me, I'll definitely find a way to make it less tiring for you. Beyond wanting to make things easier for his wife, there was another reason. Most factories in the provincial capital had already installed energy-saving equipment.
The next wave would be in the prefecture-level cities and townships below. The profits there were bound to be less lucrative than in the capital.
Plus, the vague hints his father-in-law dropped on the way back today meant he needed to prepare ahead of time. The washing machine was actually another door-opening tool. Wan Yang had devised one that served multiple purposes.
It wasn't just about the factory upgrading to a research institute. The most crucial reason was that the office building was nearly complete and residential housing construction would soon be on the agenda. He figured news about housing allocations wouldn't be far off.
Typically, dual-income households working at the factory were a mandatory requirement. This wasn't an issue for him and his wife. Both had been employees since the very beginning of the 825 factory's construction, so they were certain to receive their share.
But the real challenge lies in the order of apartment selection. To secure one of those dozen or so units with balconies and bathrooms, their family's number had to be at the front of the queue. Ultimately, this would likely be determined by contributions.
That's why Wan Yang came up with this manual washing machine, a clever way to boost their chances.
Besides, electric washing machines started out as manual ones too. How much effort could it really take?
Oh. Li Xiaotong didn't quite grasp it, but seeing Wan Yang speak with such conviction, she trusted him wholeheartedly. If Wan Yang said he'd make it, then so be it. Since she couldn't help with the actual work, she'd handle the logistics instead. Li Xiaotong lit the lamp for Wan Yang, tidied up what needed tidying, and cleared the table so he could focus on drawing. She decided to head out and deliver something to Li Xingyuan. No sooner had she reached the door of Li Xingyuan's dorm room than she heard the commotion inside. "Who touched your stuff? Who touched your stuff?" A shrill female voice chattered. "Did you see it or what?" Li Xingyuan shrieked. "Who else but you? This blouse is slim-fitting, but it fits me perfectly. Look at it now, it's completely stretched out. You're the fattest in our dorm. Try it on everyone, only you can't fit into this shirt. Besides you forcing it on, who else could stretch it like this? So I'm the only one who's fat?" The girl snorted lightly. "Who knows if someone else came in and tried it on? Maybe you snagged it yourself somewhere and tore it, but you're blaming me. Who ripped it?" Li Xingyuan was furious. "This is brand new. I just had it made last year and haven't even worn it yet. Where could I have snagged it? You're twisting the truth. This is unreasonable." "Who's being unreasonable?" The girl retorted defiantly. "You're the one making baseless accusations." All right. A gentle female voice interjected. "Everyone, please tone it down. Xiaofan, stop rummaging through other people's belongings. And Xingyuan, you shouldn't be leaving such nice clothes and things in the dorm. Besides, we're here to work, not to compete in beauty pageants. Even if we're part of the cultural troupe, we're still members of the working class. Our dances are for the new society, they don't need these." Listening to the backseat chatter and this person's words, it seemed like both sides were criticizing, but it was still clearly leaning toward that plump girl named Xiaofan. Li Xiaotong's footsteps echoed down the slope. "Xingyuan, are you there?" Li Xingyuan finally stopped talking and called out, "Sis?" His voice was nasal, his tone utterly aggrieved. "What's wrong? Why did they start arguing?" Li Xingyuan pulled Li Xiaotong slightly further away. "These people are so annoying, so petty. Whatever I wear during the day, they sneak out at night to try it on. Clothes are such a pain. If only I could live on my own. Not married yet refusing to live in the dorms, it was simply impossible now." What else could Li Xiaotong say? "Take off your clothes and wear them when you go home this weekend." He handed her the package he'd brought. "Just change them out. Leave the underwear, but pack up the rest and put them over here with me. Don't you find it disgusting that so many people have worn your clothes? It disgusts me to death." Li Xingyuan shouted loudly, deliberately making sure everyone in the dorm heard. Her face twisted with disgust as she faced the dorm room. She took the package from Li Xiaotong's hands and opened it to find shoes and 2 sets of clothes inside. She noticed a lunchbox too. Opening it, the aroma of meat-stuffed pancakes wafted out. She heard several people swallow hard behind her. "Oomph. No one gets a taste, I'm eating this all myself." Li Xingyuan swiftly slammed the lid shut. "Not even a whiff for you lot.
She packed her clothes and high heels into a wicker trunk, carrying it out to Li Xiaotong. Only a small leather suitcase remained, the kind with a lock. She'd use it to store her few remaining clothes, lock it up tight, and see who could pick the lock then. After seeing Li Xiaotong off, Li Xingyuan took out the pancakes stuffed with meat. Each must have weighed 3 liang. She polished off all 3 in one go. Someone in the dorm muttered, "So what? Big deal." Li Xingyuan rolled her eyes, refusing to engage. "Getting to eat meat is a big deal, humph. You're not getting any." From that moment on, Li Xingyuan figured out that whenever Wan Yang wasn't around, she'd find any excuse to head over to Li Xiaotong's dugout for free meals. Li Xiaotong felt a bit uneasy. Back in the village, aside from Wan Yang, hardly anyone dared to stick so close to her. Now having a girl clinging to her like this felt awkward in every way. Wan Yang, however, found it quite pleasant and playfully pinched his wife's ear. "When I'm not around, you just eat whatever you can scrounge up. But now that you've got company for lunch, you'd better eat properly." He'd noticed a pattern. Whenever he came home for lunch, his wife would cook properly and they'd eat together. But if he said he was busy and wouldn't be back for lunch, she'd inevitably just eat something quickly. It was actually better to have this excuse. It meant she'd cook properly and eat properly at noon too. This new sister-in-law might be a bit spoiled, but she wasn't the troublesome type. At least she was far better than his own troublesome brother. That settled it. Li Xiaotong had come to terms with it and began openly putting Li Xingyuan to work. When the greens outside the door were ready to harvest, she'd call Li Xingyuan to pull the scallions. When it was time to pick the greens, she'd send her out to gather them. At first, seeing the caterpillars nearly made Li Xingyuan throw up. Gradually, though, he grew quite adept at using a thin stick to pick up the worms, wrap them in vegetable leaves, and feed them to the 2 hens kept by Sister Yufeng. But when it came to being picky, she was still picky. Ever since she started thinking everything looked better when placed on Li Xiaotong's side, Li Xingyuan began moving things over from her own home. Coffee, along with the entire coffee-making setup. Black tea, green tea, oolong tea, and tea sets. Red wine, white wine, and assorted wine glasses. Seeing the place getting increasingly cluttered, Wan Yang found time to build a small shelf. But even that wasn't enough for Li Xingyuan to store all his odds and ends. She'd transplanted 2 more rose bushes from somewhere and planted them by the doorway. These plants were incredibly resilient and easy to care for. Within days, the roses were blooming. Perfect. During lunch breaks, whenever Wan Yang was too busy to return, Li Xingyuan would carry the small round table outside, set it beside the roses, brew 2 cups of coffee, and invite Wan Yang to admire the flowers and sip coffee together. "Smells like burnt pot water. I'm not drinking that." After Li Xingyuan coaxed her into trying it once, Li Xiaotong still shook her head. "I'll drink black tea or green tea. Don't make me drink coffee. And after you finish, wash the cups yourself and put everything back." "Humph, country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Can't get sophisticated." Li Xingyuan grumbled, but still tidied up with a smile before running off. The sisters had grown much closer now, speaking freely and without petty quarrels. Time slipped by day after day in a whirlwind of busyness and chatter. The hand-built washing machine Wan Yang had painstakingly assembled finally came together just as summer arrived. Chapter 38, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. To make the washing machine lighter, Wan Yang welded the entire washing tub from sheet metal. It wasn't particularly heavy. 2 arc-shaped iron frames were welded to the bottom sides, creating a gap between the tub and the ground when placed on the floor. An opening at the bottom of the tub is sealed with a lid during washing. After washing, the lid is unscrewed to drain the dirty water. A wooden lid is screwed onto the top of the tub. Attached to this lid is a hand crank handle, which connects to a vertical rod at the bottom. This rod carries 3 wooden blades. To wash clothes, first place the garments inside, sprinkle in detergent, and ensure the total volume of laundry does not exceed a specific groove inside the barrel. This groove holds a fine wire mesh in place. Its function is similar to the small plastic plates in a spin dryer, designed to prevent clothes from being flung out and to keep them pressed down. With the wire mesh in place, clothes wouldn't get caught on the blades during rotation. Once the wire mesh is secured, water is poured in until it rises above the mesh, fully submerging the blades. At this point, turn the handle to start the blades spinning. This creates water flow, causing the clothes to rotate beneath the wire mesh. If you want to free your hands, you can use your feet. Without the wire mesh, remove the blades, and the straight rod functions like a pestle. Step down on the connecting rod below to flip the clothes, then the straight rod will strike them. This is the pounding method for washing clothes. After all, there are only 2 ways to wash clothes, either by rubbing or by pounding. Overall, it's quite convenient. The only downside is that we don't have running water here yet. Wan Yang said regretfully as he carried water and poured it into the tub. If we had running water or tap water, just hook up a pipe and all our problems would be solved. In the Northeast, running water is only available in a few major cities. Actually, their provincial capital has it too, but the 825 factory, being in a remote area, hasn't been connected yet. Currently, all water at 825 comes from their own deep well. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong tried both methods and were generally satisfied with the results. It's best to soak clothes first. After soaking, rub stubborn stains, and they'll come out clean. This washing machine was experimental, with a relatively small capacity. Washing one bedsheet and one duvet cover at a time posed no problem. The only catch is that after washing, you have to lift it out and wring it dry yourself. Even so, it was already quite good. In the past, washing large items like bed sheets and duvet covers always required soaking and vigorous scrubbing for a long time to get them clean. A single wash would take half a day, but with this machine, it saves a lot of effort. When the couple tested it out in public, a crowd of adults gathered to watch. Whether it was truly as effective as it appeared, it didn't stop Wan Yang from earning the title of super skilled. Jin Jichuan watched in amazement, then gave it a couple of shakes himself. It's really great. Not only is it effortless for adults, but even a 7 or 8-year-old could operate it without difficulty. If we actually produce this thing to sell, it would definitely make money. The next day, Jin Jichuan immediately sought out Hao Huaxiang, section chief. Could you ask our factory director if we should research household appliances? What now? Hao Huaxiang shot Jin Jichuan a resigned glance. You're everywhere. Honestly, old Wan's washing machine isn't far off from being electric. The principle is the same, just replace manual labor with electricity. Jin Jichuan was buzzing with excitement. He wasn't blind to his section chief's exasperation, but seeing Wan Yang pull it off just one more step to the profit margin had his heart racing. These days, you can't just start your own factory and mass-produce machines. Back in the pre-liberation days, he'd have bet his entire family fortune on this guarantee to make a fortune. Hao Huaxiang quickly waved his hands. We'll get there step by step. No need to rush. Let's tackle one thing at a time. That energy-saving device Wan Yang developed last time brought everyone some perks. Wan Yang knew how to get things done, he didn't hog the benefits. Everyone got their share, with plenty of vouchers and such distributed around. But this new thing? It's just come off the production line and is still manual. Who knows if there's a market for it? Let's wait and see. As for Jin Jichuan, just give him the runaround for now. Otherwise, that guy will keep pushing his luck, and who knows what trouble he'll stir up. Wan Yang didn't bother with their opinions. He cobbled together the first unit, found it worked well, tweaked it a bit, and then built a second one. The second one was much larger, about the size of a big bathtub. After successful testing, Wan Yang personally delivered it to his mother-in-law. The headquarters has running water. At home, we set up a hose connected to the faucet, filling the washing machine to wash over 10 pounds of clothes at once, no big deal. With 3 adults in the household, laundry was no light task. When my father-in-law's mother and daughter-in-law visited, his clothes naturally ended up here too. The amount of laundry his mother-in-law handled was considerable. Though his father-in-law often pitched in, overall, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park. When it came to washing bulky items, the workload still added up significantly. Once Wan Yang's contraption arrived, Liang Qiuyue was instantly liberated. Li Baiquan, eager to try something new, couldn't wait to come home every night, strip down, and wash his clothes himself just to play around with it. As for other times, when Liang Qiuyue was at work at the service center, old Mrs. Li would just sit there and casually pedal the machine, and the clothes would get washed. All they had to do was wring them out and hang them to dry when her father-in-law or mother-in-law returned at noon. The entire division headquarters was buzzing with excitement, like they were watching a sideshow. Families with many children kept urging Wan Yang to make more of these machines, they'd even pay to buy them. Now everyone was raving about how amazing the Li family's son-in-law was. It was unbelievable. The rumors spread far and wide. After hearing them from so many people, factory director Sun Ziyang came to find Wan Yang himself. Can electricity replace human labor? Absolutely. Wan Yang had been waiting for the leadership to come knocking, absolutely no problem. But our factory hasn't been assigned that task. The factory director scratched his head, his eyes filled with regret. Nowadays, production plans were handed down from above, and the factory operated strictly according to those plans. If we produce this, it would be considered straying from our core business. Producing without a planned task is reckless and comes with consequences. This could be considered a byproduct of our factory. Wan Yang had already prepared this explanation for the factory director. Our factory could consider partnering with a specialized research institute. We'd provide the technology. Back then, there was no such thing as personal patents. The emphasis was on the factory as the owner. Whichever factory you belong to, any inventions or innovations you make belong to that factory. So collaborating under the factory's name means fewer restrictions on the surface. Wow! That kid's got a sharp mind. Sun Ziyang's eyes lit up. That was a viable approach. Sun Ziyang cheerfully dashed off again. Did you really partner with the Household Appliances Research Institute? Li Xiaotong heard about the collaboration at the finance department and asked curiously when she got home. Of course. Wan Yang grinned like a fox that had stolen a little hen. My salary went up again. They gave me a researcher position over there, paying me 380,000 yuan. What? Li Xiaotong was utterly speechless, staring at Wan Yang with utter disbelief. Her husband, he might seem impulsive, but he never acted on empty whims. Once he came up with an idea, he'd put it into action. And once he took action, regardless of how long it took, he'd definitely reap the rewards. This 380,000 from the research institute was even more than what 825 offered. Combined with the 300,000 from the 825 factory, the couple could rake in a combined salary of 800,000 to 900,000 yuan, enough to make anyone green with envy. Plus, with the frequent maintenance jobs for energy-saving equipment at other factories, the extra cash and perks they earned meant the couple lived better than they ever had at his father-in-law's place. Crucially, because of this contribution, the factory leadership decided that once the dormitory building was completed, Wan Yang and his wife would be directly assigned a unit with a balcony and private bathroom, no waiting list required. What Wan Yang initially hoped would be a 3-for-1 deal, something he'd waited for from spring to autumn, had now come to fruition. Chapter 39, Don't Move Around, or How Am I Supposed to Show You the Blueprints? People in this era, having rarely lived upstairs, simply thought living upstairs was great. But Wan Yang wasn't thrilled. What's so exciting about a 5- or 6-story building? It wasn't like decades later when elevators existed. If they had kids, lugging them up and down stairs would be a nightmare, carrying, lifting, hauling. God, the thought was exhausting. He didn't even want the 2nd floor. Besides, back then, who even thought about installing window guards? So for families with kids, living upstairs just isn't safe. Wan Yang called it embracing the spirit. We'll take the ground floor, the one on the far end, the shady side. Everyone praised the Wans for being down to earth and gracious. But Jin Jichuan said that Wan Yang is a sly one. The corner unit has windows on 2 walls. Morning sunlight streams in, but after 10 o'clock, the sun shifts and the direct rays disappear. In winter, with heating, it stays warm inside. In summer, the shaded ground floor stays cool, unlike the sunny side, where you can't escape the relentless sun. This house was personally designed by Wan Yang. The layout and room design here are incredibly comfortable. News of the housing allocation had barely begun to circulate when, before any real stirrings could arise, a major event unfolded. Liberated territories were expanding across the nation. Li Xingyuan broadcast daily victory reports over the loudspeakers. The sound of gongs and drums echoed from the city. October 1st, the founding of the nation was imminent. This was truly the most momentous event of all. The factory prepared brand new workshops, and the office buildings were freshly painted. The publicity department distributed colorful small flags to every department and workshop. On October 1st, a grand celebration unfolded. Daytime was filled with joyful songs and dances, while night brought lively festivities. The revelry raged all night long. Shouts and the clanging of gongs echoed continuously throughout the night. Once the excitement died down, Factory 825 gradually resumed its routine operations. Workers continued building dormitories and leveling the factory grounds. Life returned to its ordinary rhythm, everything slowly falling back into place. October passed, November passed, time flew by. But while the office building was finished, the dormitory was still under construction. This winter, they would likely have to spend it in their earthen huts again. Not only did Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong spend their free time gathering firewood from the surrounding areas, hauling it back to dry, and stacking it high around their home, but other families were just as diligently preparing for winter. Wan Yang dug out a small fireplace inside his earthen dwelling, counting on it for warmth throughout the winter. As the cold set in, Jin Jichuan couldn't take it anymore. When he first dug his earthen dwelling, he'd toiled alone, the work rough and haphazard. Now there wasn't even space to install a fireplace. How could he expect comfort in a place where he couldn't even stand up straight? If he didn't make changes this winter, he'd freeze to death. He had no choice but to call out for help everywhere. I can't take it anymore. I can't handle it now, and if it gets to the dead of winter, I won't survive at all. Things were different now. Jin Jichuan knew how to get things done and had cultivated good relationships. Everyone had become familiar with each other, and when Jin Jichuan called for help, a string of people came to assist. Before the deep freeze set in, they even tore off the roof and dug deeper. With more hands, the work became manageable. Though nowhere near as good as other households, at least it looked winter-ready. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong helped out too, passing hot water and keeping things organized on the sidelines. As everyone worked, casual conversation flowed. Compared to those workers from the capital, we early arrivals felt like stepchildren. Who could argue with that? They're college graduates. We can't compare. Unlike Jin Jichuan, the local college student who dropped out midway after the founding of the nation, a group of genuine college graduates were assigned from the capital. These college graduates? They didn't stay in the earthen huts. They moved straight into tents upon arrival. Turns out the office building was finally ready. Right after the National Day celebrations, most of them moved in. Sure, the new office building was damp, it had just been built. But if you could live in a dugout, who cared about a little dampness? Get your spot secured first. As each department moved into the office area, the tents they had been using were left empty. With the tents now vacant and sitting idle, and a fresh batch of university students having arrived, the decision was made, rather than dismantle them, the students would simply be assigned to live in the tents. To most people, living in tents was undoubtedly better than living in earthen huts. Envy and jealousy were simmering behind their backs. But Wan Yang wasn't envious. After all, these were just canvas tents, nothing like the well-sealed, professional outdoor tents of later generations. They didn't block the cold, dampness, or noise. They weren't nearly as good as imagined. For winter, it was still the earthen huts with stoves that mattered. They were quite busy. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong went out to buy some good wood, and in his spare time, Wan Yang started making furniture. He demodified the dorm building blueprints himself, and which unit they eventually get was now pretty much settled. No one knew the dimensions inside the house better than him. He was now planning the rooms based on those measurements. Once they moved into this block of flats, they'd likely stay for at least 5 to 10 years. Space for the children's room must be reserved. Wan Yang discussed the plans with Lu Xiaotong in his serious tone, yet his gaze toward his wife was playful, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. Li Xiaotong shot him a playful glare. The moment she saw Wan Yang smile, Li Xiaotong knew his mind was wandering wildly, lost in who knows what thoughts. He was getting ahead of himself. Seeing Wan Yang still grinning slyly, Li Xiaotong couldn't help herself. She gave him a sharp pinch, then another, urging him to continue explaining. Wan Yang glanced regretfully at the sky. It was still early, they'd have to save the mischief for later. Otherwise, the noise might be heard outside, or a neighbor might come knocking, and that wouldn't be good. Well, reserving a room was the right call. Once married, children would come sooner or later. Earlier, when they were fooling around, Wan Yang had deliberately avoided his wife's fertile days. First, he wanted to enjoy their time as a couple for a while longer. Once children arrived, they'd need to worry about them. If both worked, they'd have to find someone to watch the kids, leaving even less time for each other. Second, he was focused on building his career. He needed to establish a stronger foothold at the factory and secure his position more firmly. Thirdly, their earthen dwelling was damp. Even if they dried it out better than others, it still wasn't a good environment for childbirth. A woman's confinement period was like being reborn, so he had to provide his wife with the best possible environment. By the time the new year rolled around, his wife had nearly caught up to Li Xiaotong's height. She hadn't grown any taller this year, but Wan Yang was now a full head taller than her. The housing allocation would soon be on the agenda, and so would plans for a child. Cough. Wan Yang reluctantly suppressed his restlessness, clasping his wife's hand with one hand while pointing at the blueprints with the other to continue explaining. The room was only 32 square meters. Adding the kitchen, which was 5 or 6 square meters, the total was less than 38 square meters. The balcony included the bathroom, with a faucet outside the bathroom. The space for washing and grooming was just that little bit. No other planning could be done. The only usable space was this area of less than 38 square meters. Modern homes don't include shared area in square footage calculations, so 38 square meters is exactly 38 square meters, which isn't small overall. I plan to build modular furniture that can be rearranged freely, using it to create partitions. We won't build walls in the middle, there simply isn't enough space. This approach is unprecedented. In the village, houses are spacious. Every family either maximizes their floor space or divides it into rooms using unfinished bricks. Li Xiaotong had never heard of using furniture as room dividers before. Wan Yang's idea was truly ahead of its time. In later generations, this would be considered a commonplace design, custom-made furniture for the entire house. The key is compact yet fully functional. In major cities like Shanghai in later generations, a 30-50 square meter home was considered decent. In places like Hong Kong, they could even fit a full set of facilities into just 10 square meters. Li Xiaotong gazed at Wan Yang with admiration. How could her man be so capable? Was this another new invention? Wan Yang caught his wife's burning gaze, and the anger he'd just suppressed flared up again. He decisively scooped her into his arms to show her around, refusing to let her alluring gaze fan his flames further. Li Xiaotong sensed the scale and commotion behind her, her ears flushing crimson with embarrassment. Now, let me hold you for a moment. Don't fidget, or how am I supposed to show you the blueprints? Wan Yang admonished her with deadpan seriousness. Li Xiaotong took a deep breath and obediently let him hold her. But when Wan Yang explained the room layout, she couldn't focus on a single word. She was too worried he might suddenly get carried away and start fooling around. It was broad daylight outside. For the master bedroom, Wan Yang had prepared a double-sided cabinet, using it to separate the bedroom from the living room. The bedroom side served as a wardrobe, while the living room side functioned as storage. Right inside the door, on the right, was a cabinet with one side as a shoe rack and the other as a bookshelf. He marked it on the diagram. Li Xiaotong nodded, though it was unclear if she truly understood. To the right, a space large enough for a desk and 2 chairs was partitioned off, creating a study area. Moving forward, a door-sized gap was left, followed by another cabinet with storage compartments on one side and a wardrobe on the other. The space between the east wall and the wardrobe was just wide enough for a double bed. The central area, a 2-meter-wide passageway leading to the balcony, was designated as the living room. Pen in hand, he sketched on the blueprint while explaining to Li Xiaotong, "We'll build custom furniture for this half too. Place it against the wall for now. When you have children, this space will perfectly divide into 2 small rooms with bunk beds just enough for the kids. As long as the layout is compact, there's even room to squeeze in 3 or 5 children." People living in 10 square meter apartments manage just fine, small but fully functional, right? With smart planning and clever design, the space will be perfectly adequate. Alright. Finally finished explaining the blueprints, Li Xiaotong flushed and jumped up. Wan Yang burst into laughter. Li Xiaotong was quite pleased with Wan Yang's furniture design, simple and elegant. That evening, the two of them hammered and sawed away in the dugout, preparing for their move to the new home. Hearing the clattering sounds, Jin Jichuan came over to lend a hand. Jin Jichuan wasn't purely seeking warmth by leaving his own earthen dwelling. He also couldn't stand staring at Xiao Danny in his own dugout day after day. Either they were silent or bickering constantly, which was driving him crazy. Jin Jichuan drooled with envy. I'd even live in your hallway if I could. That U-shaped hallway was warmer than his own home. Truth be told, Jin Jichuan's home was passable after renovations, but Xiao Danny was frugal and reluctant to burn firewood. Whenever Jin Jichuan added too much wood, she'd either grumble or simply pull it out to extinguish the flames. Jin Jichuan had been a landlord's son since childhood. He'd enjoyed every luxury imaginable, but now that he was liberated, he had to keep a low profile. Now that the earthen dwelling had been properly renovated, as long as they regularly gathered firewood and didn't burn through their stockpile too quickly, it would easily last the winter. Yet Xiao Danny clung to it like a miser, afraid of this and that. Once they got their own apartment, there was no way they could move that half wall of firewood upstairs. So you see, two people from such different backgrounds simply couldn't see eye to eye over time. Jin Jichuan was green with envy watching Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong discuss things together, their warm and affectionate atmosphere. Chapter 40, Allotment. 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 Li Xingyuan came over and told Li Xiaotong, "Sis, I'm getting married." Ha? Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. They worked in the same factory. Now that the office building was completed, they were just one floor apart. They hadn't heard Li Xingyuan had a boyfriend, nor had they seen any signs of romance. As the factory's most sought-after beauty, she had plenty of admirers. If anything had been happening, word would have spread throughout the entire factory long ago. How could this be so sudden? Getting married? Who with? How could this be so sudden? Since she'd come to her specifically to share this news, it was only natural for her older sister to ask. It's not that sudden, really. Li Xingyuan's face slowly flushed. It's just that kind of feeling, you see him, and you know he's the one. Noticing Li Xiaotong's strange gaze fixed on her, Li Xingyuan instantly felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Ugh. I can't explain it to you, you just wouldn't understand. Li Xingyuan suddenly remembered she'd rushed over excitedly today and forgotten her brother-in-law was home. She quickly glanced in his direction, only to find the area deserted. She instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, Wan Yang had seen the sisters whispering and discreetly stepped out to avoid any misunderstanding. But upon stepping outside, Wan Yang found the neighborhood in an uproar. A crowd had gathered around the earthen hut belonging to their neighbor, Wang Shanju. What's going on? Wan Yang asked someone lingering nearby to watch the commotion. Sister-in-law Yufang is pregnant. They say she got too exhausted from stoking the boiler and delivering water, nearly miscarrying. Now she's back home recuperating. Just now, when the boss came to check on her, the little boss from the cafeteria almost got into a fight with Wang Shanju. Jin Jichuan was also watching the commotion. What's the fuss about? Some reporter came to the factory today for an interview. Who knows who it was, but they dug up the story about Sister Yufang nearly having a miscarriage from carrying water. The reporter thought they were setting up a model worker for the factory, so they rushed to the factory office to find someone. What a coincidence! Sister Yufang was complaining in the factory office when the cafeteria manager brought the reporter right over. What? So this was supposed to be a showcase, but it turned into a disaster? That's exactly what it was. She's pregnant, doing the hardest, most exhausting work, yet she gets the lowest pay and is still a temporary worker. They say those who started without jobs, then helped with construction and such, many got hired as permanent workers. But these two? Still temporary to this day. The reporter overheard all these complaints. Oh, this is trouble. Seeing Jin Jichuan winking and nodding from the side, Wan Yang suddenly understood. Both Sister Yufang from Wang Shanju's family and Xiao Danny from Jin Jichuan's family were temporary workers. They'd been busting their backs since the factory's construction began over half a year ago, yet there was still no talk of them becoming permanent employees. Now that the housing allocation policy was almost finalized, it was said that dual-employee families would get single-room dormitories, while others would stay in collective dorms. There were rumors that unemployed family members would be dismissed as the factory had no space for them. There was no mention of what would happen to the temporary workers, but it probably wouldn't be much better. Working themselves to the bone day after day, earning less than half of what regular employees make, these two women were bound to stir up trouble at this opportunity. After all these years of marriage, it wasn't easy for us to finally have a child. 5 months pregnant, still doing heavy labor for meager pay, barely enough to feed the child. Wang Shanju's voice boomed, mingling with Sister Yufang's muffled sobs. Ha! They've got plenty to fuss about. I hear your husband treats his wife just like Shanju's wife, always getting picked on by the cafeteria boss? All the co-workers came to ask Jin Jichuan about it. Ah, that woman speaks so bluntly and doesn't know how to play nice. Of course she gets picked on all the time. What's really going on? How did she end up reporting it to the press? Damn woman, she's hopeless. All she thinks about is her own petty concerns. She went and caused trouble, dragging a co-worker who's about to miscarry along with her. She went to find a reporter, saying she wanted to report the problem. You tell me, how could she think that would work? Like they'd listen to her. What's even more infuriating is that she dragged that co-worker into it. Isn't that just stirring up trouble? You can ask me, Jin Jichuan complained solemnly, as if he were the diligent, hard-working one. Wan Yang raised an eyebrow. This whole thing is fishy. How would two kitchen workers, one stoking the boiler, the other delivering water, know reporters were coming to interview? Someone must have tipped them off. And the timing, them rushing to the factory office and the reporters showing up at the same time? That can't be a coincidence. Wan Yang shot Jin Jichuan a half smile, half glare. If this guy hadn't been stirring up trouble inside today, he wouldn't have believed it. Jin Jichuan was always full of tricks. Right now, scheming a bit for the sake of the house was perfectly normal. Jin Jichuan was usually too lazy to act, but when he did, Xiao Danny would be easily drawn in. Pushing two women into it and encouraging someone else's wife to take the lead, that was exactly the kind of thing he'd do. Some of the more upright co-workers were genuinely worried for the couple. But those with more devious minds were starting to catch on. You've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve, kid. Most of the technical department staff would get housing allocations. Those who didn't mostly already own homes in the provincial capital. Returning home was no problem at all. Jin Jichuan, that is. His wife's just a temporary worker, she's barely scraping by. For the sake of housing, everyone pulled out all the stops. Wan Yang, credited with designing energy-saving equipment and washing machines, plus being a dual-income household, had his housing allocation sealed by the factory director. Xiao Danny and sister Yufan from Xuanzhu's family were both temporary workers. Housing allocations couldn't possibly count them as permanent staff, so Jin Jichuan and Wang Xuanzhu naturally didn't qualify either. There was absolutely no way they'd get housing. Jin Jichuan encouraged Xiao Danny to stir up trouble with the reporters. Sister Yufang and Wang Xuanzhu must have had similar thoughts. Now, using the pregnancy as leverage, they could at least push for their temporary status to be converted to permanent. Once they became regular employees, wouldn't they become dual-income households? Wouldn't that put them over the qualification threshold? Wan Yang glanced at his own earthen dwelling, where his sister-in-law was still chatting away with his wife inside. As for his sister-in-law finding a partner, it was possible they'd hit it off, but they were still far from discussing marriage. But the factory's housing allocation strictly required dual-income households, and his sister-in-law was already at odds with her dorm mates. To secure that apartment, it was entirely possible she'd put marriage on the fast track. In later generations, marriages for housing, whether genuine, fake, real divorces, or fake divorces, were nothing new. But where was this situation now? So Li Xingyuan rushing to find a partner and get married just to get that apartment and escape the shack? That's perfectly normal. But if this news reached his father-in-law or Li Xingyuan's mother, they'd surely go mad. Wan Yang decided to play dumb. No way was he going to invite that kind of trouble. The fallout from Sister Yufang and Xiao Danny's affair continued, rattling factory leaders big and small. Factory director Sun Xiang was so furious he berated the logistics and cafeteria managers, Bong Chuanrong and Shen Fangfang, as if they were his own grandchildren. The two women trudged over to Sister Yufang's place with malted milk powder, pretending to show concern for the workers. But Wang Shanzhu, the burly man who'd nearly lost his son, gave them another earful of scolding. His voice was so loud that the onlookers gathered around could hear every word clearly. The two women could only promise, "We'll get it approved. We definitely will." They did get reinstated, but these two matronly female leaders weren't easy to provoke. One played the stern enforcer while the other offered leniency. They immediately offered two positions. One position was for the water room. Originally, they had to boil water in large pots, which is why the two women were hired as temporary workers. Now that the factory was operating normally, the large pots were no longer needed. They had boilers instead, requiring one person to assist the boiler operator with water heating. The other position was in the cafeteria for tasks like sorting, washing, and chopping vegetables, work that still needed doing. This division shattered the alliance between Xiao Danny and Yufang. The boiler operator sat at the control panel, managing the machinery without involvement in other tasks. The assistant, however, had to haul coal daily, shovel it into the boiler one scoop at a time, and then haul the burnt coal ash out afterward. Yufang's belly was already showing. "Ladies, it's not that I'm being picky, but my condition is making me prone to miscarriage. I really can't handle the boiler work now." Xiao Danny grew anxious. "With my build and stamina. If you're unwilling, there's no rush. We'll discuss it when we get back." Qian Fangfang immediately seized the opportunity. Xiao Danny's heart skipped a beat. Discussing it will surely lead to trouble. She remembered clearly what Jin Jichuan had said when venting to her. Xiao Danny could only halt her words, gritting her teeth as she continued, "My constitution, my body, it's actually still quite good. I can handle this job. I can handle it. Are you sure you're not pushing yourself? If something happened to a female comrade, or if she got seriously injured from overwork, how could we possibly account for it? I think we should just forget it. We don't want reporters getting involved or complaints going up the chain. Let's wait and see if we can find another position for you. No need. Really, no need. Xiao Danny quickly interjected. I can handle it. This is entirely my own choice. I promise. If it doesn't work out, I'll put my fingerprint on a guarantee. Feng Chuanrong pulled Qian Fangfang aside. Forget it. We're all struggling. Why not let her try first? Qian Fangfang looked utterly reluctant. Several families are desperately waiting for this position. And she's acting like this. Xiao Danny was nearly pushed to tears. I'm willing. I'm willing. I really am. Honestly, sister. I'm more than willing. Xiao Danny and Yufeng were officially hired that very day, their wages doubling. The same commotion, yet two sisters in arms who'd entered and exited together ended up completely at odds because of their different roles. You asked me to protest with you, but you ended up getting a cushy job. Playing the victim with your pregnancy? Who's playing the victim? Isn't it true I'm pregnant? Isn't it true I'm about to miscarry? The boss considered my special circumstances and gave me a little consideration. What's wrong with that? The two parted on bad terms. Jin Jichuan couldn't care less about their quarrel. As long as they qualified as dual-income households and were eligible for housing allocation, it was worth it. Even if nothing else came of it, the protest hadn't been in vain. Meanwhile, Li Xingyuan had been through quite the ordeal himself. Chapter 41. Du Rulan nearly choked on her own breath and passed out. Li Xingyuan told Li Xiaotong he had a girlfriend and was planning to get married. What advice could a half-sister offer? Just listen and forget it. Seeing his sister didn't object, Li Xingyuan plucked up his courage and revealed Shin Mingqing's existence to his mother. He also mentioned his plans to marry. Du Rulan, who had been keeping an eye on the girl, froze upon hearing this. Truth be told, the young man Shin Mingqiang was quite handsome, fair-skinned and refined. A recent college graduate, he had given up plans to stay in the capital and was assigned to work in the publicity department of Factory 825. This is how he crossed paths with Li Xingyuan, who worked at the same publicity department's broadcasting station. The young man was from the province, though his family lived in a small county town outside the provincial capital. He had 3 older sisters and was the only son. Upon learning about the suitor her daughter had chosen, Du Rulan refused to even meet the prospective son-in-law and rejected him outright. You haven't even met him. What's wrong with him? Li Xingyuan could hardly believe his ears. His mother rejected him outright without even seeing him? Du Rulan gave her honest assessment. Mom doesn't think there's anything wrong with young Shun. On the contrary, whether it's his family background, his looks, his education, his abilities, or his character, I think he's quite good in every way. Really? My daughter has excellent taste. Then why won't you meet him? Li Xingyuan pressed, his gaze fixed on his mother. She knew her mother's way of speaking praise first, then criticism? Well, he's a fine young man in every way, but he might not be right for you. Du Rulan only thought about what would be best for her daughter, and this young man clearly wasn't suitable. Two delicate souls colliding, who's going to take care of whom? Du Rulan pleaded earnestly, most guys with several older sisters can't even handle household chores. Have you thought about who'll cook after marriage? Who'll help raise the kids? The only son who carries the whole family's hopes? Most mothers-in-law are tough nuts to crack. And your daughter? She's the type who'd take the fall? If they really got married, wouldn't it be a constant battle, with chaos everywhere? Who's born knowing how? Everything's learned. Li Xingyuan retorted angrily. Alright, Du Rulan softened her tone. If that's not a valid reason, maybe we should take a step back. How long have you two even known each other? Couldn't you spend more time getting to know each other before making such a decision? Marriage isn't something to be taken lightly. Du Rulan knew her daughter was stubborn. The more she argued, the more she dug in her heels. Persuasion was the only way. But this only made Li Xingyuan immediately rebel. If you won't let me marry, I'll marry her anyway. I've set my heart on this person. Li Xingyuan made it clear, the marriage was all about getting a housing allocation. Factory 825 was about to allocate housing, and only dual-employee households were eligible. Out of the entire batch, only 15 or 16 units had private bathrooms. To participate, she needed a partner, one with bonus points for priority housing selection. That meant someone who made significant contributions, like a technical backbone. The young man Li Xingyuan had chosen had given up a job opportunity in the capital to come to Factory 825, which certainly earned him some points. Li Xingyuan choked up, the girls in my dorm isolated me. If my sister hadn't been living nearby, If I don't get an apartment this time, so many single worker families will have to keep living in those earthen huts. Every month during that time, I'm in excruciating pain. Without painkillers, I can't even get out of bed. It's the dampness seeping into the earthen hut. How cold it gets now. And I sleep right in the draft. I really can't take it anymore. I dream of having a place of my own. Li Xingyuan's words made Du Rulan's heart clench. Since she started working, she'd never mentioned these things to her. Li Xingyuan always shared the good news but never the troubles. Had she known sooner, she would have done anything. I was lucky to meet Shen Mingcheng at just the right moment. I know he's the one for me, Li Xingyuan declared with unwavering certainty. Seeing her daughter so resolute, Du Rulan had no choice. She could only bring the matter to Li Baiquan. If a daughter wants to marry, a mother can't stop her, but surely a father should intervene? Only then did Li Baiquan realize his daughter had concocted this foolish scheme marriage because she refused to live in the underground dormitory? To get an apartment, she was willing to sacrifice her entire life? This was utterly foolish. Early the next morning, Li Baiquan rushed straight to Factory 825, intending to discreetly meet the prospective son-in-law. But before he could exchange more than a few words, Li Xingyuan spotted him. He grabbed the young man by the collar and dragged him away. Li Baiquan sighed. No wonder Du Rulan insisted he come take a look. How to put it? From their brief conversation, he could tell the young man wasn't fundamentally bad, just a bit naive and straightforward. Li Baiquan, a seasoned veteran who'd risen to division commander in the military, had enough scheming and maneuvering in his mind to fill a book. These two kids. One was spoiled and unaccustomed to dealing with people, while the other was idealistic and naive. They weren't exactly a good match. As a couple, they were quite lovely, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, sharing common interests. But when it comes to building a life together, how could it be all romance and poetry? The daily grind of rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, isn't every single one of those a killer of romance? The young lady, with her inner grace, found a man with a deep understanding. Marriage was marriage, he could rest easy. And as it turned out, she lived a more comfortable life than her own father. The younger daughter, so innocent, married someone just as naive? It was enough to drive anyone mad. Li Xingyuan, however, was the type who either didn't care at all or went all in with reckless abandon. The more others opposed her, the more stubbornly she dug her heels in. Li Baiquan had no better solution than to discuss it with Du Rulan. At the very least, they should meet the other's parents, let the families talk things over, and then consider the marriage. Du Rulan agreed this made sense, so that evening she rushed back to Building 825 to find her daughter, determined to have a proper talk with her. The moment she stepped into her daughter's dugout dwelling and saw the conditions there, Du Rulan's heart twisted with unbearable sorrow. Her mouth opened and closed several times, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to utter another word of opposition. Finally, she came up with a plan: push the wedding date back a bit, at least long enough for her eldest brother to meet the girl. Perhaps her niece would be more receptive to her aunt's words. So Du Rulan gently urged her, on such a major matter, you might ignore others' opinions, but surely you should at least hear your aunt's thoughts? They raised you all these years. Don't you fear your aunt's scolding if you keep her in the dark about your marriage? Li Xingyuan didn't argue with these words. A few days later, she found time to return to the Du household. At the invitation of Du Rushan and his wife, Shen Mingcheng paid a visit to his aunt. He impressed them with his education, refinement, and polite demeanor. The only drawback was his modest family background, but in this era where the common folk held sway, an unassuming lineage was actually an advantage. No objection meant approval, right? With the current emphasis on marriage freedom, tying the knot was straightforward. After approval from the factory's personnel department, the workplace would issue documentation confirming their marital status. That was all it took. So it wasn't until colleagues mentioned it and started asking for wedding candy that everyone found out Li Xingyuan and Shen Mingcheng had quietly tied the knot. Married with nothing to their names? Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong were speechless. Li Xingyuan had been living in a collective dormitory dug into the ground, while Shen Mingcheng had been staying in a tent also part of the collective dormitory. They hadn't prepared anything for the wedding, so they just went to the personnel department to get their marriage certificate. Li Xiaotong pulled out 2 unused new quilts from her own set and presented them as a wedding gift from the older sister. Hurry up and call your dad. If Li Xiaotong hadn't called home, Li Baiquan wouldn't have known. Amidst the chaos, by the time Li Baiquan and Du Rulan rushed over, the newlyweds were already celebrating their wedding night in the broadcasting station office. Du Rulan nearly choked on her breath and fainted. The newlyweds had nowhere to stay, so they set up camp in the radio station office. They slept on the floor under the bright red quilt their brother-in-law had given them, not even a bed. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn cold, the young people who had been boisterous moments ago now stood frozen, silent and still. Li Baiquan forced a stiff smile. Go ahead. Go ahead. We just came to watch. Things had come to this. He couldn't drag his own daughter back now. That stubborn girl would go mad. He crouched down and felt the quilt on the ground. It's still a bit thin. I'll have someone bring 2 folding beds over later. The eldest daughter's wedding had been rushed enough, but at least he'd managed to gather some daily necessities as her dowry. But for the younger daughter's wedding? They didn't even call the parents. Just got a certificate from the factory and called it a gift? The bitter taste in Li Baiquan's heart was indescribable. A little while later, he had 2 beds delivered. These 2 army cots were the younger daughter's dowry. They were set up in the corner, covered with Li Xingyuan and Shen Mingcheng's old mattresses and sheets. 2 new quilts, one for the mattress, one for covering them. And just like that, Li Xingyuan married herself off.
Not even as well as Li Xiaotong.
The moment she stepped into the office building, Du Rulan's tears began to fall.
Returning home, she wept uncontrollably.
She nearly fell ill from grief until Du Jia's eldest sister-in-law personally came to console her. With Xingyuan's temperament, she couldn't manage life alone.
She needed someone who wouldn't go anywhere, who would stay by her side and keep her company. Only then might she find peace and happiness in this life. Du Rulan's face was pale as she clung to her sister-in-law's arm, sobbing uncontrollably. Du Rushan was more than a decade older than Du Rulan, so the eldest sister-in-law had practically watched her younger sister-in-law grow up. After raising her younger sister-in-law, she went on to raise her niece. As the eldest sister-in-law, she held the authority to advise. The young man is decent, and they're well matched in age and appearance. Let me tell you, I know Xingyuan better than your brother does. Even if you refuse, it's already decided. Instead of stubbornly resisting here, you should think of ways to get your husband to step up quickly. That way, Xingyuan's life might become a little easier. Du Rulan heard those last words loud and clear. The marriage was already done, what else could be done? With her heartache on, she slowly began to recover. But what those words from her sister-in-law had fermented into within her heart only Du Rulan herself knew. Chapter 42, Comparisons Kill. After food and clothing, the next most crucial need was shelter. Housing was the most crucial matter. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong's choice of apartment was uncontroversial. They followed Wan Yang's preference and selected the northernmost unit at the eastern end of the building. Typical single rooms had only one window or windows on just one wall. The outermost units, however, featured windows on 2 walls. The unit Wan Yang chose had a door on the north wall leading to a balcony, which also housed the bathroom sink. The east wall also featured a window. Not only did it have a window, but the windowsill was also a bay window. So not only was the room well lit, but at first glance, it felt much larger. As they stepped out after viewing the room, they ran into an acquaintance. It was Min Fuwan, the former head of the security department. He was a comrade in arms of Han Zhandong, the former guerrilla squad leader who had stayed behind at the Shirley Village Farmers Association, and the one who had initially received Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang. Thanks to this connection with Han Zhandong, Wan Yang had always maintained a good relationship with him. Little did they expect that they would end up being assigned to the same housing complex. They too were in the easternmost building, facing south. The sunlight was excellent, especially in winter, when the warm sun shone in. Min's wife led in a 3-year-old boy, who was overjoyed the moment they stepped inside. So bright. This house is perfect. Facing the sun, what's not to like? The only downside was the lack of a balcony, which meant no bathroom either. Mrs. Min remarked, who would want an outhouse inside? The stench would be unbearable. She didn't want one, and the house didn't have one. It was a perfect match. The unit Wan Yang chose featured an aesthetically curved balcony, protruding only every few rooms. The adjacent units all lacked bathrooms. The bathroom Wan Yang worked so hard to secure wasn't something everyone desired. Some families preferred larger rooms over having a bathroom included. Among this batch of studio apartments, only 16 units came with private bathrooms. While some disliked the feature, others recognized its value and later, they became highly sought after. Li Xingyuan specifically wanted one with a bathroom. Otherwise, brushing teeth and washing faces meant going to the communal washroom. How embarrassing to groom in front of so many people. Plus, having to queue for the toilet, ugh, the thought alone was unbearable. Shin Mingcheng chuckled awkwardly, but I'm too junior, I joined later. I'm no founding member who was here when the factory was built. Getting this unit at all is already generous. The decision was final, and he couldn't change it. He could only gently persuade his wife. I went to see the communal bathroom. It's really well designed. There's even an emergency toilet outside the building. They thought of everything. And the washroom? So spacious and clean. Our assigned room faces the sun. Afternoons spent lying in bed, basking in the sunlight, reading novels, listening to music. Or place a round table beneath the window with 2 rattan chairs sipping coffee, savoring fragrant tea. Step outside to bustling neighborhoods, return home to a paradise. This is the dream life. Li Xingyuan pouted, her expression gradually softening. You're the only one who can talk. But upon entering the building and seeing they'd been assigned the first floor, her spirits sank again. The first floor? Privacy's not great. Who wants to live on the first floor? She'd always lived upstairs in her old place. As she opened the door to enter, she caught sight of Li Xiaotong exiting out of the corner of her eye. Her mood plummeted further. She muttered under her breath, why are both my sister and I on the first floor? Didn't my brother-in-law get first pick on the rooms? The sisters lived on opposite sides of the building. Being on the same floor, one above the other, was bad enough, but both on the first floor? It felt like living under constant surveillance. Once everyone had moved in, it became clear that most couples with decent jobs had chosen second or third floor units. Except for the ones who had chosen their own floor. The other first-floor residents were, to varying degrees, families that seemed slightly less fortunate. It was unclear what criteria had been used for the allocation.
Next door to the Wan Yang family lived Yufang and Xuanju, while right beside them were Jin Jichuan and Xiao Danny. Anyway, all the families on the first floor here were acquaintances. What a coincidence! Fate! We've been neighbors since the earthen floor days, back when there were vegetable patches between the dwellings and we lived farther apart. Now we live in apartments, just a wall apart, still neighbors. Much closer. Wan Yang's place is nicely arranged. The furniture is all custom made, unvarnished, just natural wood with a coat of latex paint. The furniture exudes a fresh wood scent, and the natural wood tones make the room feel especially bright and airy. Modular furniture is still quite uncommon, yet casually assembled, it neatly defines spaces for the living room, bedroom, and study. The wooden sofa in the reception area features built-in storage beneath its seating and storage combined, stacked without taking up extra space. Wan Yang continued arranging the furniture, figuring out a more practical layout. Li Xiaotong hung up curtains and door drapes, then made some cushions for the home. Essentially, they transformed their single room into a suite using furniture. In those days, there were no modern conveniences like gas stoves or induction cooktops. Wan Yang simply couldn't fit a wood-burning stove into this 30-square-meter studio. So forget about kitchens, everyone kept their pots and pans right in the hallway. Li Xiaotong's suggestion to Wan Yang proved true, the hallway was packed as full as its width allowed. Finding enough space to walk through was pure luck. Of course, not every household was like Wan Yang's, where everything you could need was right there upon entering. Over at Yufang's place, her husband Wang Shanju had chopped some shrubs from the nearby fields. Without much processing, he simply nailed them together to make a bed big enough for 2 people. As for other furniture? Forget about it. Yufang measured the bed with a burlap sack, sewed a large bag to fit it, and stuffed it full of dry grass and wheat stalks. This served as a cushion between her body and the bed frame, preventing discomfort. As for Jin Jichuan, he lacked the manual skills, and this month's earnings weren't enough. The couple simply made do by sleeping on the floor for now. They'd scour the second-hand market for a used bed once they had money next month. Li Xingyuan went straight back to the Du family home and hauled over her bridal bed and furniture. The copper bed frame bore an image resembling the Virgin Mary, one of those Western motifs depicting her nursing the infant. The bed was covered with a small patterned quilt, and the curtains matched the fabric, adorned with white lace trim. Beneath the window sat a round rosewood table flanked by 2 small rattan chairs. A crystal vase sat on the table, still empty of plastic flowers. Against the wall stood a wardrobe and a display cabinet, both fine rosewood pieces. Before the display cabinet, Li Xingyuan, dressed in a floor-length European gown, meticulously wiped her cups, coffee pots, and saucers before carefully placing each item inside. The entire room, except for the area near the door, was carpeted. Returning from grocery shopping, several people gathered at Li Xingyuan's doorway, peering inside as if watching a sideshow. Passers-by caught glimpses of the interior decor and couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Who wouldn't laugh? Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang were annoyed. Move aside. Move aside. Excuse us. The tightly packed crowd felt awkward. Seeing so many people laughing at their sister in front of her older sister didn't feel right. Quietly, they parted to make a path for Li Xiaotong and her husband to pass. Someone stumbled backward, losing their footing, and pulled several people behind them tumbling in the same direction. This tumble proved significant. With a loud thud, the door behind them burst open, followed by simultaneous cries of ouch and shrieks. Wan Yang turned to see it was the door to Jin Jichuan's home that had been smashed open. What surprised everyone was the floor covered entirely with patched quilts. Xiao Danny was wrapped in a checkered bedsheet, with a floral patterned scrap of fabric draped over her shoulders, likely intended for curtains. She stood there, staring blankly outside. What on earth was that outfit supposed to mean? Someone burst out laughing first, and soon the entire hallway erupted in laughter. This was the classic case of the ugly girl trying to imitate the beauty. Exactly. Trying to copy Li Xingyuan, but ending up using a tattered quilt as a rug and wrapping a pudding-patterned bedsheet around herself as a dress? Trying to copy Li Xingyuan, but making an even bigger fool of herself than the Li family. Everyone stood in the hallway chopping vegetables while listening to the couple bicker. Jin Jichuan, you laugh along with everyone else. Now I'm the laughingstock of the whole factory. Are you satisfied? Following you, I haven't had a single good day. If you don't want to live like this, get out. They get to wear nice clothes, but I don't? You're a coal hauler. Can you even work in a long dress? If a wheel gets stuck in the boiler, whose fault is it, yours or the factory's? A woman marries for clothes and food, but you can't even afford to buy me a single outfit. Why should I stay with you? Jin Jichuan was beyond annoyed. You can only bite off what you can chew. Think you can't make a good life with me? Easy. Go find someone else. Good riddance. The two began to bicker. The door burst open as Xiao Danyi stormed out. She shot Li Xingyuan a fierce glare. Leaning casually against the door in a long skirt and high heels, Shen Mingcheng watched the man scrambling eggs, utterly disinterested in the Jin family's affairs. Xiao Danyi dashed out. The onlookers in the hallway quickly averted their eyes and pretended to be busy before Jin Jichuan could chase her out. Yufang asked Li Xiaotong with a straight face, "What's stewing in the pot that smells so good?" Li Xiaotong replied, "Pork ribs. We're having pork rib noodles today." Before Yufang could respond, Doggy from the Min family sat on a small stool by his door and told his mom, "Mom, I want pork rib noodles." Saliva dripped from the child's mouth as he spoke. Min's wife looked awkward, while the others chuckled. Li Xiaotong smiled at the child. "Once it's ready, Auntie will serve you a bowl." How could I possibly accept that? Min's eldest sister-in-law wasn't very familiar with Li Xiaotong yet, and she really did feel a bit awkward. Yufang chimed in, "Living next door makes us family. A child eating a meal now and then, who among us won't have children someday? Once they're in the building, they belong to everyone." That was a comforting thought. Countless topics arose during their casual chatter. Some remarked about Li Xingyuan. What a blessing he must have earned in past lives to have a man wait on him hand and foot. Li Xingyuan tilted her chin up. "Having him wait on me? That's his good fortune." With that, she turned and walked back inside. Sister Min gazed enviously at Li Xiaotong. "Both you and your sister married well." On the older sister's side, they'd never heard the couple raise their voices. On the younger sister's side, the young couple was so sweet it could drown you in affection. Li Xiaotong smiled without comment. She knew full well what these people whispered behind her back about her and Xingyuan. She just has a good dad, that's all. With her family pulling strings, her husband has no choice but to be good. Oof. People live their own lives. Let them think whatever they want. After moving upstairs, they no longer had a vegetable patch in front of the house. Wan Yang built several wooden troughs, filled them with soil, and had Li Xiaotong water them. They planted garlic, scattered greens, and grew cilantro. The indoor heating worked wonders. Outside, snowflakes as big as goose feathers swirled, but inside, it was warm as spring. A small rack was placed by the balcony door, dedicated to growing vegetables for occasional treats. Soon it was the busiest time of the year-end, time to settle accounts. Chapter 43, Nip Problems in the Bud. During settlement season, experts like Li Xiaotong were in high demand. Any tangled accounts were brought to her. Especially this year, with the introduction of these large denomination bills, all sorts of inconveniences and errors have cropped up. Li Xiaotong has suddenly become incredibly sought after. Of course, she never returned empty-handed from these assignments. The perks and vouchers poured in, enough to make her hands ache. Her side income over the past half year wasn't any less than Wan Yang's. With both spouses earning above-average salaries and ample opportunities for extra income, their life was naturally well-fed. One day it was braised spare ribs, the next day stewed pig's trotters, and the day after that, a whole chicken stuffed inside a pig's stomach. Even Godan, who often tagged along to the Wan family for free meals, had gained a noticeable layer of fat. Li Xiaotong was running around like a chicken with its head cut off, while Wan Yang had it much easier. The machinery overhaul at the satellite factory wrapped up just as winter set in. They stashed away the accumulated benefits, sending what needed to be delivered to the division headquarters for his mother-in-law. So by year's end, the couple's roles had almost flipped. When Li Xiaotong was swamped, it was Wan Yang's turn to stay home. Cooking and such had basically become his domain. If Li Xiaotong was too busy to come home for meals, Wan Yang would even pack a lunchbox and bring food to his wife. This had the womenfolk all around them green with envy. How could these sisters be so lucky? The two sons-in-law the Li family found for them both knew how to cherish their loved ones. As the new year approached, another piece of joyful news arrived. Li Xiaotong was pregnant. Not only was Wan Yang overjoyed, but the entire Li family was ecstatic. Li Baiquan had someone specially buy a dairy goat and put it in the Li family's backyard. "Keep it with your mother for now. Once the baby's born, I'll send it over. Nyo can drink goat's milk every day. Once the baby arrives, this goat will be even more useful." These days, dairy cows are hard to come by, but dairy goats are much easier to find. Babies without milk are hard to raise, and goat milk nourishes adults too. Amidst her joy, Liang Qiuyue whispered to Li Xiaotong, "Remember this, after this one, take 2 or 3 years off before having another. Having them back to back wears you out and isn't good for the children either." Once Wan Yang was out of earshot, she asked, "Have you thought about who will look after the baby once it's born?" That was a problem. Li Xiaotong was a key member of the accounting department. She couldn't take a whole year off work. Liang Qiuyue could help look after the child, but she was only in her 30s. She could easily work another 20 or 30 years. Her current job at the service center was a rare opportunity. She'd gotten it by sheer luck. The problem was, finding such a smooth job opening again would be nearly impossible. Asking Liang Qiuyue to give up her career would be such a waste. Grandma Li patted the mother and daughter on the back. "What's there to think about? Of course I'll go with you. I'll help our Nuonyuo raise the child." Having listened quietly for a while, she shot her daughter-in-law a disapproving look. "What's there to discuss? Naturally, I'll go." She couldn't trust anyone else to help with the postpartum period and childcare. Grandma Li was quick on her feet, loved cleanliness, was sharp without being fussy, and understood the ways of the world. Though called an old lady, she was only in her early 50s. She really wasn't that old. Nowadays, once you pass 40, you can pass for elderly, and in the eyes of the world, 50 truly made her an old lady. Wan Yang said, "Take good care of yourself, and the old lady will surely live to be 100. Now that old Mrs. Li offered to watch the baby, not just Li Xiaotong but Wan Yang welcomed the idea too. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong had discussed it, both had jobs, and if they had no one to watch the baby after it was born, they'd planned to hire an older woman to help, paying her with money and goods to look after the child. Wan Yang had secretly thought old Mrs. Li might be willing to watch the baby, but he hadn't dared to ask. Now, everyone was delighted. Liang Qiuyue gestured inside. Have a good talk with Wan Yang. Your mother-in-law is probably eager too. Wan Yi's daughter-in-law married into the family before you, and I hear she hasn't had children yet. She must be going crazy waiting for a grandchild. No, that's not her grandson, it's her granddaughter. Li Xiaotong's eyes widened, puzzled why her mother would mention the Wan family out of the blue. Wan Yang married into the family, and the child won't carry the Wan surname, he'll take my Li surname. Li Xiaotong's eyes widened, puzzled why her mother was suddenly bringing up the Wans. Ha? Liang Qiuyue looked astonished. Did you come up with this yourself? Or did Yangzi tell you? We agreed on the marriage arrangement from the start. Naturally, the child takes my surname, Li Xiaotong replied matter-of-factly. But when you two got married, we never explicitly stated it, did we? Maybe Wan Yang has other ideas? Liang Qiuyue said cautiously. Times have changed. As time went on and her son-in-law's talents became increasingly apparent, Liang Qiuyue's heart grew uneasy. A son-in-law this capable, our daughter marrying him is something to envy, even if it stirs a bit of jealousy. But if we bring up that old business of him becoming a son-in-law by marriage, we might end up offending Yangzi and leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. As long as the two kids are happy together, it doesn't matter whether she married him or he became a son-in-law. They're both in the provincial capital anyway, and both are close to the Li family. Li Xiaotong just laughed at her mother's overthinking. What could Wan Yang possibly be thinking? Lately, whenever he ponders baby names, he's been thinking of ones that go with the Li surname. Wan Yang never wavered from his original plan. Ah! This was truly unexpected. A capable son-in-law who hasn't wavered in his resolve all this time. Li Xiaotong couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Mom! I'm the one carrying and giving birth to the child, why are you always serving Wan Yang? Not me? Li Xiaotong tilted her face up, pouting playfully at her mother. Here, here. Liang Qiuyue hurriedly served her daughter several more bites, watching her daughter and son-in-law with a warm smile. Wan Yang smiled slightly, quietly pinching his wife's arm before serving her another portion of Li Xiaotong's favorite dish. Liang Qiuyue saw this and beamed with delight. As long as the two children got along well, that was all that mattered. Whenever Li Baiquan had free time, he'd take his guards to the wild ravines outside the city to break the ice and catch fish. Though the catch wasn't large, the fish soup was nourishing. What a comfortable and satisfying New Year it was. After the New Year holiday began, Li Xiaotong returned to the Li family home with Wan Yang. By the time the Lantern Festival rolled around less than 20 days later, Li Xiaotong had gained 3 pounds. She did nothing but eat and drink. At her parents' home, with others tending to her, Wan Yang could finally relax his constant vigilance over his wife and focus on his own affairs. On the surface, Wan Yang hadn't returned to Shirley Village, merely sending back an extra 2 yuan worth of grain for the new year. Siyekian had made it clear from the start, daughters married out of the Wan family needn't return home for the new year. Essentially, once married, they severed all ties with the Wan family. If they lived well, they needn't support the old Wan household. If they lived poorly, they shouldn't come begging. As a son-in-law who married into the family, Wan Yang followed the same precedent. To silence the village gossip, Wan Yang sent an extra ration home each year, one more than his 3 sisters, as a token of filial support. When the holidays came, Wan Yang did return home, but not to Shirley Village. Instead, he visited his wife Siyekian's hometown, Tontiango Village. According to the course of events from his previous life, this was around the time his maternal uncle's son, Si Jinbao, committed his first crime. In his previous life, Si Jinbao had drunk heavily during the New Year's celebrations. In a moment of reckless passion, he had abducted a young woman, raping and murdering her before burying the body. His first crime went undetected, emboldening him to subsequently rape numerous innocent girls. Being a cousin through his aunt, Si Jinbao bore a passing resemblance to the Wan brothers. In his previous life, the cunning Si Jinbao had manipulated the Wan family name to mislead victims, framing them for his crimes. Wan Yang refused to wait until the situation spiraled out of control, forcing that family to stumble blindly and ruin his reputation. He intended to nip the problem in the bud. Wan Yang not only sought out families in Tongtiango Village who were at odds with the Si family, but also reconnected with several close friends from Shirley Village. Wan Yang tore open a pack of cigarettes and handed out 2 to each of his buddies. Bro Yang, we heard you made it big in the provincial capital. Care to share? Not bad. Black girl's dad's got some serious skills. It's nice to have a big tree to lean on. Wan Yang felt no shame about being a son-in-law. Among the village brothers, having a powerful father-in-law was something to be envied. They say Uncle Li is a division commander? Yep. A real army division commander. Wan Yang didn't hide anything, giving a thumbs up and speaking with confidence. Did he come home for the new year? No, I came back to handle some business. Once it's done, I'll head back to spend the holidays with my father-in-law. The group exchanged awkward glances, too embarrassed to bring up Wan Yang's son-in-law status. Seeing the awkward silence, Wan Yang cut straight to the point. I'm back this time to ask you guys for a favor. I had a falling out with Si Jinbao back then. My mom told me that guy has been stirring up trouble for me back home several times and is trying to set me up. That bastard Si Jinbao isn't a good guy. He's been bad-mouthing you. Wang Lei nodded. We're living under our father-in-law's roof, can't let anyone find a handle on us. Keep an extra pair of eyes out for that bastard Si Jinbao. If anything happens, notify me immediately or tell Team Leader Han at the Farmers Association. Got it. Huh? You're acquainted with Team Leader Han from the Farmers Association? Team Leader Han and our section chief were comrades in arms. They're tight. Wan Yang kept pulling out his connections to make himself look important. Li Hu's eyes lit up. Alright then. For the sake of your friendship with Team Leader Han, we brothers will keep an eye on Si Jinbao for you. Once we get any news, we'll report it to Team Leader Han. That'll get us talking to him, right? We can satisfy Wan Yang and establish a connection with the Agricultural Association, killing two birds with one stone. The Agricultural Association wields significant power in the surrounding townships. Just getting a foot in the door is a major achievement. Keep a close eye on him. Right, keep a close eye on Si Jinbao. You can count on it. Wan Yang tore open half a carton of cigarettes, tossing one box to each man. Special supply, my father-in-law gave these to me. As long as we find dirt on Si Jinbao, I'll ask my father-in-law for more. At the very least, you'll each get another box. That's awesome. We get to try these special supply cigarettes too. The group was thrilled. They hadn't thought much of the cigarettes Wan Yang had just handed out. But now that he'd explicitly called them special supply, they were suddenly excited. Entertainment was scarce in the village, just card games, bragging, and playing bomb cards. With these special supply cigarettes, they'd have something to talk about all winter long. Chapter 44, Your help is useless. I won't save you, and I can't. Wan Yang had been back in the provincial capital for barely 2 days when the new year arrived. Early on the third day of the Lunar New Year, Li Hu sent Wan Yang a telegram, dog in trouble, locked up. Just as Wan Yang was considering whether to return home, Han Jiandong called him directly at the military base. Since the service station had no phone, Li Baiquan sent a guard to fetch him to the office to take the call. Han Jiandong's voice carried a hint of apology. Brother Wan, sorry to disturb you during the holidays. I called the 825 base, but Min Fu Wang said you were on leave at home. You haven't returned to Shirley Village, so I figured you'd be at division headquarters and called here. Yeah, I'm spending the new year with my father-in-law this year. Team Leader Han, what's up? There's this matter. In Tongtangu Village, there's a guy named Si Jinbao. Do you know him? Of course. He's my cousin on my uncle's side. Wan Yang's tone carried a hint of bewilderment. Well, he's been slandering your reputation out there. Worse, he's been raping and murdering people under your name. What? Wan Yang exclaimed. Well, it's a miracle. If Wang Lei and Li Hu hadn't happened to pass by after their card game and caught him red-handed, your reputation would have been ruined. Han Jiandong sighed. What an undeserved calamity. How could someone slander another like this? This criminal actually used someone else's name. And he's even a relative. Having a relative like this, Wan Yang must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. It was a close call. Wan Yang was almost framed. On the second day of the new year, a drunken Si Jinbao, feeling triumphant after a card game, encountered a pretty young bride returning to her parents' home. Fueled by alcohol, he began to pester her. After pestering her for a while, the young bride struggled to escape. But her petite frame couldn't match a man's strength. Driven by lust, Si Jinbao covered her mouth and dragged her into a haystack. As he roughly tore at her clothes, he intimidated her by invoking Wan Yang's name. My father-in-law is a division commander. Just play nice and let me have my way. If I make you feel good, I'll make sure you live in luxury from now on. The young bride fought back fiercely, biting Si Jinbao hard. This only enraged him further. He grabbed her by the throat to intimidate her, but his grip was too tight. He ended up killing her. The village ne'er-do-well was wandering around outside when he saw Si Jinbao committing his crime. Afraid of trouble, he dared not approach, only peering from the sidelines. But when he sensed the young bride beneath Si Jinbao had gone still, he broke out in a cold sweat. The ne'er-do-well rushed to the Farmers Association and reported the incident to the armed members. He spilled the beans about every detail of Si Jinbao's actions. Having heard the entire incident, he reported it using the very name Si Jinbao had used to threaten him. Li Hu and his crew, tasked with watching Si Jinbao, noticed he vanished after playing cards. Figuring he'd head back the way he came, they followed the path. They spotted Early Uzi running frantically but paid him no mind. As they approached the haystack, they heard Si Jinbao's boasting. Everyone could see him inside the haystack, bragging about his powerful connections, his father-in-law being a military officer, fearing no one, and spouting nonsense about the Wan Yang and Wan family names. With their numbers, the guys exchanged glances and decided to muster their courage. They stepped forward and caught him red-handed. To their shock, the figure beneath him, the one he was assaulting, lay utterly still. While they wrestled with Si Jinbao, the woman made no attempt to flee. Li Hu assumed Si Jinbao had knocked her unconscious and stepped forward to rouse her. But when he touched her, he realized he couldn't even feel her breath. Several people were terrified. How could this be? Si Jinbao had killed someone, and when they grabbed him, the bastard was actually desecrating the corpse? The bastard was still yelling threats. Who dares arrest me? My father-in-law is a division commander. Let me go now, or I'll have him throw all of you in jail. Li Hu slapped Si Jinbao hard across the face. Who doesn't know you, Si Jinbao? What are you yelling about? We know exactly who you are. The people who were just playing cards with you, how could they not know? Wang Lei stepped forward and slapped him. You dare frame us brothers here? Are you out of your mind? The Wang and Si families had long been at odds over land and homestead disputes. Given this chance, they were determined to teach Si Jinbao a harsh lesson. Si Jinbao struggled to escape but couldn't break free, getting beaten and kicked to his feet. While he was being beaten senseless, the good-for-nothing who'd run off to report it to the Farmers Association returned with reinforcements. Land reform was nearing completion, and team leader Han was about to be promoted to head the Public Security Brigade. How could such a major crime occur right at the start of the new year? When Han Jiandong heard the perpetrator's name mentioned in the report, something felt off. Everyone said Wan Yang had gone to the provincial capital with the Li family and hadn't even returned for the new year. So who was committing crimes in Tongtiango village? He hurriedly gathered his men and followed the ne'er-do-well to search for the suspect. They ran squarely into Li Hu's gang, who were dragging Si Jinbao out of the haystack. This case was a slam-dunk success. Had Li Hu's crew not intervened in time before Si Jinbao could even pull up his pants, they'd have caught the culprit red-handed. The murder and corpse charges would have been pinned squarely on Wan Yang. Fortunately, other witnesses at the scene helped clear Wan Yang's name. Do I still need to go back for this? A sharp gleam flashed in Wan Yang's eyes. No need. Just wanted to tell you about this. The guy was caught red-handed committing the crime. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence, the facts are undeniable. He's already locked up. He'll likely get the death penalty. Your buddy even helped you report him for framing you. So charges of rape, murder, and framing someone? He won't get away with it. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. It's what we should do. Soon, the siblings Si Yaochen and Si Yuchen found their way to Factory A25. Since the factory was closed for holidays, they eventually made their way to the military compound. The military compound wasn't open to just anyone, and they were stopped at the gate. Wan Yang spotted them from outside the main gate. Yangzi, you gotta save us. What kind of help? Your cousin Jinbao got arrested. Your father-in-law is powerful, hurry and talk to him. It's all a misunderstanding. Si Yaqian pounded his thigh as he poured out his troubles to his son. Jinbao is the only hope for our Si family. He can't get into trouble. Wan Yang's uncle Si Yuchen glared fiercely at Wan Yang. They'd gone through all that trouble to come to the provincial capital, searched high and low for someone, and now they weren't even allowed inside the gate. Si Yuchen's anger flared the moment he saw his nephew. Killing demands retribution, debt demands repayment. After downing 2 shots of cat piss, he's lost all sense of who he is. Wan Yang never let them in. Ha! Si Yuchen was stunned. He hadn't expected his son, who hadn't returned to the village, to know what had happened back home. What should we do? He's your own flesh and blood cousin. He's the only child of your uncle and aunt, he can't go to prison. Si Yuchen pleaded gently. Your coming here won't help. I won't save him, and I can't save him. You ungrateful bastard. The Si siblings tried to pressure Wan Yang with filial piety, but he cut them off immediately. When he raped and murdered, he bragged that his father-in-law was General Li and that he himself was a Wan. Did you know that? Wan Yang shattered their illusions. Ha! You know about this? Si Yaochen dared not meet Wan Yang's gaze. The look on her face made it clear she knew everything about this incident. Si Yuchen was rendered speechless by this single sentence, his eyes bulging wider than a cow's. Wan Yang sneered coldly, my father-in-law won't tolerate any nonsense. With someone like this tarnishing my reputation, you expect me to ask him to save him? Do you really think I'm that easy to push around? Si Yuchen began throwing a tantrum. No way. You have to save him. Whether you want to or not. You've already set up camp in the provincial capital. This is just a minor matter, it's as easy as lifting a finger. But murder? That's not something I can just wave my hand at. My father-in-law can't wave his hand at it either. He hates evil with a passion. If he finds out someone's tarnishing the Li family's reputation like this, he might even impose a harsher sentence on Si Jinbao, adding another charge. Are you sure you want me to save him? Ha! The Si siblings exchanged a stunned glance. If the punishment is increased. What then? This is the Si family's business, the Wan family's business, what does it have to do with the Li family? Si Yuchen lowered his voice, appealing to reason and emotion. Yangzi, your uncle doted on you when you were little. Wan Yang snorted coldly. Loving me meant sending me to your house to cut pig grass, carry water, and clean pigsties? Loving me meant making me do all the chores Si Jinbao didn't want to do, he retorted. Seeing Wan Yang unyielding to both soft and hard approaches, Si Yuqian grew impatient. No matter what, I'm your uncle. Your mother's eldest brother. Uncle Huang is the boss everywhere. If you won't help, you're heartless and ungrateful bastard. Wan Yang changed the subject. Then would you ask my sisters to help you?
Married girls have nothing to do with the Si family.
Si Yuqian waved his hand dismissively. The moment the words left his mouth, Si Yuqian's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Wan Yang's next words turned to her. Then why don't you ask your sister why I won't help? Si Yuqian's gaze shifted to Si Yaqian, fixing her with a fierce stare. Si Yaqian stammered, Brother Yangzi married out. Si Yuqian erupted in fury. When did this happen? How come I didn't know?
Wan Yang's expression was a mix of amusement and coldness. When my mother kicked me out of the Wan family, I severed all ties with them. Naturally, I have no connection to the Si family either. My mother said all my assets would go with my sisters, so you needn't bother with me anymore. He paused, his eyes flashing with an unusual light.
And I intend to personally hold Si Jinbao accountable for framing me. No. Dead Money and Si Yaoqian shouted in unison. What's going on? What are you doing here?
This is a restricted military zone. Quiet down. The sentry at the gate, seeing two outsiders shouting in bursts, immediately approached with his rifle raised to investigate. The sight of the men's menacing rifles sent a chill through Si Yaoqian and his sister, shrinking them like frightened chicks.
Nothing. Just talking.
We're leaving. Seeing Wan Yang completely ignore them and his tone growing increasingly impatient, coupled with their own admission that they hadn't hired outsiders to handle their affairs, the two had no choice but to abandon their plan and slink away.
Chapter 45, He's been taken in.
After being scared off, Si Yuqian had considered continuing to confront Wan Yang or even the division commander, trying to find another solution. But Si Yuqian refused. She was afraid of her second son. She planned to head back before sunset. They had walked all the way to the provincial capital. They couldn't bear to spend money on a hired carriage, let alone the impossible to get train tickets. They could walk the roads, but they couldn't go without food. They ate the cold, hard cornbread they'd brought with them and drank hot water bought from a newsstand. Yes, they ate without spending a penny, but finding hot water to drink proved agonizingly difficult. They couldn't find a place to get water. It was so cold that the water pipes had frozen solid long ago. The wells were locked, and with the New Year holidays, there was no one around to unlock them. Fortunately, the newsstand was still open. They had no choice but to ask for a bowl of hot water. After drinking it, the newsstand owner charged them 1 fun. A penny for a drink of water? The brother and sister nearly died of heartache. With the bitter cold, sleeping rough by the bridge would surely freeze them to death. But staying another night in the provincial capital meant finding lodging. Spending money at a guest house would make these two faint from the pain. All right. Better head home. Wan Jia's second son had already made it clear he wouldn't help. If they kept pestering him, he might even kick them while they were down. He was holed up in the military compound, never coming out. That division commander hadn't been seen by anyone. Last time Liang Xiaoyue returned home in glory, she didn't bring Li Baiquan back with her. Where on earth could the Si siblings find him? Plus, as Wan Yang said, division commander Li detested evil with a passion. What if Wan Yang was right? What if the division commander, furious that Si Jinbao had tarnished the Li family's reputation, decided to add another charge to Si Jinbao's case? That would spell big trouble. The Si siblings deliberated over and over, finally deciding to return to the county seat to seek out the leaders of the Farmers Association and consider other options. The provincial capital was too far away to rely on, but the Farmers Association leaders were people they saw regularly. Perhaps they'd be more willing to listen. So the two set off on foot back to the county seat. Fresh snow had just fallen, making the road treacherous. After walking so long that morning and barely filling their stomachs with cornbread at noon, the thought of walking that far again in the afternoon left them utterly exhausted. But if they stopped, the cold would seep deeper with each pause. The longer they rested, the less they wanted to move, and the harder it became to walk. Dragging their leaden legs, they forced themselves to inch their way back. By the time they reached their respective homes, dawn was nearly breaking. Si Yaqian shivered as he took off his soaked cotton shoes and pants, sighing and complaining loudly enough to wake Wan Manton. Wan Manton, roused by the noise, was furious and snapped back, "Why did you have to get involved? Your sister-in-law didn't even go. What were you trying to prove? Tired? Why didn't you just die from exhaustion? He's my own flesh and blood nephew. My brother only has one son." Si Yaqian raised his voice, trying to drown out Wan Manton. Wan Manton was nearly driven mad by this woman. He's disgracing the Wan family's reputation. If Li Hu and the others hadn't caught him red-handed, that good-for-nothing would have spread rumors that our second son committed the murder. Have you considered what would happen if second son got arrested? How could they arrest him? He didn't do it. They couldn't possibly pin it on him. You know second brother hasn't done it before. So if you go to second brother today and ask him for help, will he help? What if he's holding a grudge? Once he was awake, he couldn't sleep anymore. Wan Manton got up, filled his pipe to the brim, and sat on the edge of the Kong to smoke.
Si Yaoqian didn't dare utter a word. Of course he was holding a grudge. Every month, the second son sent back half a sack of grain. For the new year, it was a whole sack. What if he got angry and stopped sending it back? If it weren't for the grain the second son sent back, he wouldn't dare smoke like this. Tobacco leaves cost money too. If he asked his wife to trade their grain for tobacco leaves, she'd yell at him from one room to the next. He dared. Now that he's grown a pair, he dares to be unfilial. I'll make sure the whole village of Yangadamantan knows, let the neighbors hear how disobedient he is. Si Yaqian shrieked. He married into the family. Wan Mantan's single remark silenced Si Yaqian. That was the fatal flaw. Ever since they kicked the second son out, he'd already drifted away from the Wan family. Now he's still willing to send food that's already more filial than most. What more do you want? Though Wan Mantan always hid behind his mother, he understood everything in his heart. As time passed, he couldn't help but regret not speaking up with the second son when Si Yaqian kicked him out. Things are what they are now. Wan Yang sending half a sack of grain a month is already generous. Danny, Ernie, Sunny, which one of them still has any connection? They stopped all contact long ago. If they don't come, then so be it. No matter how grim Si Yaoqian's expression grew, he remained stubborn. Who knows? That high-ranking military officer might not care about marrying into the family. Just because he agreed with Widow Li and Sister Chiu doesn't mean he'll still be willing once he's in the provincial capital. My son is so outstanding, he's already made a name for himself in the city. Maybe he wouldn't want to marry into the family either? Oomph. Wan Mantan snorted coldly. He tapped his tobacco pipe and snapped irritably, we'll see what surname Yangzi's child takes before deciding anything. As long as the child bears the Li surname, the Wan family will never be able to lay claim to Yangzi again. Oomph. One can't bear children, and now another one can't bear children either. Si Yaqian muttered under his breath, afraid the eldest son might hear. By the way, has Yangzi found a wife yet? No idea. He didn't say. You rarely see your son, and look at what you've done. You don't even ask about the important matter of carrying on the family line. Yet you're so eager to meddle in other people's business. Si Yaqian was scolded into silence by the men. Meanwhile, 10 miles away in Tongtiango village, Si Yaqian tossed and turned. What if we messed up? They didn't know before, but now that Yaoqian and I've stirred things up, what if they retaliate? What if Jinbao gets even more trouble? Should we go back to his aunt and see if she has any ideas? Her mind was muddled, she probably couldn't think of anything either. Si Yaqian sighed. Let's sell the grain at home and scrape together some money. We'll go see the leaders of the Farmers Association and see what they can do. Murder demands retribution, debts must be repaid. In the past, rape might have been punished with imprisonment, not death. But the nation was still young, and public security was a pressing concern. The state had just enacted the regulations on punishing counter-revolutionary activities of the People's Republic of China, cracking down hard on counter-revolutionaries and serious criminal offenses. Si Yaqian sold most of the family's grain, and Si Yaqian also secretly sold a significant portion of the Wan family's grain to help his older brother find a way out. Before Si Yaqian and Si Yaqian could find a way to exonerate Si Jinbao, the case suddenly reached a conclusion. Si Jinbao was sentenced to death for rape, intentional homicide, and framing others. He was transported to prison alongside other convicts, awaiting execution at a later date. No matter how much the Si family of Tongtangu village wailed and lamented, there was nothing they could do. Chapter 46, the meals at the small dining table remained unchanged. Though the plan had failed, the grain had already been sold. Upon learning this, Wan Mantan pressured Si to use the money to buy back the grain. They discovered that the money earned from selling 300 caddies of grain could now barely buy back 150 caddies. Money had lost its value, and grain prices had doubled. Furious, Wan Mantan beat Si with a shoe sole and a tobacco pipe until he begged for mercy, "You good-for-nothing woman." After the new year, Li Xingyuan and Shen Mingcheng had just returned from Shen Mingcheng's hometown. Shen Mingcheng lamented, "We should have come back sooner to pay New Year's respects at your place. Getting married in the first year, we didn't know these customs. When Sister Yufang asked about it after we returned, we finally realized we should have gone to Li Xingyuan's maternal home on the third day of the new year. While it's still within the first month of the lunar year, let's hurry and buy some gifts to visit your family," Shen Mingcheng thought, trying to make amends. "We're completely broke. How are we supposed to go?" Li Xingyuan's face darkened, and he didn't even want to move. This year's arrangements were truly a grave oversight. "My mom slipped me some cash before I left." Shen Mingcheng pulled a few bills from his pocket. Li Xingyuan pressed her lips together, silent. Mentioning his mother always left her at a loss for words. "Let's go." The two of them wandered around the streets, hoping to find some decent gifts, only to be stunned. How could prices have shot up so fast? They weren't this high before the new year. What's going on? Yeah, it's only been 20 days since the new year, and prices have more than doubled? The money they had on them wouldn't even cover food expenses, let alone gifts. What to do? Li Xingyuan was on the verge of tears. Shen Mingcheng managed to stay calm, but his suggestion was the same, "How about I go borrow some money?" With prices skyrocketing like this, who has any spare cash? Even with Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong's salaries, the rapid inflation meant they could barely break even. The Li Xingyuan couple couldn't afford to visit their parents' homes. They quickly spent their last cash on cornmeal. It was cheap and they'd make do with it, hoping to scrape through the month. After the new year, forget about improving their lives. Come mealtime, every household steamed cornbread in their pots. Just cornbread, no white flour mixed in. They couldn't afford the luxury of refined grains, and they had to ration it. Each person got one per meal, carefully shaped into small portions. No one dared admit their family had no grain. Smaller was better, smaller cooked faster. Otherwise, if they weren't fully cooked, eating them would give you diarrhea. Who could disagree? Cornmeal fills you up. The look on each face was beyond words. Hard-working folks like Yufang had dried plenty of vegetables in the autumn sun. Now they could simmer a pot of vegetable porridge to at least soothe their rumbling stomachs. Life at the Wan Yang household was much the same. He'd always been thoughtful about stockpiling grain at home. After getting their household organized, whenever he went out and brought back other things, he'd always sneak some grain back in inconspicuous bags. Plus, their family had a wide variety of ingredients: cured pork, cured ribs, eggs, things that kept well in the cold. They mixed these together to stretch out their meals. With Li Xiaotong being pregnant, her father would bring over a large jug of goat's milk every morning, anxious that she might not be getting enough nutrition. So, behind the scenes, life with Li Xiaotong wasn't as hard as it seemed. If all else failed, there was always the grain from his mother-in-law's place. Back when they hauled half a truckload from Shirley Village, it was all stored in her house as solid backup. Now things were even simpler. Taking advantage of Yu Qian and his sister coming to the provincial capital to look for work, Wan Yang had directly stopped sending half a sack of grain to his family each month as a token of filial piety. Half a sack of grain was enough to feed him and Li Xiaotong for a fortnight. As for the old home, the Wans had their own grain. Did they really need Wan Yang's subsidies now? Wan Yang felt perfectly justified in doling out this punishment. When the day arrived for Yu Qian to receive his usual mail parcel, he craned his neck, waiting and waiting. Days passed, but nothing came. Not only was there no refined grain, but even coarse grain was absent. Knowing he was in the wrong, Yu Qian dared not send a telegram to urge or complain. Just as Wan Manton had predicted, second brother harbored resentment and abruptly stopped sending his tribute. Compounded by losses from selling grain, Yu Qian endured daily scolding from Wan Manton. His life suddenly grew unbearable. In the provincial capital, people like Jin Jichuan and Shin Mingcheng weren't having an easy time either. Shin Mingcheng came from humble origins and was quite adept at managing his finances, but he couldn't handle a wife who was utterly inept at living within their means. As for Jin Ziyuan, his wife was a poor copycat. Whatever Li Xingyuan had, Xiao Danny wanted too. If she couldn't match them in clothes or housing, could she possibly fall short in food? If your family makes scrambled eggs, mine makes scrambled eggs too with extra scallions. Your family eats spare ribs, so mine eats spare ribs too with wadir mushrooms and carrots added. All this constant competing pushed Jin Jichuan to the brink of starvation. Jin Jichuan was a stubborn man. What if there was no food? Everyone had their own ways. Money isn't something you can just conjure up, and I won't blame you for that. Anyway, I'm not coming back for dinner. As soon as work ended, he headed straight to the cafeteria. Without bringing his own bowl, he naturally didn't spend his own money. Instead, he went directly to the small private room in the cafeteria. That's where the bosses usually ate big shots and small fry alike, splitting the bill for a table of several people. Jin Jichuan? He'd proactively join them. Today he was going to voice his opinions. The leaders couldn't very well refuse feedback, right? Alright. Come on in. To show hospitality, they add an extra pair of chopsticks and eat together. The next day, he'd bring another article to the leader, asking if it needed revisions. I'm preparing to submit it. Singing praises? That essay good thing. Come on. Come. Sit down and tell me all about it. After 3 or 5 days of this routine, everyone caught on. But this shameless fellow always found an excuse. If you tell him not to eat, he actually won't eat. He'll quietly sit beside you. No worries, boss, you eat first. I'll just nibble on the leftovers. How could anyone eat like that? Unless the boss wanted to lose their position, how could they treat people so badly? Fine, let's eat. That's how he found his way around meals, never quite full, but never going hungry either. After Jin Jichuan stopped coming back for meals, Xiao Danny was left with no other option. The only person she'd been close to back then was Yu Fang, but later they fell out over a petty squabble about work assignments after getting permanent positions. Yu Fang is a decent enough person as long as you don't mess with her interests. But if you try to take advantage of her? Forget it. I'm a straight shooter. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is yours. Think you can squeeze a single penny out of me? No way. I'll fight you tooth and nail until you're begging for mercy. Xiao Danny shamelessly asked Yu Fang for grain, but Yu Fang wouldn't lend it to her in a million years. I'm heavily pregnant, due to give birth in just over a month. You want me to help you out? I'm counting on others to help me out. Otherwise, what will my child drink after it's born? She left the other person red-faced with anger. Starving and desperate, Xiao Danny ventured out at night to break through the ice and catch fish. But the catch was meager. Everyone had their eyes on that spot, fishing in waves after waves. How could it ever be your turn? After just a few days of this, Xiao Danny collapsed while hauling coal. Brought back home, Min's wife couldn't stand it. She made a bowl of cornmeal gruel and sent it over, urging her to eat. She quietly sought out Jin Jichuan, pulling him aside in the hallway to whisper, "You can't just let your wife starve to death, can you?" Jin Jichuan snapped back, "What do you know? Mind your own business. If she doesn't go hungry, she'll never learn money can't be spent recklessly. She needs a lesson in managing finances she won't learn otherwise." Shen Mingcheng listened nearby, nodding in agreement. If he could, he'd let Li Xingyuan go hungry for a few meals himself. Sister Min meant well, but her efforts were rebuffed. Why bother? They don't appreciate it, and I've wasted a bowl of cornmeal gruel. What a loss. Someone nudged Jin Jichuan and whispered, "Aren't you close with Engineer Wan? Can't he help you out?" "We just can't do anything about it." Engineer was Wan Yang's title, a professional designation. Jin Jichuan detected the undertone of provocation and sneered coldly, "If you borrow, you must repay. Anyway, I can find ways to feed her. Starving her like this saves grain and teaches my wasteful wife a lesson. Who does it bother?" His attempted malice backfired, leaving him feeling humiliated. He turned and went back inside. Jin Jichuan snorted and curled his lip. Entering the room, he looked at Xiao Danny lying on the straw mat. "I told you our money's tight. We should be scrimping and saving. No matter how many times I said it, you wouldn't listen. One day scrambled eggs, the next day braised ribs. Well, look at us now. Not just no food for tomorrow, we've got nothing for today either. And now you're blaming me?" Xiao Danny retorted weakly. "You ate your fill of those good meals back then. Why wouldn't I eat it? I paid for it too." Jin Jichuan sneered coldly, "From now on, we each manage our own salaries. How I spend mine is none of your business, and how you spend yours is your own affair. If you want to live it up, go ahead. But don't drag me down with you. Are you even a man?" Xiao Danny suddenly sat up. "I'm starving to death. Instead of finding a solution, you're just nagging me here. You won't give me my wages, who knows what you're doing with that money? I'll do whatever I want, and you can do whatever you want. If you're capable enough to eat meat every meal, I won't envy you. But if you're not, and you starve yourself, don't come looking for me. I can't afford to support you." Shen Mingcheng and Li Xingyuan, diagonally across the hall, pressed against the doorway, listening to the couple's argument. Shen Mingcheng spoke up, "Did you hear that? If you keep wasting money, we'll do what the Jin family did." Li Xingyuan flared instantly, "You just watch me starve and do nothing? Why get angry?" Shen Mingcheng quickly plastered on a smile, "I was just teasing you. I'll starve with you, we'll both starve to death and turn into butterflies. That should work, right?" Li Xingyuan snorted through his nose, "That's more like it." Both stubborn on the surface, yet their hearts ached slightly at the sight of the two golden, glistening steamed buns on the table. They couldn't take it anymore. "How about I go to my uncle's place?" "Forget it." Shen Mingcheng now knew about the Li and Du family's situation. He didn't think it was wise to keep relying on the Du family financially. "Or maybe I'll write home and ask them to send a few dozen pounds of grain?" Li Xingyuan shouted, "No way. I'd hate for you to ask your family for anything." She couldn't stand her mother-in-law. After this visit home, she could tell they looked at her like she was dirt. Even bringing gifts didn't win her any favor. If she'd known this would happen, she could have saved that money to buy grain instead of wasting it all. The next day, Li Baiquan arrived carrying several dozen pounds of fine grain. It was divided into two bags, one given to Li Xiaotong, the other placed by Li Xingyuan's door. Since Li Xiaotong got pregnant, she'd been hungry early in the mornings, so Wan Yang always got up to cook breakfast. Seeing him arrive, Wan Yang hurriedly opened the door. "Dad, what brings you here?" Li Xiaotong had just gotten up and was tidying the bedding to water the plants. Li Baiquan stepped inside and looked around. He was surprised to see how well Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong had tidied up their small room. "You've done a good job." The breakfast spread on the small table was as usual: eggs, milk, and steamed buns. Li Xiaotong hadn't gone hungry at all. He instantly felt reassured his eldest daughter had married into a good family. Li Baiquan smiled with satisfaction as he instructed Wan Yang, "From now on, make a trip in the morning to fetch goat milk from home. The troops are about to deploy. And he wouldn't have time to deliver it here daily anymore." "Where are you going?" Li Xiaotong thought they were heading south. "No, it's to suppress bandits. Don't ask for specifics." After chatting for a while, Wan Yang personally escorted his father-in-law to the factory gate and watched him leave. As he turned to head back, he ran into Shen Mingcheng. Shen Mingcheng had chased after him. As soon as they met, he called out, "Brother-in-law, where's father-in-law?" Wan Yang pointed outside the factory, "He's gone." Shen Mingcheng was panting heavily. Spotting his father-in-law's still visible figure in the distance, he rushed after him, calling out "Dad," twice before the older man finally stopped. "Dad, we're so sorry. We went back to our hometown for the new year. Because of the wedding, we didn't tell our parents, and they were upset. So we stayed a little longer, and we ended up coming back late. I'm just not good at managing money. I didn't even have enough to buy 2 pounds of pastries, and I felt embarrassed to go home empty-handed to pay respects to the elders. Now we need your help again, and I feel so ashamed to face you. Saying this shows he's grown up. Li Baiquan's eyes softened with understanding. Whether you bring gifts or visit in person doesn't matter. It's the thought that counts. He glanced behind him, then casually averted his gaze. It's not that you're bad with money. I know my own daughter. Don't feel embarrassed to see me. I'm the one who should be embarrassed to see you. I didn't raise my daughter well, and now you have to bear the burden. Hearing this, Shin Mingqing felt profoundly ashamed. Father. Let me finish. No matter how many flaws she has, bear with her as much as you can. When you truly can't bear it anymore, remember this: she's the girl you always wanted to marry. If even then you feel you can't tolerate it, whatever you do, don't resort to violence. Come find me and tell me. I'm her father. No matter how bad it gets, I'll take her back home. These words made Shin Mingqing feel even more uneasy. Dad, how can you say that? Li Baiquan patted Shin Mingqing on the shoulder. Go now. Live well. Call me if you run into trouble. Watching the sturdy figure walk away, Shin Mingqing turned and saw Li Xingyuan emerge from around the corner. She must have overheard their earlier conversation. Her eyes were red now. Shin Mingqing walked over. Let's go home. Don't be so stubborn anymore. I see Dad treats you just like he treats your sister. No difference at all. Li Xingyuan turned her face away. Where's the difference? The difference is huge. He's just biased. A wave of tenderness washed over Shin Mingqing. As long as he's not favoring you, it's all favoritism. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. Enough. You're old enough to stop dwelling on this. Want some sweet buns? Shall I make 2 for you today? Li Xingyuan's tears turned to laughter. The big one. All right, big ones. Shin Mingqing affectionately took his wife's hand, and the two walked back step by step. And so, the young couple who couldn't bear to watch each other suffer were once again enjoying fluffy white steamed buns. Chapter 47, We Fell in Love Freely. Upon returning home, Shin Mingqing immediately steamed sugar-filled buns for his wife. Dan sniffed the air, his eyes darting around. Everyone's cooking utensils were stored in the hallway, and the pot sat right by his front door. Sitting there, he could smell the sweet aroma. The little guy couldn't stop drooling. Shin Mingqing's face flushed red then paled. He had truly only made 2. Times were tough these days, and there really wasn't any extra food to spare. If it weren't for the fine grains his father-in-law had brought over, they'd have nearly gone hungry. So should he let the child eat or not? Min Fuwang returned home to find his son like this. His fist clenched, but he smiled and greeted Shin Mingqing before carrying the child inside. Then he called from inside, Dog Eggs Mom, come here a sec. Help me find something. What is it? Mrs. Min wiped her hands on her apron as she walked inside. The moment she entered, Min Fuwang shut the door behind her. Min's wife looked up to see her husband's face twisted with rage, his eyes bulging. She was startled. What's going on? You still ask? Min Fuwang pointed at her. How did you raise this child? To stand there staring at someone else's pot? Mrs. Min's eyes darted nervously. I just didn't have time to notice. You didn't have time. Min Fuwang grabbed his wife and started hitting her. You've brought nothing but shame upon me. What did I do? I told you before, but you never took it to heart. The folks across the hall live well, and I'm on friendly terms with them. When they gave the kids a few bites to eat, it was because they're kind-hearted. And you took that as a precedent? That young couple next door is struggling. They just made something tasty, and you let your kids stare at it. How is that not making things hard for them? They only gave it to the child out of pity. Don't you think they're cursing you under their breath? Don't you think they look down on you from the bottom of their hearts? Aunt Min is a woman with pride. Her butt must be bruised from all the beatings, yet she never uttered a word. Only when the man's hand stopped did she finally suppress her sobs. What choice did I have? I just wanted the child to eat better. To feed him well, we have to skimp on our own mouths. Min Fuwang's nose stung with tears. You're making that kid beg for a bite to eat? Let me tell you, if you keep this up, he'll grow up with a bent spine that'll never straighten out. Then he glared at the boy. When it's time to cook, you'd better stay put at home. If you dare go near the door again, I'll break your legs. Scared by his father, Doggy burst into tears. Dad, don't hit me. Don't hit me, Mom. The neighbors outside heard every word clearly, leaving Shin Mingqing, who was lifting the pot lid, feeling rather awkward. Yufeng ladled out the vegetable soup while saying, Enough, brotherman, stop hitting your sister-in-law. It's no big deal. I've got an old pumpkin I haven't brought myself to eat. I'll make pumpkin pancakes at noon and save some for the child. What could have been brushed off as unheard became even more awkward after she called out. Shin Mingqing stood awkwardly holding 2 steamed buns. Li Xingyuan emerged from inside, took a bun directly from Shin Mingqing's tray, placed it in the Min family's bowl, and then pulled Shin Mingqing into the house. Shin Mingqing pushed the tray toward Li Xingyuan and went to fetch yesterday's leftover corn cakes. I promised you two, but now there's only one left. Here, have it. Li Xingyuan split the bun in half and offered one portion to Shin Mingcheng. Hurry up, the sugar's about to melt. Shin Mingcheng's eyes sparkled with laughter. Life was bearable, at least the wife was just all talk. The Min couple emerged and saw the large steamed bun sitting in the bowl. They exchanged a glance. What was that supposed to mean? Mrs. Min looked at her husband. Should we return it? Bring them back. Min Fuwang sighed as he looked at the closed door. Remember their kindness. Stop gossiping about that young couple behind their backs. He gestured toward the wands across the hall. If not for the monk's sake, at least for the Buddha's sake. Got it. Mrs. Min replied gloomily. After a moment's thought, she dug out the old ginger root from home, took half of it, and sent it over to Li Xingyuan. These days, boiling it down into a thick decoction and drinking it down would definitely do the trick. Consider it returning the favor. They were on good terms, but now they'd exposed the gossipy Yufeng. Wang Shanju glared at Yufeng, her belly bulging. If it weren't for the kids you bore the zhongs, I'd have whacked you to death. If you kept your mouth shut, no one think you dumb. But you can't keep it shut when you should. That tongue of yours is just superfluous. Yufeng thrust her belly forward. Go ahead and hit me if you dare. It really wasn't a big deal. But after the new marriage law came into effect, things changed. Promoting the marriage law wasn't just about Li Xingyuan reading it over the loudspeaker. Female cadres who had undergone specialized training were also assigned to the factory to do women's federation work. Li Xiaotong had only half listened at first, paying little attention. Her pregnancy was becoming more noticeable, and sitting on this hard bench was uncomfortable. She was thinking about what kind of cushion she could get tomorrow to support her back and make it more comfortable. Little did she know that while she had no interest in them, they had interest in her. They came looking for her directly. When she tried to enter, she was stopped by Auntie Wu, who handled miscellaneous tasks in the finance department. The finance department isn't a place for just anyone to come and go as they please, you know? Feng Shufan took 2 steps back and bowed politely. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Leaning forward slightly, she inquired, is Comrade Li Xiaotong here? My name is Feng Shufan. I have some business with her. Li Xiaotong escorted her out and invited her into the activity center next door, which belonged to the accounting department. Please sit down. Li Xiaotong, her belly protruding, gestured for her guest to sit down. I heard the factory hired a young, beautiful female worker. People were wondering when they'd get to meet her. Well, talk of the devil, here she is. Feng Shufan smiled. Well, we're truly on the same wavelength. I've heard your name since I first arrived at the factory. It's legendary. And everyone says you hold great respect in the hearts of all the female workers. You're flattering me, it's everyone elevating me. Her expression turned serious as she looked at the newcomer. Sorry, but even if we hit it off, I can't chat much during work hours. I've got a lot on my plate. What brings you here, Comrade Feng Shufan? Please just get to the point. Feng Shufan paused before speaking. Well, I'm here to promote the new marriage law. Li Xiaotong nodded solemnly. What can I do? Well, Feng Shufan continued, I heard your marriage was also arranged by your parents? Who told you that? Li Xiaotong frowned. Feng Shufan waved her hand, sidestepping the question. Here's the thing, I heard about a particularly discriminatory incident involving a female worker named Xiao Danny. Have you heard of her? Yes, Li Xiaotong nodded. What happened? She fainted from hunger earlier, almost starved to death. Feng Shufan grew agitated. Her husband deliberately starved her until she collapsed. Right? What does that have to do with me? How could it not? Feng Shufan looked deeply distressed. I heard you almost got engaged to that Jin Jichuan guy, but your family opposed it, so it didn't happen. In the end, your family arranged this husband for you. As she spoke, she took Li Xiaotong's hand. Marrying Jin Jichuan was like falling into a pit of fire, but rushing to find another one might not be any better. Li Xiaotong understood, so she was implying Wan Yang was a hellhole? Is this woman crazy? What business is it of yours what happens between married couples? Have you even investigated properly? Yet here you are spouting nonsense. Li Xiaotong waved her hand. Comrade Feng, please hear me out first. I don't know where you picked up these rumors, but they're all one-sided accounts. Since you've heard someone else's version, I hope you'll also listen to the heartfelt words of the person involved me. Let's hear my side before you jump to conclusions, okay? Feng Shufan, shut up, speak. Speak. I'm listening. I'll listen carefully. Li Xiaotong began by explaining the Jin family's background and why they had proposed marriage. Both my family and I have impeccable class standing. That is, we're landlords, of course. Comrade Jin Jichuan later confirmed he wasn't actually the son of landlords but an intellectual from a poor background. Still, without knowing that, our class stance was unwavering. Feng Shufan nodded, that's commendable. Back then, I didn't fancy the landlord's son, I fell for the landlord's farmhand instead. Li Xiaotong said this with a laugh. We went together to graze sheep on the western ridge and collected manure from the riverbed. Could that be considered free love? Feng Shufan paused, taken aback. Though it sounded awkward, what she said wasn't wrong. Of course it was free love. Based on free love, respecting our parents, openly sharing this with our families, and establishing a marriage with their blessings, I believe this shows respect for marriage. Do you see any problem with that? Li Xiaotong asked again. It doesn't sound like there's a problem. Then that's fine. Li Xiaotong stood up, gently rubbing her belly with a smile. Free love, careful marriage to build a family, and then naturally having children, isn't that the right way for a marriage? Yes. Absolutely right. Then I'm relieved. Alright, I'm really busy here. Thanks for your concern. I need to get back to work. Li Xiaotong walked out, leaving him behind in the activity room. When she returned home that afternoon, Li Xiaotong noticed something off about Wan Yang. Wherever she went, his intense gaze followed her. What's wrong? Nothing, I just like watching you. What are you looking at? I exercised today and ate properly. Li Xiaotong could only give an honest assurance. You're the best. Wan Yang couldn't resist and reached out to pinch her cheek. Her skin felt so soft and smooth beneath his fingers. Blackie wasn't dark at all anymore. Wan Yang had nurtured her until she glowed with a healthy, rosy complexion. Most pregnant women in their second or third trimester suffer from poor health or even swelling, but Li Xiaotong showed none of these symptoms. She was still as spry as ever. What are you staring at? Li Xiaotong felt Wan Yang was acting strangely today. His gaze was intensely heated, making her heart race like a rabbit trapped in her chest. We fell in love freely. Wan Yang sighed. Of course we did. Li Xiaotong retorted firmly, shooting him a sharp glance. Then it hit her. Oh, you mean you heard that phone something came looking for trouble? Yeah, heard about it. Also heard you put her in her place. Wan Yang grinned, showing all his teeth. Pretty awesome, huh? Li Xiaotong was thick-skinned when it came to today's events. She immediately started bragging. Awesome. My wife is the best. Wan Yang praised her without pause. Li Xiaotong muttered under her breath, exactly. I mean, what's a young girl doing here stirring up trouble? She's not even married, doesn't even know what marriage is, and she's just here causing trouble. She must be bored out of her mind. Whether it was due to her pregnancy or not, she was now impatient and unwilling to hold back. If I don't want to hold back, I won't. We're about to become deputy section chiefs, no one can give us a hard time. And I'm here for you. Wan Yang pulled his wife onto his lap, bouncing her up and down a couple of times. Yeah, you're here. Li Xiaotong beamed with delight, unable to resist cupping Wan Yang's face with her palms and smacking his cheeks back just like he always did to her. Nighttime. Wan Yang lay beside Li Xiaotong, staring blankly at her sleeping face. He realized he still didn't understand Black Girl as well as he thought. All these days, he'd been anxious about what Hanyu might be thinking of him. Truth be told, I still lack confidence. Having lived as a drifting soul in his past life, he was confident he could thrive in this reborn existence and care well for those he cherished. But he couldn't confidently say that someone would steadfastly choose him. After all, from childhood to adulthood, from his past life to this one, he had always been the one abandoned time and again by his parents. So when it came to trusting others, he never felt confident. That Hanyu could choose him so resolutely made him absolutely ecstatic. He had always thought love would come suddenly and intensely, like the relationship between his sister-in-law and his brother-in-law, Shin Mingcheng. But there was another kind of love, one that grew through mutual support and shared hardship over time. Just as his wife declared today, they were free to love each other. From meeting to understanding to staying together, he and Hanyu had grown to almost read each other's minds. This was love. A good marriage is healing childhood wounds, filling the emptiness of the past. He knew the void within his heart had been completely filled by his wife, while the emptiness belonging to his family had been filled by his mother-in-law, Grandmolly, and his father-in-law. Therefore, he has fully forgiven the Wan family for their past wrongs and no longer holds them in his heart. Why would you want to take revenge on someone? Most of the time, it's because that person hurt you, made you suffer injustice, and left you harboring resentment. Those we seek to avenge are invariably people we once cared about. The cruelest revenge one can inflict is utter disregard. To sever all emotional ties cleanly and completely, leaving no lingering connection. All ties with the Wan family were now severed, never to be restored. From now on, his heart would hold only his wife, mother-in-law, grandmother, and father-in-law, and soon, their child. That was enough. Wan Yang gently kissed Li Xiaotong's forehead. Li Xiaotong murmured softly, tilting her head toward Wan Yang as if searching for something. Wan Yang gently drew closer to her. Li Xiaotong immediately snuggled into his embrace, sinking into a deep, contented sleep. Wan Yang kissed her once more, holding her close as they both drifted off together. Chapter 48. My wife's a tiger, but she's smart too. The warmth within the Wan household didn't mean harmony elsewhere. Promoting understanding of the marriage law was a key national priority, indeed, the foremost priority. The marriage law granted women true liberation, its significance immeasurable. Even when future generations recalled this era, many would struggle to grasp the magnitude of its impact. Rumors swirled throughout the factory these days who had divorced whom. Forced marriages, arranged marriages, marriages brokered by parents, and child brides.
The most common types involve wives unable to endure their mothers-in-law's oppression, or those who have one family back home and another right beside them. The Civil Affairs Department is reportedly swamped. It seems every neighborhood office in the city even has quotas, using divorce numbers to measure how well they're doing their legal education work. Wan Yang said this crude method of measuring work by numbers is fundamentally flawed. But this is just the beginning. When will it end? Not anytime soon. It's only the 1950s. Life won't be as easy as it will be in the decades to come. You had to watch your every word and action, or you could easily slip into trouble. There were plenty of cases of people seeking a divorce only to regret it later. He cautioned Li Xiaotong again and again. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I've got a child to raise. I'll keep my ears open, but my mouth stays at home. If I hear anything, I'll bring it back to you. Hearing Li Xiaotong say this, Wan Yang could finally relax. His wife might be fierce, but she was also sharp, far more savvy than the rest of the crowd. After dinner that evening, the factory office came to the building, going door to door to announce that a women's mobilization meeting would be held in the small auditorium that night. Mobilization for what? Mobilization for divorce. Attendance was mandatory. No shows would be marked absent, and forget about bonuses. This kind of meeting was only for the women-folk. Big shots like Wan Yang didn't need to attend. Left alone at home, Wan Yang hammered and nailed away, continuing preparations for the child's arrival. Li Xiaotong carried her sewing work with her, like most others, some mending shoe soles, others patching clothes. They listened to the meeting while working on their own tasks. You call a mobilization meeting and we have to attend, but that wastes our precious time after work. And you won't even let us multitask? That's not fair. Women's director Feng Shufan immediately called out names. Comrade Xiao Danny, tell us how feudal arranged marriages have harmed you. Xiao Danny was stunned. Me? What am I supposed to say? Just speak your mind, share your thoughts. Xiao Danny wrinkled her nose, recalling something. Aren't all marriages arranged? Those who defy family arrangements and run off with someone are called elopers. If caught, they'd be drowned in a pig cage. A wave of sympathetic laughter rippled through the room. After a moment's thought, Xiao Danny added, I'm not that kind of shameless person. I wouldn't do something so disgraceful. As she spoke, she kept stealing glances at Li Xingyuan. Li Xingyuan was seething. What do you think I mean? Li Xingyuan retorted dismissively, ignorance is truly frightening. I've been studying the marriage law for days straight. You clearly haven't grasped it. Li Xingyuan continued eloquently, we oppose arranged marriages and advocate for marriage freedom. Marriage is solely your own affair, having nothing to do with outsiders. This includes parents and elders at home. Anyone interfering in another's marriage is breaking the law. Her eyes flashed with arrogance, my marriage is free. I didn't tell my parents, but that's my right as a citizen. Your arranged marriage is the one that should be overthrown. She snorted coldly, oomph. And you dare look at me with that self-important gaze? What are you looking at? Don't you know whose marriage isn't encouraged? Xiao Danyi copied Li Xingyuan in everything and still regarded him as her imaginary rival. Li Xingyuan couldn't stand Xiao Danyi either. Having someone constantly watching her every move, copying whatever she did, it was unbearably annoying. Everyone listened, stunned. Well said. Feng Shufan stood up and clapped her hands loudly. Well said. That truly captures the spirit of the marriage law. Is that what the marriage law means? Everyone lowered their heads, avoiding Feng Shufan's gaze. If parents say so doesn't count anymore, then none of our marriages would be valid? Divorce a man? And then what? As the saying goes, it's better to demolish 10 temples than to destroy one marriage. Isn't that a sin? My family is perfectly fine, why must we be torn apart? Her muttering grew too loud, causing Feng Shufan's expression to darken slightly. She quickly backtracked, of course, divorce is everyone's freedom. That's more like it. Just as everyone relaxed, Feng Shufan spoke again, but I still want to say this to my fellow women, how much longer must we endure them? We bear children, raise families, and manage household chores. Some of us even work outside the home and we do it just as well as they do, yet we earn less. Why should they be allowed to beat and berate us at the drop of a hat? Her words grew increasingly inflammatory. We've overthrown the landlords, rich peasants, and capitalists. We've risen up to become masters of our own homes. We've toppled the 3 mountains, but we women cannot bear 3 more mountains within our own families. From now on, we will no longer tolerate the beatings and insults from our in-laws, the beatings and insults from our husbands, or the accusations and restrictions from our husbands' relatives. Yes. We won't tolerate it anymore. Her words struck a chord with the crowd. The small auditorium was filled with women clenching their fists in defiance. Feng Shufan led the chant, down with feudal arranged marriages. Down with feudal arranged marriages. Every one of them raised their right hands, shouting themselves hoarse. Down with arranged marriages. Standing atop a table, she appeared as the leader of the entire gathering. Everyone looked up at her, following her lead, down with arranged marriages. This fierce atmosphere of protest made Xiao Danny's legs go weak and her previously straight back slumped. Back home, she'd seen it all. Hearing those 2 words made her body tremble. Was her marriage something that should be overthrown?
If she didn't want to divorce, that was her choice. But what if others wanted to overthrow her? After the meeting ended, Xiao Danny remained seated, her mind a muddled mess. She tried to sort through these questions, but the more she thought, the more confused she became. Feng Shufan leaned in, adopting a heart-to-heart tone. Comrade Xiao Danny, your mindset needs to change. Your head is still filled with that feudal, rotten ideology, the dregs that should be crushed into the dust of history. Xiao Danny stared silently at Feng Shufan, unsure how to respond. Feng Shufan continued to gently guide her. This won't do. I see that it's not just your marriage that's in trouble, your mind is equally troubled. But don't worry, if there's a problem, we'll work hard to solve it. To change your mindset, we have to start with your mind. Unless we completely replace your mind, you won't be able to change your thoughts. Change my head? Xiao Danny touched her head, terrified. Comrade Feng, I actually get it. It's just divorce, right? Divorce. Why wouldn't I divorce? Who said I wouldn't? Divorce. Divorce is better than losing your head. Oh my. Comrade Xiao Danny, you're making progress at a remarkable pace. Feng Shufan beamed with delight. That's the spirit. Stand up bravely and say no. Back home, when Jin Jichuan, wrapped in a quilt, demanded of Xiao Dan and I, pour me a cup of hot water. Xiao Dan and I glared at him with wide eyes and shouted with all her might, no. Startlingly, Xiao Tong, who was nearly asleep, what's going on? Did Jin Jichuan hit his wife? Wan Yang gently patted Li Xiao Tong to calm her down, urging her to slow down and steady herself. With a hint of resentment, he said, you go back to sleep. I'll go see what's going on. There's a pregnant woman here. This racket is terrifying. He got up and went out. In the hallway, doors opened and closed one after another as everyone came out to see what was happening. Aunt Min called through her door, little Jean. You can't hit people. Comrade Feng said men and women are equal in marriage. If you keep this up, Danny will divorce you. Jin Jichuan heard the commotion outside and looked utterly speechless. What did I do? When did I ever hit her? I just didn't want to get out of bed and asked her to pour me a cup of hot water. What's the big deal? Divorce? He muttered irritably, fine, let's get divorced. I wish it would happen sooner. This statement set Xiao Danny off. Divorce. Right now. Whoever doesn't agree is a coward. With that, she burst into tears. Divorce is easy, but what comes after? The thought of it filled Xiao Danny with sorrow. Jin Jichuan, however, was startled by Xiao Danny's outburst. You really want to divorce? I haven't done anything to you. Though he disliked and couldn't stand her, he'd never considered divorce. No matter how you looked at it, divorce inflicted too much damage on a woman. If he truly wanted to do something so despicable, why had he agreed to marry her in the first place? Xiao Danny wiped her tears with her sleeve and gritted her teeth. Divorce. We divorce immediately. Right now. We have to divorce. If we don't, they won't just bring me down, they'll try to replace my very mind. What then? Xiao Danny dared not voice the thoughts churning in her mind. What's gotten into you? Jin Jichuan sensed his wife was acting strangely today. This hysterical demand for divorce seemed triggered by some shock. He sat up, puzzled. What's really going on? Did someone say something to you? We're husband and wife, don't hide things from me. I'm a man, after all. I've seen more of the world than you have. Let me talk some sense into you. Xiao Danny glared at him with resentment. Now you remember we're husband and wife? Where were you earlier? When you nearly starved me to death, why didn't you remember I'm your wife? Not this again. Is this ever going to end? Don't bring up the past. Jin Jichuan was annoyed too. I might regret other things, but I absolutely don't regret this. Look at you, acting all high and mighty just because you've got a few pennies. You've forgotten your roots. Forgotten how most people back home actually live. He even sneered sarcastically. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Your family isn't short on money, and you've never gone hungry or thirsty. All your food and drink comes from the Du family's hush money. It's the blood and tears of those whose families were torn apart, whose children were separated from their parents, that feeds your household. These words were even more venomous. Xiao Danny's face drained of color in an instant. Her movements slowed. Right. With such a deep grudge, how could they ever let me off easily? And the Du family probably resented her for exposing them. She'd heard that the Du family's auntie had divorced Blackie's father. If only she hadn't spoken up back then, wouldn't they have lived happily ever after? The Xiao family tore apart a perfectly good home, ruined her chances of becoming a respectable official's wife. The Dus must despise her to the core. Put yourself in their shoes. If this happened to you, you'd want to tear them apart too. Xiao Danini's expression grew increasingly grim. She seemed to have overheard someone mention that Li Xingyuan's mother was in charge of the Women's Federation. Not only would the Li family seek revenge, but the Du family would too. She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with panic. She was the head of the Women's Federation. Whether someone lived or died was entirely up to her word. Xiao Daning dared not cry out loud, yet she dared not say anything either. Sniffling, she retorted, don't put it so harshly. I know the true nature of your Jin family better than anyone. Others may despise me, but not you. We're two peas in a pod, let's not point fingers. This woman. Utterly unreasonable. Can't you speak properly? Jin Jichuan's eyes widened in fury. Can you even speak to me properly now? Can we even continue living together? No.
This marriage must end. Xiao Dani clenched her fists, her teeth gritted. Once divorced, those who seek to find fault or pull strings will have no grounds to do so.
As long as I don't slip up, I don't believe they can do anything to me. Anyway, following Jin Jichuan, I haven't enjoyed much happiness, just endless suffering. What was there to be reluctant about? Xiao Dani's words infuriated Jin Jichuan. Are you stupid? Everyone else came back from the meeting fine.
You were the only one who came back late, and the first thing you do is demand a divorce.
Tell me, did that Feng Shufan woman put you up to this? I'll go find her. Does she think she's the only one who understands marriage law? That we don't know anything? Does she think she gets to dictate whether our marriage works or not? Who does she think she is? What does she have to do with it?
Xiao Dani exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She frantically glanced around, terrified someone might overhear.
Xiao Dani gasped for breath, pointing at Jin Jichuan, her eyes bloodshot. You've got no filter. If I stay with you, your filthy mouth will be the death of me sooner or later. I'm telling you, this marriage is over. It has to end right now. She yanked the blanket off Jin Jichuan. She felt an immediate rush of exhilaration. That's right. Gender equality. Who says in marriage I have to wait on him hand and foot like some master, tiptoeing around his moods? She had her own job now, part of the working class. Would she starve without him? Xiao Dani gasped, get up. Divorce. Jin Jichuan sensed something was off with Xiao Dani today. Fine, let's divorce. But wait until tomorrow. It's the middle of the night, no one's going to process it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Are you sure about this? If we divorce, what about this apartment?
Once single, she'd no longer be tied to him.
No connection meant no dual income status. The apartment reserved for dual income households would have to be returned.
Xiao Dani's mind was consumed with her own survival, she couldn't care less about anything else.
Ha! So what if I live in a dorm? At least there are bunk beds. This dump doesn't even have a proper bed. In the dead of winter, you could freeze to death on the floor.
We just haven't saved up enough to buy a bed yet, Jin Jichuan replied, feeling a bit guilty. Among the households on the first floor, his was the only one still sleeping on the floor. Xiao Dani seized on this point. As long as I can divorce you, I'd gladly sleep on the floor again.
Jin Jichuan grew serious. You really want a divorce? Xiao Dani nodded. No regrets whatsoever? Absolutely no second thoughts? Jin Jichuan pressed. Absolutely no regrets. Xiao Dani declared with unwavering certainty.
Jin Jichuan sighed, pacing the room twice.
I'm asking you straight up.
If you're having trouble, tell me now, there's still time.
Two heads are better than one. I can help figure it out.
If you can't bring yourself to say it, I can go ask around myself, find out what's really going on, then we'll talk it over.
Xiao Dani lunged forward, blocking the door completely with her body and leaning her back against it. Don't even think about slipping away. I have no difficulties, and I don't need you to ask anyone. I know my own business perfectly well.
Jin Jichuan looked at her.
Life after divorce isn't as easy as people imagine. Are you absolutely sure about this? My life isn't exactly a bed of roses now either. Xiao Dani snapped back stiffly. Let's divorce. I know you never really cared about someone like me. We'll part ways cleanly, you'll be free, and I'll be free too. What's the reason? What grounds for divorce?
Our marriage wasn't just a feudal arranged marriage, it was a business transaction. Xiao Dani was sharp as a tack at that moment.
Isn't that reason enough?
Back then, the Jin family handed over 100 acres of land deeds to the Xiao family.
If you're talking about a transaction, that's a solid one.
Xiao Dani took a deep breath, covering her face with both hands. With these 2 layers of marriage that should be abolished, how could we possibly stay together? Jin Jichuan sighed inwardly. Thank goodness we don't have children. If we did, with her constantly coming up with new schemes, life would never be peaceful. After a moment's silence, he said, then pack your things.
Leave my clothes, books, bedding, and lunchbox here. Take everything else with you. Pack up now. We'll file for divorce first thing tomorrow morning. When you come back, you can take your things to the dormitory. Otherwise, if you go over there in the middle of the night, you'll just have to wait outside their door until they get off work. If you come back to pack later, the whole hallway will be filled with onlookers. Yeah, it'll be even more embarrassing then. Xiao Dani knew deep down that Jin Jichuan's arrangement was the right thing to do.
But hearing him speak so convincingly, somehow it only made her feel worse.
He claimed he wouldn't leave, but hadn't he already made all the arrangements in his heart? Deep down, who knows how much he was secretly hoping for it. After listening for a while, the commotion inside the Jin household gradually died down. All right, it's settled. Everyone, go to sleep. Only then did everyone feel reassured enough to return home. Sleeping soundly until dawn, Li Xiaotong opened her eyes and finally asked Wan Yang, what was all that commotion last night?
They were arguing about divorce.
Wan Yang helped his wife up, offering his hand to steady her waist as she pulled herself up. Don't worry about it. People live their own lives. Whether they stay together or part ways, it's all a blessing. For the original couple, if they can work things out and stay together, that's great. But if they truly can't go on, divorce might be a relief for both. Who can say for sure? Chapter 49. While others chatted, he made progress and the gap widens. When Wan Yang went out to cook, he spotted Jin Jichuan and Xiao Danny leaving the building one after the other. Everyone in the hallway watched, but the heavy atmosphere kept them from asking a single question. Only after they were out of earshot did Sister Min whisper, "Can they get divorced?" The people in the hallway all shook their heads, hard to say. As long as Xiao Danny isn't out of her mind, this marriage probably won't end. Jin Jichuan is a key player in the technical department, while you, Xiao Danny, are just a boiler operator. If you don't hold on tight, you probably won't find anyone better than a machinist if you get divorced. Among all these arranged marriages, no one had ever actually gone through with a divorce. The significance of the conference lay in its message. At least the points about gender equality in marriage and monogamy gave the women in the factory a real boost. Back in the Republic era, they talked about monogamy too, but what was the reality? From top to bottom, how many actually practiced it? Everyone just lived their own little lives. Wan Yang had just finished feeding his wife and was about to head out to work. Outside, a commotion erupted. Xiao Danny was now stomping her feet and cursing. She cursed Jin Jichuan and the man behind him, shameless. Who knows when they hooked up? Now he's clinging to me, demanding I make room for him. What's going on? Min's wife stepped forward. You two, last night's quarrel is over. Why can't you let it go today? Who's his wife? Xiao Danny pointed at a crowd gathered on the balcony. Listen up, everyone. I'm divorced from Jin Jichuan. From now on, we have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Divorced? Really divorced? The building erupted in commotion. They had a fight yesterday, and today they're divorced? The looks they gave Xiao Danny were beyond words. How impulsive. Couldn't they have talked it out? Everyone's gaze secretly shifted to a girl standing behind Jin Jichuan. But what does this mean? Jin Jichuan and Xiao Danny faced off. That's exactly what I was about to say. I divorced her. From now on, we have absolutely nothing to do with each other. With that, he reached back and pulled the girl forward. Some folks recognized her, others didn't. Let me introduce her. Her name is Zhu Lily, a female worker from Workshop 1. We've obtained our marriage certificate. Jin Jichuan pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it, something resembling a certificate. From now on, Zhu Lily is my wife. One hasn't even left yet, and he's already bringing another one in? Zhu Lily opened the canvas bag on her back, grabbed handfuls of candies, and scattered them around. Wedding candy for everyone. Wang Shanju worked in the same workshop as Zhu Lily. Both he and Yufeng knew her a pretty straightforward girl. The men hesitated to speak up, so Yufeng interjected, Lily, you're not with that guy, little Zhang, right? You two aren't. Just as she spoke, Wang Shanju tugged her arm. Yufeng swatted his hand away. Can't we even ask questions? Really? Zhu Lily showed no embarrassment, stating bluntly that bastard Zheng Kuan-Yuan said he'd marry me, and today was the set date. I waited for him all morning, only for him to show up and say sorry, he couldn't marry me. He'd met another girl and was going to marry her. When I asked, I found out it was Deputy Plant Manager Zhang's daughter. Deputy Plant Manager Zhang has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter isn't young anymore, she's stocky and sturdy, with a face full of pockmarks. This girl before me wasn't exactly stunning, but she had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and well-proportioned features. She wasn't beautiful, but she certainly wasn't ugly either. And listening to her speak, she had a sharp, decisive tone. With Zhu Lily's explanation, everyone understood. He'd met a jerk who'd played the girl for a higher status partner. The girl showed no hesitation, laying it out plainly, if we can't marry, then forget it. Why should I beg him? It just so happened that Jin Gong came over to get a divorce. I knew him before, but he didn't know me. Seeing that both of them were divorced, I said, why don't we just team up and live together? This remark made everyone burst into laughter. The girl looked a bit embarrassed and explained, it's true my family is in the provincial capital, but when they found out I was getting married, they gave my apartment to my younger brother for his wedding. Now that I'm not getting married, I can't mess up my brother's wedding either. Anyway, Jin Gong is a decent guy, so we just went ahead and tied the knot. To be clear, this wasn't an arranged marriage, nor was it a transaction. No one forced anyone. I chose to marry him because I think he's a good person. He likes that I speak my mind and we communicate well. No one objected to our marriage, right? Who would oppose it? Perfect. Yufeng said, little Jin is truly a good man. He's a worthy match for our Lily, she won't be disgraced by him. That infuriated Xiao Danny. She flung open the door, grabbed her things, and stormed out. Zhu Lily reached out, hand over the keys. Xiao Danny gritted her teeth, just you wait. Wait for what? Zhu Lily sneered. Wait all you want. Like I'm scared of you? You were the one screaming for divorce. You didn't want the gold ring. We had to split. Now what are you getting so worked up about? Since we're divorced, can't I pick up the scraps? I can't stand people like you don't want it yourself, but you can't stand to see others happy. What kind of person are you? Then Zhu Lili opened the door and went inside, while Jin Jichuan shut it behind her. Wang Shanju whistled, wow. Rare indeed. Divorce here, remarry there, this kind of thing. As he thought this, he glanced over at Yufeng. She held a vegetable knife in her hand and waved it at Wang Shanju. Startled, he immediately darted back inside. Not everyone gets to experience such good fortune. Old Jin's son sure is capable. What about Zhao's eldest daughter? Back home? No. She must have gone back to the dormitory. That evening, Jin Jichuan came over specifically to deliver some candy, without bringing Zhu Lili alone. He told Wan Yang the truth. What if we don't get married? Should we return the house? I'm not sleeping on the floor anymore. Cramming into a dorm? Forget it. Besides, I think Zhu Lili is just fine. At least she doesn't argue over every little thing. Zhu Lili was indeed great, everyone agreed the next day. She busied herself bringing a bed and furniture from her parents' home, smiling cheerfully and chatting easily with everyone. She seemed quite efficient in the kitchen, straightforward and easy to get along with. Xiao Jin really hit the jackpot. How did he land someone so great? Who wouldn't agree? Xiao Danny's such a fool. What big deal is there that she had to go and get divorced? Stop calling her Xiao Danny, I just call her Xiao Dumbass. A few days later, the higher-ups issued a directive. A campaign to rectify work styles was to be launched. Some leading cadres have become severely detached from the masses, ignoring actual conditions and issuing orders recklessly. This is wrong. It requires criticism and self-criticism, even disciplinary action. During her brief tenure, Bong Shufan successfully broke up 13 families. At the time, this was hailed as a work achievement. As people gradually came to their senses, they began to feel something was amiss. Many families appealed to higher authorities. We never had such a strong desire to divorce. Why force us to undergo ideological work to split up? What oppression? What inequality? You're not us, you're just an unmarried young woman. What do you know? Besides, if we divorce, who will take care of our children? Feng Shufan was the first to be targeted. She was suspended from duty and then subjected to criticism and self-criticism. Another mass meeting was held in the small auditorium. Feng Shufan stood with her head bowed to the side, accepting everyone's criticism. Xiao Danny was stunned. Could it be that what Comrade Feng said wasn't necessarily right? Then why did she want a divorce? Oh right. She said she wanted to get a new brain. Doesn't that count either? Xiao Danny suddenly jumped up, her eyes nearly popping out of her head with excitement. I didn't want to divorce either. She was the one who said it. She said if we didn't divorce, she'd replace my brain. Change my head? What does that even mean? Many people didn't quite understand. Xiao Danny pointed to her own head. She wants to overthrow me and cut off my head. A gasp rippled through the small auditorium. This is outrageous. It's outright intimidation. Feng Shufan was at a loss for words. Who said anything about cutting off your head? Changing heads means changing mindsets. Changing mindsets isn't clear. Regardless of your intent, this is a failure in your job. You couldn't even handle basic communication. What's there to defend? This is utterly despicable. We must report this. This is no ordinary mistake. This isn't just a work error. It certainly can't be resolved with a mere reprimand or disciplinary action. If we let this slide so easily, who will be held accountable for the consequences faced by all of us sisters? You're absolutely right. The situation escalated so much it alarmed Du Rulan, the head of the Women's Federation, who came personally to handle it. Some divorced couples can remarry. But in Xiao Danny's case, her ex-husband immediately remarried, no chance at all. Jin Jichuan had already obtained the marriage certificate and even distributed wedding candies. You can't just remarry someone after they've moved on to someone else. That's impossible. When Xiao Danny showed up, Jin Jichuan just cited her. Back then, when I asked you what the problem was, you wouldn't say a word. You just insisted on divorcing. Now that it's done, what can we do? Just live your life. If you ever need anything, give me a shout. That's as far as I can go. Before Xiao Danny could say more, Zhu Lili called from inside, Old Jin, dinner's ready. Seeing Jin Jichuan about to go back inside, Xiao Danny suddenly broke down. What was I supposed to say? I thought Li Xingyuan's mother was out to get me. What difference would it have made if I had spoken up? Li Xingyuan slammed the door open. Who do you think you are? Who's getting revenge on you? You're the one who's stupid and clumsy, yet you still think you're so smart. Who's to blame? Shen Mingqing quickly pulled her back. Enough, she's upset. What's the big deal if you let her have her way? I won't back down. Why should I? Li Xingyuan shrieked. Xiao Danny has issues herself, yet she expects others to make way for her? On what grounds? My mom never did anything to provoke her. Li Xingyuan couldn't stand Xiao Danny copying her, couldn't stand it at all. And now she dared to drag her mother into this? Xiao Danny had walked away from the small building herself. She deserved it. The small building buzzed with chatter and commotion. It was nearly time for their evening stroll. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong couldn't be bothered to linger in the hallway watching the commotion. The couple linked arms and stepped outside for a walk, believing that walking more during pregnancy would help the baby come into the world. Tired? Not too bad. Wan Yang supported Li Xiaotong, afraid she might stumble. His hand drifted to her belly. Today I met with director's son and discussed plans for the Workers' Cultural Center. I suggested building an affiliated hospital and school. Looks like it might happen. Then when our child needs schooling or medical care, we won't have to travel far. Everything will be right here on factory grounds. That's wonderful. Li Xiaotong's eyes lit up. Though it's still early for the child to start school, it's good to see these developments at the factory. Otherwise, having to commute back to the division headquarters for schooling would be such a hassle. Wan Yang sighed, none of us got a proper education back then. Now that we're liberated, learning must come before everything else. A mature factory, one of sufficient scale, must develop these ancillary industries. When Factory 825 can encompass an entire city within its walls, that's when it will truly become a behemoth. Li Xiaotong clasped Wan Yang's hand, beaming, You're already focused on creating advantages for our child. While she was watching the commotion at the gate, Wan Yang was busy at home working on his own projects. He didn't have much time for gossip. When others were chatting idly, he was making progress. Over time, that's how the gap widens. The house now held many small items Li Xiaotong didn't understand the purpose of, most of them prepared for the child. Wooden toys, some making sounds, some silent, were first carved and sanded by hand and machine. Wan Yang scraped away every splinter, polishing them until they gleamed and felt smooth as silk, ensuring not a single rough edge remained before deeming them acceptable. A slightly sloped, partially hollowed-out rack that fits into the bathtub was designed to support the child during bathing and shampooing. Not to mention the duck-shaped potty seat for slightly older children to sit on and use. Many of these items were things Li Xiaotong had never even heard of. The small hut gradually became too cramped to hold everything, so Wan Yang had it hauled to the division headquarters residence for temporary storage. It would be brought back when needed. Li Baiquan was absolutely thrilled with it, showing it off at division headquarters. Who didn't know that Division Commander Li's son-in-law was a real talent? It made a whole bunch of comrades green with envy. Chapter 50, Goodness Gracious. Little Li's had a baby. I heard the factory is sending people to the Sino-Soviet border to receive some equipment? Li Xiaotong had caught wind of the factory's recent major developments. Wan Yang nodded, yes, all our equipment is imported from there now. This batch is crucial, so we might need quite a few people. The handover and debugging will take considerable time. The conditions for the business trip are pretty good. The subsidy for this assignment is high. Your base salary stays the same, but the travel allowance alone is worth 3 months' pay. Li Xiaotong studied Wan Yang intently for a moment. You don't seem eager to go, do you? I heard the factory specifically requested you and Jin Jichuan. He's already agreed, but you haven't given the leadership an answer yet. You're pregnant. I can't bear the thought of you being home alone. Wan Yang glanced at his wife's belly, a mix of fear and reverence in his eyes. Li Xiaotong shrugged nonchalantly. What's there to worry about? I'm not leaving the factory all day. They run 3 shifts, so people are always coming and going. Our building has terrible soundproofing. You could hear a fart from the next room. What's the big deal? Wan Yang still shook his head. Seeing Wan Yang wouldn't budge, Li Xiaotong finally said, alright, while you're away on business, if you really can't stand it, ask Grandma to come stay with me for a while. With Grandma here, what's there to fear? Li Xiaotong had just learned that for this business trip, the factory leadership had instructed Wan Yang to submit a membership application. They said approval would be immediate once he submitted it. This was the factory's way of grooming and promoting him. You're only hesitating because of me. If I didn't have to work every day, I could even move back in for a while. Having even mentioned moving back, Wan Yang sighed and could only relay this to his in-laws. When Li Xiaotong's words reached old Mrs. Li's ears, she agreed readily. Don't let work suffer. This old woman will keep you company during this time. That afternoon, old Mrs. Li arrived with Liang Choyue riding in a donkey cart. Liang Choyue patted her chest in assurance, I'll swing by every few days to keep an eye on things. Rest assured it's my daughter. How could I not care? It's good that the son-in-law cares for his daughter, but she shouldn't interfere with his important work. If Li Baiquan weren't out on a mission to suppress bandits, he'd probably make daily trips too. The son-in-law's business trips were important matters. They all understood that. Besides, the son-in-law was merely traveling far away, not like Li Baiquan going out to suppress bandits, fight wars, or anything like that. So, after much persuasion, the mother and daughters finally agreed to let Wan Yang prioritize his work. The factory had made their intentions clear. They clearly wanted to cultivate and promote him. Refusing now would be inappropriate. With so many vying for the assignment, the factory still chose Wan Yang, proof they valued him. Pushing back too hard risked offending the leadership, inviting future trouble. Among those dispatched were college graduates assigned alongside Shin Mingchang. These graduates possessed strong learning abilities and boundless energy. The factory veterans were Wan Yang and Jin Jichuan. They were technical backbone members, capable and shrewd enough to handle the job. Min Fuan, head of security, led several guards to escort the team, completing the arrangements. Alright. I'll definitely be back before the baby arrives. Wan Yang assured Li Xiaotong he wanted to be there for his wife during childbirth. I'll exercise regularly and eat well. You be careful on the road. Packing his luggage, he sewed a tiny goldfish charm onto the hem of his shirt. He'd acquired it gradually after his fortunes improved, a poor man's talisman for safe travels, carried for good luck on long journeys. The weather was neither too cold nor too hot when they left, just perfect. Since it was a business trip, they took a sleeper train the whole way, which wasn't too bad. After all, it was a work trip. The factory covered all expenses along the way, and Wan Yang managed the travel funds, which he would settle and get reimbursed upon returning. They rode the train for several days before reaching their destination. The factory was importing equipment from the Soviet Union. Naturally, the labels weren't in Chinese but in their own language. Without knowing foreign languages, he couldn't understand the manuals or the experts' explanations. Having reached the China-Russia border, they naturally needed to find local reference materials and dictionaries to facilitate their upcoming studies. Jin Jichuan went out and returned with a large bundle of Russian books and dictionaries. Wan Yang realized he truly wasn't the same person anymore. On the very night he was reborn, coinciding with the fire at Black Girl's home, he only noticed his senses were sharper than before. His increased physical strength was discovered later when Si Yaoqian kicked him out, and he and Hanyu went to raid the Jin family's grain warehouse. His strength had grown significantly, almost matching Hanyu's. Now, he realized his ability to absorb knowledge was also extraordinary. Words and sentences he had seen or heard were etched into his memory, meaning and pronunciation alike, as if he possessed a photographic memory. He quickly became thoroughly familiar with the instructions given by the technicians from Su country. Having him oversee the equipment reception was absolutely the right choice. Since this trip was official business and Wan Yang's Russian skills were advancing by leaps and bounds, everyone relied on him as their backbone. Accepting the equipment and learning its knowledge was impossible without Wan Yang. Thus, Wan Yang had no time for personal matters. The handover alone consumed nearly a month. He'd hoped to make a quick trip abroad to earn some extra cash for baby formula, but it didn't work out. In the end, he had to exchange all the money and tickets he carried for Russian-made formula. Why are you bringing back so much? Jin Jichuan was startled to see Wan Yang's backpack, now several times larger than when he'd arrived. Your sister-in-law is about to give birth. We can't get that much formula locally. Better to stock up, better safe than sorry. If the baby doesn't finish it, the adults can drink it. In these lean times, food was scarce. Wan Yang feared Li Xiaotong might go without. Formula was suitable for both adults and children, and it was the best way to supplement protein. Jin Jichuan could only gape in astonishment. Wan Yang's luggage was packed to the brim, stuffed entirely with formula. Even Jin Jichuan helped carry a bag. On the way back, Jin Jichuan provided all the food and drink, while Wan Yang spent nearly all his money on formula. It took him several days to recover after returning. Less than a week later, Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. That morning, the two of them lay in bed, still undressed, discussing how generous this year's Mid-Autumn Festival benefits would be. Splash! Li Xiaotong felt as if she'd wet herself and muttered in embarrassed, "Oh no. Oh no, I think I wet the bed." Wan Yang sat up, felt the mattress, then examined it closely. He jumped up suddenly. "Your water broke. You're about to give birth." Wan Yang immediately followed protocol, pulling out the sterilized scissors and other supplies he'd prepared. The materials he'd brought back from Su country proved invaluable. Among them was even a medical book on childbirth and delivery. Fortunately, the book included illustrations. Combined with Wan Yang's Russian skills having advanced to the point where he could read fluently, he was thoroughly prepared based on the book's instructions. Throughout the 9 months, Wan Yang had filled the thermos with boiling water every night, just in case. And today, it finally came in handy. In those days, going to the hospital wasn't the norm. People delivered babies at home. The difference lay in finding a midwife. "I'll go find someone to help." Wan Yang dressed and prepared to leave. "No, I don't want anyone else. You come." Li Xiaotong barked, stopping Wan Yang in his tracks. Last time Sister Yufeng gave birth, it was Sister Min who helped. Sister Yufeng screamed so loudly it made the whole building buzz, scaring Li Xingyuan so much he swore he'd never want children. So Li Xiaotong wasn't entirely confident in the other woman's skills. Wan Yang felt uneasy. "Aren't you scared? We've only read books. I trust your skills. You don't have to have eaten pork to know how a pig runs, right? You're the one for this." Li Xiaotong had also read the childbirth book Wan Yang brought back. The equipment was imported. Although the factory had arranged for all employees to start learning foreign languages after Wan Yang and the others left on their business trip, her Russian wasn't as good as his, and she found reading the book a bit rough. Wan Yang, however, had pointed to the contents of that book and taught her carefully. So, Li Xiaotong preferred to give birth herself. Her water had already broken. She feared it would be too late if Wan Yang dashed out to find the midwife. Better to just push through it. Wan Yang gritted his teeth. Seeing his wife's determination, he could only agree.
Gripping a piece of cork, her body drenched in sweat, Li Xiaotong pushed fiercely until the baby was delivered into Wan Yang's hands. No one was disturbed. Just as everyone was getting up to wash and start the new day, a piercing infant's cry echoed through the building. Only then did they realize, good heavens! Little Li had given birth. Without a word, without calling for help, she quietly delivered the baby? Chapter 51, Why not take my surname? Isn't Li Chenxi a fine name? Look at you giving birth. Everyone compared Li Xiaotong to Yufeng. When you gave birth, you were wailing like a banshee. You scared the living daylights out of everyone in the building. When Wan Yang was away on a border business trip, Yufeng gave birth also in the middle of the night. Since Li Xiaotong was also pregnant, she wasn't allowed to witness it. Word was that Sister Min delivered the baby, but the screaming was so blood-curdling. Wave after wave of it made everyone tremble with fear. When she found out Li Xiaotong had given birth to a girl, Yufeng curled her lip. Can you even compare? Mine was a boy. Well, in those days, everyone wanted sons. Having a boy was like being a war hero. By the time Aunt Min and the others came to see them, both mother and baby had been neatly attended to, and the infant had already been fed some warm water. So many envied Li Xiaotong. Look at Wan Gong. He even knows how to deliver his own wife's baby. What can't he do? Others, however, felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment toward Li Xiaotong. Some men are superstitious about childbirth, refusing even to enter the delivery room. During the postpartum confinement period, they'd stay as far away as possible. Look at Wan Gong. Not only did he deliver his wife's baby, but he was quick and efficient, showing no disgust at the blood and mess. By the time they came to see the baby, the house was already spotless. Wan Gong completely outshines every other man in the building. Liang Qiuyue couldn't help but worry. Lately, she'd stopped having others deliver the goat's milk in the mornings, bringing it herself instead, always casting one last glance at the young mother. The moment she stepped into the hallway, congratulations echoed everywhere. You're a grandmother now. We must have some celebratory candy. She gave birth already. Liang Qiuyue's heart skipped a beat. Her feet moved faster than she intended, picking up speed as she hurried along. The door stood ajar. She lifted the curtain and stepped inside, finding Wan Yang pouring formula into a bottle. Having just given birth, her milk hadn't come in yet for this first baby. The formula Wan Yang had hauled back from the border was finally put to use. The baby was swaddled in a bright red blanket, while her own little Nuonua lay beside it, her face rosy from sleep. Only then did Liang Qiuyue's heart settle. You're here. Wan Yang's voice was hushed, careful not to disturb the mother and child. Mother and child are both safe. The mother is fine, and the baby is doing well too, weighing 7 Jin. That weight is no small feat. I was worried she might give birth after all. He stepped closer to examine the baby. Dark, glossy hair, soft, fair skin. Perhaps sensing someone's approach, the little one's eyes fluttered open briefly before closing again, sleeping soundly. Liang Qiuyue turned her head and saw Wan Yang placing the bottle in hot water to warm it for feeding later. Seeing her son-in-law knew how to care for the baby, she gestured outside. I'll head back to cook dinner. She'd just given birth and needed to establish her milk supply. Rice porridge alone wouldn't suffice. Liang Qiuyue was efficient. She headed home first to fetch the prepared items. They had raised hens in the backyard earlier, specifically for her daughter's postpartum diet. Go get the chicken. After a moment's thought, she decided the dormitory building at Factory 825 had no suitable place for slaughtering. She resolved to butcher it herself at home. After taking leave and slaughtering a chicken, everyone now knew that Division Commander Li had become a grandfather. Li Baiquan was overjoyed and followed Liang Qiuyue home. The moment he entered the room, he scooped up the baby and exclaimed, "Let me see my grandnephew. I've even picked out his name, Yuanchao." Several waves of troops had already been dispatched to aid North Korea. During their last bandit suppression mission, Li and his men hadn't been assigned to the final wave, instead providing tactical support from the rear. This name instantly dampened Wan Yang's excitement. Clearing his throat, he couldn't help but remind his father-in-law, "Ahem, it's a girl." "I know that." Li Baiquan nodded as if it were self-evident. "What's wrong with a girl? Girls aren't any less than boys. When they grow up, they can be heroines too. If boys can be called Aid Korea, why can't our girls? Just look at my granddaughter, she's got the face of a general." Ahem, Wan Yang was a bit dumbfounded. But even a heroine can't be called aiding Korea. How awful that sounds. Liang Qiuyue snapped, "Don't use that name again. She's a girl, pick a different one." "Change it? Victory? Change it again. It's awful. You woman, why must you make such a fuss over everything? The sun rises in the east, the morning light shines bright. How about morning light?" Wan Yang pondered for a moment before finally speaking up. If he didn't speak up soon, he feared his father-in-law might come up with another bizarre name. Morning glow, perfect. Li Baiquan's eyes lit up, his gaze toward Wan Yang tinged with satisfaction. Though he never attended school, this son-in-law certainly knew his way around words. Li Xiaotong had been sleeping soundly but woke up upon hearing her parents' voices. "Li Chenxi, that's a lovely name. Did we wake you?"
Li Liangqiu and Li Baiquan exchanged a glance. Taking my surname isn't Li Chenxi a lovely name?
Li Xiaotong turned her head to look at the little one. Seeing Wan Yang show not the slightest hint of objection, still smiling warmly, he helped his daughter-in-law shift her position.
Liang Qiuyue and Li Baiquan's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, settled considerably. They beamed with joy. Lovely. Lovely.
It seemed the young couple had long agreed on the child's surname. Li Baiquan hadn't cared much whether Wan Yang was a son-in-law or a son-in-law who had married into the family. But now that his granddaughter would bear their family name, he suddenly felt a genuine sense of having gained a son and a granddaughter, not just a half-guest. Thinking back, he realized how utterly oblivious he'd been before. The Li family had always placed great importance on this child, and now that she bore their surname, they must take even better care of their granddaughter.
Grandma Li moved in to tend to her granddaughter during the postpartum period.
Liang Qiuyue drove her donkey cart over morning and night to handle all the tedious chores.
Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were quite pleased with this son-in-law.
At the very least, tasks like washing diapers fell to him. When the baby cried at night, he wouldn't wake Nyo-Nyo, he'd change the diaper himself, soothe the child back to sleep, and handle it all smoothly. The old lady couldn't bear to see her grandson-in-law work so hard, so she took over most of the nighttime duties. As she grew older, she needed less sleep.
Staying up with the baby didn't feel particularly taxing.
Li Xiaotong was fully observing postpartum confinement. She was rationed 1.5 chickens a day, and eggs were never in short supply. Li Baiquan managed to procure them through all sorts of ingenious means. On weekends when he had time, he'd take people fishing.
Small crucian carp were the best for lactation.
Li Xingyuan often came by to help the old lady boil water, wash vegetables and rice, or run errands, afraid her small feet might slip and fall. As for asking C for money, Wan Yang never held out much hope.
He simply sent a telegram back to inform them and then let it go. Sure enough, they acted as if they hadn't received it, not even bothering to reply. Li Xiaotong's confinement period was peaceful during the day.
But once she got off work at night, things got lively around here. Many people familiar with Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang came to see the baby. Few brought gifts, most came bearing money for the child.
Sun Ziyang and his wife arrived bearing 2 bottles of malted milk powder and 3 cans of preserved food.
Beyond their value, these items were highly sought after and difficult to obtain. Bringing so many was a significant gesture.
Wan Yang prepared a gift registry to document all these exchanges of goodwill.
Even while sitting the postpartum confinement period, Li Xiaotong wasn't entirely idle. The Russian language training class at the factory continued, and Shen Mingchang and Li Xingyuan brought back their notes daily for her to study. Wan Yang, however, claimed he'd learned everything from the interpreter who accompanied them to the Soviet Union, building a solid foundation. With Wan Yang teaching her alongside, her progress hadn't fallen behind. Wan Yang's Russian skills continued to improve, and he began exploring other languages. No one could predict whether equipment from other countries might be imported later, so learning more couldn't hurt, especially since it didn't interfere with his daytime work. Once Li Xiaotong completed her postpartum confinement, it would be time for her to officially return to work. In her previous finance role, even when she worked quickly, she had always restrained her pace. She feared sitting idle in the office looking bored would be unseemly. But now, with so much to do, she completed the day's tasks within the first hour or two of arriving at work. Then she would go home to feed the baby. She fed the baby on a strict schedule, usually every 2 hours, returning to the office once at noon and once in the afternoon. After feeding, she'd come back and pore over her dictionary in the office, memorizing page by page. Once the afternoon tasks were done, she'd be pulled away for proper language training. All the equipment imported from Sioux country has been shipped back, but we dare not touch it. Without the experts from Sioux country present, the factory dared not even unpack the boxes, fearing the machinery might not assemble correctly.
This made learning Russian even more crucial.
Operating the equipment in the future would depend entirely on the experts' careful instruction. When the experts taught the workers in their own language, the Russian-speaking employees had to provide simultaneous translation. Translators were in short supply these days. The factory had no choice but to train them internally. There was nowhere to find that many Russian interpreters. Finding even one relatively professional translator was difficult enough. Remember how hard it was to recruit that Russian instructor earlier? The advanced classes had begun, and Wan Yang and Qian Siyuan, as transfer students, joined in as well. Wan Yang's proficiency was evident, while Qian Siyuan had picked up some skills by observing Wan Yang during their commute. Currently, their level placed them near the bottom of the class, but they could at least pass the quizzes and barely keep up. Out of a factory with nearly 3,000 employees, only 27 individuals were selected. These 27 were the cream of the crop. Starting this month, they began receiving subsidies. Each person received daily subsidies of 1 egg, half a caddy of meat, 1.5 caddies of refined grain, 3 caddies of vegetables, 1 liang of cooking oil, 1 caddy of kerosene, and 3 liang of salt. The factory also provided all the notebooks and pens needed for their studies. They studied without working, yet still received their regular wages and bonuses, plus all these extra subsidies. Life suddenly became much easier.
For dual-income couples like the Wan Yangs, Shin Mingchun, and Li Xingyuan, the subsidies alone were more than they could consume. Li Xingyuan discussed with Shin Mingchun, whether we eat the eggs or not doesn't really matter. She should save them. Why not give them to my sister? Her baby is still nursing. If she eats well, she'll have milk for the baby. With meat, vegetables, and grain to spare, Shin Mingcheng wasn't stingy either. Sure, give them. Give them. And see if they need kerosene. I notice my brother-in-law boils the clothes after washing them, so they must go through kerosene fast. Why not send some over too? Wan Yang felt it wasn't necessary. He and Li Xiaotong were earning extra income, which was enough to cover their expenses. Though Wan Yang and his wife declined, the old woman accepted the gifts. Later, he told Li Xiaotong, since she meant well, you should accept it. When she faces hardship, lend her a hand. Grandma knows you're upset on your mother's behalf, but no, she's already here in this world and calls your father dad. You two live in the same building even if you just treat each other as close neighbors, that's fine. Alright then. I'll have to accept it. Chapter 52, the only one I trust with my life. Every morning, Li Xiaotong ate 4 poached eggs and half a pound of goat's milk by herself. Eating that much of this stuff was unbearable. Grandma Li said, nursing a baby is like having a little worm eating away at your insides. You get hungry fast. You can feed the baby when you get home from work, but you won't have time to make yourself an extra meal. That's why you need eggs, they'll keep you full. The old lady's words carried weight. Wan Yang listened to her and simply prepared the meals. Poached eggs, boiled eggs, he rotated them. Li Xiaotong felt like she was eating eggs for several lifetimes. Li Xiaotong ate well, and the baby thrived on her nutrition. Chenxi was truly well nourished. Plump and rosy-cheeked, the child rarely let out those wails that seemed to tear at the soul. Even when waking in the night, it was usually because the neighbor's baby was crying, disturbing her sleep. Chenxi would just give a soft little whimper. The child slept so soundly that even diaper changes and bottom wipes couldn't wake her. She just slept on. When it was time for a midnight feeding, Li Xiaotong would lift her shirt, and the little one would open her mouth, gulp down her milk, and go right back to sleep. She was incredibly easy to care for, a true angel baby. With the night-crying baby next door for comparison, everyone agreed that Chenxi was well-behaved. Chenxi really was well-behaved, mainly because she wasn't going hungry. Once she was full and comfortable, who would cry themselves hoarse? Take Yufeng, for instance. She had abundant milk, but the quality varied greatly. She once boasted, I'm the type who can drink a whole vat of hot water and still get engorged. Drink plenty of soups and broths, and your milk will flow abundantly. There are indeed some women who, after their baby empties them completely, drink some rice porridge, noodle soup, or plain water, and within 2 hours, their milk is full again. As the baby grew older, Yufeng's mother-in-law would carry the child to the staff cafeteria at feeding times, instructing her to nurse. A large porcelain jug sat beside Yufeng's workstation, filled to the brim with boiling water. But after feeding, the baby would pee, cry again shortly after, and be hungry once more. This infuriated her mother-in-law, who snapped, thin milk isn't much better than plain water. Seeing Chenxi finish feeding with 2 untouched drops of milk still clinging to her lips made her even angrier when she returned. Look at that little Li, her milk is so thick. Even when it drips onto the baby's face or mouth, it doesn't run down. Look at that girl's face after feeding, as white as a steamed bun. Now look at our little dog, skinny and sallow, like a freshly baked corn cake. This infuriated Yufeng. You feed all the good stuff to your son. Don't you see what you give me? And you complain my milk is no good? Even with bad milk, I've nursed doggy this big. How could a mother not worry when her child isn't eating well? Aunt Min suggested, go buy some premium grains, fine rice and flour. Rice porridge, vegetable porridge, noodle soup, any of those can nourish a child well. But the couple's wages were meager. With another child to feed, and the mother-in-law coming over to help look after the baby, who needed meals too, where would the money come from? Most families back then lived like Wang Shanju's household, struggling and scraping by. Over the past year, many babies had arrived in their building, not just Chenxi and Guzi. Pregnant women with bulging bellies were a common sight coming and going. Just like Yufeng, her mother-in-law had just complained her milk was too watery, and now she was pregnant again. Jin Jichuan came running over excitedly to share the good news his wife was pregnant too. Despite being married to Xiao Danny for so long, Jin Jichuan and his wife had never conceived. Had they had a child, their divorce wouldn't have been so swift. He hadn't been married to Zhu Lily for very long, and he'd been away on border assignments for months. That she'd gotten pregnant so quickly had Jin Jichuan overjoyed. Less than a week later, Jin Jichuan came over one evening. He slipped Wan Yang a handkerchief-wrapped object discreetly. I don't trust anyone else. Please keep this for me. Wan Yang unwrapped it to find 2 gold bars. They both knew each other's background. Jin Jichuan understood Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong's character. I had someone send word back to my father that my wife was expecting. That's why my father pretended to be sick late at night and came out saying he was going to see a doctor. He was actually bringing me this. But I wouldn't even dare let Zhu Lily know about this. Please keep it safe for me. If my family ever faces hardship, I'd rather run over and say I borrowed it from you than admit I have this. Back when we played cards, he got scared. Both were shrewd individuals, always keeping their guard up. Wan Yang took it and gave it to Li Xiaotong to hide. This is a lifesaver. Don't trade it unless it's an absolute emergency. Jin Jichuan understood this logic too, which is why he came to Wan Yang for help. Using it was out of the question. With his status, even the slightest hint of it at home would cause trouble. But his long-term worker was different. No investigation would ever trace anything back to this couple. Not only did he have solid backing, but both of them came from good families and earned high incomes all above board. No political campaign could ever touch them. In his household, only Jin Jichuan earned much. Zhu Lili, like Wang Shanzhu, was a factory worker with few perks. Wan Yang was the only person Jin Jichuan dared to entrust his entire livelihood to. Back then, in that situation, Wan Yang had left so much grain with the Jin family. Jin Jichuan knew Wan Yang had principles. He didn't take the grain for nothing. Just a few words later secured Jin Jichuan's status as an intellectual. It was precisely because of this intellectual background that he secured his current position. The man had changed his entire life. Leaving his belongings in Wan Yang's care, Jin Jichuan felt completely at ease. He tossed his burden aside and walked away with such effortless ease. Wan Yang was speechless at his carefree attitude. This was only possible because of their long-standing friendship. Jin Jichuan had been close to Wan Yang since Wan Yang was in the security department. As neighbors for so many years, Jin Jichuan had openly and covertly helped Wan Yang on several occasions. Otherwise, Wan Yang wouldn't have helped him with this. Strangely enough, despite Jin Jichuan's reputation for shrewdness, even his first wife, Xiao Daniai, hadn't been this wholehearted. He trusted Wan Yang and his wife implicitly. He'd never once hinted at scheming against the Wan family. Fine then. You trust me a little, and I'll repay you in kind. The old lady said nothing at the time, only smiling after the visitor had left. Just like his father, they were both shrewd. If the Du family possessed even a fraction of the Jin family's sense of the times, their lives would be much easier. Who could disagree? The Du family's mindset was different. They just couldn't bring themselves to let go. With nothing else to do, Wan Yang helped Li Xiaotong practice Russian. On the day before New Year's Day, the factory organized an exam. It consisted of 3 sections: written, oral, and listening. Li Xiaotong scored 90 on the written test and 70 on listening comprehension, but only managed 62 on speaking, barely passing. As for Wan Yang, needless to say, he scored perfect marks across the board. His spoken Russian was more fluent than the teacher's. He was already widely recognized as the factory's top translator. The students' reading and writing scores were quite good, averaging above 70 points. Others generally struggled with speaking. Only 7 students passed, including Li Xiaotong. The rest all fell into the failing category, with some students exhibiting strong regional accents. Given the current conditions, without proper training, speaking skills naturally suffer. Pulling a general from the mud, even someone like Li Xiaotong was assigned to the simultaneous interpretation team. Oral translation differs from written translation. You must interact directly with foreign experts. This also involves etiquette and cultural knowledge, so the factory began organizing additional classes. They had to learn foreign dining etiquette, social customs, recreational activities like dancing and board games, and dietary habits. The upside was that it was far less demanding than learning the language itself. Rumors circulated that the experts would arrive after New Year's Day. During this period, the factory was busy preparing accommodations for them. But after New Year's Day passed, they still hadn't arrived. The factory launched various labor competitions, organizing detailed group contests by job type to boost production efficiency and focus on improving individual technical skills. For those preparing to welcome the experts, this meant competing in Russian language drills, etiquette training, and mastering general knowledge about the Soviet Union. Wan Yang circled numerous technical terms for Li Xiaotong to memorize. This winter passed in a whirlwind of busyness. To better communicate with the Soviet experts, their training program allowed only 3 days of annual leave: New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and the second day of the Lunar New Year. There was no time to rest during the rest of the period. They had to return and continue their intensive studies. As the new year approached, it was time to bring the daughter and granddaughter home for the holiday. Liang Qiuyue arrived pulling a donkey cart. For the return trip, Wan Yang drove the cart, carrying his mother-in-law and old lady Li, while his wife held the child. Blankets were spread on the cart, with more blankets piled on top, wrapping all 4 tightly and keeping them relatively warm. The family rode together back to the headquarters to celebrate the new year. With the new year approaching, the family of 3 couldn't just eat and stay for free. The Li family didn't mind, but Wan Yang felt awkward. They collected all the outstanding subsidies and exchanged welfare coupons. They brought back half a cartload of goods to prepare for the new year. Liang Qiuyue pounded the dumpling filling on the chopping block with a loud thud, the cutting board propped up on the heated bed. Shenxi lay on the Kong, watching his grandmother chop meat, giggling delightedly. His big eyes and rosy lips would occasionally blow a bubble, making Liang Qiuyue smile with joy. Over there, Wan Yang played chess with his father-in-law. Li Baiquan played with sweeping, forceful moves, slamming the pieces down loudly whenever he made a check. It annoyed Liang Qiuyue. Keep it down. I've told you a million times. You'll scare the child. How could she be scared? If she were scared, she'd have cried already. Our granddaughter's got guts. This new year, Shin Mingcheng brought Li Xingyuan to pay New Year's greetings on the second day. He gave Chenxi a silver dollar as New Year's money. They didn't stay for dinner, arriving around 10 and leaving after 11, just over an hour. Liang Qiuyue didn't insist they stay. Rushing back at that hour, they were probably meeting up with Du Rulan to go to the Du family's place together. On the third day of the new year, the training class resumed. During a break, several colleagues were whispering gossip about how Jiang, the deputy factory manager in charge of personnel, had remarried. Was it that Jiang, the one whose daughter stole Zhu Lily's fiancé? Yes, the child is reckless, and the old man is reckless too. I heard his previous wife had only been dead for less than 3 months. It's barely 3 months by the 15th day of the first lunar month, and we even handled the funeral arrangements. This was practically first-hand information from someone involved. Couldn't he even wait half a month? Li Xingyuan curled his lip and muttered, shameful. No sooner had he spoken of others' shamelessness than something equally disgraceful befell his own household. Chapter 53, How are your daughter and son-in-law supposed to live? Sister Li Xingyuan ran sobbing to the Wan Yang household, startling the entire family. What's going on? My mom's getting remarried. Li Xiaotong was speechless. Your mom is getting remarried? Why are you telling me this? Your mom stole my mom's man back then. Later, my dad divorced your mom, but this grudge isn't something that just goes away easily. Even though our relationship has improved somewhat, we still can't talk about these things. Li Xingyuan suddenly realized how inappropriate it was for him to come here. He could only wipe his tears forcefully. It's nothing. I just needed to cry. Fine, cry if you need to. Li Xiaotong could only give Li Xingyuan a half-hearted pat on the back, as if to comfort her. Truthfully, Li Xingyuan couldn't cry anymore. She caught the little one staring wide-eyed, utterly astonished by her tears. How could she cry with even a child staring at her like that? All right. Let's go back. No point making a fool of myself here. Li Xingyuan flushed red and turned to run away. She slammed the door shut behind her. She'd come and gone in a flash, vanishing like a gust of wind. What's going on? Li Xiaotong asked Wan Yang. Her mom is the new wife deputy plant manager Jiang just found. Wan Yang kept his head down, sketching his blueprints in his notebook without looking up. Though he disliked gossip, he couldn't stop the rumors from seeping into his mind. Li Xiaotong was always busy with her studies and taking care of the kids, so she wasn't as well informed as Wan Yang. Ha! Li Xiaotong didn't catch that. Her mother is pregnant, and the father is the deputy factory manager from your factory. Old Mrs. Li explained more clearly, her eyes brimming with contempt. No way? Li Xiaotong remembered that Li Xingyuan's mother, Du Rulan, was younger than Liang Qiuyue. No one said you can't remarry after divorce. If you want to find someone, don't go looking at the factory where your daughter and son-in-law work. Especially when the other man's first wife died less than 3 months ago. This is just 2. How do you expect your daughter and son-in-law to live with themselves? How do you know all this? Li Xiaotong turned back to ask Wan Yang. Wan Yang countered, if you knew deputy plant manager Jiang was getting married, why did you even find out about the training class? Exactly, why? Everyone was puzzled by that. The training program was demanding, leaving little time for gossip. Yet yesterday, out of sheer boredom, they'd spent ages discussing Deputy Director Zhang's private affairs. Because the day before yesterday, his daughter stormed into his office and had a huge fight with him, trashing half the place. Ha? His daughter? Yeah, that Jiang Hui, the one who stole Zhu Lily's fiancé. Well, that really is. This factory really is small. Everyone seems connected somehow. They were just gossiping about it yesterday, and now it's landed on Li Xingyuan's head. Poor kid. Mom, how did you know Li Xingyuan's mom is pregnant? While you were at work today, Du Rulan went to see your dad. Your mom happened to be home too. Little Du told your parents she's planning to get married. Li Xiaotong was puzzled. If she's getting married, why did she need to come over specifically to tell us? She said she didn't know how to break it to Xingyuan and wanted your dad to prepare him first. Your dad wanted Xingyuan to accept it gradually, but Du Rulan said she's already pregnant and the date is set rather suddenly after the Lantern Festival. Li Xiaotong was speechless again. It must have been Li Baiquan who told Xingyuan, and it really upset him. That's why he came running over to cry his eyes out. As younger generations, they weren't in a position to say anything. That was that. When Shin Mingcheng got home, he found his wife burying her face in the covers, sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. He was startled. He quickly closed the door and whispered, "What's wrong?" Li Xingyuan clung to Shin Mingcheng, sobbing uncontrollably. Between sobs, she recounted the incident. If she felt so justified, why didn't she come talk to me directly? Telling Dad to handle it was one thing, but she never expected Dad to take all the blame himself, saying he was the one who pushed for this marriage. But when I went today, she dumped it all on me instead. How could she be so presumptuous? Even if she really felt awkward bringing it up, couldn't she have told my aunt? Couldn't she have had my aunt talk to me? Why did she have to have my dad tell me? Dad said that because he didn't want you to get hurt. Su Mingcheng sighed. Mom probably considered your feelings too. If it's too awkward, maybe we could just change jobs?
Li Xingyuan straightened up and wiped her tears.
Can I ask you to compromise because of my mother?
Back when we graduated, if you'd wanted to join the newspaper, you wouldn't have come to the factory.
Shen Mingqing sighed. I joined the factory to learn something practical. Now that I'm studying Russian, the factory values it so much it's a great starting point. If I really went to the newspaper, forget about other things, the salary would be a whole tier lower, not to mention all the subsidies and benefits. Isn't this because I didn't want you to feel awkward at the factory? Who told her to do that embarrassing thing?
Li Xingyuan sobbed uncontrollably. My mother did everything, and now I, her daughter, can't even handle a few harsh words?
Let them say whatever they want. Don't people criticize me all the time? It hasn't hurt me. Go ahead, talk. The more you talk, the more I'll get used to it. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, Zhang Lei and Du Rulan held their wedding ceremony. The wedding was held in the Grand Hall. The union notified everyone to attend and enjoy some wedding candy.
Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong stayed home playing with the kids, choosing not to join the festivities.
Li Xingyuan and Shen Mingqing stayed cooped up indoors all day. You didn't go? It was packed. Zhu Lily looked oddly unsettled as she came in from outside, pursing her lips. What's up?
While this wedding was happening, Jiang Hui was over there dressed in mourning clothes, holding her mother's photo and crying over her mother's passing.
No way. Deputy plant manager Jiang was publicly humiliated by his own daughter.
Before they could even argue, someone stepped in to stop him. But after the ceremony, they stormed into the office and went at it like cats and dogs. This girl was no pushover either. She went straight to the rectification task force and filed a formal complaint, accusing Jiang Lei of abusing his power for personal gain. The task force, aware of the father-daughter conflict, didn't take it seriously, going through the motions as a formality.
This left Jiang Lei drenched in cold sweat.
Jiang Lei knew that keeping that unfilial daughter around would only invite more trouble. He decided to transfer her and her husband out of Factory 825 altogether, relocating them to a newly established state-run farm in the countryside. Farm work meant tilling the land, and the primary task now was clearing virgin land.
Anyone who had ever been a farmer knew how grueling that work was. It was like getting a stepmother only to get a stepfather too.
Many at the factory whispered about them behind their backs.
Jiang Hui had been transferred from a good position. Could she possibly accept this willingly?
She stormed back home to cause a scene, only to catch Du Rulan suffering from morning sickness.
This was too much. She dragged Du Rulan out to the front of the office building and hurled every insult imaginable at her. Li Xingyuan's face went pale.
Wan Yang shoved the stunned Shen Mingqing. Get your wife out of here.
Only then did Shen Mingqing snap out of it, half dragging Li Xingyuan away from the crowd.
As Du Rulan's belly grew visibly larger, word spread throughout the factory. Jiang Hui had been telling the truth. Du Rulan had been involved with Jiang Lei before her marriage. The ultimate consequence was that Li Xingyuan completely distanced himself from his mother's side. Not being a sister born from the same womb, even though they lived nearby, there were some things Li Xiaotong couldn't bring herself to say. The old lady intervened several times to reason with the stubborn Li Xingyuan, who finally began to see things differently. Li Xingyuan gradually grew closer to this side of the family. Whenever there was something delicious, she would bring a portion over for the old lady. The old lady remarked, she knows exactly who treats her well and who doesn't. These trivial matters had little to do with Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong for now, and naturally, they didn't affect the couple either. What had a tremendous impact on the couple was that the expert from Sugua, whom they had been eagerly awaiting, had finally arrived. Chapter 54. If this won't work and that won't work, just steal the techniques. Just as Chenxi began calling people daddy and mommy, the expert team from Sugua was finally on its way. The factory issued notices a week in advance, and the training program participants and relevant personnel held emergency meetings. Uniforms were standardized, welcome ceremonies arranged, accommodations prepared, and service personnel assigned. The training program required uniform attire to showcase the spirit of the 825 workers. The specially issued uniforms for these 27 individuals consisted of white shirts and work cloth trousers. The women received overalls, while the men were given an additional high-quality leather belt. Chenxi was now 11 months old, and preparations for weaning were underway. With Grandma Li helping to care for the child, Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang could focus on their work without much worry. Countless meetings, large, small, and group sessions were held. The endless stream of requirements and precautions had been repeated so often it felt like their ears were developing calluses. Finally, the moment they'd been waiting for arrived. The expert team that arrived consisted of 8 people. They inspected the quarters prepared by the factory and declared the conditions unsatisfactory, meaning they simply didn't want to stay there. With no other options, the factory leadership had to select from the counter-revolutionary assets confiscated by the city. After submitting multiple layers of applications, they secured a small Western-style villa for the foreign experts. Only after it was thoroughly cleaned and prepared were they satisfied. Located in the city center, the experts required daily transportation to and from the site. The security department also had to take on the additional task of protecting them.
Sun Xiang was as anxious as a child, thinking, no matter what, we have to get the equipment installed first. But no, they were playing hard to get. We need rest. The journey took too long, and transportation is inconvenient. We require several days to recuperate. Fine. We'll wait then. 27 people, unable to do anything else. Factory orders, your top priority is to stand by, ready to welcome the experts at any moment. We waited for 5 days. Once they're rested up, can we begin? No, not yet. It was simply unrealistic to expect just 8 people to install this equipment. With so much heavy lifting involved, the experts were there to supervise the work, not to do it themselves. The factory leadership was completely at a loss. The experts suggested selecting 40 trainees for a 3-month training program. Fine, 3 months it is. Once they learn it, it's our own asset. With 40 trainees, the training class already has 27 people. We just need to find 13 more to fill the quota. The expert shook his head like a bobblehead. No way. Trainees must be frontline workers familiar with operational procedures. The 27 selected aren't frontline workers that won't do. Wan Yang quietly suggested to Sun Xiang, they'll need interpreters for the classes. We can sit in and interpret for them, it's the same as attending. That way, they'll effectively be teaching 27 more people. That's right. Within a day, the factory selected 40 people. Each of the 8 instructors would take 5 trainees, promising hands-on teaching. The results looked promising, and the leadership finally felt it was somewhat credible. Wan Yang served as the simultaneous interpreter for the first group. As the expert explained a concept, he translated it for the trainees. Wan Yang soon realized that everything the experts discussed seemed like items listed in a manual. They only explained how to operate things, but never why they operated that way or the underlying principles. The experts never strayed from the script and wouldn't answer questions. Moreover, they stipulated that no matter what was discussed, notes taken during the sessions were not allowed to leave the classroom. The factory workers weren't highly educated, many were barely literate. With this level of education, learning new knowledge was actually quite challenging. The experts taught purely theoretical concepts using diagrams without any physical objects. Both the translators and the trainees were completely baffled. The translators could mostly follow the explanations, but they weren't frontline workers. They were unfamiliar with equipment and couldn't visualize how it operated. As for the trainees, if they had the actual equipment, they might grasp it. But now, just looking at diagrams and listening to explanations? Forget it. They have no clue what's being discussed and can't make heads or tails of it. Moreover, not every one of the 27 translators was sufficiently specialized. The translated content inevitably contained discrepancies. After 2 days of training, they scheduled an exam. They all failed miserably. Factory management had no choice but to humbly assure the trainers that they would correct the trainees' attitudes and make them study diligently. That night, a private meeting was held. What's gotten into you people? Do you have any idea how difficult it was to bring in these experts? Do you realize blah blah blah? It went on and on. No matter how much scolding they got, if they couldn't grasp it, they just couldn't grasp it. Someone complained, they could have just asked us to bring our notes. But they just wouldn't agree. Li Xiaotong felt these experts were deliberately being mysterious. It's not like we're talking about principles or anything, just manuals and maintenance guides. Why can't we bring them out? Wan Yang shook his head, you don't understand this business. As long as we have the blueprints, we can replicate it. Even without the core technology, once we grasp the principles, we're not far from cracking it. The art of reverse engineering is ingrained in our DNA. Once we set our minds to it, there's nothing we can't replicate, it's just a matter of how long it takes. Factory 825 produced military-grade components, and their quality control was extremely strict. Even if some of these people had studied mechanics, without access to blueprints or physical samples, they were helpless. So the factory gathered everyone for a meeting. Steal the know-how. We'll split up and do it. Each expert emphasized different aspects. We need to organize all this into a systematic framework. When classes began the next day, everyone had an idea. They carried several sheets of blank paper, placing them as a cover on the second page of their notebooks. Whenever a notebook page filled up, they'd secretly pull out the blank sheet underneath. Turn a page, swap in a new sheet. Writing forcefully left imprints on the blank paper. Later, they would privately trace over the imprints with graphite, making the notes perfectly legible. Of course, getting the blank paper out safely required the translator's assistance. Students are not allowed to take a single piece of paper out. But translators weren't subject to such strict scrutiny. The factory provided various entertainment options, ensuring the experts enjoyed a rich evening life. Some smooth operators even took people to social events with the experts. Those with deeper technical knowledge, like Wan Yang and Jin Jichuan, stayed behind to organize materials. After 8 p.m., they borrowed an office from the factory, squeezed together, and revisited the material. Wan Yang grasped the material most thoroughly. He took on the role of instructor, teaching everyone the expert's content in his own way. Sometimes these sessions lasted until midnight. Sun Xiang and Jian Lei, along with other factory leaders, peeked in from outside the office door. Everyone says I cherish our translators and even gossips about it. Come see for yourselves. Come see. We haven't cherished them in vain. The results are here. Not only did the results show, but they were outstanding. Subsequent exams and spot checks showed that neither the trainees nor the translators ever repeated the performance of the first test. The results were so impressive that the experts were astonished. When it came time to install the equipment, the trainees could assemble it accurately and pass the tests without much guidance from the experts. Sun Xiang asked Wan Yang privately, "Can this be replicated? Some of the processes are beyond our capabilities." Wan Yang shook his head. Wan Yang's response was objective: the principle is what it is. Cloning it might be possible. Replication and imitation a single character difference, yet the implications are vastly different. Of course, the resulting quality would also differ significantly. For now, just being able to imitate it is quite remarkable. Sun Xiang sprang to his feet upon hearing this, closing the office door tightly behind him. You mean we could actually replicate it? What are the odds? About 80%. Wan Yang gave a relatively conservative estimate. Sun Xiang's eyes lit up. If we could domestically produce such production lines, it wouldn't just mean self-sufficiency. Crucially, we could export them to other countries and earn foreign exchange. If this deal is truly set in stone, August 25th will be a triumph. I must report this matter first. The report was submitted that very day, and approval came through immediately. Further research and trial production were authorized under strict confidentiality. Preparations for these tasks began behind the scenes. The experts didn't stay on to work. After ensuring the equipment here ran smoothly, they left Unit 825 for other factories. Where exactly they went remained unknown. Whether they would return was also uncertain. After nearly a year, the whirlwind brought by the experts finally subsided. Everything returned to calm. The 40 trainees all became key personnel in their respective workshops. As for the 27 translators, they underwent some work assignments and adjustments. Wan Yang and Jin Jichuan formally began preparations for the research center at Plant 825, with Wan Yang serving as director and Jin Jichuan as deputy director. Xin Mingcheng was directly promoted to the factory office. He was primarily responsible for the daily affairs of Plant 825, which was much better than his previous position in the publicity department. Li Xingyuan was assigned to the personnel department, a position with considerable authority and relatively light responsibilities, far superior to his previous role as a minor broadcaster. Others also received corresponding adjustments, with most seeing at least a 1-grade increase in their base salary. The accounting section was reluctant to let go of their ace accountant, insisting they couldn't spare Li Xiaotong. If they wouldn't let her go, so be it. The factory leadership simply promoted Li Xiaotong to deputy section chief and also gave her a position in the labor union. It was a small step forward. Many people envied her. Look at you, just like that, you've climbed the ladder. People were kicking themselves in regret left and right. Why didn't we think to study harder back then? But those who actually made it up there weren't necessarily thrilled inside. Because the subsidies are gone. The subsidies for milk, eggs, meat, grain, vegetables, and all kinds of daily necessities used to be substantial enough to cover everyday expenses, allowing people to save their entire wages. Now that all these subsidies have been cut, everyone is suddenly at a loss about how to make ends meet. By the time Chensi could start babbling words and take a few steps while standing, the factory issued a notice. Everyone was urged to hurry to the police station to register their household registration and obtain their household registration books. This was crucial. Household registration books were vital. Without one, they'd have to buy grain at inflated prices. Before collecting the household register, you must obtain a certificate from the factory verifying the number of people in your household and their identities. Each family member would be recorded in the household register. Wan Yang was too busy to handle it, so Li Xiaotong went to collect it. The current household registration booklet is a small, earth yellow booklet with a slightly stiff cover bearing 3 characters, household registration book. Inside, there were no photographs, just handwritten names, genders, addresses, work units, and other details. This document served much like the old society law-abiding citizen certificate, a vital proof of identity for residents. Seeing this booklet suddenly reminded Wan Yang of something. Chensi's birthday was coming up soon, and they hadn't taken any photos yet. They'd have to find time to get some anniversary pictures taken. On the weekend, the couple took the elderly woman and the child out to a photo studio. They had the photographer take a full body portrait of the grandmother first, then a family portrait with her holding the child. After the session, old Mrs. Li spoke up, "Take another 1.5 body shot." When people reach a certain age, they start thinking about matters beyond their lifetime. If she wanted a photo, then so be it. After taking several shots of the child and adding a family portrait of the 3 of them, the family was just about to leave the studio. Before they could step outside, they bumped head-on into 2 people. Chapter 55, Li Xiaotong pinned her down. Stepping into the photo studio, Du Rulan and Jiang Lei, deputy plant manager of 825, collided head-on with the Wan Yang family. Du Rulan held a baby who looked to be 3 or 4 months old. After leaving the military, Du Rulan had actually landed a pretty good job. She was the district women's director. She was the one who had handled the fallout from Feng Shufan's meddling that had disrupted 11 couples at Factory 825. Later, Du Rulan abused her power to secure a job for her niece, Du Yanyan. This action rubbed certain higher-ups the wrong way, resulting in her being stripped of her position. She ended up working as a clerk at the neighborhood office for quite some time. Truth be told, this was an undeserved calamity. Given Du Yanyan's family background, if she had quietly followed Li Xingyuan's example and found a low-key job at a factory, nothing untoward would likely have happened. It was precisely her tendency to avoid responsibility that led to trouble. But Du Yanyan insisted on following a male classmate to work at a newspaper, refusing to listen to anyone's advice. Du Rulan, thinking she held some sway as the women's affairs director, indulged her niece's wishes. But the media sector? If they didn't investigate, fine. Once they did, they hit the nail on the head. Du Yanyan got fired. Not only did she end up eating at home, she dragged Du Rulan down with her. Du Rulan was just an ordinary clerk at the neighborhood office, a world apart from her former status. It wasn't until Du Rulan married Jiang Lei that he managed to secure her a transfer to the factory union at Plant 825. Recently, Du Rulan had taken leave from the factory to stay at the Du family home for her pregnancy, and hardly anyone had seen her. No one knew when she had given birth. Running into her now felt awkward. Jiang Lei smiled. "Engineer Wan, you're here to take pictures of the baby too?" Wan Yang nodded and greeted him warmly. "Yeah. We're here for the same reason, the baby's full moon celebration photos. We're done and about to head back. You guys should go, and quickly, it'll be crowded later." "Alright, see you later." Li Xiaotong stole a glance at the baby. This size clearly wasn't that of a 1-month-old. They were probably here for the 100-day photoshoot. In such situations, there was no need for further small talk. They simply passed each other by. No one gave it a second thought. As the new year approached, word finally spread that Deputy Plant Manager Jiang had welcomed a daughter named Qiqi. But no one had seen the child. Li Xingyuan, however, felt disheartened. He told Shin Mingcheng, "Let's go back to your hometown this year." Last year he couldn't go back because he was busy with the expert team, and if he didn't go this year, it wouldn't look good. "If you need to buy anything, go ahead and prepare it." Is he really upset? Shen Mingcheng quickly agreed. How could Li Xingyuan not be upset? When your own mother gives birth, regardless of how you feel about it, shouldn't she at least tell you? Even if she felt awkward saying it herself, couldn't she have told me through my aunt or cousin? The list of teachers for the affiliated elementary school was released before the new year, and my cousin's name was on it. Du Yanyan must have come to see it, yet she didn't meet with me once. What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to cut ties with me? Before the new year, Xingyuan and his wife told Li Xiaotong they were heading back to Shin Mingcheng's hometown. Li Xiaotong gave them a portion of the new year provisions she'd prepared for the family as a token of goodwill. Little did they know that the moment they left, the Du couple arrived to pick up Xingyuan. They intended to bring Xingyuan and Shin Mingcheng back to the Du family home for the new year, only to find the place deserted. Due to the Du couple's class background issues, they'd spent the past 6 months undergoing ideological re-education at a study class. They were only released just before the new year. Upon their return, the couple discovered their actions had caused their sister and daughter to fall out. Furious, Du Russian berated Du Rulan and Du Yanyan relentlessly at home. But could mother and daughter truly hold a grudge overnight? Any misunderstanding, once the initial anger subsided, would vanish upon meeting again. Was it really so hard for Auntie, pregnant and not thinking straight, to notify her cousin about her niece? You tell me this is a major life event, and the mother doesn't even inform Xingyuan? What was she thinking? She ended up creating distance between herself and her child. When the couple came to pick them up, Xingyuan's entire family was nowhere to be found. They claimed to have gone back to Shin Mingcheng's hometown without so much as a word of explanation. Aunt Du wept with heartache. "My little sister's been spoiled rotten." What kind of mother acts like this? Pushing her own flesh and blood onto others? How old is she, and why is she still so foolish? Back home, she berated Du Rulan, "That child is flesh of your flesh. Are you just going to stand by and do nothing?" She then scolded Du Yanyan, "Did your sister do anything to offend you? Would it have been so hard to say a word to her?" "No. Absolutely not." Du Rulan pulled Du Yanyan behind her. "I didn't let Yanyan go. Rumors run rampant at the factory. I didn't want her getting too close to the kids and getting caught up in it. I figured once this wave of gossip died down, I'd go see her. She's my own flesh and blood." Du Rulan lowered her head, looking a bit forlorn. After hearing this, Du Russian and his wife couldn't bring themselves to blame their younger sister anymore. Du Rulan glanced back. Seeing Jiang Lei was absent, she spoke again, "My own daughter, how could I not look after her? Rest assured. Whether it's Xingyuan or Yanyan, I hold them both dearest to my heart. As long as old Jiang and I are at the factory, no one will dare bully them." Du Russian hesitated before cautioning, "Just remember, don't make enemies with the Li family." "Of course not. Old Li and I came through the thick of it together. Even if we weren't married, we were comrades. That Xiaotong is a good girl. She lives on the same floor as Xing Yuan and looks out for her. After all, Xing Yuan is a Li family child. The sisters can watch out for each other. Du Rulan, unable to see her eldest daughter, felt a bit downcast. With Xing Yuan taken care of and Yin Yan having someone to look after her, both cousins are doing well. Life will carry on. This year's New Year celebrations had a generally somber atmosphere. Word came from above that the nation would be reducing its military personnel by nearly 30%. Li Baiquan possessed keen political sensitivity and sensed something amiss in the rumors. Lately, he'd been drafting reports outlining his concepts for certain ground-to-air combat scenarios. Some of the content had been suggested by Wan Yang, his son-in-law. After all, Wan Yang had lived in a later era. Though he hadn't directly participated in those developments, his perspective was broad. This year, his exposure to new military equipment production lines had sparked numerous fresh ideas. The insights he shared were more than enough to challenge Li Baiquan, a relative newcomer to the field. Wan Yang's offhand suggestions left his father-in-law utterly astonished. Certain matters, when unknown, seemed impossibly difficult. Yet once the veil was lifted, they proved remarkably simple. Wan Yang was essentially holding the definitive answer, then demonstrating it to others. How could it not astonish everyone? On New Year's Eve, his father-in-law kept Wan Yang in the side room, the two of them whispering away. After chatting most of the night, Li Baiquan, brimming with energy, rushed off to pay New Year's greetings to Political Commissar Su before dawn on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Wan Yang, however, was pinned down by Li Xiaotong onto the steaming hotcong bed, catching up on some much-needed sleep. Dealing with his father-in-law had been more mentally draining than working 2 straight days. After the Lantern Festival, the couple had to return to work at the factory. They brought the whole family over in the donkey cart again, and the mother-in-law would take the cart back. As soon as the factory resumed operations, meetings began primarily targeting the 3 fans. These sessions encouraged everyone to scrutinize and expose any wrongdoing. After that, they had to register and review their party membership. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong were both probationary party members and had to register. Wan Yang's background involved hired farm labor, while Li Xiaotong's mother was a poor peasant and her father a revolutionary cadre. No issues whatsoever. The fact that Wan Yang's parents were wealthy peasants was neither a major nor a minor issue. With his father-in-law Li Baiquan vouching for him, and the fact that Wan Yang had married into the family being an indisputable fact, they let him off lightly. What kind of wealthy peasant parents could raise a hired laborer's son? Just imagine the laughter that would cause. Anyway, Jin Jichuan vouched for Wan Yang. The boy had been employed by the Jin family since he was 13 or 14, and was taken in as a son-in-law just a few years later. So it had nothing to do with Wan Yang's parents. For various reasons, the accusations against Wan Manton and Si Yaqian didn't affect Wan Yang. But Jin Jichuan's deputy director position was immediately stripped from him. Jin Jichuan had been actively pursuing party membership before. But if he wasn't the Jin family's son, then who were his real parents? If the Jin family's wet nurse was his biological mother, then what about his real father? Dead or alive? What if his origins were problematic? If he was alive, they'd have to find him. He must be found and the truth clarified. But Jin Jichuan couldn't explain it, nor could he possibly clarify it. He was actually quite pleased to have his position stripped away. He whispered privately to Wan Yang, "From now on, I won't hold any official position. Just quietly working as a laborer is perfectly fine. 2 more investigations, and his past would surely be dug up. That would ruin everything. All the effort Jin Wansan had put into pretending to be crazy in Shirley Village would be wasted." The ones hit hardest were undoubtedly Du Rulan and Jian Lei. The Du family was right there was no avoiding it. Meanwhile, Li Xingyuan and Shin Mingcheng were also affected. Though their jobs remained intact, any prospects for promotion or advancement now seemed distant and uncertain. Li Xingyuan looked at Shin Mingcheng. "Why don't we get a divorce? I can't drag you down." She racked her brain but couldn't bring herself to say she'd cut ties with Du Rulan and the Du family. The Du family had raised her. Could she really do something so heartless just to make her own life easier? Shen Mingcheng glared at her. "What do you take me for? If we did that, would I even be human? Fine. Let's just stick to our jobs." Without alerting anyone at Wan Yang, Du Rulan had Shin Mingcheng transferred from the factory office to the research center's data room. He requested the transfer. Sun Ziyang approved it, a simple process that merely changed his workplace. After the investigation began, Shin Mingcheng was removed from his routine administrative duties at the factory office and reassigned to cleaning the office and handling logistics. But the research center was different. It was the archives. Organizing domestic and international literature and data? That was putting his education to practical use. Shen Mingcheng was deeply grateful. He went home and told Xing Yuan, "Quietly thank my sister's husband. We owe him big time this time." During this time, an incident occurred that was both laughable and exasperating. A visitor arrived from the Wan family, Wan Yang's older brother, Wan He. Chapter 56, Lost Memories returned to Wan He's mind. Before Wan He's arrival, the Wan family had sent Wan Yang a telegram. But Wan Yang had ignored it. The reason was simple: the telegram demanded money, baby formula, grain, everything. Why? Wanha's wife was pregnant. After years of infertility, she finally conceived only to give birth to a son. This news had Wanha completely devastated. You, Wan Yang, may have been born first, but you turned out to be a money-losing liability. My son is the legitimate firstborn grandson of the Wan family. Therefore, as his uncle, you ought to set aside your earnings, possessions, and valuable items for my boy. Your entire estate will belong to us someday. Whatever formula our little girl drinks, it should be sent back to our big, chubby boy. These brainless words came straight from Wanha's mouth. By the time they reached Wan Yang's ears through the grapevine, they made him laugh in anger. Wan Yang didn't believe he would be so arrogant without Wan Nanton and C's encouragement to demand money. This was the result of three idiots hatching a scheme together. Wan Yang ignored them. They hadn't even returned to Shirley Village for the new year. The Wans, having received no response or assurance from Wan Yang, had come running over in a hurry. Now that the factory was operating formally, outsiders needed quite a bit of paperwork to get in. So when Wani came looking for Wan Yang, he couldn't even get through the gates of the 825 factory. Wan Yang was in a meeting at the research institute. Even if he'd heard the security guards call, he wouldn't have had time. He was just an outsider. Sisterly, I heard someone from your Wan family came by. They're stuck at the gate, can't get in, and they're cursing up a storm. The language is pretty nasty. Wan Yang was too busy at the research institute to pay attention, but news traveled fast in the relatively quiet accounting department. Sure enough, word of someone claiming to be Wan Gong's family member causing a scene at the gate reached Li Xiaotong. Family? What family? Someone named Wan He or Wan Hu. Li Xiaotong stood up upon hearing this, glancing at the clock. At this hour, Wan Yang should be in a meeting. She decided to go check it out. Everything Wan Yang owns belongs to our family. Get out of my way. Li Xiaotong frowned as she walked out, finding Wan He bragging loudly at the gate. Hearing footsteps approach from inside, Wan He's voice grew even louder. When he recognized the figure as Blackie, Wan He instinctively took a step back. His fierce exterior crumbled as he trembled. Where's Wan Yang? Your family are rich peasants, while we Wan Yangs are hired hands. Stop making baseless accusations. How can a family full of rich peasants not feed their hired farmhand son? Are they supposed to send him to herd sheep for the landlords? Li Xiaotong calmly shut them down point by point. Hearing this, the people nearby began murmuring among themselves. Could Wan Gong be adopted? Otherwise, how could he be so absurd? The gap between rich peasants and hired laborers is huge. Exactly. It must be true he passed all the qualification checks. Wang Gong's status is set in stone. Yeah, everyone's been talking about it. We were all wondering. He passed the strictest screening process, there must be a reason. Come on, let's settle this fairly. You, Wan Jia, keep saying that a daughter who marries out is like a son-in-law who marries in. If you don't take us in, we won't bother you either. So why are you running over here now? Begging for food? Harsh words, but true. Wani opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. I persuaded Wan Yang to send your mother half a sack of grain each month as her pension. Looks like I took you too seriously. You're ungrateful bastards. What? Still want to starve yourselves to death? Ha? You approve that grain? Wan He was stunned. Everyone at home had assumed Wan Yang was a traitor working for the enemy while still thinking of the Wan family. Wan Yang is family. The child bears the Li surname, the estate belongs to the Li family. What the hell does it have to do with your Wan family? What are you barking about? Wan He straightened his back with effort and retorted to Hanyo, wrong. I gave birth to a son. Whatever I earn as his uncle belongs to my nephew. When you kicked Wan Yang out back then, didn't even let him take his bedding, made him sleep in the land god temple, why didn't you claim he was family then? Why didn't you treat him like your nephew's uncle? When Wan Yang came to us, he didn't even have a full set of clothes. We built this home from nothing, everything here was saved up bit by Wan Yang and me. How dare you claim it? What's mine is mine. Anyone who dares lay a finger on it, I'll chop their hand off. Li Xiaotong's fierce aura made Wan He shrink back at her words. My daughter is Li Chenxi. Everything in this house belongs to us, even Wan Yang is ours. Mark my words. You can only stare at our family's possessions. No matter how much you covet them, they're still ours. If you don't know your place, I'll call the police to settle this. What's the charge for robbery? If need be, I'll lock you up for a few years just like that sea guy. Both of you can rot in jail. Don't mistake a tiger for a sick cat when it doesn't roar. How dare you come here to bully her man? How shameless. Licking your lips to claim what belongs to others. Exactly. Wave after wave of contemptuous stares washed over Wan He, making him squirm like ants were biting his skin. Li Xiaotong unleashed a torrent of abuse, leaving Wan He's face flushed crimson with rage. Unable to contain himself, he clenched his fists, ready to strike. If you don't raise a hand, just yell back and get on with your business. But right here at her own doorstep, he dared to clench his fist and raise his arm? Li Xiaotong's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Having been too accommodating at the factory, she hadn't had a chance to flex her muscles in ages. Before he could even touch Li Xiaotong, Wan Yang who had rushed over kicked him flying a good distance. Wan Yang had arrived, though it was unclear how long he'd been listening nearby. In any case, the moment he reached out, Wan Yang was the one who got kicked. Wan Yang had just finished a meeting when he heard someone outside shout, "Director Wan, your wife is fighting with someone at the gate." His face turned pale, and he rushed out immediately. Fortunately, he arrived just in time.
"What's this? You dare lay a finger on my wife?" Wan Yang's expression darkened, his imposing presence nearly crushing Wan He's spirit. Wan Yang was now half a head taller than Manhwa.
Life in the provincial capital had been good to him, not exactly plump, but well built, with muscles and a sturdy frame.
"You bastard! You've pissed me off."
Li Xiaotong's scolding had made Wan He's lips tremble, and now he could barely form coherent words. Seeing Wan Yang, the man he'd once defeated, only fueled his rage further. Without hesitation, he charged straight at Wan Yang. Back in the day, Wan He had always bullied Wan Yang, beating him whenever he pleased. So, he did it instinctively.
"Can't beat your wife? Beating you is a piece of cake."
Li Xiaotong pulled her husband back, then switched places with Wan Yang.
Smack!
The charging figure flew backward a good distance.
The sound alone made your teeth ache. Put!
A grayish substance mixed with blood spurted from Wan He's mouth. Li Xiaotong had just smacked Wan He across the face, knocking out one of his teeth. That single blow instantly crushed Wan He's arrogance.
Even long-buried memories resurfaced in Wan He's mind.
The last time Wan He had faced Blackie was when Wan Yang was kicked out of the Wan family. Back then, Hanyo had sent him flying with a single slap, sending him tumbling twice. This time, facing Hanyo again, a single slap sent him flying through the air, crashing to the ground and knocking out his teeth. Heavenly Black, heartbroken over her man, held nothing back. Every ounce of her strength was channeled into that single blow.
Wan He couldn't curse back effectively, nor could he fight back.
Trembling, he picked up the innocent tooth and began sobbing uncontrollably. Li Xiaotong's slap was so forceful it made onlookers instinctively step back several paces.
Wan Yang's kick hadn't seemed particularly threatening. But that slap from Wan Gong's wife? It carried a palpable wind, powerful enough to knock out a tooth? That force was unbelievable.
When the crowd snapped back to reality, their gazes toward Wan Yang carried a hint of sympathy. No wonder Mr. Wan was so considerate and devoted to his family. He excelled at cooking and childcare. Turns out he was just afraid of his wife.
Well, he'd have to be afraid. Deputy Section Chief Li's grip was something most people couldn't handle.
Wan Yang had no idea what they were muttering about under their breath. If he found out, he'd spit right in their faces.
His wife was gentle as could be. When had she ever laid a finger on him? Couldn't he just be doing it out of love for his wife, willingly taking care of the kids, cooking and cleaning? Keep talking, and I'll deal with you too. Chapter 57. You mess with me, you pay big sister back.
The upside was that before, everyone called Li Xiaotong Little Li. Nowadays, few people on the street call her Little Li anymore. They've gradually started addressing her as Section Chief Li.
The downside?
Many employees now gave Wan Yang strange looks, mostly tinged with pity. With such a formidable wife, no wonder Wan Gong is so well behaved. But our Section Chief Li's methods with Wan Gong go far beyond scratching, pinching, biting, or forcing him to kneel. She doesn't need those petty tricks women resort to. Wan Gong's carpentry skills were honed through sheer practice. What choice did he have? With a wife who could knock someone's teeth out with a single slap, he had no choice but to master his craft. Others added with a touch of envy, being the brigade commander's son-in-law can't be easy. Whether being the division commander's son-in-law was truly difficult or not, and what Wan Yang's actual experience was, remained unknown to others. But Shin Mingqing believed he knew and had learned the hard way just how difficult it was to be a son-in-law of the Li family. The couple had only exchanged a few playful jabs when Li Xiaotong walked past the doorway. Shin Mingqing immediately backed down. "Big sis, we were just messing around. I wouldn't dare pick on your sister.
Go ahead and play,"
Li Xiaotong said casually.
"When a couple bickers, what's an older sister-in-law like me supposed to say?"
But the more nonchalantly Xiaotong acted, the more Shin Mingqing feared she was taking mental notes.
Was she really keeping track? Was she keeping score in her little notebook, waiting to pile up enough to give me a good thrashing?
Shin Mingqing immediately dropped to his knees, apologizing profusely to Xing Yuan. "I was wrong.
Truly, I was wrong.
Please tell your sister later."
Xing Yuan was even more furious. "You're the one who provoked me. Why are you apologizing to my sister?" But regardless, Xing Yuan was among those who benefited from this incident. Of course, Xing Yuan wasn't the only beneficiary. Even Shensi reaped rewards.
The 2-year-old couldn't be contained indoors anymore, clamoring to play outside. The old lady carried a small stool and led the children outside. She sat nearby keeping watch while the kids played freely. Even if they got rowdy or cried a little, it was no big deal, they were just kids. The old lady overheard the older kids telling the younger ones, "Go easy on her. Her mom's a pro, one slap and you'll fly across the room." The older child thought this was the ultimate mastery. The younger child had no idea what master meant, let alone what it meant to be knocked flying by a slap. They were simply terrified by the older child. If someone that big was scared, then they probably should be scared too. So when Chenzi wanted to use their little shovel to dig, she obediently waited her turn in line. But then someone handed her the shovel directly. Go ahead, you use it first. No worries, take as long as you want, we don't need it. So Chenzi happily dug away in front of the crowd of kids, turning over the entire little garden. Another day, she wanted to play with the sandbags the older kids were tossing. They immediately handed them to her. You throw. It's so much fun. So she threw it all day long, with many children gathered around her, helping her pick up the sandbags all day. The next day, she wanted to join them jumping through the painted circles. They let her have all the circles they'd drawn. Chenzi exclaimed. Why are they so kind? Slowly, the child finally realized she'd been playing alone all along. Everyone was just watching her play by herself. The old lady thought this was a problem. How could everyone keep giving way to her? Maybe I should just take the child back to the compound? Just go back to the compound? The commander's precious granddaughter, we've got to indulge her. Wan Yang could only say, let her play for now. Kids have short memories, they'll forget about it soon enough. But he underestimated their imaginations. The longer it went on, the more vividly they replayed the incident in their minds. Some even claimed Chenzi's mother looked just like Li Kuei, the Black Whirlwind from their comic books. Unaware of this, Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong waited patiently, hoping the children would change their minds. But that's all water under the bridge now. Last time, Wan Yang had done Shen Mingcheng a huge favor, transferring him from the factory office to the research center's archives department. Shen Mingcheng and his wife discussed how they should properly thank their brother-in-law. When Li Xingyuan and Shen Mingcheng arrived with their gifts to express their gratitude, only Grandma Li and the children were home. Where are my sister and brother-in-law? They're out. The old lady was feeding the child rice porridge at that moment. Your brother-in-law mysteriously pulled your sister out. Probably because they felt uncomfortable discussing private matters with this old woman at home. All right. Then I'll keep you company and play with the child while we wait for them. She told Shen Mingcheng to go back first. The room was already cramped enough, it wouldn't hurt to wait for them to return before calling him back. Li Xingyuan didn't wait for Wan Yang and Lin Yutong to return before Shen Mingcheng called him back. Because the Du family had arrived. And Du immediately slapped Li Xingyuan. How could you be so heartless? Your mother stayed away to avoid dragging you into trouble. But she hasn't been at the factory for so long, didn't you ever wonder where she went? Knowing she was pregnant and about to give birth, you didn't even ask about your own flesh and blood. How could you be so cold-hearted? Li Xingyuan kept her head down, saying nothing. Du Rushan gently pulled his wife aside, his voice soft. Your aunt means no harm. Whether things were smooth or rough back then, it's all in the past now. Your mother isn't angry with you. We came to tell you this, your mother isn't distant because of Chi-Chi. It's not that she doesn't love you anymore. She's afraid of dragging you down. Li Xingyuan truly didn't know what to say about this. He had already been dragged into it, not only himself, but Shen Mingcheng had been affected too. If not for his brother-in-law this time, Shen Mingcheng would have ended up reduced to doing menial work. It was better not to say anything at all. Li Xingyuan decided to change the subject. What about you two? Are you both doing okay? We're managing. It's called a study session for a reason, no real hardship. And Du stroked Xingyuan's hand. Du Risheng sighed, the factory back home. I suppose it'll be nationalized soon. What happens after that, I don't know. But we'll be fine. The factory dividends will still come through on time. What about my cousin? Has her job been affected? Li Xingyuan asked again. Some impact, but nothing major. Du Risheng deliberately downplayed it. We still have to submit the required ideological reports, but we're still doing our jobs. That's actually quite good. Auntie Du sighed, her job is taken care of, but as for marriage, that's out of the question for now. That's true. With my cousin's situation, there aren't many who'd dare to marry her. After chatting for a while, the Du couple didn't linger and prepared to leave. Li Xingyuan and Shen Mingcheng saw them out. Their visit had eased Li Xingyuan's mind somewhat. She gradually began paying attention to Du Rulan's situation. Du Rulan worked at the labor union, where she had to write daily reports for the management cadres Feng Chuanrong and Shen Fangfang. Li Xingyuan realized that when those two women had targeted Xiao Danny before, she hadn't felt much about it. But now that they were targeting Du Rulan, she felt deeply uneasy. How could people be so despicable? Their schemes to torment her came in wave after wave, seemingly never-ending. After all, they weren't in the same department. No matter how much Li Xingyuan sympathized with Du Rulan, she couldn't intervene across departments to defend her. Those two women were skilled at manipulating situations, always using lofty justifications that left no room for criticism. Just because Li Xingyuan couldn't do anything about them didn't mean others couldn't. When Yufang first joined the factory, she was thoroughly tormented by those two. First, as a temporary worker, she was made to haul water and chop firewood, work so grueling it nearly caused her to miscarry. Later, after finally securing permanent status and being assigned to the cafeteria, every dirty and exhausting task fell to Yufang. Xiao Danny, though also toiling in the boiler room, found a new man after her divorce, a man who took over all her grueling tasks. But Yufang? She was worked to the bone until she gave birth to her second child right in the cafeteria. Seeing her daughter born pale and frail, wailing like a kitten, she knew it was all from the exhaustion. Yufang gritted her teeth, steeled herself, and made up her mind. She wanted to write an exposé, but she couldn't write. After bottling it up for days, she finally found the perfect person. Du Rulan was being bullied right then. Yufang couldn't believe Li Xingyuan felt good about it. When Yufang approached him, Li Xingyuan had wised up, sighing and shaking his head. The information you have isn't the same as what I have. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to write it. Besides, once it passes through my hands, people will suspect it's retaliation. Credible evidence becomes unreliable. I can't write it. Oh, that's true. Yufang accepted this explanation. Yufang frowned, but I can't write. Li Xingyuan lent Yufang a dictionary. Flip through it. If you don't know any characters, I can look them up for you. He added a few flattering words. My background is different from yours. My ancestors for 8 generations were poor peasants and hired laborers. You're part of the working masses. Your words carry more credibility. Over 80% of the 400 or 500 word denunciation letter was dictated by Li Xingyuan, who looked up characters in the dictionary and had her copy them down. The rest were words she had learned in the literacy class. Call for denunciations. Yufang actually submitted the letter. Every time she asked the head cook to make extra portions, claiming it was for latecomers who might miss out on meals, there would be leftovers each time. Yet the next day, those leftovers would mysteriously vanish. Perfect cabbages were stripped layer by layer, supposedly to prevent us workers from eating the best parts. My job was washing and chopping vegetables. Whenever I was present during sorting, I was immediately assigned to wash the produce. By the time I returned, the prime leaves had vanished. Those 2 families could fill several jars with pickles made from the leftover stalks. The work team tracked down the whistleblower based on written evidence and launched an investigation after speaking with them. Like Yufang, I felt deeply resentful. Of course, there were people harboring grievances. When the task force investigated, their statements were vague and evasive. We weren't entirely sure about that. We didn't catch them red-handed, so we couldn't say for sure. Judging by their tone, it seemed there might be something to it. Investigate. We must investigate. Chapter 58, Home Alone. Finally some breathing room. The investigation team conducted on-site searches at both households and discovered 2 jars of pickled vegetables in the kitchen. Indeed, the outer green leaves of cabbage. It wasn't as extreme as Yufang claimed, enough pickled vegetables to last a year. The quantity wasn't large, and the leaves inside didn't match Yufang's description. They weren't all good leaves. Upon closer inspection, the leaves did show insect damage, clearly spoiled greens. Good leaves would have been stir-fried or stewed and eaten that very day. Who could say for sure? Well, that's a possibility too. Regardless of how much they took, it was still stealing public property. Both women were stripped of their positions and removed from the union. They remained in the canteen as laborers, tasked with sorting, washing, and chopping vegetables. Yufang didn't get promoted either. Before, she had to handle all the tasks, but now she's only responsible for chopping vegetables. If she gets overwhelmed, she can call on the handyman for help. Surprisingly, it was Aunt Min who ultimately benefited. Previously, she'd handled cleaning duties in the main hall. Thanks to her good relationships with everyone, she was promoted to head of the cafeteria. Yufang couldn't stand Min Deseo anymore. Before, when it came to reporting someone, everyone would just let it go. Who would actually do it? Yet Yufang did it and succeeded. What's more, she didn't hide it, she even seemed proud of it. Those with hidden agendas couldn't help but be swayed by her passionate rhetoric. But most people started keeping their distance from Yufang. Someone like that could expose others today and turn on you tomorrow. Wang Shanju couldn't stand this kind of thing. He went home and beat Yufang. He couldn't say what she'd done wrong. Calling for exposure, how could that be wrong? The commotion in the building hadn't even died down when trouble started brewing in the department. Junior clerk Lu Jing was denounced by janitor Zhou Lady. What was Lu Jing accused of? Stealing office supplies. The investigation team was dispatched immediately. What could anyone say? Li Xiaotong spoke up. Let's see how much Lu Jing actually took. If it's too much, we'll deduct some pay to cover the loss. As for transferring her out, it's not that serious yet. Zhou Lady couldn't handle Lu Jing's workload anyway. Otherwise, they could have swapped positions. Most of the paper Lu Jing took home was scrap paper discarded from the office. While the written-on sections were unusable, the blank pages could be cut out, rebound, and repurposed as notebooks. The discarded backsides could still serve as scrap paper. Of course, some new sheets inevitably got mixed in. And ink. Everyone used up the last bit of ink in their bottles, and she collected it all, poured it into a jar, and took it home. This was something everyone tacitly agreed to. So suddenly this is considered taking advantage of the company? Ma Guanyo, as the section chief, stepped forward and said, a small punishment will serve as a big warning. Although Lu Jing can't keep her mouth shut and loves to gossip, her work attitude and ability are fine. That stuff was just sitting in the office anyway, and eventually, Zhou Lady, the office helper, would have thrown it away as waste. Right. Zhou lady could take the scrap paper openly. Her family had children who needed paper and ink too. Ultimately, Lu Jing had encroached on Zhou lady's livelihood. As a young woman, Lu Jing was at an age where her reputation mattered most. After this incident, she walked with her shoulders hunched and head bowed whenever she saw anyone, feeling inferior to everyone she met. As for Zhou lady, she achieved her goal.
So what if I'm a lowly errand runner? Does that make you look down on me?
Even if I'm insignificant, sometimes my words carry weight. Because of this incident, the office atmosphere suddenly turned strange. Where once everyone laughed and joked freely, chatting without a care, that was no longer possible. Everyone had to watch their words carefully.
They'd rather make small talk about what they ate or drank today than discuss anything related to actual work.
Now, no one even dares to be the last one to leave the office, afraid of losing something or facing other unexplained consequences.
Our department was just a microcosm. Every department had encountered problems of one kind or another. The factory's daily broadcasts read news reports about new cases of embezzlement uncovered here and there.
Rumors say over 2,000 people embezzled 10 million. 10 million was calculated based on the old currency.
10,000 old currency units equaled 1 new currency unit, so 10 million equaled 1,000 new currency units.
With average wages barely reaching a few dozen dollars, Li Xingyuan and his wife's combined income didn't even hit 100.
What does embezzling $1,000 mean?
It's more than they could save in a year without eating or drinking.
The consequence for embezzling such a sum? Execution by firing squad. This was a genuine crackdown on corruption from top to bottom. Consequently, the factory enforced stricter controls.
Anyone in a position with even the slightest opportunity for graft became extremely cautious, afraid to make the slightest mistake. Yufang used to be able to bring home scraps of vegetables, but that was out of the question now. Sister Min, who managed the canteen, responded to the call for frugality and opposition to waste. She found a way to save someone who makes great pickles. She put a big pickle crock in the cafeteria. Vegetable scraps and peels get washed and pickled in there.
No one can take them home anymore. Did this affect the Wan family's life? Absolutely.
For instance, when they bought meat before, if there was good cuts available, Zhang Qinlao would set some aside for them to pick up later. But now Zhang Qinlao dares not. Sis, it's not that I don't want to help, but they're watching too closely.
So now we just eat whatever we can get. Right up until May Day, the entire factory remained on edge, afraid to make even the slightest mistake.
But to outsiders, the Wan seemed to have nothing but good fortune this May Day. Wan Yang was honored as an advanced worker, while Li Xiaoton became a model worker. They stood in rows on stage to receive their awards, wearing bright red flowers on their chests and holding certificates in their hands, each delivering a speech of gratitude. On a small scale, they thanked their leaders and families. On a larger scale, they thanked the nation.
These days, rewards were purely symbolic. They emphasized dedication without expecting anything in return.
Doing your job well was simply expected. Materially, each received a notebook stamped with the factory's official seal, followed by Sun Ziyang's sweeping calligraphy, awarded to name for outstanding worker or model worker, along with his signature and the date. Those who received them were thrilled beyond measure, pumped up like they could work non-stop for 3 more days and nights.
Now, labor is the most glorious endeavor.
Even without extra pay, people worked tirelessly for the honor alone.
As the weather grew warmer, the first floor doors remained open for ventilation and cool air.
Li Xingyuan was playing with his little niece by the doorway when Chenxi suddenly cried out, "Pooh!"
Li Xingyuan gagged and nearly vomited. Shen Mingchang was alarmed. What's wrong?
Old Mrs. Li was sorting vegetables by the door.
She glanced over and tentatively asked, could it be? Go to the hospital and get checked. Pregnant? Pretty much. We should get her checked right away.
Li Xingyuan clutched her stomach and began to sob.
Shen Mingchang was so flustered he didn't know what to do. Stomachache?
Where does it hurt?
Don't scare me. Grandma Li sighed. It's about time.
Those 2 kids never say it, but they must be anxious inside. Of all the young couples who moved in together, only their family had no children yet. The kids from the other families were already running around everywhere.
The ones with more kids?
They were already pregnant with their 3rd.
A new life is always good news.
By the weekend, Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong were summoned back, told their father-in-law had something important to discuss. On their way back, they discovered Li Xingyuan and Shen Mingcheng had also been summoned.
All 4 were startled, unsure what had happened, and hurried back.
I plan to take your mother to register our marriage, Li Baiquan announced, his face glowing with joy.
Great news. How long have you 2 been putting it off?
Du Rulan remarried, and her child is almost a year old now. Your mother will move into the small building from now on.
The community service center doesn't have enough space.
Hearing this, Liang Choyue cast a wistful glance around the house. After all their travels from Shirley Village, this was the first place they truly settled down. Every stitch, every piece of furniture inside had been arranged by their own hands.
Cough. Your mother is pregnant. And you're still talking. Liang Choyue's melancholy vanished instantly as she reached out and pinched Li Baiquan's arm. Li Baiquan grinned from ear to ear. This is wonderful news. Double good fortune, how could it not be a blessing?
Li Xiaotong and Li Xingyuan, being the daughters, felt too shy to speak up, so Wan Yang had to stand up and change the subject. Truthfully, this wasn't about the child at all. The original reason was the house. If Liang Qiuyue and Li Baiquan weren't married, she'd just be an ordinary employee. In recent years, with so many children born to military personnel, housing had become increasingly tight. It was definitely inappropriate for a civilian employee to occupy such a large courtyard for so long. Plus, the service center was running out of space. If they weren't a married couple, we'd consider allocating separate housing. The logistics department leadership conveyed the message tactfully. The housing would definitely be a single room. Living with her mother-in-law, plus preparing rooms for her daughter and son-in-law to visit during holidays, along with grandchildren, it just wasn't realistic. There's absolutely no way it could fit. Li Baiquan urged, why not live in that small house over there instead of bothering the military? We're just a couple after all. As a division commander, that small building represented his rank. No one would dare touch his property. So they should move to the small building. It had more rooms, and when the children came back, there would be plenty of space. Xingyuan was pregnant, and the next generation would follow one after another. Xiaotong would definitely have more children in the future. That was certainly true. This place isn't small now, so even Li Baiquan comes here for holidays. Xingyuan and Xin Mingqing visit to pay respects. They come because the old lady is here. If they were split into separate rooms, they wouldn't even have space to turn around. How could they possibly bring the children back? So the couple decided to call the children back and announce this plan. Who would have thought that while they were packing to move into the small house, they would have a passionate encounter there? Just that one time, and she ended up pregnant. To Wan Yang, it seemed perfectly natural her father-in-law and mother-in-law were just over 30, in the prime of their lives. After 16 years apart, if they'd been together during that time, they'd have had a string of children. Now they were making up for lost time. But Liang Qiuyue herself was mortified. She was already holding her granddaughter, yet now the grandmother was pregnant again. Her niece was younger than her own birthday. No big deal, it's not like there aren't other mothers giving birth at the same time as their daughters. You know, over in the western part of our village. Li Xiaotong offered her carefree reassurance. Once she starts school, Chenxi can take care of her little uncle. Exactly. By the time Liang Qiuyue gives birth, Chenxi will be 3. In the village, kids 3 or 4 years apart, that's just the older ones taking care of the younger ones. Li Baiquan kept scolding his own daughter, trying to shut her up. Li Baiquan apologized to Xingyuan, your bedroom is still yours. I moved the piano into it, and the door is locked. He handed the key to Li Xingyuan. The top 3 rooms, one for you, one for Nyonyo. Your mother, grandmother, and I will stay on the lower level. The other room is my study. This house is more than spacious enough for our whole family. Li Xingyuan took the key and handed it to Liang Qiuyue. I'll come back when I come back. When I'm not here, feel free to use the room if you need it. Liang Qiuyue paused, then took the key. There's another empty room too, plenty of space. I'll keep your room tidy and won't touch your things. During holidays, I'll come stay with your sister. It was a complete acceptance of this child. The only thing she hadn't figured out was what to do with the milk goat. The small building had a yard, so she simply set up a wooden post outside it, tied the goat to the post, built a shelter, and installed a stone trough. After all, it was a hero. Later, both Liang Qiuyue and Li Xingyuan had children, and they couldn't do without it. Grandma Li was the happiest of all. The family was finally together again. Nothing could bring greater joy than that. As the weather grew hotter, living in the tenement became increasingly uncomfortable. Grandma Li took the children and returned directly to the Li household. Chenxi was thrilled, the second floor was cool and breezy. The old lady wasn't suffering, and neither was the child. With no one else in the house, she could finally relax after locking the door at night. Hot. Yes. If it's hot, just take it off. But the more I took off, the hotter I got. My whole body felt restless. Chapter 59, someone shines a flashlight through my curtains. After a fierce battle of chase and evasion, offense and defense evenly matched, I went to the balcony to wash up and then fought another round. By the time I returned to the bed, the enemy was utterly exhausted. The single room's window could be opened, and the screen kept out mosquitoes. Just make sure the mosquito net is pulled tight, or you'll be exposed. That's the only downside of the first floor. In the dead of night, Wan Yang suddenly felt a flashlight beam dart past. He snapped his eyes open, scanning left and right, only to see curtains billowing in the breeze. He stood up. The curtains at home were double layered with buttons, fastened to nails hammered into the wall when closed. 5 or 6 hung vertically in a row. Opening them from the outside was nearly impossible. The flashlight beam had indeed shone in, but then there was no movement. Wan Yang assumed it was someone finishing their night shift, shining their flashlight around. He lay back down, finally feeling sleepy, when suddenly a shrill scream pierced the air. A woman's voice. Wan Yang shot upright, pulled on his pants, and scrambled out of bed. Li Xiaotong was also startled awake. She pulled on her nightgown as Wan Yang switched on the light. Outside, there was the sound of a door being roughly opened and footsteps. What's going on? Who just yelled?
It was Zhu Lily who had shouted. She gave birth to a daughter for Jean Ziyuan named Jean Bebe. I got up to feed the baby without turning on the light. I was feeding her when I saw someone shining a flashlight through my curtains. Jichuan ran out after them. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yufan began shouting, "Catch the thief! My curtains have been opened." The windows were old-style outward opening ones, and not every household had window screens installed. 99% of households had paper-covered window screen. Mesh was too extravagant. Screen windows, as the name suggests, were made of gauze. And they were the removable kind. To open the window, you first had to open the window itself, then nail the screen window in place. To close the window, you had to take the screen window down. During summer, windows were rarely closed. People usually waited until summer was nearly over and the weather turned cooler before taking down the screens. Wan Yang's home had an exterior balcony, so the screens were installed on the balcony windows. When the evening chill grew intense, they'd close both the window and door connecting to the balcony. For safety, the curtains on the Wan Yang family's balcony all have fasteners. Otherwise, they wouldn't even wash up on the balcony. Even the Wan family's window curtains only served to block prying eyes. They offered no protection against burglars whatsoever. This was precisely why Wan Yang didn't choose an upstairs apartment these days. Upstairs units weren't equipped with security bars either. So essentially, any window was wide open. Someone tall could simply reach out and pry it open, while someone agile could climb up from the second or third floor by grabbing the window frame. This residential area was within the factory grounds. Security had always been tight here, and incidents like this had never occurred before. As soon as Yufang screamed, Wang Shanju dashed out. Every single man in the stairwell followed suit, turning back to flee. Wan Yang gently nudged Li Xiaotong, signaling her to go home, then prepared to follow the crowd out. "Put this on." Li Xiaotong grabbed a short-sleeved shirt and shoved it into Wan Yang's hands. It wasn't that she feared he'd be cold, it was sweltering, and many had rushed out bareback that night. Rather, the two had gotten a bit too rough during their nighttime cat and mouse game, leaving Wan Yang covered in scratches. The flickering lights made it hard to see, but it was Li Xiaotong who felt guilty, noticing the slightest oddity. Wan Yang raised an eyebrow, noticing Li Xiaotong's flushed cheeks. He complied without protest, slipped the shirt on, and joined the others. Once the men left, the women showed no intention of returning to their rooms. Instead, they gathered in the hallway, finding safety in numbers. Leaning against the doorframe, Li Xingyuan held her waist with one hand and gently rubbed her slightly rounded belly with the other. She spoke softly, "Sis, I need to use the restroom." Pregnant women with large bellies often experience frequent urination due to pressure. Given Li Xingyuan's condition, using a chamber pot indoors was out of the question. She had to use the public restroom. Li Xiaotong opened the door. "Come use ours. We have a bathroom. It's no trouble to borrow it for now." Late at night, the thought of her sister-in-law going to her sister's house to use the bathroom made Li Xingyuan feel awkward. What if her brother-in-law happened to come home? Li Xingyuan shook his head. "Could you walk me over there? I just can't go in this place." "Fine." Li Xiaotong accompanied Li Xingyuan toward the public restroom. The building's restrooms were in the center of the hallway. Directly opposite the staircase was the utility room, with separate men's and women's restrooms flanking it on either side. Walking down the hallway, they heard Jin Jichuan grumbling outside. "Damn it, I chased him out and he vanished. That little bastard ran around the whole building and I still can't find him." Just as Li Xiaotong and Li Xingyuan reached the utility room, a woman's shriek pierced the air. It came from the women's restroom. Then a dark figure burst out of the restroom, nearly colliding with Li Xingyuan. Li Xiaotong reacted swiftly, kicking the person away. The person looked burly, but couldn't withstand Li Xiaotong's kick. His entire body lurches sideways, crashing into the wall. Thud. The sound was so crisp. Not only that, but the women standing in the hallway were armed with heavy defensive weapons. The shadow was struck repeatedly on the head with iron pots and milk pans, leaving him unable to get up for quite some time. After a long days, he tried to roll over, only to be surrounded and attacked by the women. Rolling pins and brooms came down hard. The men rushed back upon hearing the screams, only to find a man in a tank top and shorts. Every inch of exposed skin was streaked with blood, stained crimson, or covered in large patches of bruises, deep, purplish-blue marks. They really didn't hold back. "Section Chief Min, our factory's security is hopeless." "Who is this? Our factory doesn't allow outsiders in." Min Fuwang stepped in to calm the agitated women, then reached out to help the man on the ground who was covering his face. "He's not one of us." As head of security, recognizing people is the most basic skill. He knows exactly who is and isn't a factory employee. Min Fuwang stood up and kicked the man again. "Get up! Who's this guy related to?" After questioning him for a while, they discovered he was Jiang Lei's distant nephew. It wasn't just Jiang Lei's relatives who had come to the factory. Relatives from many families had arrived. Some of the old earthen huts had been demolished to make way for new construction. Some more remote areas hadn't been scheduled for demolition yet and were preserved. With sufficient dormitory construction completed, most workers had been accommodated in the new dormitory buildings. The earthen dwellings stood empty. Some relatives who came to visit had nowhere to stay and refused to leave, so they were temporarily allowed to stay in the earthen dwellings as a transitional arrangement. Now, trouble has arisen. Since Jiang Lei was involved, Shen Mingcheng pulled Li Xingyuan back first. Seeing this, Li Xiaotong grabbed her arm and offered to let her use her bathroom. At this point, Li Xingyuan couldn't hold it in anymore. The others treated it like a spectacle, grilling the guy about why he was shining a flashlight around in the middle of the night. Thieves are afraid of being seen, so who would wave a flashlight around so brightly? The badly beaten guy was trembling and spilling everything. We made a bet. They said city women have skin whiter than their faces. If I saw it and told them back home, they'd each give me 1,000 yuan. 1,000? That's worth a dime in purchasing power. For that measly amount? Causing such chaos on the first floor? The women raised their weapons against things that could easily kill someone. Cases like this were usually handled internally by the factory security department. The procedure was for security to contact the individual's home commune, have them send someone to take him away, and then the commune would decide how to handle the trial. The nature of this incident was extremely serious, and Jiang Lei had made a complete fool of himself. The factory convened a meeting and issued an official notice. Family members of all employees were prohibited from entering the factory premises without approval, and overnight stays were strictly forbidden. Those wishing to live together would have to move out, leaving both the factory and the dormitory area. Those lingering on the premises were all expelled. Many relatives visiting from the countryside had previously felt sympathy for them. But after this incident, even those who were themselves originally from the countryside put away their sympathy. Many began harboring resentment toward these rural-born individuals. The whole affair began as nothing more than a bet made out of boredom by a group of idlers, not out of any real intent or audacity. Who's to blame for having a dimwit around here? When incidents like this occur, outsiders are always cleared out first. I hear maintaining order in the city these days is getting tougher. Yeah, petty thefts are on the rise. Chapter 60. We can't afford to replace something this expensive if it gets broken. The factory security department has intensified patrols. The residential area, which should be the safest place, has now become a key surveillance zone. Even so, fewer women dared to go out at night to use the restroom. Those who chose apartments with private bathrooms are the envy of everyone. Even if it meant sacrificing a few square feet, at least they were safe in their own homes. How convenient. No need to leave the house to use the restroom. I heard you can even shower at home, no need to crowd the public bathhouse. After that incident, the factory made a firm decision to clear out all non-factory outsiders, which was a good thing. 10 days or so later, Wan Yang was fast asleep when he suddenly heard loud banging noises. First, someone else's door was being pounded on, then his own door was being pounded on. Get up! Open the door! Open it so I can see! Who is it? Wan Yang got up. The voices outside sounded unfamiliar. Li Xiaotong also found the sound unfamiliar. They both got dressed and stood up. Wan Yang went to open the door. The door had barely opened a crack when it was violently shoved open from the outside. A drunken man stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, swaying unsteadily on his feet. The man looked familiar, but Wan Yang couldn't place his name. He held a kitchen knife in his hand, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Wan Yang. Wan Yang pulled Li Xiaotong behind him. Who are you? What do you want in the middle of the night? Li Xiaotong grabbed Wan Yang from behind, ready to act. Manhwa emerged quietly, wielding a metal rod behind them. He was poised to strike the man with a single blow if he made a move. Neighbors' doors began opening one after another. The commotion had woken them all. The man stood at the doorway, knife raised, peering inside. Where's my wife? Get my wife out here. Li Xiaotong was furious. Looking for your wife? Why come to my house? Anyone watching would think Wan Yang was having an affair with his wife. The man looked at Li Xiaotong, then at Wan Yang. She's not at your place? Oh, my wife is home praising your skills, saying you're handsome and that if she were to marry, it would have to be someone like you. She even said she'd be willing to. Li Xiaotong cut him off immediately, snatching the knife from his hand. Her other hand swung out, landing a punch squarely on his nose. Blood gushed out, and the man finally shut up. She kept punching him, one blow after another. Did you drink half a pound of cat piss that you don't even know your own name? How dare you slander my man? Who's your wife? Get her out here. If you won't find her, I'll find her myself. The man was stunned by the beating. I never said it had to be at your place. As he spoke, he looked around dazedly and pointed at Wang Shanju and Min Fuang. My wife said these two have great physiques, they must be strong. Hearing this, Yufang slapped Wang Shanju across the face. I'll teach you to go out and hit on people. The man turned to Jin Jichuan, and you praised him for being refined and handsome. Jin Jichuan ducked behind Zhu Lily. Stop talking nonsense. I don't even know you, how could I know who your wife is? After much back and forth, everyone finally understood. This guy lived on the 3rd floor and had gotten drunk. He vaguely remembered his wife saying she was going to the bathroom, but when he woke up, she was nowhere to be found. The house was just as it had been before, not a thing had changed, not even the rolled-up bedding. Where could a woman go in the dead of night without returning home?
Yufang was even angrier than Li Xiaotong.
She felt that unless she tracked down that and got to the bottom of things, she couldn't go on living like this. Fuming, she went door to door searching for her, and lo and behold, she found her. In a single room on the second floor, the woman of the house was working the night shift at the factory, while her husband had invited his lover home. They lived on different floors, sneaking in late at night and planning to slip back out early. Who knew they'd get caught this time? When the commotion erupted downstairs, both of them heard it. The woman was so terrified she couldn't even get dressed properly. By the time she tried to slip out in the commotion, it was too late. The entire building was roused by the commotion, the hallway packed with onlookers. After living next door for so long, everyone knew who lived there. How could she, a third-floor resident, be leaving from a second-floor studio? When the neighbors saw Yufang demanding to investigate, they all cheerfully opened their doors and invited her in. When one door remained stubbornly shut despite pounding, what else could it mean? Something fishy was definitely going on in there. Yufang kicked the door open and dragged out two disheveled figures. The man from that apartment flat denied everything outright. "Maybe my door wasn't closed properly earlier," he said. "Then I heard the door open and thought my wife had come back. She stripped and came straight to bed. I thought it was my wife. But then I woke up to the noise, saw it wasn't her, and didn't dare open the door. I was afraid I couldn't explain it clearly." Yufang dragged the stunned woman downstairs, not caring about their story. She only asked what she needed to know. "Tell me, did you steal my man?" Wang Shanju was furious. "The other woman was trying to escape, and you're practically chasing her down with questions? What's the point? Is that really dignified?" Others had chased downstairs to watch the commotion, adding their own comments. Only then did the confused onlookers piece together what was happening. The drunk man was Yin Shun, a driver from the factory's transport team. His wife, Wang Yuan, had once been a singer in a theater troupe before joining the factory's cultural performance group. The young wife was exceptionally pretty, with a figure perfect for opera. They'd rushed into marriage to qualify for housing allocation. After marriage, the man's job kept him away from home most of the month. Long-haul truckers often went months at a time without returning. This young wife wasn't one to stay put. She flirted with many men. Up on the third floor, the women didn't think much of Wang Yuan and kept a closer eye on their husbands, afraid this temptress might steal their hearts. The husband who got caught lived on the second floor. He was the deputy section chief of the infrastructure department, and his wife worked in the workshop. No one knew when he and Wang Yuan had started their affair, but it had been going on for so long that no one had noticed. Yin Shun and Wang Yuan were always bickering. Wang Yuan looked down on Yin Shun's spineless nature. She'd said more than once that a man like Wan Gong was what a real man should be. She'd also insist that even if he couldn't match Wan Gong's stature, he should at least find someone like Jin Jichuan or Shin Mingqing, gentle and refined, the kind who made her heart flutter just looking at them. At the very least, she should have chosen someone like Min Fu Wang or Wang Shanju, handsome, sturdy, with an indescribable strength, and most importantly, family-oriented. At least when she crawled into bed at night, it would be warm. He also mentioned factory directors, deputy directors, and office chiefs. Though older, their authority was a valuable asset. These words, if Yin Shun hadn't been drunk and now thoroughly enraged, would never have spilled out in such a muddled rush. No one would have known. The man ranted and raved, spilling everything, things he should and shouldn't have said. "She's just a stage actress, looking down on me, thinking she's something special." Wang Yuan, now regaining her composure, spat in Yin Shun's face. "Of course I didn't want to sleep with you when I wasn't home. So what if I slept with someone else? I'll tell you this, over 80% of the men in this building have slept with me. So what? You worthless piece of trash, I'm having affairs. What are you gonna do about it?" Then she yanked her clothes open, exposing herself to the entire building. "Anyone who wants to watch, watch. Anyone who wants to sleep with me, come find me. I'll gladly oblige." Li Xingyuan turned back, and Wan Yang, ever observant, followed closely behind, walking back with remarkable obedience. Compared to the man who needed his ears twisted to tear his eyes away from Wang Yuan, this was a vast improvement. Who knows how many households had secret arguments that night? Once sober, the man schemed and plotted, plotting and scheming, vanishing from public view for a full month. Even after all that, they still didn't divorce. The deputy section chief from the infrastructure department who'd been involved with Wang Yuan was stripped of his position and reassigned from the office to manual labor on the construction site. He avoided dismissal only because his wife confronted the factory leadership. "My husband didn't cheat, I told him to leave the door open. The house was unlocked." Who knew that shameless woman would crawl into his bed? To keep his job, he acted as if nothing had happened, carrying on with life as usual. Everyone just treated it as a joke and let it go. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Liang Choyue gave birth to a boy. Li Baiquan's chosen name came in handy, Li Yuan Chao. Grandma Li returned to help with the postpartum care, staying for a full 6 months. Then Xing Yuan gave birth again. The Li family took Xing Yuan's pregnancy seriously. Whenever she had free time, the old lady would make tiny clothes and shoes. Li Baiquan personally delivered goat's milk, 1 portion for Xing Yuan and 1 for Chenxi. Li Xiaotong also showed her special care. A large portion of the welfare sugar coupons secretly obtained from Wan Yang were given to Xing Yuan by Li Xiaotong. Chenxi was teething, so they dared not let the child eat sweets. So most of it went to Xing Yuan. She couldn't drink her milk without sugar. So throughout her entire pregnancy, she didn't have a hard time. Liang Qiuyue understood this matter quite clearly. She couldn't let the old lady watch Nyonyo's child but not Xing Yuan's. Treating two granddaughters differently would make both the old lady and Li Baiquan feel guilty toward Xing Yuan, no matter how they tried to justify it. So Liang Qiuyue stated plainly, the Shen family isn't exactly easy to deal with. If Shen Mingqing agrees, let our mother look after Xing Yuan's child. I'll stop working and come back to take care of the baby. You said yourself, your allowance is enough for me and our mother to get by. Not working won't be a problem. She was only in her 30s. After 2 months of postpartum recovery, her body had fully rebounded. Quitting her job to care for the child herself would pose no problem whatsoever. What could Li Baiquan say? He had no say in the household. At home, whatever Liang Qiuyue said went, no arguments, no pushback. So after Xing Yuan gave birth to their daughter, Shen Xidian, Grandma Li moved over to help look after her other granddaughter. As for Chenxi, she was old enough for kindergarten now. With many factory workers having children these past 2 years, the affiliated kindergarten had been established long ago to ease their concerns. Professional teachers were hired to care for the children. Before heading to work each morning, Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong would drop their child off at the nursery. On this particular day, they didn't have to worry about the child staying at the nursery all day. They could simply pick her up after work. That's how government-run kindergartens operated. The only downside was the considerable distance from the factory residential area to the nursery. Walking there took half an hour, and that was assuming you were quick on your feet. But making a toddler walk for half an hour? No way. Wouldn't she have to carry, hoist, or drag the little one alone? So Wan Yang quietly bought a bicycle. Back then, bicycles were valuable possessions. While they didn't require ration tickets like in later years, you still needed proof of employment from your workplace to buy one. Just acquiring this bicycle took Wan Yang a full week of effort. It cost him 3 or 4 months' wages to finally ride home a brand new Fiji bicycle. The sensation was no less than if someone in the slums had suddenly bought a BMW. Some kids who dared to reach out and touch it were scolded and slapped by their parents. Once the bike was home, it seemed to become a burden with nowhere to store it. The couple initially planned to lock it outside their building, but since theirs was the only bicycle in the neighborhood, there wasn't even a bike shed. They considered storing it inside the building. The entrance hall was spacious enough even the farthest corner of the utility room against the wall would work, taking up hardly any space. But the other person said, it's not about you taking up space. This thing is so expensive. If some kid gets carried away and crashes it, who's going to pay for the damage? Li Xiaotong thought they were worried about the child crashing it. Wan Yang, however, wore an expression that spoke volumes. It's not about the child crashing it, it's about the bike getting damaged. Exactly. The bike wasn't tall, kids wouldn't hit their heads if they fell. But they weren't worried about the kids getting hurt, they were worried about the bike getting damaged. Something this expensive, if it gets wrecked, we couldn't afford to pay for it. Wan Yang couldn't very well say he wasn't afraid of it getting damaged. Even a spendthrift couldn't act like that. Because even locking it wouldn't help. A kid as big as Doggy was full of energy, he'd just hop right on the bike, hook his feet around the pedals, and start pedaling. So they had to push it home, stash it on the balcony at night, and wheel it out again when it was time to ride during the day. Once someone took the lead, others quickly followed suit. Within days, another family on the 3rd floor bought a bicycle. Goodness gracious, they lugged the bikes up the stairs going up and lugged them down the stairs going down. The kicker? Not a single soul in that household could ride it. They just pushed and carried it up and down. Some nosy folks asked, haven't learned yet? No, what if they crash the bike while learning? Great, another one afraid of wrecking the bike. Wan Yang paid no mind to others. He placed Chenxi on the crossbar at the front of his bike, with his wife on the rear seat, and hopped on with one swift motion. Watching the family breeze through the factory like the wind, more people grew envious. Wan Yang wasn't doing it to show off. He mainly needed to take his daughter to kindergarten. Otherwise, he'd have to walk half an hour carrying her, hot in summer, cold in winter. Why not use convenient options when they're available? In a few more years, before the ticket era began, he planned to buy his wife another one. Otherwise, getting a bicycle later would be even more troublesome. Truthfully, he'd almost brought 2 home this time. If not for his mother-in-law warning it would be too conspicuous, he would have done it. All the paperwork was already prepared. Chapter 61, that's what a capable father does. Chenxi's only complaint about the daycare was the food, it just wasn't tasty. Outside meals couldn't compare to home cooking. It wasn't terrible, though, a small cup of milk and 2 cookies for breakfast. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong usually had her eat a bowl of egg custard at home before dropping her off, so the nursery's breakfast was more like a snack. Lunch was described as mushy noodles, a pot of thick broth with vegetables added to thicken it. The noodles were boiled to mush, the vegetables overcooked and mushy, and the noodles themselves mushy. It was easy for such young children to digest. Parents could tour the nursery kitchen and observe the cooking process. At least in terms of hygiene and nutrition, parents who had toured the facility nodded in approval. They were clearly putting in the effort. The caregiver reassured me, rest assured, the management inspects here every few days. Nowadays, nearly every family sends their child here, even the children of the leaders attend. If there were any slip-ups, they wouldn't feel secure either. When grandparents watch the children, they're essentially cooped up at home with nowhere to play. Shensi enjoys playing games with the other kids at the nursery, so she reluctantly agreed to attend every day. On weekends when there was no kindergarten, the hallway echoed with children's laughter and playful shouts. When winter snow fell, most kids stayed indoors to play. If they ventured out and got their padded boots soaked, they'd be in for a beating when they returned. Wan Yang, however, took his daughter out to build a snowman. After playing for a while, they returned, and the little snacks he'd secretly prepared for Shensi were already ready. Shensi closed the door like a thief and quietly carried her bowl to enjoy her special treat. Truthfully, there wasn't much she could make for the children. Things like frying a couple of dumplings in oil before cooking the vegetables, or baking a tiny cake in a small bowl. Anything too complicated was difficult to manage with so many people in the hallway. As she cooked in secret, many children peered out, curious to see what smelled so delicious. The kids weren't coming out to ask for food, but afterward they'd tell their parents, "Look, everyone else's mom makes them good food, but you never make me anything." Then the adults would grab the child and smack them, always wanting this and that. "Why don't you just eat your mother's flesh? Those kids get food because their fathers can provide. Tell your dad to show off his skills. If he's got the guts, I'll stew meat for you every day." The scolding of men, laced with veiled insults, escalates from spanking children into full-blown marital battles. After each incident, the children learned their lesson, but what they remembered was, Xingxi's dad is really capable. Adults never knew what the children were thinking. Li Xiaotong witnessed the couple's quarrel and became even more cautious. For the sake of harmony, she'd sneak around eating her own food like a thief. Wan Yang couldn't care less. He worked his ass off to earn money. Wasn't it just so his wife and kids could eat better and live more comfortably? If Li Xiaotong became too cautious, he'd find other ways to teach her a lesson, like launching another full-scale offensive. Fewer and fewer people returned to their hometowns for the new year these days, and those who had left rarely came back. Many were crunching the numbers. Round-trip tickets alone cost half a month's wages. Then you still have to buy things when you get back. Life out here is so tough. Folks back home have no clue, thinking we've got iron rice bowls overflowing with white steamed buns. Everyone's crying poverty. Give? Can't afford it. Refuse? Risk offending them for no reason. Better not to go back at all. Save the money for tickets and send it home instead. They'll be happier getting a telegram than seeing us. Yufeng chimed in, exactly. Before the new year, she sent her mother-in-law back home and made it clear she wouldn't be returning after the holidays. Her mother-in-law didn't go alone. Her daughter Fangqiao was taken back to the hometown by her grandmother too. Her second son was old enough for daycare now, so there was no burden of childcare at home. Yufeng didn't want any more children in the coming years either. She felt things were just fine as they were. This wasn't an isolated case. Many families sent their daughters back to the countryside to be looked after by their parents, easing the pressure of feeding and clothing them while they worked away from home. In times like these, even during the new year, people had to eat coarse grains. Only on New Year's Eve could a decent family afford a meal of white flour dumplings. This year, Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong decided not to spend the holiday at Li's family home. His mother-in-law had given birth less than 6 months ago. Having the children return during the busy holiday would only mean more work and no rest. It would be better to let the elderly mother return to be with her son and granddaughter, sparing them the trouble of hosting their daughter, son-in-law, and grandchild. They planned to return on the second day of the new year for a meal before heading back. With the grandmother back at the Li family home for the holidays, Xing Yuan and Shen Mingcheng, both on vacation, brought their child over to spend the holidays with them. Xing Yuan would look after the child while Shen Mingcheng handled the cooking. The couple would manage to get through the holiday season. On New Year's Eve, with Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang pitching in, the cooking went much faster. Several cold and hot dishes were prepared. Wan Yang took Shensi to wash up before dinner. Earlier, with nothing to do, Wan Yang had taught Shensi to trace characters. The child played on her own, getting ink all over her hands. Before they could finish washing up, there was a knock at the door. Jin Jichuan, Min Fuang, Wang Shanju, and several others came rushing in. None of them were going back to their hometowns for the new year, so they gathered here for some festive cheer. Min Fuang held a bottle of liquor. Little Li's cooking smells good enough to whet the appetite of the whole building. We couldn't resist and came over for a bite. Jin Jichuan grinned. We've already had dumplings at home. No need to trouble Director Li, we're just here for the drinks. Those who came to piggyback on the meal were all close friends. Li Xiaotong hurriedly ushered them inside, then sliced half a pig's head and served it in a bowl. Conversations in situations like this aren't the kind shared among close friends. Not a single private, heartfelt word could be uttered. This was purely social, all small talk. Li Xiaotong arranged the dishes on a small stool, motioning for Shensi to sit and eat. No sooner had she settled them than Aunt Min and Yufong arrived with dishes from their homes, adding to the spread. While the men drank, the women stood in the hallway, exchanging scattered remarks. Inside, the men murmured quietly, their voices barely audible. Those with keen ears could catch snippets. They were talking about a woman.
Which woman?
Wan Yuan, the one who'd been dealt with so harshly by the men earlier.
The details of Wan Yuan's punishment after her incident fell under the propaganda department's purview.
Any hope of performing on stage was dashed. They'd sent her straight to clean the factory toilets instead. The factory's outhouses were all pit latrines, the filthiest job imaginable. The Wanjia family paid little attention to the aftermath of this incident, and honestly, they had no idea how it all turned out.
Yufong first glanced warily at Li Xingyuan and Shin Mingqing's doors before whispering, "You didn't know?"
Someone saw Wang Yuan and Deputy Plant Manager Zheng pulling and tugging at each other in a secluded spot.
What?
Li Xiaotong jumped in surprise.
That's just gossip, right? Yufong shook her head. I don't know. But everyone's talking about it in great detail.
Li Xiaotong found it hard to believe. A man like Jiang Lei had taste.
Wang Yuan couldn't hold a candle to Du Rulan in any way.
Aunt Min chimed in, that woman's a total these days. She'll grab any man she sees and actively pursue them.
The men's voices drifted out intermittently.
It was Wang Shanju's voice. Bro, I hadn't even pulled my pants up yet when she barged in. I was so scared I yelled get out. But she just said, it's just that thing, I've seen it before.
What?
Does yours have hooks?
That little expression, those little eyes.
I was totally. Yufong cleared her throat loudly, and only then did muffled laughter come from inside.
The topic ended there. Aunt Min chuckled quietly and asked Li Xiaotong, didn't you ask Wan Gong if that woman cornered him? No way.
Wan Yang's got such a regimented life. As long as he's at the factory, he'd never use the public restroom. Zhu Lili came over with a plate of 5 spice peanuts. Don't underestimate that woman.
Everyone needs to keep a close eye on her. I'm telling you, she's actually hooked up with another guy.
Her voice dropped lower, Feng Chao. Seeing no one react, she whispered even softer, the guy Xiao Danny remarried.
Oh. Now that you mention it, we get it.
Zhu Lili was more interested in Xiao Danny, so it wasn't surprising she knew this news.
Yufong nudged Zhu Lili with her shoulder. How'd you even know about this?
She even pulled some melon seeds from her pocket and handed a handful to Zhu Lili, gesturing for her to continue.
Zhu Lili took them, chuckling softly. I was worried Xiao Danny would come back and bother our Lao Jin, you know?
Right after they got married, Xiao Danny would block old Jean on the road every single day, today with stomachaches, tomorrow with nausea, pretending to be pregnant.
Back then, I didn't dare say anything, afraid everyone would laugh at us.
I had to drag her to the clinic myself and get her tested.
They said she wasn't pregnant, and that was the end of it. After that, she didn't dare bother us again.
But my heart still couldn't settle. I'll tell you this, one of my eyes is always keeping a close watch on her.
That night, I was working the night shift.
When I came home to feed our baby, I saw her pacing back and forth outside the men's restroom. I thought she was waiting for old Jean. Jean sometimes picks me up after my night shift, and my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. I hid nearby, waiting with her. We waited for half an hour before someone finally came out. It was Feng Chao. Since they were a couple, I found it rather dull and hurried back to feed the baby. After feeding her, I had to return to work. When I got home, old Jean had already warmed up some rice porridge and fed the baby. I didn't linger at home and headed straight back to the workshop. On the way back, I spotted a woman emerging from the restroom from a distance. Just by her gait, I knew it was Wang Yuan.
A woman emerging from the men's restroom in the dead of night, right after Feng Chao?
In freezing cold, late at night, a man and a woman spending at least half an hour in the restroom together. What were they doing?
Don't forget, Xiao Danny and her husband lived in the storage room next to the boiler room.
The restroom was diagonally across from them, just a few steps away.
Would anyone go all the way to the sports field restroom in the middle of the night?
Who would go to that restroom late at night except for night shift workers passing by?
That makes sense.
Gossip is just that, hear it and let it blow over like a gust of wind. New Year's Eve was spent amid these juicy rumors. New Year's Day fell on Valentine's Day this year. Wan Yang took his young lover out. Chenxi wanted to go out and set off firecrackers, so her dad took her out. Li Xiaotong had to stay home and entertain the New Year visitors. Exchanging New Year greetings was considered sufficient for the holiday. As for giving children red envelopes with money, that wasn't customary among colleagues. Close relatives were a different matter. Shen Mingcheng gave Chenxi 10,000 yuan, and Wan Yang also gave the child 10,000 yuan. It was a matter of reciprocity. Of course, by the second day of the new year, the haul grew considerably. The elders in the Li family were quite generous with the children. With so many children in the house, the crying and fussing made for a lively scene. This year, Li Xingyuan also had his New Year's meal at the Li household.
Liang Choyue didn't feel comfortable asking Li Xingyuan about whether they'd be going to the Du family's place, so she asked the old lady instead, "Aren't you going over to the Du family's?" "Not exactly." The old lady sighed. "They're genuinely kind to Xingyuan.
But I get the feeling they don't want him associating with them too much anymore. Even Du Rolan has only sent things to Xing Yuan through Nyo a few times. Everyone at the factory thinks Xing Yuan has fallen out with them. With that explanation, Liang Chouyue understood. Xing Yuan was in a tough spot. On one side were his aunt and mother, on the other were Xin Mingcheng and Sidian. This approach, keeping a distance on the surface while secretly supporting him, was actually quite normal. It was tough for her, with her intolerance for any compromise, but now she was managing to put on a show. Hadn't the 355 campaign ended in victory? Seems like that makes sense. The campaign had ended months ago. Only after observing that the political climate seemed genuinely stable did Du Rulan finally bring her daughter Qiqi to visit her granddaughter. She's so beautiful. Du Rulan meant every word. Both Xin Mingcheng and Xing Yuan were good-looking, so the child couldn't be ugly. It was her own daughter, Qiqi, who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Hui from her facial structure to her eyes and brows. Still young, the child had that innocent, clumsy cuteness. But if she kept this look as she grew up, it would be a bit troubling. The moment Xing Yuan saw Qiqi, he thought of Jiang Hui, his face showing a hint of disdain. Why does she look like her? She's her sister. What's wrong with that? What nonsense is this child spouting? Well, I'm her older sister too. Why shouldn't she resemble me? In Xing Yuan's eyes, Shenxi bore a certain resemblance to her aunt, which made her genuinely fond of the girl. What a thing to say. Du Rulan was both amused and exasperated. If we go by your logic, I'm her biological mother, yet she doesn't resemble me either. What am I supposed to say? As she spoke, Du Rulan lifted the child into her arms, glanced outside, then quickly whispered, "How have things been lately? My grandmother helped me take care of Sidian. It was fine. The old lady has experience with kids and keeps things clean. Of course, it could also be that since she's the biological grandmother, she doesn't mind the extra work. Speaking of which, Xin Mingcheng's mom is also very particular about cleanliness. Sometimes it just feels awkward." Xing Yuan sighed. People are so complicated. Whether there's blood ties or not, it really makes a difference. Back when we visited Xin Mingcheng's hometown, I saw him doting on his own nephew, so affectionate. But when it came to Chenxi, he seemed affectionate too, yet she could tell that affection wasn't heartfelt. Still, expecting him to love Chenxi as much as he loved his own niece? That was wishful thinking. That's why she sighed. Blood ties were truly beyond reason. What was close was close. Take Qiqi, for instance. Deep down, she found her repulsive. Yet despite that aversion, she immediately worried, what if she grew up and still wasn't pretty? This infuriated Du Rolan. How ugly could she possibly be? What makes you dislike her so much? Who looks unpleasant? I. Qiqi's speech was slurred, words popping out one by one. Li Xing Yuan chuckled. You complain about me saying that? Look at Chenxi. When she was her age, she could say anything, sharp as a tack. Du Rolan felt a pang of melancholy. Simple minds have simple joys. Maybe this isn't so bad after all. As she spoke, she pulled a cloth bundle from her pocket and shoved it into Xing Yuan's jacket pocket. Your aunt sent this with your cousin. Keep it hidden for emergencies. Li Xing Yuan didn't need to open it to know what was inside. It was gold bars. Chapter 62. What could possibly be fishy? It was obvious. Uncle. The anxiety on Li Xing Yuan's face was plain to see. Du Rulan hurriedly waved her hand, placing it over her lips to shush him. Your uncle donated the family shares and applied to return to his ancestral home to farm the land. He hopes the relevant authorities can help with the household registration. Ah, your cousin's job is here, so she stayed behind and moved into the school dorms. For now, don't go to the Du family house. Huh? Li Xing Yuan hurriedly asked, where are they? I'll go check. Come back. Du Rulan grabbed the girl's arm. They should be almost home by now. The Du family residence is empty. Their only concern is for us. As long as we're doing well, they have nothing holding them back. Your cousin's household registration is under my name. Once she finds someone who can protect her, there'll be nothing left to worry about. You don't need to concern yourself with anything else, just focus on living your own life well. Lin Xing Yuan lowered her head. If I recall correctly, Uncle returns to our hometown every year to pay respects to our ancestors. I imagine there are other arrangements in place back home. Uncle is so shrewd he wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. As long as there's real gold and silver, he'll never go hungry. Her heart eased a little as she sighed. I just fear Uncle and Auntie can't endure the hardships of farming. Living in the dormitory area with others, she'd heard all kinds of gossip. No one ever said farming wasn't hard, otherwise so many people wouldn't have left to find work elsewhere. No matter how hard it is, it's just farming. A good sweat and it's over. But some hardships are better left unsaid. A flicker of unease flickered in Du Rulan's eyes before she quickly composed herself and reassured Xing Yuan, your uncle always thinks ahead. Don't worry about this. It's too late to worry now. They're gone, what's the point of talking about it? Li Xing Yuan's eyes were red-rimmed. She'd grown up under the care of Du Rishan and his wife, never straying far from her uncle and aunt all these years. Little did she know things would only get worse from here. Du Rulan patted her daughter's shoulder. I'll leave you the address.
Write a letter later. If we have time, Mingcheng and I will come visit too. Li Xingyuan quickly added. Du Rulan thought for a moment, agreed, and whispered an address.
After seeing Du Rulan off, Li Xingyuan felt a deep ache in her heart and quietly cried herself to sleep. Suddenly, there was no time left for sadness. Her hand had touched something in her pocket. These gold bars felt inexplicably hot to the touch. What should she do? No one could know about this. She could hide it from others, but not from Shen Mingcheng. She had to tell him. When Shen Mingcheng saw the 10 gleaming gold bars in his pocket, he swallowed hard before comprehending what he held. He was so terrified his whole body broke out in a cold sweat. How could you accept these? How could I not take them? Leaving them with my mother would be even worse. Hide it, bury it, anything was better than touching this thing. Starve to death, but never touch this. Thus, the couple who had always refused to grow vegetables at home began fussing with flower pots and soil. Neighbors wondered, what are those young folks up to? What could they possibly grow at this time of year? Some garlic sprouted, so we planted it to grow garlic shoots, Shen Mingcheng explained sheepishly. Oh my! Come to our place for garlic shoots, look at all the trouble you're going through. Garlic sprouts? Just put them in an empty bowl or plate with water, they'll grow just fine. No need for fancy pots. Goodness, you two got one so heavy most people couldn't even lift it. We've already lugged it home, just plant it. Shen Mingcheng replied dismissively. Come spring, we'll follow your lead and plant some greens too. The young couple secretly thought, that's exactly the kind of a movable contraption we wanted. They filled the pot halfway with soil, placed the gold bars inside a cookie tin, then covered them with more soil. Modern cookie tins were made of sturdy metal. Placing them in the soil meant watering wouldn't be a problem. The pot was deep, and with something buried inside, planting some greens wouldn't let the roots go too deep. As long as there were plants growing, it wouldn't arouse much suspicion. Old Mrs. Li came over after the Lantern Festival to watch the kids while the couple was at work. She saw the flower pot but didn't ask a single question. This made the couple breathe a huge sigh of relief. When they were alone, the old woman asked Li Xingyuan and Wan Yang, has Du Rulan been here? Li Xingyuan chuckled to himself. She had already guessed. The moment Du Rulan left, the couple planted garlic in that ridiculously oversized flower pot, utterly unlike Lin Xingyuan's taste. There was definitely something fishy going on. What could it be? It was obvious. Just pretend you know nothing. Grandma Li lived with Li Xingyuan, which was different from Li Xiaotong's place. At least in Wan Yang, they could carve out a small room with enough space for a bed and a narrow hallway. Xingyuan's place couldn't manage that. Shen Mingcheng sleeps on the floor, while the old lady and Xingyuan share the bed with the baby. But this isn't a long-term solution. There was no way the old lady could bring Sitten to stay with Li Xiaotong. Not only would the baby need feeding in the middle of the night, but a young child crying at night was simply unacceptable. It wouldn't be fair to burden Nyonyo and her husband with that. But with the old lady staying like this, the young couple couldn't even get intimate without inconvenience. Short-term living arrangements were manageable, but prolonged cohabitation risked driving the young couple apart. Grandma Li decided that once the baby turned 6 months old and became easier to care for, she would return to the Li family's small house on weekends, giving the young couple some space. But she didn't have to wait that long. Before long, Xingyuan's milk dried up. Her milk supply dwindled until it was barely enough to feed the baby. What to do? The old lady decided to take the baby back to the Li family home. The Li family had 2 dairy goats. The baby could drink freshly milked and boiled goat's milk, which was safer. Once the weather warmed up, goat's milk wouldn't keep well, and it wouldn't be good for the baby. This was the most reliable solution. Besides, there was another child at home, 2 or 3 months older. Raising both cousins together meant they'd compete for food, eat heartier, and bond more closely. Grandma Li could also lend Liang Choyue a hand. Therefore, after work and dinner, Li Xingyuan and Shen Mingcheng would have to make another trip to the Li household, staying until the child was asleep before returning home. Thus, in the evenings, the bicycle at the Wan Yang residence was reserved for Shen Mingcheng and his wife. After a while, Xingyuan felt awkward. We're using them more than my sister and her family. Why don't we buy our own? Buy? With what? Shen Mingcheng scratched his head. We'll have to save up first. Cut back on spending, no new clothes this year. If we both tighten our belts, we could save enough for half a year and buy one. Truthfully, he'd been eyeing a radio for a while, but now it seemed he'd have to put that plan on hold for the bicycle. Lately, the building had caught the craze for buying record players. Jin Jichuan was the first to get one. The guy was hooked, listening to the radio, absorbing policies, completely addicted. Back then, these things were still novel. People would gather in the stairwell at night to listen, even asking Jin Jichuan to turn up the volume so everyone could learn something. After 9 o'clock at night, some radio content became problematic. Things like second uncle calling Big Mountain, your grandmother is seriously ill. Please catch the boat on such and such date. Or exploration team calling member number X, return to base by date Y. The women listened, each one staring blankly. What on earth was this all about? How would this guy named Dashin even know his uncle was calling him at this hour? Why would an exploration team broadcast messages to their own people?
The men scolded their wives with feigned airs of superiority. What do you know? This is a secret code for spies. Then it dawned on everyone enemy spies were still active. Almost instinctively, everyone's nerves were on edge. Even the children were no exception. Even a child as old as Chenxi knew better. Spotting people whispering, she quietly asked her father, "Is that person a spy? Are they exchanging intelligence?" Wan Yang leaned in too, whispering into his daughter's ear, "No. They're just being polite. You shouldn't talk loudly in public." Oh. The child looked a little disappointed. Over the weekend, Chenxi persistently asked Li Baiquan again. Li Baiquan praised Chenxi instead. "Our child's vigilance is spot on. Old Jay still harbors intentions to destroy us. This revolutionary vigilance must never be lost." Actually, they weren't talking about the same thing at all. The police station spent most of each day handling reports from the public. Nowadays, more and more rural folks come to the city looking for work. With lax management, petty thefts often occur. Some residents sometimes confuse these people with spies. They'd say this one looked shifty and ran away from people, or that one hit his head and peeked out, darting away at the sight of anyone. In truth, these rural folks just didn't know how to interact with city people and were intimidated. When the public reports them, the police station has to investigate. They spend all day doing nothing but this, and even the security departments at the factories are kept busy. When factories barred relatives from entering, these people would set up camp outside the factory gates. These were all potential hazards. How could one not be on high alert? Truthfully, if there were other options, who would willingly abandon their homes and livelihoods to come here? Too many farmers have flooded into the city, and urban grain supplies are already stretched thin. You could only buy 3 to 5 pounds of grain at the subsidized price per purchase. If you wanted more, you'd have to pay the black market price. Come back in a few days when the grain allocation arrives. Black market grain prices kept climbing. The burden these masses place on cities is immeasurable. The problems were similar everywhere, and soon directives came down from above urging efforts to deter farmers from blindly migrating to cities. It was against this backdrop that the term unregistered migrant emerged. Government agencies were busy discouraging farmers from entering the city. Within days, the radio broadcast good news: the ceasefire agreement had finally been signed. Another victory. Li Xiaotong and Wan Yang had been genuinely busy since May. The equipment Wan Yang had been reverse engineering finally reached the testing phase. Li Xiaotong was also quite busy. Wan Yang instructed her to go out and buy grain whenever she had a chance. No matter what kind of grain it was, she had to get it. The more, the better. Today she queued for 3 pounds, tomorrow for 5 pounds. Grain was crammed everywhere in the house. Cupboards, under beds, any space available was packed to the brim. She didn't save any money either. Whenever she had cash, she went out to buy more. If there's no room at home, just take it straight to the Li residence. After all, it's a 2-story house. It used to belong to a wealthy family, complete with cellars and storage rooms. There's definitely space there. Liang Qiuyue thought her niece and nephew-in-law were overreacting. Sure, it's hard to buy, but it's not like it's impossible to get. What's the big deal? We have grain at home. The supply they brought from Shirley village hasn't even been fully used up yet. Most people shared Liang Qiuyue's thoughts. Chapter 63, Grain in the House, Peace of Mind. But Wan Yang knew that soon, grain would be subject to centralized distribution and purchase. This situation would persist for quite some time. Each person would be allocated a fixed monthly quota. Getting extra grain would be next to impossible. Wan Yang was in a critical phase and couldn't leave his post, so he had to send his wife to buy the grain. Li Xiaotong didn't understand at first, so Wan Yang patiently explained to her and his mother-in-law, people leave the countryside to make a living, to put food on the table. If the government had any way to send them back, would they? In good years, the village's crops could feed everyone. In bad years, they couldn't even fill their stomachs. With more children and limited farmland, what choice did they have but to venture out for work? Were they supposed to stay home and starve? Back when our own family couldn't get enough to eat, we weren't allowed to eat as much as we wanted. The head of the household rationed the food. Each person got a fixed amount per meal, and there was no way to get even one extra bite. With many mouths to feed and little to go around, the strong and capable would naturally eat more and take more. The weak and helpless would surely starve. By the same logic, to prevent the helpless from starving, those in charge must ration everyone's share. Each person gets their portion. I suppose this is the process we'll have to go through in the future. That actually makes sense. Even the mother-in-law nodded in agreement. That makes sense. And so, Liang Qiuyue joined the ranks of those buying grain. The old lady never objected to stockpiling grain. Having lived through lean years, she firmly believed that having grain at home meant peace of mind. Even if there were still reserves in the cellar, they wouldn't eat them all. More was always better. Buying whole grains that hadn't been cracked meant they could be stored for years. With so many mouths to feed, they'd eat the less storable grains first. With the children fed, the two uncles could play together, and the old lady could manage things herself. Once the children were asleep, Liang Qiuyue hurried out to join the others in sorting the grain. But not everyone at the factory understood the approach of the Wan and Li families. Yufeng teased Li Xiaotong, you've been in the city for years now, and you're even a factory cadre. Why do you still have such a small farmer mentality? It's like you're some old landlord or rich farmer hoarding grain and nothing else? Li Xiaotong glanced at Jin Jichuan stir-frying on the other side and silently shook her head. Yufeng must have misunderstood the nature of landlords. They weren't just skilled at hoarding grain, they hid other things too, things you'd never know about. Poverty truly does limit one's imagination. Take Jin Jichuan, for instance. His father, Jin Wansan, was the sharp type, knew exactly what to prioritize. Xiaotong couldn't be bothered to argue with Yufeng, so she made up an excuse, if I didn't convert it to grain, I'm afraid my husband would want to buy some opera box again. Rather than let him spend recklessly, it's easier for me to spend it all myself. This remark struck a chord with many listeners. When it came to those opera boxes, men were far more obsessed than women. Many agreed that listening to opera boxes from outside was enough when they had the chance, they'd trade them for grain and cloth instead, much more practical. Jin Jichuan wasn't so easily fooled. During dinner, he ate with little appetite, his mouth moving mechanically. He seemed deep in thought. When Chu Lily came to eat after feeding the child, she noticed her husband hadn't touched much of his meal and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Nothing." Jin Jichuan set down his chopsticks. "How long has section chief Li been buying grain?" "Oh, quite a while now." Zhu Lily didn't think much of it and whispered, "That couple has connections. They bring back grain every day, saying they bought it, but who knows if it's really bought. I heard some factories issue welfare coupons with expiration dates. She probably saw hers about to expire and was rushing to sell them. Only someone like Yufeng would believe her nonsense. That couple? They're as crafty as monkeys, sharp as a tack. Is that any way to compliment someone?" Jin Jichuan tapped the table with his chopsticks. "I'm on good terms with that couple. Stop stirring trouble." Zhu Lily glared at him. "Fine, I won't say anything. Just tell me what you want. Use all the money at home to buy grain. Make it quick." Jin Jichuan whispered, "Since you know they're shrewd, why not consider this? If the tickets expire, wouldn't it be simpler for her to cash them in? That way, she wouldn't draw attention. Why exchange them for grain? If you can't figure it out, just go along with it. So what if we exchange it all for grain? Are we going to lose out? No matter when, having food is what matters. You can never have too much grain." That's true. But when it came time to actually take her money and coupons to buy food, Zhu Lily hesitated again. The radio announced the signing of the Sino-Soviet aid agreement. With Big Brother's support, things should be fine. Zhu Lily explained this to Jin Jichuan, but she still couldn't bear to part with the cash and coupons she clutched in her hand. They could be saved for later, there was no need to buy anything now. Jin Jichuan agreed, and the matter was dropped. During this period, certain factory leaders made a decision that baffled everyone. Led by Jiang Lei, several leaders believed they should invite Soviet experts again to guide the research center's work on reverse engineering. Would they genuinely be happy about us replicating their work? It was sheer nonsense. Jiang Lei and his group insisted vehemently, banding together to push for the invitation. The application documents were already submitted before Sun Xiang was even informed. The approval document from headquarters arrived unexpectedly quickly, catching Sun Xiang off guard. As time passed, discontent began to stir within the factory. Certain individuals had raised their voices before, but this time was the most severe. They bypassed the factory director and reported directly to higher authorities. At this point, Sun Xiang could only sigh, classify all existing core technologies as confidential. Convene a meeting with trusted comrades and state that our tests have failed and require further research. Since they insist on inviting experts, let them proceed. You should observe and learn. Gaining knowledge is always beneficial. No one could go against the tide. Sun Xiang's decision proved to be a mature and prudent one. Thus, Wan Yang's schedule, once hectic as a busy bee, suddenly slowed down. Evenings now offered ample time to teach Li Xiaotong and Shenxi foreign languages, creating a warm and harmonious family atmosphere. Shenxi watched her parents whispering as if they were up to no good, and she too learned in a tiny voice. Subconsciously, she knew that some things probably shouldn't be shared with others. So, she never mentioned to anyone outside the home what her parents were teaching her. When summer vacation arrived, the children were off from school. That summer, experts from Sugwa arrived at the 825 hospital once more. This time, over a dozen experts arrived at once, all intending to work at Unit 825 long-term. The former translators were now in high demand and were called out. First came the welcome ceremony, followed by smaller meetings, then banquets and dances. She couldn't dance, but she certainly drank her share. That Volga vodka from Sugwa really packs a punch. When Li Xiaotong awoke, it was already the afternoon of the next day. It happened to be a weekend, and thunderstorms were rolling in, the wind carrying dampness that blew against her skin. She lay there, unwilling to move. Comfortable. Apart from a slight headache, her entire body felt like jelly. Wan Yang handed her a glass of water, grinning like a cat that had stolen milk. "I was only gone for 10 minutes. How did you manage to drink so much?" Shen Mingcheng, who'd been drinking for Xing Yuan, was dragged away. Xing Yuan still needed to be fed and couldn't drink. Those experts showed their friendliness by drinking. Refusing was out of the question. As she spoke, she started to get up. Then she realized she was completely naked. She froze in place. What exactly did you do to me? Her gaze spoke volumes. Wan Yang's smile grew more pronounced. Seems I can have a drink now and then after all. What does that mean?
Li Xiaotong stepped outside and noticed the neighbors across the hall and next door were giving her strange looks, leaving her even more baffled. Aunt Min nudged her with a sly grin. I thought you two were the quiet, unassuming type.
Who knew you'd go all out when you do? What's that supposed to mean? Yufeng cackled. Who'd have thought? Section chiefly. You're the real heroine here. This alcohol really is no good. Chaotic memories flooded back.
She'd made Wan Yang do this and that all night long.
Thank goodness the girl wanted to stay in the cool little building last night and didn't come back.
Li Xiaotong fled in disarray. She swore never to drink again.
But it's too late now.
After getting drunk, she rolled around in bed with her own man and now she's bearing fruit.
She was pregnant. She hadn't planned on having only Chansey.
Wan Yang had told her they'd wait until the child was 4 or 5 before trying again, to spare her the exhaustion. Plus, with the child to care for, they both exercised restraint during their intimate moments and never considered trying again.
This truly was unplanned.
I was planning to wait until Chansey turned 5 before having another.
Li Xiaotong could only say this.
The old lady beamed with joy. I was actually thinking of urging you to have another one.
Chansey doesn't need much attention now.
While I'm still spry enough to help look after the kids, you should hurry and have a few more.
Let me tell you, having more siblings isn't necessarily a bad thing. I regret only having one son and one daughter. Otherwise, raising you two over the years wouldn't have been so hard for your father and me.
Actually, having fewer children has its own advantages, while having more children has its own benefits. It can't be generalized. Since the child has arrived, we should be overjoyed to welcome this little life. Wan Yang and Li Xiaotong began explaining to Chansey what it meant to have a little brother or sister. Back at the factory, many people teased Chansey. Look, your parents are having a little brother for you.
What if they only love the baby and don't like us Chansey anymore? We'd become the poor little ones. Maybe we should just go live with grandma.
Many people enjoy teasing children like this, completely unaware that it can make them feel insecure. But to say they meant any harm would be an exaggeration. They were just bored, wanting to see the child react. If they made the child cry, they'd laugh even harder. It was pure mischief. Wan Jia's upbringing was solid, and Chansey expressed genuine excitement about having a little brother.
What would mom and dad do without me? They love me the most.
She even seemed a bit worried about her parents' dependence on her. Sigh.
I'll grow up someday. When I grow up and become a general, what will they do? Thankfully, they'll have a little brother. Li Baiquan kept going on about generals all day long. Chansey took it seriously.
Her little mind was probably filled with images of her own parents clutching her shirt hem, crying and refusing to let her go. It made her a little troubled. Her earnest welcome for the little brother only made the adults, full of mischievous fun, feel utterly bored.
Chapter 64, Buy It You Can't Go Wrong. Li Baiquan soon received orders. As a commander, he was assigned to a division-level cadre training program at the military academy.
Unlike other generals who had grown up with swords and guns and found it utterly tedious, Li Baiquan's original dream had been to attend university. Now that the university doors were opening for him, he was overjoyed. Now he'd have another chance to brag to his comrades about his daughter, son-in-law, son, granddaughter, and grandniece. For his comrades in their 40s, those who'd only been married a couple of years and whose children were still nursing, the blow was even harder.
Why hadn't they found Li Baiquan so annoying before?
We've just had a son, and he not only has a son but even a granddaughter already. Ugh. Worried her father wasn't eating well, Li Xiaotong sent him dried pork twice in a row from the military academy. Then the weather turned cold.
The autumn harvest began.
In previous years, the harvest was solely the farmer's responsibility. This year, however, was different. After the harvest commenced, a new policy was implemented. A unified grain purchase and sales system was implemented. Many still treated this as mere rhetoric, something for high-ranking officials to concern themselves with, not something that affected them personally. They paid it no mind whatsoever. Jin Jichuan, however, understood immediately. He slapped his forehead and told Zhu Lili, hurry up.
Where's our money? Go exchange it all for grain. But grain wasn't so easy to come by these days.
Zhu Lili was filled with regret.
Even with money, how much grain could they buy now?
If only they had followed the Wan family's lead and started buying grain earlier, they could have stockpiled quite a bit by now. Unfortunately, no one had thought of it, and no one had that kind of foresight.
Policies are one thing, but there's always a gap between policy announcement and implementation. Everyone assumed the state wouldn't let people go hungry.
No one knew exactly how this unified purchasing and distribution system would work. During this period, grain prices on the black market kept climbing. State-run grain stations gradually released some reserve grain, mainly to stabilize prices. Now, buying grain meant standing in long lines.
Sometimes the day's supply would sell out before closing time.
And there were purchase limits, each person could buy no more than 10 jin per visit. They weren't worried about you buying a second time because by the next round, you wouldn't get a spot in line before the grain was gone. People like Aunt Min, Julie, and Yufang took turns taking time off work to queue up and pool their purchases. After returning, the 10 pounds were divided among the families. They say the lines are incredibly long, with people waiting for half a day. Just getting in line to buy was considered a win. Many people got up in the middle of the night to queue, hoping to buy early and still make it back for half a day's work. Even then, they often came away empty-handed. Moreover, the quality of the grain kept getting worse. Poor quality was one thing, but later on, they started selling grain that hadn't even been properly dried. After that, it became increasingly common to find impurities mixed in with the grain. Only then did people begin to realize. Rumors started spreading, the grain supply was running out. The Li family was secretly delighted. Thank goodness Wan Yang told Mom and Nyo-Nyo to buy grain early. Look, even the grain supply to the daycare center is no good now. Then one day, Min Deseo dragged Li Xiaotong to the cafeteria and pointed at a man there. This guy shows up every mealtime lately. I checked, he's not from our factory. So what do you think he's doing hanging around the cafeteria? Li Xiaotong looked over and saw the man observing everyone eating. He carried a notebook and occasionally reached out to pick up a steamed bun from a coworker nearby, weighing it in his hand. This is sales testing. Wan Yang had taught her. Under the unified purchase and sales system, the first step was estimating production, followed by estimating sales. Production estimation involved traveling to rural areas to make rough calculations of grain yields. Only by knowing how much could be produced could they estimate the approximate amount of grain to be collected based on a set ratio. Correspondingly, sales estimation was needed. They had to know how much grain a person consumed per meal per day. Of course, this varied from person to person. Physical laborers consumed more than light workers, and adults needed more than children. Additional factors included ethnic minorities' festival offerings and ritual supplies during their celebrations. Numerous variables demanded consideration. Before implementing policies, extensive surveys must be conducted at the higher levels. The figures ultimately established must be acceptable and convincing to everyone. However, conducting this survey cannot be done openly. To maintain social stability, these investigation teams operate in secret. Just like now, it's likely that a survey team has arrived in Bayou. Only a handful of officials are aware of this matter, and even they may not fully understand the team's specific activities. This is organizational protocol. If it's not disclosed, don't pry, just cooperate. Moreover, the leaders overseeing these matters are undoubtedly high-ranking officials. It was only because the man in Aunt Min's household worked in security that his vigilance surpassed that of the average canteen auntie. Otherwise, with so many people dressed identically in work clothes, forming a dense crowd, who could possibly spot someone from outside the factory? Among thousands of workers, no one could claim to recognize every single employee. Now that Aunt Min had asked, Li Xiaotong casually replied, Section Chief Min let him in, so there's no problem. Why are you questioning him? After a long pause, Aunt Min finally began to understand. Throughout the year, the factory was never short of work teams. They'd come for internships, research, or to inspect this or that project. Perhaps this particular group just wanted to see how the workers' meals were being handled these days. She gave Li Xiaotong an apologetic smile. Well, as long as there's no trouble. I just worry about troublemakers slipping in. People's consciousness is generally good these days. After praising her, Li Xiaotong excused herself. It was mealtime, and she needed to eat too. The food situation was actually a major problem. Everyone now realizes that grain is hard to come by. Trying to buy extra to stockpile is simply unrealistic. Because you simply couldn't get it. Wan Yang openly reminded his mother-in-law, grain is under centralized purchase and distribution now. What about cloth, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and all that? What isn't grown in the fields and harvested from the land? No cotton means no cloth, no peanuts, rapeseed, sesame, or soybeans means no oil, no sugar cane or corn means no sugar. Ultimately, isn't it all about crops? If buying grain isn't easy anymore, getting these other things probably won't be easy either. It's all the same principle. Thus, Liang Qiuyue didn't pause her shopping spree. While others rushed to buy grain, queuing up for rations, she used the downtime to stock up on cloth, oil, sugar, whatever seemed worthwhile. Li Xiaotong handed over her wages and other funds, asking Liang Qiuyue to handle the purchases for her. Then Xing Yuan followed suit, having Shen Mingqing deliver his share. Buy away. Buying things back never puts you at a loss. The children keep growing, one after another. You can't let them run around naked, can you?